Kano to kill Tomie. Even if they could win, they would only be able to repel him but not kill him. Just as Uchiha Tomie said to Akiji, because he came, the world changed. In fact, for the 5 old stars in the Holy Land, they would be happy if all the high-end naval combat forces such as Sengoku and others were killed so that Tomie Uchiha could die. It is true that the Navy is the most powerful institution under the world government, but in the end it is just an institution. The world government hides too deep a secret. Otherwise, would the 4 emperors be so honest? Whitebeard's dream has never been to be a world hegemon, but to be with his son. He will not pursue too much. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 2,928 words. But Kaido and Big Mom are both ambitious people. If given the chance, would they not try to overthrow the rule of the world government? That can only mean that the world government is too powerful for them to contend with. Facing the menacing Sengoku and others, Uchiha Tomie casually injected some yang power into the 3 Akijis. This yang power could restore some of the injuries of the 3 people, so that they would not be seriously injured and die, but it would not allow them to recover. Too much power. After that, Uchiha Tomie threw them out casually. Sengoku, Garp, and Akainu each caught one, and Tomie's behavior confused Sengoku and others. Whitebeard and others quickly returned to the ship. Whitebeard told Ace and others to leave quickly while he stayed. After all, this time it was all because of Fujian, otherwise it would be almost impossible to rescue Ace. Even if he could be rescued, there would be countless casualties. Whitebeard couldn't abandon Fujian and leave alone, even if they didn't know each other before, and besides, he knew that his body wouldn't last long, so he just let him display his final glory here. Ace and others naturally begged, because they really regarded Whitebeard as their father, not just words. Everyone has a purpose in doing things. What is your purpose, young strong man? Sengoku caught Kon and put him down and asked about Tomie. For Sengoku, as long as Kon is not a pirate, he can accept other answers. Garp also looked at it seriously. Now that Ace has been rescued, it's time to stick to justice. Uchiha Tomie said, many countries and even franchise countries have suffered from the Tenryu people for a long time. Nobles and civilians around the world have suffered from the Tenryu people for a long time. There are too many mistakes in this world, and I am here to correct these mistakes. Fujian is arrogant, everyone thinks so, but he has the ability to be arrogant. For him, this is just to illustrate a fact. Actually, you are all dissatisfied with the celestial dragons. Marines. Uchiha Tomie directly made the matter clear, and Sengoku's face was very ugly. He knew that the 5 old stars were paying attention to this war. It was impossible for all 5 people to pay attention, but it would be bad if one of them paid attention. In fact, the grumpy Akainu wanted to take action, but was held back by Akiji. Warring States said, so, you and the Revolutionary Army are in the same group. Warring States transformed into a giant Buddha as he spoke, and had a tendency to launch shock waves if he disagreed with him. Suddenly, the phone bugs on Sangua's body started to move. The phone bugs can imitate the caller, so Sangua knew that this was a call from one of the 5 old stars, so he could only answer it. Sengoku, kill this man at all costs, and this is an order. The voice of one of the 5 old stars came from the phone bug. The owner of this voice did not give Sangua a chance to refute. Uchiha Tomie smiled, you see, even you generals and marshals, to the 5 old stars, are just dogs that can come and go at a moment's notice. Even to put it nicely, they are just a knife in their hands. How about, cooperate with me to overthrow the world government and wipe out the era of great pirates? We will be the ones in charge then. There are still people in the Navy who have justice, but there is no justice in the world government. You know this better than anyone else, Sengoku. While talking nonsense, Uchiha Tomie not only fully recovered, but also accumulated some yang power. To be honest, Warring States was a little moved. Only when he became the Marshal of the Navy did he realize that this position seemed to hold great power, but in front of the 5 old stars, it was actually nothing. The only problem is that he doesn't know what kind of person Fujian is. Is he the kind of authoritarian and tyrannical person? Although Tomie is talking nicely now, who can guarantee whether this is a disguise or not? If he reveals his true colors after overthrowing the world government, it will be too late. By that time, the entire world will no longer have the power to resist Fu Jiang. In fact, even warring states didn't realize that he had been struck by another god. That's right, Uchiha Tomie activated Tomie, and the effect of launching this move without the ultimate Sharingan was greatly weakened. However, Tomie is not a god who uses direct violence to modify the will of Sengoku and others, but subtly makes them agree with his ideas. This change is related to everyone's thoughts and will, and bastards like Xiang Huanyuan are the least affected. Akainu and Akiji have different ideas of justice, but they have justice in their hearts, so they are easily affected. The most affected was Warring States, a man known as a wise general. Warring States is also the owner of Overlord's domineering spirit. How can he be a person who is willing to be ordinary? How can he be willing to carry out hypocritical justice? It is said that in the Navy, except Akainu, he is a hawk, Kizaru is a centrist, and other senior officials are doves, but Sengoku has to be a dove. Sengoku was also a fierce group when he was young. At that time, Garp mainly pursued Roger, and Sengoku was responsible for Whitebeard. You must know that the three great pirates at that time were Whitebeard, Roger, and Golden Lion. The sharpest attack among these three was Whitebeard, but Warring States could compete with them undefeated. Warring States, didn't you hear what I said? Kill him. Wuoxing's voice was relayed through the phone bug again, this time he was a little impatient. Snapped. Warring States hung up the phone directly, which no one expected. After that, Warring States decisively launched a shaving operation and shut down all the video phone bugs. Everyone was shocked. Marshal Sengoku was not really going to resist the world government. Not to mention not understanding the meat of the Warring States period, even Garp and he, two people familiar with the Warring States period, were confused. In addition to the hints from other gods, the strength of Tomie and Kon gave Sengoku confidence. He fully believed that these two people alone could sweep the Yonko pirates. Even if the four emperors unite, they will never be the same. Human opponent. Warring States is not impulsive, he is called a wise general, but he understands that power in this world is king. In terms of wisdom, he is not inferior to him, but he is indeed the marshal because he is stronger than he. Chapter 290 Surrender or Not. You've gone against the grain, Warring States, you're looking for death. The 5 old stars in the Holy Land almost exploded with anger. A mere naval marshal dared to do this to him. This 5 old star quickly contacted other 5 old stars and had to prepare for the worst, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to Lord Im. The far-sighted big pirates all over the world know that something is not good. If this powerful alliance between Tomie and the Navy is allowed, the world government will definitely suffer, let alone whether it will suffer. Pirates like them will definitely suffer. Then, I will now have a good talk with you on behalf of the Navy. You can see my sincerity. Marin Fando, Warring States said. At this moment, many people felt that this marshal was strange to them. Garp, Tsuru, and Aoki stood firmly behind Sengoku, while Kizaru and Akainu were hesitant. Especially for a dawdler like Kizaru, it was really difficult for him to stand in line at this time. The Navy who were still awake at this time all chose the side of the Warring States period. In addition to the role of other gods, they also had justice in their hearts. They couldn't stand the celestial dragons, and they no longer wanted to protect trash like the celestial dragons. The King's Shichibukai has different thoughts. You must know that the King's Shichibukai is not so much cooperating with the Navy as it is cooperating with the world government. Bartholomew Bear was transformed into a robot and completely lost himself. He has no opinion on this matter at all. It doesn't matter to Hawkeye. The reason why he became the King's Shichibukai is because this status can save him some unnecessary troubles, but he is never afraid of trouble. He is the strongest swordsman. On the contrary, Hawkeye is excited. Both Kon and Tomie are good opponents. Needless to say, Doflamingo just asked me to join you. Doflamingo is more interested in overthrowing the world government than becoming the pirate king. Hancock's expression was very incomprehensible. If he really dealt with the world government and the celestial dragons, she could help. Moria's attitude was different. This guy was planning to run away. He was joking. People would die if he got involved in this vortex. He would definitely die. The current Moria is no longer the Moria that he was when he competed with Kaido, and all his ambitions have been lost. Uchiha Tomie said, actually, there is nothing to talk about. As long as you respect me and give me 7 days, I will help you kill the lieutenant generals and above in the 5 old stars and other institutions of the world government. You can do the rest. Get it done. Uchiha Tomie never plays tricks. A strong man once said that boxing is power. Even though he has played so many twists and turns in the world of Naruto, he is accumulating strength. When he really takes action, he will completely pacify the ninja world, and he will be unstoppable and unstoppable. Even after the legendary figure Sage of 6 Paths appeared, he didn't dare to push Lai too much. He just said that the tailed beast would be spared and he didn't dare to ask for too much. Hiss. Everyone took a breath of cold air. Even though Kon, Kizaru, and Aoki had understood Tomie's power, they were still shocked by this arrogant tone. Even if you can defeat the world government, it will be too fast. Also, should you include the time spent on the road? If you can do it, then it doesn't matter if we surrender to you. The Warring States period was also decisive. Some things should be either not done or done quickly. There is no point in grinding and whining. Aoki couldn't help but say, we are willing to surrender, but can we know your plan? Is it to maintain the original rule of the world government? At this time, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates had withdrawn, but Whitebeard was still there, and so was Marco. The people of the Whitebeard pirates don't want to disappoint Whitebeard, but they can't bear to leave Whitebeard here alone. In the end, Marco chose a compromise. He stayed with him because he could fly and could take his father away. Just as the people of the Whitebeard pirates can't stop Whitebeard's determination to stay, Whitebeard can't stop Marco. In fact, Whitebeard can leave now, because Fujian is no longer in danger, but the subsequent conversations are too shocking, which makes him even more unable to leave. He has to listen to these conversations and prepare for his sons. Uchiha Tomie said, the world needs someone to rule after all, but the celestial dragons do not need to exist. In other words, I am the only celestial dragon. However, there is no need for things like sky gold, and many systems must be improved. In the future, say it again. Kon felt very sad when he saw Fujian shining brightly, but he knew that it would be great if he could survive. If he had the absolute advantage, he would never allow other time travelers to survive. Sengoku said he understood, but he could not make decisions for all the navy. Thanks to Tomie's power, the fainted Marine regained consciousness while they were talking. I saw Sengoku saying loudly, those who are willing to work with me to overthrow the world government come to my side. If you are not willing, I will not force you. Not long after, except for Kizaru and Akainu, all Marines who were still alive in Marinefando ran to the Sengoku side. Witnessing Kon's Susanata Buddha, and witnessing Uchiha Tomie's power to defeat Kon and instantly kill the general, the navy present knew exactly how to make a choice. Kizaru looked at Akainu, then looked at the other side, and decisively joined the Sengoku side. Akainu had no choice but to join. Akainu himself was also dissatisfied with the Tianlong people. The reason why he was so stubborn was just for the sake of face. At least he persisted until the end. Akainu is not stupid. You must know that in the original war, Akainu persuaded Squard to assassinate Whitebeard, and it was also he who provoked Ace, who had already escaped, to come back and fight him. It can be said that Akainu is not stupid, but also very smart. Many fans like to portray Akainu as a stupid person who has no brains and only knows absolute justice. This is completely nonsense. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to see such a scene in my lifetime. The turmoil of the next era may be more severe than the great pirate era started by Roger. Can you tell me how you will treat us pirates? Whitebeard walked over with a smile. He had already put life and death aside, so even if the top combat power of the Navy camp was there, he didn't panic. Not to mention anything else, the 3 generals alone are enough for Whitebeard to drink a pot, not to mention Garp and Warring States. Akainu wanted to say kill them all, but he knew he didn't have the right to speak now. Uchiha Tomie said, actually, some people don't want to be pirates, but have to be pirates. After we overthrow the world government, we will deal with it. If you behave well, you can be treated lightly, but but those who kill civilians for pleasure, those who commit heinous crimes must die. Tomie plays very seriously, but it doesn't matter, Tomie from other pirate worlds assimilates very quickly. Especially those worlds where Tomie injects his blood into the sea. According to this trend, the heaven of the pirate world will be replaced by Tomie in at most 5 days. Regarding Uchiha Tomie's answer, Sengoku thought it was okay, but Kizaru didn't care. I'm responsible for paddling, and you can do whatever else you want. Except for Akainu and a very few navy, most of the navy recognized Tomie. Of course, as long as a person with this kind of power does not go too far, he will definitely be recognized by others. Even among the hawkish navy, many agree with Tomie. After all, hawks do not necessarily agree with Akainu. Chapter 291 Death of Bartholomew Bear. The navy and Uchiha Tomie have reached an agreement, and the king of Shichibukai is embarrassed. Phew. Interesting. This is really a conversation that will change the world. Can I join you? If so, I cannot be a pirate. Doflamingo is brave because he knows very well that this is much better than messing around on his own. This is the most likely opportunity in his lifetime to overthrow the world government. Doflamingo understood even more that it was not this conversation that overturned the world structure, but that this man named Tomie was too powerful, and his every word and deed had the ability to overturn the world structure. Hawkeye also stepped forward. I can cooperate with you, but you have to compete with me. Hawkeye pointed at Khan and Uchiha Tomie. At the same time, Hawkeye was confident that no one would refuse his powerful combat power. Can. Tomie and Khan replied simultaneously. Hancock was decisive. I can cooperate with you. If you want to maintain the stability of the sea, relying on the navy is not enough. Amazon Lily can help. Hancock is very proud, but also feels inferior because she was once a slave of the celestial dragons. For some reason, Hancock couldn't be arrogant in front of Fu Jiang. Even his proud beauty was not enough to win over him, even though he was obviously a man. Moria sneered and said, I am also willing to cooperate with the navy. Having said that, Moria decided to take a few confidants to hide for a while as soon as he left Marinavando, and wait until the limelight was over before making any plans. Moria is a bit of a loser, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know. Otherwise, how could he leave here alive? Bartholomew Bear has been transformed by the world government. He prioritizes the world government's orders over the navy, so it can only be destroyed. Kizaru said indifferently, but he was telling the truth. Sengoku looked at the other 4 Shichibukai, then, show your sincerity. Kill the bear. Konoha, start Fusion Tomie template. 2,720 words. Laugh. Doflamingo didn't hesitate at all, and countless invisible threads shot out. Seeing this, Hancock and Hawkeye also launched attacks. Moria saw that everyone was taking action and could only follow suit. Strictly speaking, Hawkeye alone is enough to defeat Bartholomew Bear. Now 4 against 1, the bear will die. Uchiha Tomie didn't stop him because he couldn't bring the bear back to his senses. Orochimaru was better at this kind of thing. Of course, Uchiha Tomie is not that weak. What he can't do means that he can't do it with Demon Tomie's current strength. He can definitely do it in his true form. Boom. Within 5 minutes, Bartholomew Bear was down. Although Xiang is powerful, he is only on the same level as Doflamingo. Now that Hawkeye, Hancock, and Mariah are helping him, it would be strange if he does not die. This is our first cooperation. I hope we will have a happy cooperation in the future, phew. Doflamingo left immediately after laughing. He needed to deal with the kingdom's affairs. He didn't care before, but now it's different. Doflamingo knows very well that times have changed. Roger used his own death to usher in the era of great pirates. He is a witness. However, Tomie is even more terrifying. He does not need to sacrifice his own life to start a new era. As long as Tomie now, it will always be Fujiang's era. Hancock and Mariah are also gone. Hancock is not alone. Amazon Lily Island, a daughter country, must be dealt with well. But Hancock doesn't regret her current decision, and that's right, she has always been a willful person. In 7 days, I will come back, and I will come back with the head of the 5 old stars. During this time, you should reorganize the navy. By the way, give me the eternal pointer to the Holy Land. Tomie Uchiha doesn't know the way, so he needs the eternal pointer. Kizaru quickly took out the eternal pointer. It was really fast, faster than anyone else, as expected of you. Tomie Uchiha got the eternal pointer and was about to fly away. After thinking about it, he shot out a few rays of yang power on Kon, Kizaru, and Akiji, and their injuries healed instantly. This time Fujian didn't squeeze his own flying. For an ordinary flight, 7 days was enough. He not only flies, but also absorbs the free energy between heaven and earth to strengthen himself. It can be said that his strength will definitely increase significantly in 7 days. Apart from anything else, you can defeat the Yonko even without extreme bursts, because his speed of progress is visible to the naked eye. Flying and practicing at the same time is something that most practitioners can't do. For Fujian, it's easy to use distraction. All he needs to do is not explode to the limit, which means his flying speed will get faster and faster. It's still too weak. Uchiha Tomie couldn't help but sigh. If it was powerful enough, one perception could cover most of the world. No matter what eternal pointer was used, there would be no need to fly slowly and jump directly across space. If Sengoku and others knew Tomie's thoughts, they would be shocked and speechless. Is this your definition of a strong person? Tomie left, the Shichibukai except Hawkeye left, and Whitebeard and Marco also decisively ran away at this time. This execution became anticlimactic, but no one cared about this execution anymore. The questions were not pleasant. The future changes in the situation were not something that a mere Fire Fist Ace could interfere with. Let alone Fire Fist Ace, even if Fire Fist Ace's father Roger comes back from the dead, he won't be able to interfere in too many things. So what if Roger is the Pirate King? The dead Pirate King is the good Pirate King. Even if the Pirate King is resurrected, he cannot command all the pirates, let alone all the pirates. It would be good if 1/10 is willing to listen to him. Roger used his death to usher in the era of great pirates, but this era did not belong to him. Now that only the navy is left in Malinfando, Hawkeye is temporarily avoiding it, so it's time for them to discuss it. Shinji frowned and said, "What are we going to do next?" Warring States said, "Do nothing?" Now Akiji was confused. Not to mention Akiji, Kizaru and Akaina didn't understand what this operation was. However, he also spoke up, "That's right, just do nothing. At this time, do less and make fewer mistakes." Although the power shown by Tomie is very powerful, the 800-year-old background of the world government is not easy to deal with. Among other things, who knows how many weird devil fruits the world government has collected for emergencies. You must know that the abilities of devil fruits are extremely weird. Even Sengoku cannot guarantee that he can ignore all the weird abilities of devil fruits. Although domineering is powerful, it is not invincible. Sengoku and he asked Tomie to test the power of the world government. If Tomie could win, no, as long as both sides could lose, they would help Tomie. Because they also have Kon here. Although he is not as good as Tomie, he is still beyond the specifications. As for reorganizing the navy, it is completely unnecessary. This is not because Sengoku and others are confident in their leadership abilities, but because they know that 7 days is not enough time. It's almost done to rectify the navy of Malinfando. This time, the navy's elites are gathered here. To be honest, if all the navy of Malinfando is dead, the strength of the navy will really be reduced to 10%. Chapter 292 Hawkeye vs. Kon. At a certain base of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Long was very excited. He decided to send someone to contact the mysterious man Fu Jiang. Once the Revolutionary Army could get his help, overthrowing the world government would no longer be a dream. Red-haired Shanks and Beast Kaido also stopped fighting on the sea. Red Hair and Kaido are fighting, but that doesn't mean that the red-haired pirates have completely joined in the siege of Kaido. They are just plundering the formation. Moreover, Kaido and Red Hair must have affiliated pirate groups. How could these pirate groups not pay attention to the war on the top? Maybe the red-haired subordinate is the least among the 4 emperors, but it doesn't matter, as long as he has the power to rival Whitebeard and Kaido. It can be said that the entire sea not only became lively because of the appearance of Fujiang, but also became more chaotic. And this, Hawkeye didn't care at all. Hawkeye is waiting for Khan to adjust his condition. He wants to fight Khan. Even if he knows that he will lose, he will challenge him. The real growth of a swordsman is in the battle. On an abandoned island, Hawkeye and Khan were facing each other with swords. There were many vice-admirals watching around. Many of the vice-admirals were good at using swords and were swordsmen. How could they be willing to miss this battle? Maybe they could learn something from it. The generals are not here, so Khan is here. If Hawkeye acts randomly, Khan will definitely have the power to kill Hawkeye. Sengoku, Akainu and others have no doubt about this. The two men's swords have been unsheathed. Hawkeye's sword is the Wushang Great Knife 12, which is the best sword in the world. There are 12 in total. Khan's sword is not bad either. Although it is not as good as Hawkeye, it is also a 21st level sword. It is the same level of swords as Enma, Chioshui, and Wado Ikemanji. Neither of them swung their swords, but the powerful murderous aura was already permeating the island, and the weaker one among the lieutenant generals almost couldn't breathe. As expected of Hawkeye, his swordsmanship is far inferior to mine. He is worthy of being the greatest swordsman in the world before. Tatu's face was very solemn. She was also a powerful swordsman. She was the best among lieutenant generals, and could even be called a quasi-general. Compared with other lieutenant generals, Tatu can sense what is happening now. This is a competition of momentum, but both sides are accumulating strength and have not really exploded yet. She knew very well that Khan seemed to be suppressing Hawkeye in terms of momentum, but in reality this was not the case. In terms of pure sword intent, Hawkeye is stronger. Although Khan is powerful, his sword intent is not as good as that of Hawkeye, which means he is on the same level as her or even half as good. Boom! Suddenly, two extremely powerful auras erupted together. Two auras so sharp that they could tear the sky apart erupted. They were no less powerful than the collision of the four emperors' domineering auras. This is a desert island, desolate and uninhabited, but that doesn't mean there are no other creatures at all. Swords are meant to kill, and Hawkeye's sword intent is even more terrifying. Weak creatures are forcibly killed by this aura, instead of being able to survive under the pressure of the Overlord's domineering aura. Khan's sword intention is not that powerful. Hawkeye is pure sword intention, and Khan is better said to be sword power. He uses his own majestic and endless power to strengthen his sword intention and develop an invincible sword power. Prick. Prick. After a few breaths, Hawkeye suddenly took a few steps back. Regardless of whether Khan was taking a trick or not, Hawkeye lost in terms of momentum. Khan opened the Sharingan, and his whole body burst out. The Sharingan was not only the Susanoo and pupil technique of the Manjikyu. Sharingan is also known as the Insight Eye and Illusion Eye, and it has the ability to copy the opponent's moves. Khan agreed to fight Hawkeye this time because he wanted to copy Hawkeye's swordsmanship. Not only Hawkeye's, he also wanted to copy the swordsmanship of other lieutenant generals in the future. He planned to learn from each other's strengths to offset his weaknesses. Khan wants to become stronger, but the power of the Hokage system has almost reached its extreme. Unless the system comes back, he will have to open the Samsara Eye to death. It is impossible to reach the 6 paths, so he can only start from other places. If it were in the world of Naruto, Khan could still find a way to achieve the 6 paths, but this is the world of One Piece. Khan's speed is very fast. Yesterday's battle made his basic combat power even closer to that of a general. He is even sure that he can match the general within a year without using any other power and relying only on his own strength, swordsmanship and domineering power. But this is not enough. For him, the power of a general is just the starting point. Clang! The two sharp knives chopped together and the blades collided. At this moment, Khan understood the gap between himself and Hawkeye. Although there was a gap, he would not be defeated by a second. Clang! 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 The two quickly fought dozens of moves, and Khan was completely at a disadvantage. To Hawkeye's surprise, Khan quickly absorbed his sword skills and became stronger. Interesting. Hawkeye feels more and more that Kon is a suitable opponent. As for Tomie, Hawkeye feels that that is the person he should challenge, and he is not worthy of being his opponent in a short period of time. Hawkeye didn't know Tomie's unique physique, and only thought that Tomie Uchiha followed a high-explosive fighting style. The sharp sword energy and sharp sword light during the battle between the two plowed the land on the island, and all the lieutenant generals worked together to block Yubo to avoid being accidentally injured. With constant fighting, Kon's injuries continued to increase, but he had Hashirama's immortal body. As long as his chakra was not exhausted, he could quickly recover from his injuries. Hawkeye could not defeat Kon in seconds. 500 rounds later, Kon violently retreated, and his constant recovery from injuries consumed a lot of his chakra. He'd learned a lot from Hawkeye, and now it was time to make Hawkeye's wish-fulfilling insights even more powerful. Hawkeye held Heideoi's hand tightly and thought to himself, is the real battle about to begin? Kon did not disappoint Hawkeye. The blue Susanoo quickly enveloped him and quickly grew into a complete form. Kon put away the knife, and instead, a huge sword appeared in the hand of the complete Susanoo. Long knife. This power is so exciting. Hawkeye's hand holding the knife trembled, not with fear, but with excitement. Even though I have seen the complete Susanoo before, and even the thousand-armed Buddha, only by facing the complete Susanoo directly can I understand how powerful this is. Hawkeye slowly raised the black knife above his head. He was gathering momentum. This was the most dangerous battle since he became famous. Kon looked serious and wielded the full Susanoo to wield the strongest sword. This was a sign of respect for Hawkeye. Of course, he didn't turn on the immortal mode, and he didn't use his domineering force. Otherwise, it wouldn't be respect, and Hawkeye would die. Kon's sword has surpassed the eternal Madara, because his sword combines the essence of swordsmanship from the two worlds, and it is also mixed with the insights gained from fighting Hawkeye. Wow! Hawkeye slashed with his sword. This sword seemed to be the same as usual, but in fact it was not. Don't underestimate Hawkeye's tricks just because he didn't have a fancy name like Sauron. His sword is similar to the Ju Tian-E sword of Hawkeye's split body. It can be regarded as a weakened version of Ju Tian-E sword. Not only the power has been weakened, but also various techniques have been weakened. If the split body of Hawkeye uses Hawkeye's body to use Ju Tian-E sword, the power exerted will be several times that of Hawkeye's sword. This is the gap. Chapter 293 Zombie Vampire? Boom. Two powerful sword energy collided together. To Hawkeye, this was a slash that he risked everything on, but to Kon, it was just a little serious. No miracle happened. Hawkeye's green sword energy resisted for a while but was shattered by Kon's blue sword energy. Although Hawkeye is powerful, his peak sword is not as good as Whitebeard's peak punch. Whitebeard has to rely on Krypton life to fight the complete Susanoo. Now Hawkeye has no chance of winning. In 10 moves, just 10 moves, Hawkeye was cut down and passed out immediately. From Hawkeye's moves, we can see that he is the kind of person who can defeat all enemies with one sword. His moves are always one sword, which may seem slow, but is actually under control. Kon lifted the complete Susanoo and looked at Hawkeye, as if he saw himself yesterday. Even if all his cards were revealed, he was still no match for Tomie. Whoosh whoosh. The other lieutenant generals activated 6 styles of shave and rushed over quickly. Lieutenant General Doberman even said, "Do you want to kill him?" No. Before Kon could speak, a lieutenant general stopped him, and there were more than one. If someone like Doflamingo can cooperate, then why can't someone like Hawkeye, who has no bad deeds, cooperate? Even if he wants to kill, he should kill Mariah and Doflamingo. And Hawkeye is very powerful, and the Navy needs Hawkeye's power. That is to say, Kon is a cheater in order to defeat Hawkeye. Otherwise, these lieutenant generals on the island can only tie with Hawkeye even if they join forces, but there is still the quasi-general Tautu, otherwise it will be impossible to even tie. Eventually, the lieutenant generals returned to Malinfando with the severely injured Hawkeye. Konoha, start fusion Tomie template. 3,339 words. Uchiha Tomie suddenly stopped while flying, and then he smiled. It's interesting, even this thing has appeared. In another pirate world, there is a Tomie who encounters a slightly more difficult enemy. He is a good existence and deserves to be assimilated. You must know that Uchiha Tomie's vision is very high now. Unless he is a time traveler or reincarnation person who has mastered the new power system, he really doesn't like others. Let's just say that Whitebeard, Garp, and Hawkeye are all good beings. They can become strong men in a world, and their talents can be imagined. But in the eyes of the current Uchiha Tomie, they are not qualified to be assimilated. Uchiha Tomie temporarily gave up control of the demon Tomie and prepared to control Tomie in that world. The other Tomie who entered the One Piece multiverse were not as lucky as the demon Tomie. With the power of dozens of devil fruits, other Tomie only had the power of a few devil fruits. The devil fruit in the world that makes Uchiha Tomie interesting is very simple. The natural devil fruits of the 3 generals plus the Shasha fruit have the power of 4 natural devil fruits, which can be called natural Tomie. Uchiha Tomie took back the projected consciousness on Devil Tomie, so it was Devil Tomie who controlled the body. He can also practice and become stronger, but Demon Tomie's training speed is definitely not as fast as Uchiha Tomie, but it is enough to solve the world government. Demon Fujiang said calmly, "It's finally my turn. I don't know how long it will take for me to come back, but it doesn't matter. I will leave naturally after having fun." After Demon Tomie finished speaking, he continued to fly. He was very interested in the 5 old stars. They had never taken action in the plot, so he didn't know whether they were really powerful or just novices. The trace of Uchiha Tomie's consciousness returned to his body, and then he quickly projected an awareness of the natural Tomie, and quickly learned more information. For Tomie Uchiha, after trying out all of Khan's abilities, the world where Demon Tomie lives doesn't have much value other than showing off. On the contrary, there are valuable things in the pirate world on the Tomie side of the natural system. Needless to say, how to choose. And it was only a matter of seconds for him to arrive in the world of other pirates. This body can't do it. After Uchiha Tomie arrived, he couldn't help but frown. If he could control the Demon Tomie's body to exert power beyond that of the general, then this Tomie was a bit inferior. Even with the ultimate explosion, it would be difficult to defeat the general. First, the natural type Tomie has only been in this world for 2 days, and the second is that the natural type Tomie is not so unique. Unlike the devil Tomie, who has the energy to strengthen himself with dozens of devil fruits, he has a high innate starting point. But the natural system is also good. It can better mobilize the power of elements, which means it can better mobilize the free energy between heaven and earth. As Uchiha Tomie spoke, he mobilized the energy between heaven and earth to strengthen his body. He directly blended into nature, and heaven and man were one, and the absorption speed was much faster than the original natural type Tomie. Although the original natural type Tomie inherited Tomie's memory, after all his abilities were removed and the power of the devil fruit was injected into him, he could only practice step by step. How could he quickly reach the state of being in harmony with nature under such circumstances? Energy particles poured into Fujiang's body crazily, strengthening him, and even tore his body apart due to the excessive influx, and then quickly recovered. Uchiha Tomie did not care about improving the strength of this body, because this body was too weak, and in terms of physical strength, it was not even at the level of Major General. While he was practicing, he was thinking about the situation in the world. Naturally, Fujiang did not take the bloodletting route. He originally planned to start from the East China Sea and fight all the way to the second half of the Grand Route, which is the so-called New World, to support war with war. As a result, it didn't take long for Nature Department Tomie to realize that something was wrong. There was something very wrong with the world. One thing was widely publicized in the newspapers. That was a rare alliance between Navy and pirates to challenge a #1 person like Jiang Wu, or a monster. That's right, Jiang Wu is not a human being. Others can't tell, they only know that it is a monster, but why can't Fujiang, a natural type, not see it? Through some of Jiang Wu's methods, he knows that this guy is either a zombie or a vampire. Speaking of which, the pirate world is a paradise for zombies and vampires. As long as you get through the period of weakness, it is too easy to become stronger. It's not easy to suck human blood if you suck too much blood. It's not easy to just suck the blood of Neptunes. How much blood does the human body have, how much blood does the Neptune type have, and there are also giants. It can be said that slowly sucking blood becomes stronger. Vampires and zombies can have power beyond the Yonko in the pirate world. Not to mention anything else, the giant sea king is hundreds of meters long, and if it sucks its blood and digests it, it can be comparable to the major general. Not to mention the 1,000-meter-long Neptune species. And this Jiangwu has absorbed the blood of countless Neptunes, and is a lot stronger. This guy crushed Diamond Josie in his first move and absorbed his blood. The blood effect of strong people is definitely stronger than that of ordinary people. The physical bodies of strong people in the pirate world are not weak at all, even if they rely on devil fruits. In the world of pirates, the body is the foundation. If your body is not good enough, you cannot become a top powerhouse even if you eat good devil fruits. However, Jiangwu is also lucky. If he arrived in the world of Naruto, he would not be able to grow so fast, and he might be discovered and killed in advance. But his good use was gone, because Tomie Uchiha came. Chapter 294. In fact, Fu Jiang didn't even look down on Jiangwu. It is true that one can grow quickly by feeding on blood, and can even quickly surpass the generals and 4 emperors, but the upper limit is stuck. If Jiangwu were in the Naruto universe, he could transcend the 6 paths level if he planned well, but it would be difficult for him to reach the level of the Otsutsuki god style, let alone have the power to break the single Naruto universe. The same is true in the world of pirates. It is difficult for Jiangwu to have the power to break the world of pirates alone. Moreover, if he really wants to deal with Jiangwu, even if the natural Fu Jiang is not as strong as Jiangwu, he can come to Jiangwu to suck his blood and then directly assimilate him. However, unless absolutely necessary, Fu Jiang would not do this. This is too unqualified. At this time, Jiangwu was surrounded by countless blood. This was the blood he had collected. He was already half stronger than the 4 emperors. After digesting the energy of this blood, the 4 emperors were no longer his opponent. This was the blood of prisoners in Impel Down City, and he got it. In addition, there was also the blood of the Sea King that he had collected for a long time. 3 days later, he will fight against the world's top fighting force in Marineland, and he will decide the world in one battle. Unlike Khan, Jiangwu is tyrannical. In his opinion, Akainu, Whitebeard, and others will all die. The world does not need so many strong people, and these people can just become his nourishment. Jiangwu is a zombie. He did not become a zombie when he came to this world. He was a zombie before he traveled through time. He was seriously injured and found himself in the pirate world when he woke up. And Jiangwu did indeed, as Fu Jiang suspected, quickly absorb the blood of people in this world to become stronger, and then directly absorb the blood of Neptunes. This guy waited for several years before he came out. When he appeared, his record was to defeat and kill Josie, which angered Whitebeard. Jiangwu, who has been living for several years, is powerful. In pure strength, he is much stronger than Whitebeard, but he lacks combat experience. He actually became a zombie for less than a month before traveling through time. And Jiangwu was just an ordinary person before he became a zombie. He was a real ordinary person, not a warrior king or a killer, not even a taekwondo coach. Therefore, Jiangwu, who has a zombie body and is half as powerful as Whitebeard, can only be tied with Whitebeard or even be suppressed. Fortunately, he slowly adapted to it, and while fighting, he sucked the blood of the Whitebeard pirates. In the end, the captains came together and joined forces with Whitebeard to repel Jiangwu. Afterwards, Jiangwu wreaked havoc all over the sea, bullying men and women, biting people and sucking blood, and massacring the celestial dragons, forcing the navy and pirates to join forces. Jiangwu was also inflated. Although the navy pirates planned to unite, it was Jiangwu who asked them to fight in Marineland that made them truly unite. Jiangwu killed many people, including many powerful people. In the navy, many lieutenant generals and Quasi-Admiral Cha Do died. The Whitebeard pirates killed Josie and the captains of a dozen affiliated pirate groups. 2 of the 3 major disasters on Kaido's side were killed. Jiangwu quite liked killing the people on Kaido's side, because they were all specialized in physical training, and the blood sucked more happily. A general and many senior cadres also died on Auntie's side, but no one in the red-haired pirate group died. That is to say, they were lucky enough not to encounter Jiang Wu. Such an arrogant Jiang Wu naturally attracted the attention of many people. Now everyone concludes based on his several attacks that this guy can become stronger by sucking blood. The limit has not yet been seen. Now all the big shots couldn't help it. Judging from this guy's behavior, he was a complete madman and must be killed. This is also the reason why the Navy pirates are willing to join forces, because in the last battle, Kaido and Big Mom, the two four emperor pirate groups, only tied with Jiang Wu. Fortunately, Shanks arrived, otherwise they would have lost if they had stood still for a long time. Instead, it may be Kaido and the two Yonko pirates. A monster with power beyond the four emperors, whose strength is still improving, and who kills the strong indiscriminately, no one is afraid of. 3 days pass quickly. The demon Tomie from another world is about to arrive at the Holy Land, and the battle with Marinafando is about to break out. There are also worlds where Tomie has already started to assimilate the heavenly ways of the pirate world, and has assimilated most of them, and is about to succeed. The split body of Tomie Kawakami and others from the Naruto multiverse still transport Tomie to the One Piece multiverse at intervals. According to the situation in the Naruto multiverse, a single world in the Pirates multiverse has to start with 1,000,000, so the more Tomie is sent to it, the better. In order to be able to transport more Tomie later on, we might as well just give those newly made Tomie the power of a devil fruit. In fact, the power of a devil fruit is enough. Even if you are killed after it arrives, you can be resurrected as long as there are no bones left. Marinafando, this naval headquarters, the four emperors gathered here, and even Pluto Rayleigh came. Because Bucky, a man with lucky-colored domineering, died in the hands of Jiang Wu, he was also a former crew member, so he went out at Shanks' invitation. This time there is no miscellaneous fish, no lieutenant general is not qualified to participate in this battle, because the strength is too weak, it will undoubtedly become the nourishment for Jiang Wu to regain his strength, and even ordinary lieutenant generals are not qualified to appear here. In addition to the four emperors and the navy, the king's Shichibukai also came. 5 people came to the Kabuhai under the king. Moonlight Mariah and Boya Hancock did not come. One was killed by Jiang Wu, and the other was kidnapped by Jiang Wu. In addition to being tyrannical, Jiang Wu was also a SP. It can be said that, allowing him to rule the world, he was definitely a tyrant. With such a large lineup, it can be said that Khan may not be able to survive it. Although Susanoo Buddha is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy. Once exhausted, Khan will be killed. However, with Khan's power, half of these people will die. Now, what will happen if the zombie Jiang Wu comes in? Uchiha Tomie came to Marineland early and spent 3 days to increase his strength. The physical strength of the natural Tomie is equivalent to the physical strength of the previous demon Tomie, but his recovery ability is worse than it, but the natural Tomie also has advantages, then it's about mobilizing the power of nature. It can be said that you don't need to perfect the power of the shining fruit, you can defeat the 6 paths in Naruto by using 1/10 of it. Even though Kizaru is a general, to be honest, he has not even used 1% of the power of the shining fruit. You must know that if a tiny grain of sand travels towards a planet at the speed of light, most planets will not be able to withstand its power and will be destroyed. The mass of an object will increase as its speed increases. That is to say, light itself has no mass. Its mass is 0, so it can reach the speed of light without causing any harm to humans and other objects. Harm. But using the shining fruit to generate energy bombs that fly at light speed is different. It can be said that the power of the shining fruit can be ranked in the top 3 among all devil fruits. Chapter 295 Battle. Warring states and others kept waiting, and they would eventually become impatient after waiting for a long time. The time and place were mentioned by Jiang Wu, but there was nothing they could do, because if they spread out, they would be caught in one fell swoop sooner or later. Jiang Wu is violent, but he is also a thief. He does not know how powerful the world government is, so he does not go to the Holy Land to wreak havoc, but specifically hunts down those strong people. Suddenly, the sky became gloomy, and the originally hot air became cold. This was the impact of zombies on the outside world. Jiang Wu was a zombie, not a vampire. In some worlds, there is a saying that once the drought demon appears, the land will be thousands of miles away, and in those worlds, the drought demon is the zombie king. Zombies have a great influence on the human world. Not to mention the fact that they suck blood, they themselves gather the evil spirit. Adults can't stand it if they stay around it for a long time, and their vitality, blood, and luck will be damaged. A zombie like Jiangwu had absorbed an unknown amount of blood. The aura around him was completely changed when he appeared. This was not his intention, and he couldn't even control it, because Jiangwu's strength improved too quickly. He couldn't use his power perfectly, so naturally he couldn't keep it within himself. It can be said that Jiangwu defeated Whitebeard and the others completely by relying on his strength. His skills were too shallow. Let alone perfect use of his own power, as long as he could use it 70% of the time, he would have killed all the 4 emperors long ago. Hooray! Jiangwu finally arrived, and the sky became extremely gloomy. Although Jiangwu is a zombie, he is no longer afraid of the sun. Only when he can move freely in the sun can he escape from the ranks of low-level zombies. Not bad, really good. Uchiha Tomie was very satisfied with this zombie body. He controlled the natural body of Tomie to transform into nature. With his method, these people could not find it. Uchiha Tomie knew that zombies had shortcomings, but it was different when this zombie was assimilated into Tomie. If other Fujiang feeds blood to the zombie continuously, then this zombie will definitely have several times or even 10 times the power of Fujiang. It can be said that as long as Fujiang is added, everything will become simpler. As for scions, every time they recover from the edge of death, their combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Combined with Tomie's physique, they can increase their strength without limit until they reach the limit of this physique. In fact, the scion Tomie really did this. Unfortunately, he was strong enough at that time and did not improve much, that is, his basic combat power doubled several times. This guy has become stronger again. He is really a monster. We must not let him suck blood to grow again. Marin Fando, a strong man who had fought against Jiangwu, became more determined to kill Jiangwu. Putting aside those vain words, let's talk about the most important point. If Jiangwu is not killed, there will be no place for them in the sea. Jiangwu is not ugly and irrational like those low-level zombies. He is dressed in black and exudes the aura of death. He seems to be going to end everything. It goes without saying that he is a proper villain. Jiangwu glanced at it and sneered, very good, very good. It saves me having to find you one by one. Whether it was the Navy or the pirates, their expressions immediately turned cold. This is too arrogant. To put it bluntly, if these people unite, they can carve up the world, and the world government is nothing. Kuzun, Porcelino, and Clark Dar are the main attackers, and the others will cooperate. Sakaski, Firefist Ace, and I will wait for the opportunity. Warring States said coldly, talking about the plan that was made from the beginning. In fact, this does not require a good battle plan, just a simple layout, and then it will be more about adapting to circumstances. Akiji, Clark Dar, and Kizaru quickly took action, and yellow sand, ice, and light bullets quickly attacked Jiangwu. Jiangwu stamped his feet, and powerful corpse energy exploded, instantly dispersing the 3 people's attacks. It seemed that he had indeed surpassed the level of the 4 emperors. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 2,865 words. You must know that there is a gap between the Yonko and the general, but it is not big. Generally speaking, any 4 emperor will lose 9 times out of 10 when fighting 2 generals. Although Jiangwu was tyrannical, he was not stupid. He instantly understood the Warring States' plan. He sneered in his heart, the natural element can reduce some of the damage from my corpse energy attack, so why send them to lead the charge? Are you keeping yourself, Akainu, and Ace because their abilities can restrain me? Thinking of this, Jiangwu sneered, it's a useless move. When the difference in strength is too big, any strategy becomes ridiculous. Jiangwu did not learn the power system of the pirate world. He relied on zombie fighting methods. His corpse energy can deal with the natural system, but the damage will be reduced. For example, with the same attack, the damage he inflicted on Garp and Whitebeard was 10, but the damage on the natural type was only 7 or 8, and the damage on Akainu and Ace was probably only 5 or 6. There is no need to talk about morality when dealing with this kind of monster, let's go together. Warring States said aloud. He knew that relying on Kizaru and the other three alone was simply not enough. Hawkeye, Shanks, Rayleigh and some lieutenant generals hurriedly launched slashes without carrying any haki. Others also used their own relatively powerful moves, but they all had something in common, that is, they did not carry domineering power. As long as they don't use their domineering power, the powerful attacks hitting the three of them will not hurt them, but will hurt Jiang Wu. This is why the Warring States period asked the three of Kizaru to be responsible for entangling Jiang Wu. With so many strong men taking action together, these dozens of powerful attacks are terrifying even if they don't carry domineering force. To put it bluntly, even the complete Susanoo would be shaken with many cracks in front of it, and the entire Susanoo would be disintegrated soon if not. With so many attacks, Akiji was directly blasted into countless ice cubes, Kizaru was turned into countless photons, and Clark Doll was directly turned into grains of sand. It can be said that if these attacks carry domineering energy, these three people will definitely die. At this time, a layer of armor appeared on Jiang Wu's body, which was made of highly condensed corpse energy. It was almost the same as Susanoo. Tomie Uchiha, who had temporarily transformed into nature, had a somewhat lower opinion of Jiang Wu. His battle response and control of corpse energy were not excellent. If he really wanted to comment, he felt that he was not as good as Khan. If Khan had a zombie body, Khan could definitely kill Jiang Wu in the same time. Boom. There was a loud bang and it hit the target. If it wasn't for being unable to dodge, how could Jiang Wu resist? Jiang Wu has indeed become stronger. According to the Hokage system, he has been promoted from the level of Eternal Madara to the level of Hashirama. However, according to his zombie characteristics, he must have surpassed Hashirama and has not reached the 6 levels, so Jiang Wu is not truly invincible. Of course, Jiang Wu may have reservations, and Uchiha Tomie's analysis is not 100% correct. Soon, the thick smoke dissipated, and the law of smoke and no harm did not apply at this time. Jiang Wu's corpse energy armor completely disappeared, leaving a foul-smelling black liquid in some parts of his body. He was injured, but the injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, in Uchiha Tomie's perception, some of his corpse energy was consumed, which was not without cost. Fire ring fire pillar. Big fire breathing. Buddha's shockwave. The 3 Warring States people also took action, and their attacks caused greater damage to the zombie Jiang Wu, because zombies belong to Yin, and Buddha's light, magma, and flame belong to Yang. Kizaru's shining fruit can restrain Jiang Wu, but it can't. Just Kizaru's level of development is not enough. It needs to be stronger. However, Warring States and others don't know. They can only judge from past experience, so Kizaru was not allowed to wait for an opportunity with them. Chapter 296 Powerful Zombies. At this time, Kizaru and the other 3 were far away from their elementalization. Now the Sengoku trio were attacking with domineering energy, and they were using their best moves. The move used to bombard Jiang Wu head-on is the Buddha's shockwave from the Warring States period. The shockwave is very powerful, and the most important thing is that it carries the power of Buddha's light. In fact, Uchiha Tomie doesn't understand how the world of pirates can have the power of Buddha, but if you think about it carefully, there are still monks in the world of Naruto. Hashirama's ultimate killing move is a giant Buddha. Under the influence of the Buddha's light during the Warring States period, Malin Fando's corpse energy declined, at least it was no longer so cold. Ace's attack also followed, and the burning flames flew into the sky. While in mid-air, they suddenly turned sharply downward and bombarded Jiang Wu straight away. Akainu's attack consists of lava forming a huge lava fist. This move simulates a volcanic eruption. The impact is powerful enough to instantly crush and evaporate large icebergs dozens of times larger than the giants. This attack hit Jiang Wu's back, and the 3 attacks perfectly blocked Jiang Wu, and the others were even more ready to attack. It's endless, isn't it? Jiang Wu actually didn't hide. If he dodged at this time, he could avoid 1 or 2 attacks. Even if the remaining attacks were somewhat restrained, he wouldn't be afraid. The furious Jiang Wu's corpse energy increased a bit, becoming more terrifying, and the corpse energy turned into spiral energy and rushed out. Jiang Wu finally showed his powerful side. The powerful spiral energy composed of corpse energy swept across all directions, and Ace's pillar of fire was directly extinguished. Akanu's giant magma fist shrunk by half, and the impact on Jiangwu's body was not painful or itchy. The power of Warring States' shockwave was also weakened by most. Jiangwu counterattacked with a backhand, directly sending Warring States flying. No matter how many ants there are, they are just ants. Jiangwu sneered, and quickly moved to Ace's side. He punched him so hard that his internal organs were about to break. If it weren't for the weakening of the natural element and the restraint of corpse energy by the flames, this punch could kill Ace instantly. Quick! Kizaru said urgently. He stopped paddling at this time, and fired countless light bullets. Don't you know what's going on now? If you paddle now, you will harm yourself. If this blood-sucking monster does not die, they will all die. The difference is early death and late death. Clark Doll and Aoki Pheasant also took action quickly, and Doflamingo even directly awakened his fruit, preparing to use threads to wrap around and restrain Jiangwu. Sometimes having more people is not a good thing, and you have to cooperate well. At least Shanks, Hawkeye, and others can't help at all at this time. Jiangwu ignored the attacks from Kizaru and the others as soon as he activated his corpse energy. He jumped into the air and then quickly punched. The powerful corpse energy turned into many fists and fell from the sky, bombarding Marine Fando's people indiscriminately. It would be better to cut off one of his fingers than to injure 10 of them. Jiangwu understood this truth, and now he had to clean up the trash fish first. Facing countless fists of corpse energy, everyone used their own special moves. Various energies continued to collide, and Malinfando began to shake. Even if they collided in the air, the energy reaction was too strong. Jiangwu sneered, "How long can you hold on?" The fist shadows were overwhelming, and there were more and more of them. Jiangwu had already left some blood in his body before setting off. This part of the blood was compressed and purified by him. It seemed small, but the effect was good. The reason why he didn't absorb the enhancement was because it couldn't increase his strength too much. Rather than doing so, it was better to use it to restore his corpse energy in injuries during battle. Boom! Boom! This powerful energy competition was evenly matched, and even Uchiha Tomie was a little surprised. It seemed that he underestimated the energy hidden in this zombie's body. But this guy is really not that powerful. The energy utilization rate of various attacks is too low, even worse than Kagaya Otsutsuki. This collision is depressing, because corpse energy is also death energy, and those with weaker strength can hardly hold on, not only the physical pressure, but also the oppression of the soul. Boom! 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 Bang bang bang! Tens of breaths later, many lieutenant generals were directly smashed into pulp by the fists of corpse energy. They were too weak. If it weren't for the help of others, they would have died long ago. Do your best. Do everything you can to please me. Mortals. Jiangwu laughed arrogantly, and the blood of the lieutenant generals who had turned into flesh was sucked into the sky by him. Jiangwu no longer waved his fist, but absorbed all the blood. It was really delicious blood. Yes. The blood of these Taishu generals boils with their own energy, and the blood effect of one person is equivalent to the effect of hundreds or thousands of ordinary people. In fact, there is a shortcut for Jiangwu to become stronger. He directly held Bai Xing hostage and asked her to summon a giant sea king, so that he could absorb enough of it, so that he could easily kill the general in 1 year. However, Jiangwu was unlucky enough. Bai Xing of this pirate world died in an accident when he was young. There is nothing strange about this. The so-called halo is all relative, even the protagonist's halo. In these worlds where immortality is impossible, no one can be the protagonist forever. Taking a step back, when the protagonist is killed, does it mean that the person who killed the protagonist becomes the new protagonist? One of the other pirate worlds Tomie has visited is very special. Roger in those worlds died at the hands of the Golden Lion, and the era of great pirates has not yet begun. Roger was dead, and Garp no longer had to chase him. He had one more powerful fighter, and Whitebeard was eventually killed. Therefore, there was no 4 emperors standing behind him, and the navy had been frightening the sea. Although pirates have always existed, they cannot threaten the Navy, let alone the world government. It can be said that if a certain node changes, there will be many more changes, thus affecting the pattern of the world. Fight it, either he dies or we die today. We have no way out. Whoever survives will be left to God. After Warring States finished speaking, a shockwave hit Jiang Wu in the sky. This time he did not hold back at all, and his fruit ability, Armed Color Hockey, and Overlord Color Hockey were all activated to the extreme. Others marveled at the power of Buddha's Warring States period, but also took action. It stands to reason that Doflamingo can cooperate with Jiang Wu. This guy can definitely overthrow the world government, but Doflamingo is more afraid that this monster will pretend to agree to cooperate, but in the end he will kill himself and swallow his own blood when they meet. Then, let's start with you. Black Wrist Zifa. Jiang Wu burst out with extreme speed. Except for Kizaru, who could barely keep up, the others couldn't keep up at all. Boom. Jiang Wu punched through Zifa's body. It was so sudden that no one expected it to happen. Zifa's arm quickly turned black, and his armed domineering force was pushed to the extreme. He used all his strength to swing his fist and hit Jiang Wu's head. Jiang Wu did not dodge or dodge, letting Zifa attack and speeding up the speed of absorbing Zifa's blood. The effect of Zifa's blood was at least as good as that of 5 ordinary lieutenant generals. This was because he was old. Black Wrist Zifa, nothing more than that. Jiang Wu quickly sucked up the blood. Of course, it would not be that fast to digest completely, so he could save it first. Jiang Wu finally used his advantage. This was how he should fight. He would grab one person and beat him violently until he was killed. Then he would switch to other people, and the blood absorbed would be enough to help him recover from his injuries. Just like just now, Jiang Wu was bombarded to the head by Zifa. Naturally, nothing happened. However, the zombie's body is already hard, and he is stronger than Zifa. If he couldn't die, it wouldn't be a big deal. He could just suck his blood and use it. Recover. Chapter 297 Crush. I'm here to buy you some time. After Marco finished speaking, he transformed into a phoenix and rushed out. The phoenix has a terrible recovery ability. He can guarantee that as long as he is not cuffed by the Sea Tower Stone, no one can kill him with one move. In addition to Marco's confidence in the fruit's ability, he also didn't know if the next person to die would be someone from the Whitebeard Pirates, so he had to come out to attract the attention of the monster Jiang Wu. Unforgivable. Akainu was angry, completely angry. Now that Zifa had not betrayed the Navy, he still had feelings for his mentor. The scorching magma spreads out with Akainu as the center. You must know that the temperature of the magma is thousands of thousands, which is much higher than the temperature of ordinary flames. At this time, except for the natural type, everyone else couldn't help but use Armed Color Hockey to resist the magma. The Armed Color Hockey directly covered the whole body and was not afraid of the magma for the time being. The powerful heat wave caused by the magma made Jiang Wu instinctively disgusted. He digested Zifa's blood energy and wrapped himself in corpse energy, which made him feel comfortable. Facing Marco, who was flying towards him, he turned around and penetrated Marco's body with his palm. Marco's expression changed drastically. It was true that he could recover from his injuries quickly, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be in pain. The flame on Marco's body is the resurrected green flame, which is used to restore his own injuries. It does not have offensive characteristics, so it cannot be used to attack Jiang Wu. You're very resistant to being beaten, aren't you? Let me see how resistant you are to being beaten. Jiang Wu pulled out the hand that penetrated Marco's chest. At this time, Akinu's lava had spread to his feet, and he didn't care. He grabbed Marco with both hands, and Marco couldn't resist the powerful force. He just grabbed Marco and smashed it to the ground fiercely. The ground was filled with lava. Marco was a pain in the ass. Boom, boom, boom. After grabbing Marco and hitting the lava-filled ground more than a dozen times, Jiang Wu immediately bombarded Marco with 7 or 8 punches, and Marco was quickly knocked away. At this time, countless magma rushed toward Jiang Wu, and others were also planning their ultimate move. They knew that ordinary attacks would not be effective. Akiji is a little embarrassed. Akainu's doing this affects his performance. If he fully activates the fruit's ability, it will affect each other. Jiang Wu gathered his corpse energy and was about to fight back. Suddenly, Jiang Wu's body trembled, his movement was interrupted, and Akanu's magma was also shot down. The four emperors, Sengoku, Doflamingo Dies, Katakuri, Rayleigh, Drago, and Dragon together released their overlord-colored domineering energy to suppress Jiang Wu. This world is a little different. Because he wanted to avenge Josie, Ace received extremely strict training from Whitebeard. His strength improved a lot, and he naturally mastered the domineering power. Long also appeared here. He came alone, without anyone from the Revolutionary Army. He thought that even if he died, the Revolutionary Army would not be completely hopeless. The overlord-colored domineering energy of 10 people combined is still very terrifying, and the effect is even better than before when everyone joined forces. Before, everyone joined forces, but their attacks were relatively scattered. This time, Sengoku and the others used overlord color hockey, but they suppressed Kon together. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 2,819 words. On the other side, Marco, who was knocked away, was about to die of pain. In the original work, Marco ignores Kizaru's ultimate move, which looks like a natural type, but is actually not the case. Marco has a physical body, but his wounds will be surrounded by resurrected blue flames and then regenerated, making the attack ineffective. However, regeneration has its limits, and it is not absolutely immune to injury. If the injury exceeds a certain level, he will die even in the fruit form. Now Marco is recovering from his injuries by reviving Qingyan, which is a bit slow. In addition to his serious injuries, his internal organs were bleeding profusely and his bones were all broken. It was also because Jiang Wu's corpse energy was preventing him from recovering. Fortunately, the resurrection green flame has a trace of flame properties after all, which has eliminated the influence of the corpse energy, and the injury is slowly recovering. Careless. Marco whispered, he felt that if Jiang Wu didn't care about other people and didn't want to waste too much time on him, he would definitely be beaten to death by him, even if he was in the Phoenix state. The 10 people from the Warring States period suppressed Jiang Wu with their full-force domineering energy for a few seconds. Qing Pheasant instantly activated his strongest freezing power, freezing Jiang Wu for a while. Even if there was lava underneath, it could not affect Qing Pheasant's freezing ability. Now everyone focused on their strongest long-range attack methods. Click. Boom. Boom. The clicking sound is the sound of ice breaking, and the booming sound is the sound of everyone's moves hitting. This attack carried domineering energy, and the damage dealt was much greater than the last time. This time Jiang Wu was not only injured and bleeding black liquid, but also some of the flesh on his body had disappeared. This guy's body is too terrifying. Even such a powerful force can't kill him. Kaido, a person who likes to commit suicide, was speechless. He always thought that his body was very hard, but compared with his opponent, it was nothing. You are seeking death. Today, none of you can even hope to survive. Jiang Wu spoke word by word. As he spoke, Marin Fando, who had been washed away by the Buddha's light and magma with a lot of evil spirit, returned to a gloomy state. Dark clouds began to appear. This was a critical point where the evil energy had reached a critical point. The situation was not good. Jiang Wu was an embarrassment when he traveled through time, but he never suffered such serious injuries. This was unacceptable to the violent and emotional Jiang Wu. The blood stored in his body began to be consumed, his injuries recovered rapidly, and his strength was slowly increasing. Roar! Jiang Wu roared. He showed his zombie teeth and his appearance became uglier, but his strength was improved and he became a zombie. Jiang Wu's figure flashed, and the combined suppression of Overlord's domineering power was no longer effective on him. Garp's face was a little ugly, because he saw Jiang Wu coming towards him, and he could only raise his invincible iron fist. Boom! Jiang Wu also punched, and with one punch, the arm of Garp, the naval hero, was crippled. Next, Jiang Wu was like a god descending to earth, punching a child. No matter if you are the 4 emperors, generals or others, you will either die or be seriously injured with one punch. This time, unlike when he killed Zifa, Jiang Wu struck quickly instead of rushing to absorb the blood. Strong, too strong, this is absolutely invincible power. Uchiha Tomie finally figured out that Jiangwu, a zombie, also had his own taboo moves. Not only was it as simple as corpse transformation, but there was also an instant extreme explosion, which increased Jiangwu's strength several times. However, Uchiha Tomie still felt that the technique was too rough, and he could do better in his place. Jiangwu's extreme burst was powerful, but the price was that the blood stored in his body was rapidly depleted. But he didn't care. As long as he could win this time, nothing could stop him. Jiangwu, who was already half as strong as the four emperors, exploded. He was invincible in the world of pirates. Soon, the trash was cleared away, and except for Marco, everyone else who did not have the fighting power of a general died. Even people at the level of generals and four emperors felt uncomfortable. Garp had his arm broken, and Hawkeye's black sword was directly blown to pieces. The worst of all was Big Mom and Rayleigh, who were killed directly. Uchiha Tomie thought about it. If Jiangwu were to absorb the blood of these people to increase his strength, it would probably take a lot more effort just based on the strength of this body. Chapter 298 Fu Jiang vs. Zombie. Only when the world comes to an end will the savior appear. Now, the savior Tomie is coming. To be precise, he can only be regarded as the savior. Only those who successfully save the world from disaster can be called saviors. Apart from that, all others are false claims and the flattery of others. If Fu Jiang had not come to this world, given Jiangwu's level of violence, it would not be impossible for half of the people in this world to die. That is to say, Jiangwu did not go crazy and transform other people into zombies, otherwise the world would be even more chaotic. Warring states and other people who were still alive were completely desperate. They were not on the same level at all. The gap could not be made up by the number of people. Even if there were 10 times more people on their side, they would not be his opponent. There is no hope for this world. Garp was devastated because Ace, Crane, and Zifa died in front of him, but he could do nothing. The others did not refute. It stands to reason that they, the domineering masters, would move forward indomitably and believe in the belief that they are invincible. But witnessing the deaths of familiar figures and equally powerful beings, all my confidence was shattered to pieces. Even Ing Yen, who practiced swordsmanship, watched the Wushang sword being blown to pieces, and his sword heart was inevitably shaken. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha ha. Jiangwu smiled wildly. He could maintain this form for a while, but Garp and others couldn't hold on anymore. The admirals and the four emperors are all happy. Has anyone ever told you that your voice sounds terrible? A voice sounded out of thin air behind Jiangwu. Jiangwu couldn't help but be shocked. How could someone appear quietly behind him? Jiangwu turned around and suddenly saw Uchiha Tomie. He was stunned. It wasn't an illusion. There was really someone. Was it a devil fruit ability? Jiangwu did not believe that there were many people in this world who were better than him, and that he was invincible. Sengoku, Whitebeard and others were happy at first, and then looked sad. At this time, no devil fruit power could turn defeat into victory. Uchiha Tomie reached Sengoku and others in a blink of an eye, and fired out the power of Yang with his hand. Their injuries recovered quickly, but the power of Yang was not enough to help Garp recover his broken arm. Jiangwu became serious. This person should not be underestimated. This speed should not be underestimated. It was a little faster than Kizaru. With this treatment method, it was really terrifying. It's rare to see a fellow as cruel as you. When Jiangwu was about to ask Uchiha Tomie if he was the secret weapon of the world government, Uchiha Tomie spoke up, and his expression changed drastically. However, Uchiha Tomie was telling the truth. He had seen many time travelers, almost none of whom were virgins. Most of them were egoists, but they could not be said to be cruel. Jiangwu was different. He could obviously choose other tactful methods, but he chose the most extreme one. It can only be said that he is a violent person from the bottom of his heart. This has nothing to do with whether he is a zombie or not. Jiangwu snorted coldly, "Fellow? I want to see how powerful you are." After Jiangwu finished speaking, the color of heaven and earth changed instantly. The majestic corpse energy squeezed towards Uchiha Tomie like a sea, and the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. Sengoku, Shanks and others, who had returned to their peak form, were so overwhelmed that they could barely breathe. The abyss-like aura suppressed them, making it difficult for them to take action. This is Jiang Wu's true power. The power to instantly kill Doflamingo and Rayleigh just now is nothing at all. It's like an adult beating a child. How can he use his full strength? This corpse aura was so strong that Uchiha Tomie suspected that if someone like Ace was still alive, he might not even be able to transform into elements under this suppression. I'm not very strong, just a little better than you. Uchiha Tomie directly merged with nature and transformed into flames. In an instant, the temperature of the flames covering Marine Fando increased rapidly. The 1,000 degrees of magma was just the beginning. The temperature of this flame quickly reaches 3,000 degrees, which is much higher than magma. You must know that the maximum temperature of magma is 1,400 degrees, and some are only 900 degrees. 3,000 degrees is too hot, and the current Malin Vando is so hot that it will burst. For a moment, an extremely strange scene appeared in Marine Fando. Jiang Wu's side was extremely gloomy and cold, while Uchiha Tomie's side was hot enough to burn everything. Even Akainu, a rockberry fruit user, had to use his domineering energy to resist the heat of the fire, otherwise he, a rockberry fruit user, would be burned. Kizaru is the easiest one, because this is pure heat, without domineering, he can be transformed into elements, and he is not afraid of high temperatures, but Akiji is miserable. Jump up quickly. Marco and Kaido spoke quickly, one turned into a phoenix, and the other turned into a dragon, flying in the sky. Garp and other marines can moonwalk, but there is no comfort in standing on someone else's body, and not everyone on the pirate side can fly. So Sengoku, Shanks and others jumped on Kaido and Marco respectively. There were more people on Kaido and he was bigger. The two of them flew high in the sky, carrying everyone to watch the battle, so they were less affected. Even so, the competition still made them panic. Hoo ho ho! Hoo ho ho! The flames filled the air instantly. When Uchiha Tomie saw Marco and others leaving wisely, he turned on the fire and the temperature of the flames became higher. To be honest, they would just be in the way if they stayed to help. Jiang Wu frowned, and the corpse energy broke out again, becoming even more terrifying. The flames shrank a little, and everyone in the sky was trembling. This is normal. Even if Uchiha Tomie's skills are perfect and his level is higher than Jiang Wu, but really speaking, if Tomie's body is naturally used by people in the pirate world, it will be at the level of a quasi-general at most. It is incredible that Uchiha Tomie can now explode with combat power that surpasses the Yonko. Jiang Wu had the upper hand and immediately sneered, even if you are my fellow countrymen, you still have to die. No, just because you are my fellow countrymen, anyone can live, but you must die. Jiang Wu looks like a villain, but he is also a very low-level villain. Compared with him, Blackbeard is even more perfect than him. Uchiha Tomie did not panic because he was suppressed. He chuckled and said, "Don't bluff, that will only show your weakness." As he spoke, the flames covering half of Marine Evander turned into a roaring dragon. There was no one left in Malin Fando. The Warring States period had long since relocated Malin Fando's navy. Originally, he thought that he had a 50-50 chance of winning, so he couldn't leave anyone behind, otherwise he would be affected by the battle and die. Warring States was right about this, but he didn't expect Jiang Wu to be so strong. Now Marin Fando is in danger due to the confrontation between Fujiang and Jiang Wu's momentum. To be honest, the pirate world is indeed a paradise for zombies and vampires. Especially for time travelers, as long as they plan properly, if they become stronger, not only to control the White Star, but also to pretend to imprison a wave of people in Impel City and absorb the blood of the prisoners in Impel City, it will be strange that their strength will not increase significantly. Chapter 299 The Mysterious Bomb shows its power. Zombies are disgusted by flames, let alone Uchiha Tomie who controls flames with such a high temperature. Jiang Wu pushed with both palms, and an endless stream of black dragons rushed out. These were the final dragons that represented the energy of death. Each one had the power to kill the 4 emperors instantly. Uchiha Tomie controls the fire of heaven and earth, and the dragons of flames are endless. In terms of strength, his dragons are not as good as Jiang Wu, so they can only win by quantity. The natural type Tomie's body he occupies does not have the ability to burn the fruit, but there is not much difference between the rockberry fruit and the burning fruit for people like him. Once he transforms into nature, he can continuously absorb the fire attribute energy between heaven and earth. Uchiha Tomie now relies on the power of the devil fruit, but he does not rely entirely on it. Even without the devil fruit, he can still use this powerful attack, but it is not so easy to use and cannot last for long. In the constant collision, Malinfando finally sank. This is a battle beyond the level of the Yonko. Compared with the previous battle with Kon, the energy of this battle escapes faster. Even if Marinavando sinks, it won't affect the battle between a man and a zombie. Both guys can fly. I am heaven and earth are me. If you are an enemy of me, you are an enemy of this heaven and earth. You have no chance of winning. Tomie Uchiha said loudly. The number of flaming dragons was increasing, and they surrounded Jiang Wu from all directions. Integrating into nature is not without cost. For ordinary people, they have to be careful, otherwise they will be assimilated by nature. However, Tomie does not have such worries. He would be merciful if he does not assimilate to this world. That is to say, this body is too weak. Even if it squeezes its own extraordinary performance, it will only be so. If it can reach the level of the four emperors, Uchiha Tomie is sure to crush Jiang Wu. Warring states and others watched the battle. They didn't know how Fu Jiang practiced. He was too strong. Whitebeard even asked, "Do your navy know this guy?" "I have no impression at all." Sengoku, Akainu, and other marines thought carefully, but they were really not impressed. If nothing else, just this face, if you have seen it before, you will definitely be impressed. "I haven't seen it, I have no impression." Warring states and others all shook their heads. An organization as large as the Navy did not have information about this person. So where did this guy come from? Did the monster Jiang Wu appear out of thin air? Kaido and others also expressed that they had no impression. This is impossible. There can't be a strong person that all of them don't recognize. Long suddenly said, "Could this be a secret weapon cultivated by the world government?" Warring states analyzed it carefully and found that he did tell Wuloxing about this operation, and Wuloxing also agreed, but Wuloxing didn't say he would send anyone over. Warring states said, "No, the world government is not yet capable of this." Warring states thinks that they know the 5 old stars well. If they had such a trump card, they would not agree to build the Kibuhai under the king. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 2,538 words. Kaido sneered, "That's right. If the world government has subordinates of this level, how can it allow the 4 emperors to exist?" After saying that, Kaido felt a little melancholy. What a bullshit Yonko, what the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, they are nothing in front of this kind of power. Others were also very melancholy. They wanted Uchiha Tomie to win, but they didn't want him to win. In their opinion, it would be best if both sides suffered losses. Jiang Wu, who was surrounded by the flaming dragon, was a little impatient. This was very draining, and he could feel the blood stored in his body draining rapidly. Another point is that the bodies of Doflamingo, Bista and others he killed were all turned to ashes in the fire, and he didn't have time to suck their blood. "You're careless, you're too careless, you shouldn't be so complacent, and this guy is also at fault." Thinking of this, Jiang Wu became irritable. He was a guy who couldn't keep his temper. Jiang Wu said coldly, "I really thought I couldn't do anything to you." Jiang Wu unfolded the corpse energy armor again. For zombies, corpse energy attacks are just one of them. The real danger is the indestructible body. Boom. 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 Jiang Wu moved quickly and punched a fire dragon. Although he would suffer some damage, he didn't care. Jiang Wu quickly reached Tomie Uchiha, and hundreds of fire dragons could not stop him. He had a sinister smile on his face, because he realized that this guy was fragile. Although he had some strong spell attacks, he was not as good as Kaido in terms of his physical body. Don't ask him how he knew it. He was a zombie, so how could he not know the blood energy in living things? Boom. Jiang Wu punched Uchiha Tomie through the chest, and his heart was shattered. Uchiha Tomie has long understood Jiang Wu's thoughts. After all, who is he? He is stronger than the heavenly Tao of the One Piece multiverse. But now he is just projecting a thought, and this body is not very strong. Although he has insight, he cannot avoid it, which is the same as the two pillars in the original Naruto story being kicked away by Rock Lee when they activated their Sharingan. Jiang Wu shattered Fu Zhang's heart and thought he had one. He was very angry and said quickly, "This is the fate of being my enemy." He spoke very quickly, fearing that Fu Jiang would die and not be heard. Uchiha Tomie sneered, "It's too early for you to be proud. Have you ever heard of Ultra Bomb?" Jiang Wu was shocked, he knew about the Ultra Bomb. This is Ultra Old Six Tailor's move. He didn't know if this guy could use an Ultra Bomb, but this guy definitely wanted to blow himself up. Bang! Fu Jiang exploded, and Jiang Wu had no time to escape. Uchiha had long understood Jiang Wu's thoughts, and was ready to use the Ultra Bomb when he knew he couldn't dodge it. He said the Ultra Bomb just now was to scare Jiang Wu. There are many versions of the secret bomb. Most of the tricks in this series were developed by Tomie Kawakami's split body. However, even the original version of the secret bomb is powerful enough to severely injure Jiang Wu. The flames quickly swept out with Uchiha Tomie as the center. Kaido and Marco immediately flew upwards. Although this was not directed at them, they felt the threat of death. The flames continued to sweep across and quickly reached 10 kilometers away. This force was so powerful that even the sea water was evaporated. In the face of this power, everything like the perfect Susanoo and the Senju Buddha are bullshit and will be reduced to ashes in an instant. After tens of seconds, the flames completely disappeared, but the air here was extremely hot, and the seawater more than 10 kilometers nearby was also extremely hot, like boiling water. Marco and others who were originally in the air all fell into the water and were all severely injured by this force. Even if it is not specifically aimed at them, this power is too strong. Let alone them, even the Six Paths Naruto in the original book will have to kneel when he comes, and the Six Paths Madara will not die because of the physique of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Aoki used his limited power to freeze part of the sea, and the people who were standing with him on Marco were all frozen. However, this ice cannot last long, because the sea water nearby turns into boiling hot water. Everyone on Kaido's side fell into the sea, and those without abilities did not save the ones with abilities, so they hurried to the ice made by Akiji to adjust their condition. Chapter 300. Boom. 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 A strong heart beats, and it exudes a strong aura of death. This is Jiang Wu's heart. It stands to reason that zombies are transformed from corpses. They seem to be alive, but in fact they are just living corpses without a heartbeat. Jiang Wu was different. He was about to reach the point where the Yin pole generated yang and turned death into life, so his heart resumed beating. Not all zombies are like this, but the zombies in the world before Jiang Wu traveled through are like this. Boom. A powerful energy burst out suddenly, and his heart squirmed rapidly. Soon, Jiang Wu was resurrected, but his aura dropped a lot, and he fell to the level of only the 4 emperors. Fortunately, some blood energy was transferred to the heart at the critical moment, but I won in the end, ha 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 ha. From now on, I am the king of this world, the unique zombie king. Jiang Wu laughed, even if he was a fellow countryman, he was the strongest. Although his strength has declined, it can be restored by sucking some blood, and it doesn't take a lot. He is restoring strength rather than improving it. Green Pheasant and the others on the ice were confused when they heard the laughter. No way. Survived an explosion of this magnitude. Yubo alone severely damaged the 4 emperors and generals. They could not imagine how terrifying the power at the center of the explosion was. Although this power does not contain domineering energy, when the energy reaches an extreme, it can hurt natural fluids. Hooray! A small pillar of fire suddenly enveloped Jiang Wu, burning him continuously. You're so happy, I'm not dead yet. Many flames condensed in front of Jiang Wu, and finally transformed into Uchiha Tomie. That's right, with Uchiha Tomie's ability, if he really uses the secret bomb, then Jiang Wu will definitely die. This is not what he wants to see. So he slightly weakened the power of the secret bomb, and the side effects were correspondingly reduced. Qingji and others were even more shocked, What kind of monsters are these? At the same time, they were completely desperate. If these two people fought, they would not be able to resist Yubo. They had no strength. It's really shocking. An absolute monster. Countless light particles condensed on the ice to form Kizaru, and he still looked like he needed a beating. Kizaru is a user with the flash fruit ability. No one can be as fast as him under extreme bursts, so he ran the farthest and suffered relatively minor injuries. Of course, it is relatively light. When it comes to fighting, it can barely cope with ordinary lieutenant generals. Drink. Jiang Wu, who was wrapped in flames, shouted violently, and the flames quickly disappeared. Jiang Wu didn't fight back immediately, and Uchiha Tomie didn't take action immediately. Both of them were weak, but Tomie was weaker. But Jiang Wu is afraid. He was afraid that this guy would explode again, in which case he might not be able to survive again. Uchiha Tomie was also happy to stand in a stalemate, and the injuries on his body recovered quickly. Jiang Wu immediately sensed that something was wrong. In his perception, Uchiha Tomie's blood energy was at a critical stage. How could he recover 3 or 4% of it in just a short time? Super speed regeneration. Jiang Wu's face was ugly. After uttering these 4 words, he immediately turned around and flew away, leaving the green mountains behind and not worrying about running out of firewood. Tomie Uchiha did not pursue him immediately. After 15 seconds, Jiang Wu had fled far away, but his injuries had fully recovered. With just a chirp, Tomie Uchiha turned into a golden light, traveling 10,000 meters in an instant, and caught up with Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu looked at the shining golden Uchiha Tomie, and his face turned dark. This was clearly the ability of the shining fruit. This is Kizaru's ability, but Kizaru is still alive. How could this guy have it? This guy can't be a dual fruit or even multi-fruit ability user. The fire of that level just now can't be the power of the natural devil fruit awakening. Jiang Wu had some guesses in his mind, and the more he guessed, the more desperate he became. Because the fellow opposite is likely to have a system, and he is only a zombie bloodline, how can he be such a stupid opponent? Even if he is temporarily suppressed, he will soon be counterattacked. As a time traveler, Jiang Wu knew very well how perverted the system was. Some were fine, but some directly signed in and clocked in, and their power increased rapidly. How could he be his opponent? You don't even dare to kill the fish and break the net. What a waste. Uchiha Tomie was very disdainful of Jiang Wu's performance. With this kind of mentality, he was among the bottom 3 time travelers he had seen. As soon as Fu Jiang raised his hand, light suddenly shone, and golden light enveloped the world. The golden light was so bright that even Aoki Pheasant and the others on the other side of Malinfando could see it. The golden light spread across the entire space, constantly compressing and squeezing Jiang Wu. Unlike Kizaru's light, which is somewhat scattered, Tomie directly merges with the world and uses his most original power. These lights also have a restraining effect on zombies. Sizzle. Sizzle. Jiang Wu in the center of the light was constantly emitting thick black smoke, and the corpse energy on his body was melting. These lights did not kill him directly, but washed away his corpse energy, causing his strength to continue to decline. For zombies, even if they lose all their corpse energy, they will only lose their consciousness and ability to move. As long as the corpse is not destroyed, they will one day make a comeback. Jiang Wu, who only had the power of the 4 emperors, could not break through the golden light at all. He kept roaring, but to no avail. As the corpse energy decreased and his strength continued to decline, Jiang Wu even lost the ability to fly. If the golden light hadn't compressed and wrapped him, he would have fallen directly into the sea. Uchiha Tomie slowly weakened the power of the golden light. He had some guesses about the characteristics of the zombies, but he did not dare to bet. Jiang Wu's death would not do him any good. After most of the golden light in the sky dissipated, Jiang Wu's strength dropped to the point where he was not even as good as a major general. Let me go. I am willing to surrender to you. I am very useful. Jiang Wu began to beg for mercy, which looked really ugly. Uchiha Tomie was even more disdainful when he saw this. It was just good luck for this kind of guy to grow to this point. This is indeed a dimensionality reduction blow. If Fu Jiang hadn't arrived and Jiang Wu had continued to absorb the blood of the strong men in this world, he would have been able to match or even be stronger than the 6-path strong men in Naruto. Seeing that begging for mercy was in vain, Jiang Wu began to curse. What a pity. No matter how much he scolded him, it was useless. His corpse energy continued to weaken. In the end, the corpse energy was very insignificant, and he was only a little stronger than ordinary people. Any naval soldier was stronger than him. Interesting. No wonder you can survive the weak period. Uchiha Tomie looked at Jiang Wu, who was still cursing and couldn't help but said, "This guy is so weak and still retains his wisdom. This is not an ordinary zombie." The golden light that restrained Jiang Wu at this time was just ordinary light particles and would not restrain Jiang Wu. After all, as it washed away, his corpse energy was completely gone. "What do you want to do?" Jiang Wu said feebly. He had been weak to the extreme, and he could also see that this fellow seemed to be plotting something. But he is a zombie and has no soul. Others cannot take him away. Chapter 301 Zombie Fu Jiang. Uchiha Tomie looked at Jiang Wu with a smile, and soon Jiang Wu was no longer Jiang Wu. Although even if you assimilate Jiang Wu, it won't be of much help in exploring other worlds, but you always need to have some fun in life. For the boring Uchiha Tomie, apart from appearing in public, his only interest is collecting. Just hearing a bang, a shadow clone appeared. The shadow clone made a strange gesture and pointed it at Jiang Wu. It soon turned into a burst of energy and penetrated into Jiang Wu's body, and the wandering soul technique was activated. The now weak Jiang Wu was unable to resist at all. Let alone at his peak, even if he had the strength of a general, he could quickly force the shadow clone out. After all, it was just a shadow clone. Uchiha Tomie waved his hand, and all kinds of restraints were released, but Jiang Wu also fell down. The shadow clone immediately took over Jiang Wu's body, made a pair of natural wings, and quickly flew in front of Uchiha Tomie. Uchiha Tomie stretched out his hand, and the shadow clone unceremoniously controlled Jiang Wu to bite Uchiha Tomie's hand. Jiang Wu, who lost control, sneered again and again. "Although I don't know what you are thinking, you are really smart. By absorbing your blood, I will not only recover, but maybe I can reach a higher level." Squeak. 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 Jiang Wu's body continued to absorb Fu Jiang's blood. As soon as the blood entered the body, it was quickly transformed, and Jiang Wu's corpse energy increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. The corpse's temperature nourishes the corpse's veins and strengthens the body in all aspects. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 3084 words. A minute passed, and Jiang Wu returned to brigadier level strength. He had to do it step by step. Moreover, the injury was unexpectedly serious. Not only was the superficial strength lost, but the original corpse energy was also damaged. 3 minutes later, Jiang Wu's strength returned to the lieutenant general level. As his strength recovered, the speed of absorbing and digesting blood energy also increased. At this time, Jiang Wu felt dizzy. He felt as if his body was about to be taken away from him. It was the real kind of body snatching. What was going on? 5 minutes passed, and the shadow clone stopped controlling Jiang Wu's body, and his power returned to the level of the 4 emperors. At this time, Jiang Wu's body no longer belonged to Jiang Wu, and the assimilation was completely completed. The shadow clone has completely taken over the zombie body and turned into the new zombie Tomie. Jiang Wu's hard power is much stronger than that of Tomie of the natural type. If it weren't for Uchiha Tomie's control, Tomie of the natural type would not be Jiang Wu's opponent, so it would not be so fast to assimilate him into Tomie. However, Uchiha Tomie directly defeated Jiang Wu, continuously infusing Tomie's blood into his body, and adding a shadow clone to occupy this body. It was easy to change him into Tomie's shape. In 5 minutes, zombie Fu Jiang completely accepted everything about Jiang Wu, including his memories. This kind of stuff really embarrasses the time travelers. Zombie Fu Jiang was very disdainful after reading through his memories, because Jiang Wu was such a waste. It can be said that he is a person with almost no merits, whether before or after time travel, and every time there is a problem, he only looks for problems in others, and basically does not self-reflect on whether he is wrong. But zombie Tomie also has an embarrassing problem. Jiang Wu has a harem and collected many beauties, including Hancock, Mamoru, Yamato, and Nami. These are the characters with names and surnames in the original work. He also collected quite a few of the characters with no names, no surnames, and good looks in the original work. It is a proper erotic collection. Uchiha Tomie asked, "What does it feel like to become a zombie?" Zombie Tomie is different from other Tomies in that he is an assimilated body, but he is also an existence born from the shadow clone of Uchiha Tomie combined with Tomie's blood. His innate starting point is much higher than that of the demon Tomie. If demon Tomie and nature Tomie were not controlled by Uchiha Tomie, their combat power would not be that strong. They would have to practice deep cultivation to digest the many secret techniques in Tomie's mind. But zombie Tomie is different. Part of him is made up of shadow clones, so he has Uchiha Tomie's true understanding. His control over various secret techniques is the same as Uchiha Tomie. Facing Uchiha Tomie's inquiry, zombie Tomie no longer thinks about those embarrassing things. He will talk about these later, and now he can fully appreciate the power of zombies. More than 10 seconds later, zombie Fujiang said, "The body and soul are completely mixed together. It can be said that the soul and body are one." This situation is a bit similar to the legendary Wu clan. Even with Fujiang's special characteristics, I can't do it now. Make it possible for the soul to leave the body. However, one thing that zombie Tomie finds very strange is that although he cannot leave his body and cannot even use soul and mystery bombs and soul storms, it does not affect his ability to perceive. Also, his soul damage resistance has not been weakened because he is a zombie. On the contrary, his soul and body are one, and his soul is his body. Simply using soul attacks is useless to him. However, if his body is destroyed, he will die completely, unlike other cultivators who can escape from the body. Uchiha Tomie said he understood the situation, and then let the zombie Tomie continue to suck blood and become stronger. Just after 5 minutes of sucking, the amount of blood sucked was equivalent to 3 times the amount of blood in the natural system Fujiang's body. This is not Uchiha Tomie's body. Uchiha Tomie's body is in the Naruto multiverse. If he absorbs the blood of Uchiha Tomie himself, the zombie Tomie can easily surpass the 6 levels, and then skyrocket, easily surpassing the heaven of the One Piece multiverse. Soon after another 5 minutes, zombie Fujiang's momentum became very terrifying. The surrounding sea area became gloomy and filled with corpse energy. Unlike the previous 5 minutes when he only absorbed 2 natural-type Fujiang's blood, this time he absorbed 20. You must know that the regeneration speed of Fujiang is very fast. It can take at most 2 minutes to completely recover from a residual soul and restore its own blood. It is estimated that it can be fully restored in 10 seconds. Natural Tomie's blood energy is about the same level as that of Peach Rabbit and Doflamingo. The amount of blood that zombie Tomie sucked back and forth is almost equal to the blood of 22 Peach Rabbits. Now the wound of the original corpse energy is completely healed. His strength has also been fully restored and stronger, and he once again has the power to crush the 4 emperors. Zombie Tomie did not stop sucking blood. This was far from reaching the limit. As long as there was a lot of blood at the level of a quasi-general, it would still be helpful to him, and even an ordinary lieutenant general could do it. In the next few hours, the zombies sucked blood at the speed of 5 parts of natural Fujiang's blood energy per minute, and the sea area here became increasingly gloomy, which made Akiji and others in the marine Fando Sea area extremely desperate. Akiji and others used a phone bug to contact the navy of the Shampoo Islands. Now they are supported by Akiji's ice. Even Kizaru cannot leave because Kizaru cannot fly long distances and light will scatter. And his injuries are not serious. His injuries are only compared to those of Qingji and others, but in fact they are still very serious. It would be great if Bartholomew Bear was alive and could use his ability to shoot people away, but he was killed in the previous battle. He was the first to be killed in the Shichibukai because Jiang Wu he has been targeted for a long time. Chapter 302 Killing Marie Joa. After sucking blood continuously for several hours, zombie Tomie's strength can completely match the 6 levels of Naruto World, and even at this level, he is an upper middle level existence. It can be said that the growth of zombies in the early and mid-term is really terrifying. It stands to reason that the blood of a giant Neptune is more useful. Think about how much blood a Neptune a few hundred meters tall has on its body. It is much more than that of a human being. But this is not the case. It can only be said that the intensity and purity of blood energy are different. Uchiha Tomie didn't care about this world anymore, and went directly back to the demon Tomie. Naturally, Tomie and the zombie Tomie could easily handle the matter here. Zombie Fujian restrained his corpse energy, and then said, "It really needs to be dealt with. Sengoku and Whitebeard will leave it to you." After zombie Tomie finished speaking, he flew at several times the speed of sound. His destination was a desert island with the beauties hidden by Jiang Musashi on it, and more importantly, there was a zombie on it. That's right, Jiang Wu turned the Hancock of this world into a zombie before setting off. This was Jiang Wu's backup plan. He felt that if he died, Hancock, who hated the celestial dragons, would definitely continue to drink blood and become stronger to overthrow the rule of the world government and turn the world upside down. Jiang Wu is an out-and-out lunatic who doesn't see good things in others. He is a little man who has lost his luck and is a complete villain. Of course, Jiang Wu is not a fool. If he can go back alive, he is not afraid of Hancock's rebellion after he becomes stronger, because Hancock's zombie blood was given to him and he can take it back at any time. It's not that being bitten by a zombie will 100% turn into a zombie. Fu Jiang doesn't know what the situation is in other worlds, but Fu Jiang knows what Jiang Wu is like as a zombie. When Jiang Wu bites someone, he can turn the person into a zombie by injecting zombie blood. However, Hancock was valued by Jiang Wu and injected his heart's blood. In all the universes, people's physiques cannot be generalized, and the same goes for zombies. In some worlds, zombies can slowly infect others by scratching them and turn them into zombies, but zombies like Jiang Wu can't do this, and they have sanity even when they are weak. Zombie Tomie is temporarily useless. His real use is the fusion of the pirate multiverse and the Naruto multiverse, so that he can absorb the blood of Uchiha Tomie and others to quickly become stronger. After becoming stronger, he drives the fused Naruto and pirates multiverses to become stronger, and the strengthening of the universe will drive other Tomies to become stronger, and he can suck the blood of other Tomies to become stronger, and this cycle is stuck. Although zombie Fujiang and other Fujiangs can also get bugs without zombie Fujiang, the time cost is too high. Zombie Fujiang can become stronger by sucking blood. This is so simple and fast. In another pirate world, just a few hours after the demon Tomie took over the body, Uchiha Tomie returned, but he did not dare to say anything. There are now more than 30 Tomie who have invaded the One Piece multiverse, but not every one of these 30 pirate worlds has a time traveler. Let's just say that the world where Roger died at the hands of the Golden Lion has no time travelers. As for other pirate worlds where there are time travelers, not all of them have golden fingers, and some have to work hard on their own to practice step by step. However, Tomie and others think the most ridiculous thing is that some time travelers clearly don't have golden fingers, but they can take over strong men such as Ace, Kaido, and Akainu who were at their peak. Having said that, even those with golden fingers, even if they have abilities from other worlds, most of them are the abilities of Hokage and Shinigami, these Tomie people have them. In short, the revolution has not yet succeeded, and everything still needs to be worked hard. Soon, 2 days passed, and Uchiha Tomie arrived at the Holy Land Marijoa. In fact, it didn't take that long. Marinafando was not particularly far from the Holy Land, but Uchiha Tomie went to play in other pirate worlds, and Demon Tomie was not very concerned about the journey. Marijoa is the location of the headquarters of the world government. Many celestial dragons live here. It can be said that this is the most prosperous place in the pirate world, and it is also the dirtiest place. However, there is something wrong with the current atmosphere in Marijoa, and there are no celestial dragons to be seen on the road. Uchiha Tomie, who was flying in the air, didn't know so much. He directly locked the position of the 5 old stars and flew towards them. Uchiha Tomie has never seen the 5 old stars and does not know their auras, but using his perception ability to cover the entire Marijoa, the 5 powerful auras gathered together are undoubtedly the 5 old stars. Suddenly, more than a dozen agents in black used moon steps to walk in the air, locking Fujian together. The 5 old stars have been prepared for a long time. With the background of the world government, it is impossible not to know about the agreement between the Navy and Tomie. It is impossible for the Navy to not have people from the world government. It is impossible for a general to be a general, but a lieutenant general and a rear admiral can also know what the situation in Marineford was 2 days ago. Wulaoxing made arrangements and even removed people from all over the world, but how could they be as fast as Fujian? Especially after the Navy disobeys, the world government will not have much available powerful combat power. It can be said that the Navy occupies at least 1/3 of the world government's power. This loss is very serious. I'm here to kill the 5 old stars, anyone who stands in my way will die. Uchiha Tomie's voice was not loud, but everyone in the Holy Land heard it. The agents in black knew what a terrifying existence they were facing, but they had no choice. Court death. Uchiha Tomie directly used Soul Storm, and the souls of these agents were wiped out instantly. The soul died and the body quickly fell to the ground, which shocked the commander-in-chief of the army who had just arrived. He was a naval marshal before the Warring States period. There is no doubt that he has at least admiral-level combat power and can even rival the 4 emperors. But he didn't think he could kill those dozen agents instantly. Those were all elites secretly trained by the world government, and each one of them could compete with the lieutenant general. It is too easy for generals and 4 emperors to defeat ordinary lieutenant generals. Even 100 lieutenant generals will not be their opponents. It only takes a little time to solve them and does not require much price. You are really crazy to come to the Holy Land alone. After Cyborg Kong finished speaking, he used the moon step to rush to Uchiha Tomie. There were no fancy moves, just a straight punch. He was also a strong taijutsu player. In that battle, Gangu had no hope. He knew that he was no match for Fujian, but as the commander-in-chief of the entire army, he had to act. Uchiha Tomie did not use other moves, but raised his fist. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and the powerful energy subverted everything around them. In terms of pure physical strength, Demon Tomie's physical strength is not as good as Sora. With just a fist fight, both sides will know their respective backgrounds. In terms of physical strength, 2 days only allowed Demon Tomie's body to leap from a quasi-general to a general, while Sora was at the level of the Yonko, which was slightly stronger. But in terms of domineering achievements, Demon Tomie is stronger. Didn't you see that Luffy in Gear 4 could not cause any real harm to Kaido by beating him randomly? This is because Kaido's domineering skills are far superior to Luffy's. Chapter 303 Fujian's Domineering Aura. Boom! The 2 exploded with the most powerful force, and the power hidden in both sides surged out. If anyone without certain strength comes close to them, they will be violently shocked to death. Hooray! Powerful power turned into a torrent and surged out from Uchiha Tomie's fists. Uchiha Tomie consumed his own power without any scruples, which was incomparable to Cyborg Kong. Sora couldn't do it, and couldn't do it. He was older than Whitebeard and Sengoku. Speaking of which, he is considered a peer with Garp, Whitebeard, and others. He is the big brother of Warring States and Garp. When Warring States was a general, he was the marshal. He wanted to promote Garp to general, but Garp refused. Kong is old, and very old. Even if he takes good care of himself, if he fights with all his life like Whitebeard, he will burp in the middle of the fight. Boom! The powerful torrent of power was all vented on Kong, and this blow directly severely injured him. Uchiha Tomie did not take advantage of the victory and pursue it, but just landed next to him and watched indifferently. After a while, black-clothed agents arrived one after another. These were the background of the world government. None of the people who came were weak, and most of them were at the level of lieutenant general. There are strong men at the level of quasi-general, and there are even those at the level of general. This is not surprising. The world government has 800 years of foundation. How could it be that the only thing the 5 old stars can use is the Navy? It seems that there is no strong person who can match the general in other organizations. That is because the 5 old stars are not willing to be exposed. Uchiha Tomie looked at the agents surrounding him and said calmly, "No more? This is too underestimated of me." Uchiha Tomie felt that he had been underestimated. With this little strength, Khan could handle it, let alone himself. Don't be too cocky. An agent in black said that he was ejected completely. In an instant, the agent had 2 heads and 4 arms. This was 3 heads and 6 arms. It seems to be a rather strange animal type. This agent is very strong, one of the strongest here, with general-level combat power. With 3 heads and 6 arms, the 4 emperors are also very capable. Uchiha Tomie raised his right arm, and his powerful domineering energy turned into a shock wave. This domineering power was so powerful that even the steel frame could not stop it, and the same was true for this guy. How can this be? The man with 3 heads and 6 arms was continuously slapped by the domineering shock wave, and his whole body kept sliding back. Only those who have experienced this unstoppable force will know how powerful it is. Poof. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 2,852 words. The man vomited blood and fell down. Just to deal with Tomie's blow, this being who was comparable to a general was exhausted. Compared with relying on the power of nature when controlling the natural type Tomie, when controlling the demon Tomie, Uchiha Tomie relied on his own powerful power to crush him. Let's take action together. Cyborg Kong shouted loudly, and his powerful domineering energy turned into a shock wave and blasted towards Uchiha Tomie. In the world of pirates, are there too few serious injuries? What's more, a man like Cyborg Kong who stands on top of the world. The agents in black took action one after another, and dozens of powerful forces rushed towards Uchiha Tomie. Is it just to this extent? Uchiha Tomie pushed horizontally with both palms, and powerful domineering swept across all directions, directly destroying the attacks of Cyborg Sara and others with overwhelming force, and severely damaging them. Fujiang did not squeeze himself, it was just an ordinary outburst. If he had used Ju Tian E-Sword and Soulstorm, these people would have died long ago. He just relied on his powerful domineering attainments and his own recovery speed. Even if the people in the pirate world are more powerful in their hockey skills, they cannot squander their hockey as much as Uchiha Tomie. Once the hockey is used up, they will be passive. Uchiha Tomie said calmly, "It seems that I overestimated you and the power of the world government." Invisible sword energy burst out from Fujiang's body, and the sword energy quickly penetrated the hearts of Gang Kong and others. From the beginning of the fight with Cyborg to the arrival of the black-clothed agents, to their death, the total time would not exceed 2 minutes. Uchiha Tomie didn't move, but waited quietly, waiting for the Goryoshi to send others or the Goryoshi himself to go out. Cyborg Kong could have been immortal. Sengoku and Garp contacted him with a phone bug and asked him to leave the world government and come to the Navy. Together, they can create a better future for the sea. Warring States was even willing to give up his position as marshal, but it was a pity that Cyborg refused to listen. In fact, Gang Kong and others were not so embarrassed when they fought against Fujiang 2 days ago. Who would have thought that Fujiang's strength would increase significantly every day? At this time, the faces of the 5 old stars were ugly. They did not watch closely. This does not mean that they did not know what was going on. Their hockey sensed that a large amount of powerful aura disappeared. Impossible, how could he be defeated so quickly? Sara's strength is not inferior to that of the 4 emperors. He has agents to assist him, and some of the people inside have very troublesome fruit abilities. Humph. That guy is definitely strong, but those guys didn't activate their devil fruit abilities from the beginning, otherwise they wouldn't be like this, a bunch of waste. When things come to this, we have to take action. After the 5 old stars finished talking nonsense, everyone exuded amazing momentum. There was no weak among these 5 people. Each one was at the level of a general or 4 emperors. The 5 old stars looked determined, and they were ready to sacrifice. Yes, facing a powerful existence like Uchiha Tomie, if you don't have the mentality of resigned to death, there is no chance of winning. One of the 5 old stars is a great swordsman. Through the scene of Fujiang taking action during the war, he deeply understands how amazing his swordsmanship is. The 5 of them were all comparable to the generals for the last time. Their speed was quite fast, and Tomie Uchiha didn't have to wait long. The 5 old stars didn't talk nonsense as soon as they arrived, and 5 powerful overlord-colored domineering energies burst out instantly, oppressing Xiang Fujiang together. The 5 old stars all have overlord-colored domineering energy. Don't think that if there is Im on the 5 old star, they don't have overlord-colored domineering energy. You must know that there is Steel Bone Kong and Wolaoxing in the Warring States period, and he also has the domineering look of a king. Then, let me show you my domineering aura. Tomie Uchiha said calmly, this kind of domineering power is far from enough. In another world, he has seen more overlord-colored domineering power released jointly. That power is truly terrifying. The powerful overlord's domineering energy was vented with Fujiang as the center. His domineering energy was so strong that even the 5 powerful men in the world, the 5 old stars, jointly released their overlord's color domineering energy. But this domineering force was shattered like a mirror when they collided. Click. Click. Boom. Boom. Wherever the powerful overlord-colored domineering energy passed, everything was destroyed, and the sky was flashing with countless black thunder and lightning. Red-haired Shank's overlord-colored hockey can cause substantial physical damage, and Uchiha Tomie's is even more terrifying. Under this overbearing domineering power, all the buildings in the Holy Land of Mariajoya were reduced to ruins. The 5 old stars were suppressed by this force, as if they were burdened with weight, and their movements were much slower. Not long after, the entire Holy Land was enveloped by this overbearing domineering force. Under Fujiang's deliberate oppression, all the Tianlong people in the Holy Land were suppressed by this force. Chapter 304 The Power of the Heavenly King. Among the flowers in the deepest part of Holy Land Marie Jyopenga City, this is the only place in the entire Holy Land that has not been destroyed by Uchiha Tomie's overbearing domineering energy. It wasn't that Fujiang let him go on purpose, but that this place was shrouded in domineering aura, and Im, who had a higher status than the 5 old stars, lived here. It seems we can only use its power. Im among the flowers murmured to himself that only it could solve everything. It seems that it must be used to kill the mysterious being Tomie, and then kill the top brass of the navy and the 4 emperors, so that the world government can ensure its supremacy, even if it consumes most of its power. On the other side, the 5 old stars took action even though they were suppressed by Tomie Uchiha's overbearing aura. Tomie Uchiha was able to break the attacks of 5 people with a wave of his hand. He was like a god in the game world, not a dimensional being at all. If it was 2 days ago, Uchiha Tomie would have needed to be a little more serious when facing the 5 old stars, unlike now where he was suppressed in all aspects. Obviously everyone's physiques are at the level of generals, but the power displayed is completely incomparable. The 5 old star holding the first generation ghost breathed heavily. It seems that we are indeed no match for you. If you can, use your strongest swordsmanship to kill me. This way I will die without regrets. Uchiha Tomie nodded, slashed lightly with his right hand, and a sword energy that cut the heavens and the earth burst out. The sword energy instantly strangled the 5 old stars holding the sword, and then the sword energy continued to rage, destroying everything in the Holy Land. The sword energy was powerful. After leaving the Holy Land, it was still raging in the sea, flying thousands of meters before stopping. Seeing the death of the 5 old stars holding swords, the other 5 old stars couldn't help but feel sad. Suddenly, the faces of the 5 old stars changed. It was not Uchiha Tomie who took action, but they sensed a powerful force, enough to kill the 4 emperors, flying from a distance. It turns out that we are also so insignificant. One of the 5 old stars sneered and said that he knew what was going on. Master Imu completely abandoned them and directly activated the power of the weapon to destroy everything. The other 5 old stars were also discouraged. If adults had made a decision early, they could have used the ultimate weapon when they had free time. That is what Doflamingo calls a national treasure, the king of ancient weapons. The other 2 ancient weapons are Pluto and Neptune. Pluto is said to be the most evil battleship in the history of shipbuilding. It was a super battleship once built by the capital of 7 waters. It can destroy an island with one shot. This power is a bit more powerful than the 4 emperors. Although Whitebeard is said to have the power to destroy the world, in fact, it is just that. He can cause a sea earthquake to destroy an island with one blow. Whitebeard can also destroy the island by relying solely on the power of vibration, but he can never destroy an island with one blow, but the flexibility of the battleship is definitely not as good as that of the Yonko. Neptune is a mermaid princess who will only appear for hundreds of years and has the ability to communicate with Neptunes. She has the ability to talk to Neptunes and command them. The original book sets the length of the Neptune summoned by Princess Shirahoshi to be more than 5,000 meters long. If this is true, it can be said that the four emperors are nothing. Even if the red-haired Shanks is not a fruit user, can he defeat a bunch of kilometer-long Neptunes in the deep sea? Just kidding, it's really 5,000 meters away. Unless the redhead attacks the head, it's impossible to kill him with one hit. Thanks to zombie Tomie, Shirahoshi from the pirate world died in an accident, otherwise Jiangwu controlled her and absorbed the blood of so many powerful sea kings. When Tomie arrived, the world had been turned upside down, and the situation was at least 10 times more chaotic than it is now. Is this the world government's final move? Uchiha Tomie remained calm. Although this energy was indeed powerful, it was not enough to kill him. Not to mention killing him, even killing him 2 days ago would not work, but he could still be seriously injured. The aqua-blue Susanoo quickly covered Uchiha Tomie. The Susanoo was 1,000 meters high, and then the dark-armed Haki covered the 1,000-meter Susanoo. Uchiha Tomie can burst out at extreme speed and escape from the center of the explosion. If he is willing, he can fly out of Mariajoya in an instant at a certain price, but there is no need for him to hide. Boom! The powerful energy bombardment exploded, and the entire Holy Land shook. It would sink to the bottom of the sea at any time. The center of the explosion was hollow, and the sea water could be seen completely. Under this blow, all living beings were equal. Except for Uchiha Tomie, only Im and Gohosei were alive in the entire Holy Land. Even nobles like Gohosei were severely damaged by this force. Yes, even people like the 5 old stars who can rival the generals and the 4 emperors are nothing in front of this power. If Uchiha Tomie hadn't protected them, they would have died, not just dead, but with no bones left and their heads blown off. After all, Uchiha Tomie still wanted to lose face. He had said in Marineland that he would take the head of the 5 old stars back. If you don't take action to protect the 5 old stars, you can't take their heads back. However, this force is indeed powerful, even a 1,000-meter-long Susanoo was blasted to pieces. You must know that Susanoo is also covered with armed Haki. Interesting, the destructive power has reached the 6 levels, but the destructive power drops a lot further away from the center of the explosion. This is similar to the tailed beast Jade, but the energy in the explosion center is more concentrated than the tailed beast Jade. Uchiha Tomie analyzed with interest. His injuries were not serious. Susanoo had resisted 90% of the damage for him, and the remaining level was due to his lack of physical strength. That's right, the power of 10 without 1 is really nothing. It's equivalent to Whitebeard's strength being weakened 10 times, and the lieutenant general can resist it. Imu among the flowers sensed that Fujiang was still alive through seeing and hearing the color Haki, and now his face turned livid. He was fine because it was far away. If he used the power of the king once, the entire Mariajoya would definitely sink. Fight. I'm activated the mysterious Heavenly King again, and after launching a powerful attack, he immediately retreated with the Heavenly King. Regardless of the outcome, he would leave first. The power of the Heavenly King is powerful, not at all weaker than the Shishyoung of Bamenkai, and even has a greater scope of destruction. The powerful energy rushed towards Uchiha Tomie fiercely. Uchiha Tomie waved his hand, and an aqua-blue barrier appeared out of thin air, covering him and the 5 old stars. This is an improvement based on the 4 red sun formation. There are many such formations in the ninja world now. In addition to being maintained by Uchiha Tomie's power, the aqua-blue barrier also continuously absorbs the water energy of the sea. Even without the added Haki, this defense is still higher than the previous 1,000-meter Haki Susanoo. The 5 old stars didn't know this. They closed their eyes and waited for death. Tomie Uchiha could sense that Emu was running away, but he was not in a hurry. Not to mention how abnormal his perception was, his ability to track and find people was not bad, and he had learned several training systems, making it easy to find someone. Even if he only uses the means of the Naruto universe, he can still find him. Chapter 305 5 Old Stars and Immortal. Boom. The powerful energy of the ancient Weapon King once again swept across the entire Holy Land. At this moment, the Holy Land really couldn't hold on any longer and sank to the bottom of the sea. Pluto can destroy an island with one blow, while it takes 2 strikes from Uranus to destroy the Holy Land of Mariajoya. This does not mean that Uranus is less destructive than Pluto. On the contrary, it is because Uranus' destructive power is more concentrated in the center of the explosion, causing greater damage to the enemy, while Pluto's destructive power is relatively even, and the upper limit of its lethality is not as good as that of Uranus. Mariajoya sank, but the barrier was still floating on the sea. There were dense cracks in the barrier, and it looked like it would break at the touch of a touch, but the King of Heaven's attack was perfectly blocked. If it weren't for the heads of the 5 old stars, Uchiha Tomie wouldn't need to create this barrier. Although you saved us, we still have to die in the end. A 5 old star said. He is indeed a person in a high position and can see clearly. The Wulaoxing did not surrender. They knew that the man in front of them might be able to tolerate them, but Sengua and other high-ranking naval officials would definitely not be able to tolerate him. This is not only because of their former status, but more importantly because of their strength. If their strength cannot reach the level of generals and 4 emperors, Sengoku and others will definitely not mind recruiting them. The problem is that they are too strong. Their weakness is only compared to the person in front of them, and compared to the navy, they are definitely extremely powerful beings. Uchiha Tomie didn't hesitate, he said, yes, you are very self-aware. I will send you to meet your companions. Don't worry, Im will accompany you. After Fu Jiang finished speaking, sword light surged, and the remaining 4-5 old stars were beheaded. No one is right or wrong, just different positions. Let's just say that when Tomie Uchiha traveled through time, he did not travel to the Uchiha clan, but to the Sarutobi clan or other ninja villages, so the situation now is different. Maybe the unlucky ones are not Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, but Sasuke, Madara, and others. Uchiha Tomie opened a dimensional space and threw the heads of the 5 old stars into it. In the sea not far away from Mariajoya, some people sensed the shocking noise of the battle, and even saw the Holy Land sinking to the bottom of the sea. So, who won? Did Tomie win? The world government still wins. Is it possible that both sides suffer losses? Konoha, start Fusion Tomie template. 2,840 words. A group of people were wondering what was going on. Kizaru was also here. He was sent by Sengoku to keep an eye on Marijoa. Doflamingo is also here, and so is Shanks, the red-haired Yonko. Shanks arrived a little late and failed to see the 5 old stars. When he arrived, it was when I'm activated the King of Heaven for the first time. The powerful power shocked him. He stopped outside the sea area, not daring to enter Marigio. Shanks and the 5 old stars can only be regarded as cooperating. He is not a subordinate of the 5 old stars. Even if he is a subordinate, not many people are willing to go to a situation where the mortality rate is as high as 99%. Send the boat over. Shanks gritted his teeth and told the crew that he felt that the winner should be decided now, and it was time to go and see what was going on. To be honest, the red-haired guy is just nosy. He stopped the white-bearded Malinfando. After his persuasion failed, he stopped Kaido from going to Malinfando. The original book even ended the war on the top. Doflamingo did not go immediately, but thought about the gains and losses. I will cooperate with whoever wins. Doflamingo made a quick decision. He has been cooperating with the world government. He just reached a cooperation agreement with the Navy and Tomie 2 days ago. No matter which side wins, he can save his life. It's just a look. It won't happen. Something happened. Also, it would be great if there is a chance to get that national treasure. Although Doflamingo chose to cooperate, he did not like being in an absolutely weak position. It was just that the strong in this world dominated everything, and he was the weak and had to obey. Kizaru thought for a moment and asked the Navy to stay put while he went to take a look. Kizaru followed Doflamingo from a distance, and he did not hide anything. As long as the situation was not right, he would immediately activate his fruit power to escape. After Tomie Uchiha lifted the barrier, he was ready to attack Imu. At this time, Imu had escaped from Tomie's perception range. This speed was really fast. What really surprised Tomie was that this guy could actually fly. It's just a dying struggle. Tomie Uchiha said calmly. The power of the curse was activated, and the power of the curse quickly tracked him and cursed him to death. This is another use of the power of the curse. By weakening the lethality of the curse, it can be used to find people. No, Uchiha Tomie followed the power of the curse and quickly found him. Imu's expression changed when he saw Fu Jiang. Especially when he saw that Fu Jiang's clothes were somewhat damaged, but nothing else looked like he was injured. He knew that he had no chance of winning. The King of Heaven can't do anything to the opponent, and if he activates his ability at this distance, he himself will die. Uchiha Tomie looked at the man who was truly at the pinnacle of power in the pirate world. He was not very panicked when he was about to die. He was much stronger than Jiang Wu. Uchiha Tomie said, "Aren't you going to say anything? Aren't you curious?" Im said, "If I ask you, you won't tell me. Who is willing to tell the secret of his power? And there is no point in knowing it now. There is no need to say more when you are the winner and the loser, just do it." In terms of magnanimity, Imu is still pretty good. Although he abandoned the 5 old stars, if he were replaced by another high-ranking person, 99% of them would be the same as Imu. Uchiha Tomie clapped out a palm, and a powerful domineering shock wave hit Im. Im didn't dodge or defend. He was directly shaken to pieces by this force. His body turned into countless fragments and scattered on the sea. He knew that he had no chance of survival. In this case, it would be better to die happily than to resist the pain desperately. Tomie Uchiha didn't need Im's head, and even said that Sengoku, Kizaru, and other naval marshals and admirals may not know that there is such a number one person on the 5 old stars. Don't talk about them. Maybe even Cyborg Kong, the commander-in-chief of the entire army, doesn't know about Im's existence. Everything ended too quickly, and Im and others had no power to resist. The 800-year history of the world government was like paper in front of Uchiha Tomie. If it were Khan, he would not necessarily be buried in Mariajoya, but he would definitely be severely injured, and he would even have to rely on Izanagi to save his life. Jiang Wu might not be able to withstand the 2 bombardments of the king, and even the level between Cyborg Kong and the agent would not be so easy. Speaking of which, Uchiha Tomie was too quick, otherwise he would have to use his hands and feet. You must know that some of those people have time-type devil fruits, and there are also group-increasing devil fruits similar to the Momo fruit type. Devil fruits have all kinds of strange abilities. Now some Tomie has completely assimilated into the world of single pirates. They are analyzing the laws of the world and analyzing devil fruits in depth. Chapter 306. After Uchiha Tomie finished his work, he flew directly to Marineland. He was flying too fast, but no one noticed. In fact, even a strong man at the level of the 4 emperors only saw a fleeting afterimage of Uchiha Tomie in flight. When Doflamingo and others arrived at Marie Joa's original location, they found many corpses floating in the sea, including many of the celestial dragons. It seems that both sides are losing. He is truly an amazing man, single-handedly shaking up the world government. Doflamingo laughed after saying this. Because he didn't sense the strong man's aura, it was impossible for both parties to die, so both parties could only retreat. Kizaru looked confused. He seemed to be on the right team this time. As long as the Navy and that guy join forces, then the Navy can 100% replace the original position of the world government. In this case, his position as a general will not rise. Not good. Kizaru's face instantly turned bitter. If his status becomes higher and he has more things to deal with, it doesn't mean that he has less time to fish. Every gain must be a loss, but if you have a choice, Kizaru wants to fish. Otherwise, when he was running for marshal in the original work, he would not have been extremely calm and allowed Aoki and Akaina to fight to the death. In fact, it is precisely because of this Buddhist mentality that Kizaru has many fans in other worlds. Doflamingo and Kizaru both left. The red-haired man looked at the sea with many corpses floating on it, wondering what he was thinking. There were too many corpses, tens of thousands of them. It was impossible for Red Hair to recognize Wulaoxing immediately, let alone Wulaoxing whose head had been chopped off. The sea is going to completely change. Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, spoke up. He was reminding Shanks to make plans in advance. Yes. A decision must be made quickly, otherwise, the best outcome for the red-haired pirates is to be escorted to Impel Down City, or at worst, they may be killed. Ben Beckman did not doubt that the Navy could do this. In addition to those two monsters, Sengoku, Garp, and the three generals were enough to destroy them. Damn. I just went to sea, do you want this? Some pirates who have been at sea for less than a year but are quite powerful are very dissatisfied. If this continues, there will be no place for pirates. It is impossible for the Navy to kill all the pirates. Otherwise, the pirates' desperate counterattack will be enough to severely damage the middle and lower levels of the Navy. Some pirates' eyes sparkled with wisdom, and they were very proud. This is not because of how powerful he is, but because he has not burned, killed or looted since he went to sea. Although he is a pirate, he has not done anything evil. At most, he only eats the king's meal, so he should be treated lightly. In fact, Ben Beckman had thought of this a long time ago. The main force of their red-haired pirate group had not done much evil. As long as they were willing to bow their heads, survival should not be a problem. However, it depends on the captain's will. The captain's will is their will. This is also a very strange thing about the pirate world. Sometimes the crew members clearly know that the captain's behavior is wrong, but they still agree with it. Big news, this is big news, we must report this news quickly. Some reporters were very excited. Not only the Navy and pirates were lurking around the holy place, but there were also reporters and revolutionary troops. No, a revolutionary army has begun to contact Long Tomie. Uchiha was very fast on his way. In less than an hour, he flew from the holy land of Mariajoya to Marineland. Before, he was practicing while flying, and the demon Tomie was in no hurry, but it was different when it came to Uchiha Tomie. Boom! Countless black lightning enveloped Marine Fando, and Tomie Uchiha greeted him directly with a domineering look. Whoosh whoosh! Kon, Sengoku and others rushed over and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Tomie. This guy is getting stronger again, it's incredible. Sengoku and others could sense how powerful this Overlord-colored Haki was, and they even felt that the opponent's mere use of Overlord-colored Haki was enough to injure them. Kon was completely despairing and would never have a chance to make a comeback in his life. He even suspected that the departure of the system in his body was probably related to this fellow villager, but he couldn't change anything after knowing it. He could only pray that the other party would not kill him. This is the head of the 5 old stars. Uchiha Tomie took them out directly from the dimensional space and threw them in front of Sengoku and others with skill. Warring States, Garp and others looked at it carefully and found that it was really a 5 old star. After combining the information sent by Kizaru before, saying that Marijoa has sunk to the bottom of the sea, it seems that Uchiha Tomie has one, but it can only be an hour at most since Kizaru sent the message. It only takes 1 hour to get from Marijo to Marineland, which is too fast. Fast, this is not fast at all for Uchiha Tomie. If he uses the natural body of Tomie, the speed will be increased several times. It's not that Tomie of the natural type is better than Tomie of the devil fruit, but the uniqueness of the shining fruit. See Mr. Tomie, I don't know what your next plan is. The Warring States period is flexible, but that's normal. Uchiha Tomie seems to be unscathed, but the 5 old stars are dead and the Holy Land is sinking. No matter how you look at it, Tomie wins in a crushing manner. Sengoku knew Tomie's name from Kon, but he only knew the name and nothing else. Akiji, Akenu, and Zifa listened nervously. In fact, Zifa was very dissatisfied with cooperating with King Shichibukai. But Zifa knew that only by cooperating with the man in front of him could it be possible to end the era of great pirates. Tomie Uchiha landed from the sky and said calmly, first deal with the Impel City, then recruit the Revolutionary Army, and then clean up the pirates. Uchiha Tomie is very suitable for his current role. In the world of Naruto, the one who managed Konoha was Danzo's assimilated body. Later, after the ninja world was unified, the daimyo's assimilated body was managed. Tomie Uchiha didn't show much pretense. Although he had been mythologized by people in the ninja world in the Naruto multiverse and was regarded as the only true god, the sense of involvement was not that important. At that time, I was focused on improving my strength, but I was not in the mood to do this. It's different now. Other Tomie is already assimilating to the pirate world. It doesn't matter if he is more or less. Under the intervention of Tomie Uchiha, the city and the Revolutionary Army quickly surrendered to the Navy. In the final analysis, Long just felt that the people at the bottom were suffering too much. His starting point was to serve the people around the world, not to let himself be the one in power. Uchiha Tomie generously healed the hidden injuries of the Navy's top combat forces. He also healed Zifa's broken arm. He even restored Sengoku, Zifa, and Garp's bodies to their peak state when they were 40 years old. The next step is to wipe out the pirates and conquer other organizations under the former world government. This is indeed a great turmoil, and the sea is full of blood. That is to say, their purpose is not to kill the wrong ones rather than let them go, otherwise the number of people who will die will increase several times. Chapter 307 The Wandering Heavens Plan. Uchiha Tomie had a lot of fun playing in this pirate world. He played for 2 full years, which indirectly brought up the power level of this world, and even taught him the hockey technique. It would be a disaster if another time traveler came to this world. What a pity. There are basically no system travelers coming to the world where Fujiang has been. The reason why the hockey technique is given is because Uchiha Tomie has never been a stingy person. He directly passes on the hockey technique he created to those who have made meritorious deeds. You must be more invested in playing it. As for relying on domineering techniques to surpass Fujiang, then just go to sleep. In the past 2 years, Tomie and his friends have assimilated most of the single pirate world in the One Piece multiverse. On this day, Tomie Tendu of the One Piece multiverse began to take action. As soon as Duo Tomie exerted his strength, the heavenly way of the One Piece multiverse could not resist it. In just an hour, he followed the footsteps of the heavenly way of the Naruto multiverse and was directly assimilated. However, the heavenly way of the Naruto multiverse initially resisted for 10 hours, while the heavenly way of the Pirates multiverse only resisted for 1 hour. That's right, the Pirates multiverse is not as good as the Naruto multiverse, and Tomie has been setting it up for so long, so it's strange that it can resist it. The moment the assimilation was completed, countless Tendo Tomie from the pirate world merged into one individual, just like before in the Naruto multiverse. Only in this way can the power be more condensed. In an instant, countless avenues flowed in the heart of Tomie Tendu from the One Piece multiverse, and Tomie Tendu from the Naruto multiverse also synchronized these insights. Although the two worlds have not yet merged, Naruto Tendo Tomie has benefited a lot from just appreciating the original laws. Yes, Naruto Tendu Tomie projected part of the consciousness of One Piece Tendu Tomie, and looked at the world of One Piece from his perspective. The two multiverses will be merged later, so it is necessary to understand it first. Tomie Tendo in the One Piece multiverse is just familiar with the power, it is weak, and it just needs to cooperate later. You guys are so lucky. Uchiha Tomie, who was sitting in the office, couldn't help but sigh. This made warring states, who came to report the situation, look puzzled, but they felt that they and others were indeed lucky. If they had not met Tomie, how would the Navy have its current status, and how could they have such a strong body? Ignorance is sometimes a kind of happiness. Sengwa has no idea what will happen next. In fact, even Uchiha Tomie doesn't know what will happen if the two multiverses are forcibly merged. Maybe the fusion is successful, but all life in the universe will be destroyed, and all things may not be able to reproduce again. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 2,992 words. At that time, only the ninja world and the pirate world of the two multiverses will be protected by Tomie, and the others will fend for themselves, and Tomie will not care about their life and death. Of course, some good things from the pirate world have to be sent to the pirate world where the devil Tomie is. In the past 2 years, Tomie and the others in the One Piece multiverse have not gained much, but they are not completely without gains. A traveler in the pirate world can summon various Pokemon, so there are many Pokemon in that world, even mythical beasts. With Tomie's cross-species charm ability, he could easily charm those Pokemon after he grew up, and easily make them turn against him. There is also a traveler in the pirate world who has something from the prehistoric world. Unfortunately, it is a low-end prehistoric thing. Even the strongest Lingbao Hokage Tomie of the multiverse can easily destroy it. However, what is not available is the best, so Fu Jiang accepted all those spiritual treasures and even innate spiritual roots. It doesn't matter if things are hot or cold, Uchiha Tomie can become stronger by injecting the source of heaven into it. That time traveler is also awesome. If Fu Jiang had passed a few months later, that time traveler would probably have succeeded in joining the Tao in that world. Fortunately, Fu Jiang directly asked other heavenly Dao Fu Jiang to lower his dimension and strike, otherwise he would really be completely obliterated by the time traveler, with his body and soul completely annihilated. Although it is a low-end weapon, many techniques still give Fu Jiang a lot of ideas, at least there are many more ways to defeat the enemy. If you have nothing to do, put down the documents and leave. Uchiha Tomie did not explain too much to Sengoku. Although the world was very good under his rule, he did not have a heart-to-heart relationship with Sengoku and others. The Naruto world was his foundation. Sengoku didn't say much. Although Uchiha Tomie performed well, he was too mysterious, so their interactions were businesslike. After Sengoku left, Uchiha Tomie returned to the Naruto multiverse and returned his body to the demon Tomie. It's time to start planning, it's a great endeavor. Demon Tomie didn't say much. Like many Tomie in the pirate world, he appeared in the void outside the single pirate world. Tomie, the god of the One Piece multiverse, crazily injected power into these Tomie's bodies, and Tomie quickly transformed these powers into his own strength and became stronger. Even before coming to the pirates' multiverse, Tomie and the others had created and repaired techniques that could eventually rival the heavenly way of the Naruto multiverse, not to mention that the harvest in the past 2 years was pretty good. There are techniques, coupled with Fu Jiang's characteristics, these Fu Jiang quickly reached the strength comparable to the One Piece multiverse Tiandao. This is very unbelievable, but with Tomie's characteristic of not obeying the law of energy conservation and the ability of superspeed regeneration, all unreasonable things will be very reasonable here. Tomie from 2 different multiverses are all in operation, and no one is idle. Tomie of the Naruto multiverse has not improved at all over the years. Both hard and soft power have improved a bit due to Tomie's characteristics. At this moment, the daimyo's assimilated body protects the ninja world of the Naruto multiverse, Sasuke's ninja world. In the past 2 years, Uchiha Tomie has not completely stayed in the pirate world. He occasionally returned control of his body to the demon Tomie. The pirate world is protected by demon Tomie, and he brings those Pokemon, low-level innate spiritual treasures, and spiritual roots to the pirate world where demon Tomie is. Drink. The Fujiangs all burst out with amazing power, and these powers were intertwined through formations. With Tiandao Fujiang as the center of the formation, and other Fujiangs as the cornerstones, the 10,000 Immortals formation, improved version of Fujiang, combined with the low-end prehistoric world. In a certain world, humans proposed a bold plan called the Wandering Earth, which was to use global efforts to build tens of thousands of engines and steering engines on the surface of the Earth to push the Earth out of the solar system. Now what Fujiang and the others are doing is similar to this, combining Fujiang's powerful power to launch the 10,000 Immortals formation to push the 2 multiverses to walk in the heavens, so that the 2 universes continue to get closer. When the 2 come into contact, Fujiang's assimilation characteristics will be activated to merge the 2 worlds. At that time, the 2 Tiandao Fujiang will also merge into one. If this is feasible, Fujiang and his friends can implement a plan similar to wandering around the Earth in the future. This situation cannot be replicated, because people in other worlds may insist on running out of energy after a while, but Tomie will not. Chapter 308 Fusion. The 2 multiverses seem to be embedded in these gray gases. Relying on their own strength alone, the heavens of the 2 multiverses cannot move even if they explode regardless of their own limits. It's different now. There are tens of thousands of Fujiang who are comparable to the Tiandao of the multiverse. Together with Tiandao, they use the 10,000 Immortal formation. The power generated is powerful, enough to instantly kill existences of the same level. This 10,000 Immortal formation is based on the 10,000 Immortal formation of the low-end prehistoric world that Fujiang obtained from a traveler. It combines the formations also from the low-end prehistoric world, the formation knowledge of Naruto's multiverse, other immortal cultivation systems, and martial arts. The system's formation knowledge is more than 1 level better than the initial version. Not all Tomie has the talent for formations, but with the Tendo Tomie of the Naruto multiverse here, it is not too difficult to do this, not to mention it is easy. In this way, after the formation was put into operation, the Naruto multiverse and the Pirate multiverse each spewed out a force that could tear the world apart. It can be said that if this power does not erupt to the outside world, but is radiated within the multiverse, those worlds will definitely be torn to pieces by this powerful airflow in an instant. Call. 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 The powerful airflow continued to spurt, which caused the two worlds that were originally embedded in the space and unable to move to begin to move. This movement speed is very slow, because it is not just as simple as moving the multiverse, but those gray and terrifying airflows have also turned into roadblocks at this moment, creating very large resistance. It stands to reason that, driven by this extremely powerful force, the two multiverses move at absolutely the speed of light, or even beyond the speed of light, thousands of miles in an instant. But the gray airflow weakened it, causing the speed to drop a lot. Uchiha Tomie said calmly, as long as it can be moved, we have plenty of time to waste it. In this way, the two multiverses are constantly moving, but the people living in the multiverses have no idea that their level is not enough. The 10,000 Immortals formation is also constantly operating. The Fujiangs deliver a lot of power, and normal existences of the same level have long since ceased to function. After all, this is the force that drives the advancement of the multiverse, and it will be drained out in a short time. For Fujiang and the others, it was a trivial matter. There was no pressure at all. It was much better than assisting Tiandao Fujiang in releasing the space energy pillar before. At that time they were exhausted very quickly, but this time 2 hours had passed and Tomie and the others were still in high spirits. It has been 2 hours, and the two multiverses have not yet touched each other. You must know that it was not that long when the space energy pillar was used. However, when there is sufficient energy, the speed of space is too fast, and it is not impossible to even travel hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. However, Fujiang and the others cannot do this, at least in this place full of mysterious gray gas. However, Tomie and the others were very patient. After about 7 days, the two multiverses finally got closer and were about to touch each other. This was a historic moment. Demon Tomie and the daimyo assimilated body finally cheered up, especially the daimyo assimilated body. If the ninja world is gone due to his negligence, I will kill him. Uchiha Tomie himself has the absolute ability to suppress other Tomies, and even as long as he disagrees, the splitting effect of other Tomies will be ineffective. If Uchiha Tomie had not obtained the optimized version of his abilities, he would probably still be fighting with other Tomie in the Naruto multiverse, and he would not be as comfortable as he is now. Click. The two multiverses finally collided together. The Naruto multiverse was the stronger one, so naturally nothing happened, but the pirate world was different. To be honest, there is still a gap between the two worlds, and that gap is equivalent to the gap between a minor lieutenant general and a legendary lieutenant general like Garp. Everything in the Naruto multiverse is peaceful, but the pirate multiverse will be in turmoil, and tens of thousands of individual pirate universes will be destroyed in an instant. It doesn't matter to Tomie, the pirate Tendo, even if the world is shattered, that part of the energy is still in the pirate multiverse and will not affect his power. Naruto Tendu Tomie immediately activated Tomie's ability to fuse and absorb the pirate multiverse. Pirate Tendu Tomie did not resist and allowed him to absorb it. The original laws of two different multiverses began to intertwine and merge. In fact, all worlds have some common basic laws. This is the foundation of the world. So the initial integration was smooth, which was also related to Fujiang's characteristics. Under normal circumstances, when two worlds collide, even if the one-piece multiverse is at a disadvantage, the law of heaven will fight to the death. Anyway, if you don't make it easy for me, don't even think about having a good life. If you can successfully devour it in the end, the effect will not be good. The power absorbed is estimated to be only half or even less than what it was at the peak of this world. Some important laws will be destroyed. Now, the two multiverses are beginning to merge, but there are still some rough spots. Some laws are different. The simplest one is the collapse, with the Naruto multiverse as the main one, but Tomie and the others want to seek common ground while reserving differences. So we began to adjust the experiments so that they could coexist. After 3 full days of tossing, the two multiverses were perfectly integrated, thus transforming into the Naruto and Pirates multiverse. The ninja world is still at the center. In the past 2 years, under the operation of the rules of the universe, many new life planets have been born. Individual pirate worlds are also in this multiverse, but due to this fusion, more than half of the pirate worlds were affected and destroyed. Even so, the number of remaining pirate worlds is over 1 million. It's incredible that the fusion of 2 different multiverses can actually increase so much power. It's incredible that Tomie Tendo from 2 different multiverses has merged into one. Tiandao Fujiang has long been accustomed to this kind of thing. In the beginning, it was just a planet. Later, it continued to merge and grow, and it was no longer its original self. Compared with the original planet Fujiang, the current Fujiang of heaven is better to be said to be a new Fujiang with those memories of Fujiang. Even so, he can also sense his own power. This power is several times that of Tendo Tomie of the previous Naruto multiverse, and this power is still slowly improving. This is incredible. You must know that the power of the Pirates multiverse is not even 1/10 of the Naruto multiverse. Tomie did not expect that it could be improved to such an extent. In fact, when 2 multiverses merge, the gray gas surrounding them is converted into pure energy to strengthen the new universe. This is something Fujiang can't understand, but it's a good thing to become stronger. Moreover, this world is still improving automatically. There is no need to look for a new world for the time being until we encounter bottlenecks. Furthermore, the low-end prehistoric cultivation system brought by the time traveler is not so easy to fully digest. They have a lot of things to ponder and practice. Chapter 309. Smooth. Everything went so smoothly. In addition to Uchiha Tomie's underestimation of Tomie's characteristics, he also did not expect that the integration of the 2 multiverses would lead to so many improvements. The promotion and fusion of the 2 multiverses, because of Tomie's characteristics, various rules and laws are finally perfectly integrated and complement each other. This is not a simple devouring, it is somewhat similar to the kind of fusion in Dragon Ball. The potential of this world is greatly enhanced, so the gray gas will be turned into the energy needed for the growth of the world. This is Fujiang's guess, and they don't know the specific situation. But if the 2 multiverses merge, there will definitely be changes. For example, in the current ninja world, in fact, the ninja world has long had a method of cultivating domineering, but the world operates differently, and people in the ninja world cannot cultivate domineering. This is not because they are talented. Even if they are as stunning as Tomie, they still cannot develop domineering skills before going to the pirate world. It's different now, the 2 multiverses are merged, the laws are intertwined and on the same level, they can practice domineering. Especially Uchiha Madara, a person with such unparalleled domineering power, he awakened the domineering power not long after this fusion was completed. If it weren't for the quick reaction of the daimyo's assimilated body, I don't know how many people would have been affected and died. You must know that Uchiha Madara's current power is enough to kill Otsutsuki Kamishi instantly. His overlord-colored domineering energy is terrifying. Even if it is unleashed unconsciously, it can kill the 6 levels. There are not many people in the ninja world who awaken the Overlord's Haki as quickly as Madara, but it's not impossible. Overlord's Haki is innate in this aspect. Hashirama and the 3rd Raikage AI also quickly awakened to Overlord's Haki. People like Tobirama, Shursui, and Fugaku did not awaken, but they quickly developed armament Haki. However, this is not a big problem. Tomie has a method that allows people to develop Overlord Haki. Tomie Uchiha did things without leaving any trace, and led many Tomie to the ninja world, explaining to them that the world has been assimilated into a multiverse under his leadership. In the future, the new generation will have a place to experience, and others will have a place to go on vacation. Uchiha Tomie just said it briefly, he would not expose all his methods. Even so, people in the ninja world are also excited. Who doesn't want to be a saint in front of others? Except for a very small number of people, most people are almost tired of being in the ninja world. People in the ninja world feel that no matter how hard they practice, they can't surpass those Uchihas. And those invincible strong men in Uchiha feel that they have become stronger, but Tomie has become stronger. This is very difficult. And you can't practice all the time, sometimes you should relax. Tomie Uchiha mainly came here to show off, and then gave the stage to the daimyo's assimilated form, letting him handle the follow-up matters. 2 days later, a new teleportation array appeared, and a large number of people left the ninja world and came to various different single pirate worlds. The top experts in the ninja world who cultivate natural energy have encountered bottlenecks. Uchiha Tomie has raised the upper limit, but it does not mean that they will not encounter bottlenecks. Just like those advanced worlds, the upper limit is very high. Some can create the universe with a snap of their fingers. However, no one lives their whole life in a mediocre way. Their height is not even as high as the eternal Madara. Now that these people have the system of hockey to practice, they naturally have to learn, and fighting is the best way to learn. By constantly fighting against the powerful dominators in the pirate world, one can naturally understand the domineering power and continuously improve it. Didn't you see that under Kaido's beatings, Luffy's level of domineering was rising steadily, which was simply not comparable to Rayleigh's teachings? Of course, not everyone is suitable for taking the combat route, which requires strength and even more talent. Don't look at the fact that the ninja world is many times stronger than before, and there are also many Super Sixth Realms, that's tens of thousands. However, the ninja world has not yet reached a situation where super shadows are inferior to dogs and the six paths are everywhere, but it will be soon after a few years of development. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 3030 words. The ninja world is still dominated by nepotism. Those with connections will improve their strength quickly, but it will be miserable if it doesn't matter. Just take Haruno Sakura. If she hadn't taken the bonus of 10,000 yuan, people like her who had no access to natural energy cultivation methods would have died of old age in less than 10 years. But these are not what Uchiha Tomie should think about. This is left to the daimyo assimilation body. Closer to home, for those who are not very strong and need to learn hockey, the daimyo assimilation body directly sends them to the pirate world where the demon Tomie lives through the teleportation array. Sengoku and Garp over there have practiced Uchiha Tomie's hockey technique, and their understanding of hockey is much deeper than those in other pirate worlds. They can guide the practice. Moreover, there is a former General Zifa who is very good at teaching others. You must know that Akainu, Kizaru, and Aoki have all been taught by Zifa, and most of the rear admirals and lieutenant generals in the Navy have been taught by Zifa, and this Zifa is an enhanced Zifa. To be honest, when Zifa was practicing Uchiha Tomie's hockey technique, I don't know what happened in the later stage. In the early stage, his training speed was really top-notch, faster than Sengoku and Garp. It can be said that in the current world, apart from the demon Tomie, the strongest person is Zifa. Of course, not everyone learns hockey, because some people find it very difficult to only practice the natural energy system. Although the natural energy system is a cultivation system, it is not simple. It can be subdivided into many types. Not to mention escape techniques, there are many types. Physical techniques, sword techniques, seal techniques, and barrier techniques all require a person's lifetime to practice. Study, there are only a few geniuses in this world. Some people think that they are talented enough to practice dual cultivation. Some people think that domineering energy may be more suitable for them than natural energy, and some people just don't have the guts to do it. On the blue sea, several people with fan patterns carved on the backs of their clothes are standing on the sea. If anyone sees this, they will definitely suspect that there is something wrong with their eyes. This is normal operation in the world of Naruto, but it is different in the world of One Piece. Is this another world? A completely different world from the ninja world. Uchiha Megumi looked at her curiously. After so many years, her height was still the same, and her appearance was only 1 year older than it was decades ago. There is no way, the more Uchiha Megumi practices, the stronger she becomes and the slower she grows, because she is not only improving her own strength, but also shaping her own bloodline. If there is a next generation, it must inherit the powerful power of blood, and the innate starting point must be good. It's a pity that the Uchiha who came to this pirate world are more tyrannical than the other, but they are all single. The 3 people who came to this world were Megumi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, and Shisui Uchiha. These 3 are indeed single, but speaking of it, they have no shortage of suitors. For people in the ninja world, marrying Shisui or Sasuke means marrying into a wealthy family. In fact, Fu Jiang has more suitors, but everyone feels ashamed when facing Fu Jiang. Naruto didn't come with him. He was already married to Hinata and had children. Now his family and Kakashi's family are traveling together and learning hockey. Singles hang out with singles, families hang out with families. Chapter 310 Uchiha's Pirate Journey. It is indeed different from the ninja world and different from other planets. The water attribute energy here is too rich. Uchiha Shisui said, he was very interested in the new world. It's very tiring to practice and process information all the time. He hasn't had much rest since the last time he took Megumi Uchiha to travel to the parallel universe. Uchiha Tomie didn't tell Shisui and the other three too much about the pirate world. He only told them about devil fruit and hockey, but didn't tell them about the background of the world or anything else. It's not necessary, because this is a world with time travelers, the plot is unimportant, and the three of Shisui have absolutely invincible power. It doesn't matter how they play, knowing too much would be boring. Stab. Standing on the sea, Sasuke suddenly drew his sword, and the sword energy shot directly into the sea. Every moment, blood floated up, followed by a huge corpse. It was a Sea King. If a Sea King was about to attack them, Sasuke would kill them with a backhand strike. This 100-meter-long Sea King would immediately kill them. Anyone who attacks Sasuke must be prepared to die. Sasuke has never been a good-tempered person, not to mention that to Sasuke, he is just a beast, so kill him. There are actually many such creatures in this world. It's really scary. Uchiha Shisui said softly, if in the previous ninja world, this kind of psychic beast could be contracted, it would be of great help when fighting on the sea. That's right, in the world of Naruto, those large Sea Kings are of great help to the battle. They can definitely fight against the shadows, and even defeat them. What kind of fire dragon or water dragon hits the body of the Neptune creature several hundred meters away, like it's tickling? Although Naruto's upper limit is relatively high, the mid to high-end combat power is obviously more powerful than the pirate world. Not to mention anything else, a large number of giant Sea Kings can be pulled out and can equal countless shadows. Shisui and the other three didn't walk on the water on the sea. Just kidding, they could fly. The three Uchiha didn't cause trouble at the beginning. When they came to the new world, they must understand the customs and customs. If nothing else, even Sasuke had to admit that the cooking skills in this world were much better than those in the ninja world. And this is not the cooking skills of top chefs. It's hard to imagine how delicious the food in this world is. Sasuke and Shisui could still restrain themselves, but Uchiha Megumi was different. She thought she could kidnap a chef back. It's not like these three people have done nothing these days. Pursuing information is child's play for ninjas, let alone an experienced person like Shisui. Even if Uchiha Megumi comes and uses the Sharingan to hypnotize him, he will be able to get whatever information he wants. Therefore, these three people already understand the general situation of this world. Unlike the original work, there is no King Shichibukai in this world. It's not that there are no Hawkeye, Clark Doll and others, but the world government of this world has not set up the King's Shichibukai. Maybe it's because of the intrusion of time travelers. There is a time traveler in this world, but he did not join the navy or pirates. Instead, he became a bounty hunter and killed many pirates. There are so many pirates who have died in his hands, and there are also many who have a bounty of over 100 million, but no pirate can kill him, not even the Yonko, because he can appear everywhere in the sea, and his space ability is so domineering. Because too many pirates were killed, there was a tendency to strangle the development of the Great Pirate Era, so there was no need for a system like King Shichibukai. Uchiha Shisui said seriously, that bounty hunter should be able to fly the Thunder God technique, so he is the so-called time traveler. Just like Tomie said, people who are not from the ninja world have the power of the chakra system. Sasuke said disdainfully, if he doesn't mess with us, we don't need to pay attention to him. We also understand the situation. The powerful pirates in this world are all in the second half of the Grand Line. Let's go there. Megumi Uchiha and Shisui have no objections. The Navy and the world government have not offended them. They will not come to provoke them for no reason, so let's go find the pirates. The three Uchiha don't understand why so many people in this world are proud to be pirates. They are really stupid. Even Uchiha, who has mental problems, thinks the people in this world are weird. In the eyes of the three Uchiha, even if they are dissatisfied with the navy and the world government, then they should learn from the revolutionary army. Find a way to overthrow the world government. Then you will be the king and your status will rise instantly. Why bother being a pirate? This line of thinking is completely incomprehensible. Uchiha was like this. Uchiha wanted a coup at the beginning. With Uchiha Sasuke's character, if he was an adult ninja living in Shirsui's time, he would definitely support the coup. Even ninjas like Shisui and Sasuke who existed in the old era despised pirates, not to mention Megumi Uchiha. Then, let's go to the Shamboard Islands first. Uchiha Shisui said aloud that he had already planned the route. There were two routes to the second half of the Grand Line. One required applying to the world government, so they gave up. Shisui and the other three are not interested in pirates, but they have interviewed many people through Sharingan hypnosis and know the virtues of the world government, so they also have no favorable impressions of the world government. Another way to go to the second half of the Grand Line is to go to the Shamboard Islands and wrap the boat with Algerian mangrove resin, dive 10,000 meters, pass through a huge hole under the Red Continent, and go through the undersea line. Fishman Island reaches the second half of the Grand Line. Of course, for the three Uchihas, flying was still possible. Just do as the Romans do. Just to experience the fun of this world, they first took a merchant ship to the Shamboard Islands, and then tried to find a way to get to the second half of the Grand Line. The three of them have practiced hockey after arriving in this world. Although they have not yet fought against the powerful hockey in this world, after arriving in this world, they realized that it is easier to comprehend hockey. It is true that the two multiverses are integrated, but it is indeed less difficult to cultivate hockey in the pirate world than in the ninja world. No, in just a few days, the three people's armed color hockey attainments were no worse than when Luffy had just trained for 2 years. This refers to the control of armored hockey skills. With the true strength of hockey, Sasuke and the other three could be directly crushed. In the first half of the Grand Line, a middle-aged man was very melancholy, thinking about it. In the second year without a system, it seems that the only way to increase strength in the future is to rely on that plan. This man almost suppressed the time traveler of the great pirate era by his own strength. This was not because he had the power to crush the 4 emperors, but because he had the flying thunder god technique and could appear at will in the first half, second half and even the east and west of the Grand Route. It has extremely high mobility in the north and south. His strength is not weak, although he is not as strong as Hard Shell and not as strong as the 4 emperors, but the 4 emperors are extremely afraid of him. This man's golden finger is to gain points by killing pirates, and then redeem them for the power of characters in the Naruto world. You can only get points by killing pirates, not navy and civilians. Since he can only kill pirates, he simply becomes a bounty hunter. He can get money by killing pirates, but he has to be constrained by being a navy. Everything was fine at first. More than a year ago, his golden finger noticed that Fujian was intruding more and more into the multiverse, so he could only run away decisively. I originally saved enough money to buy Eternal Madara's power with Krypton Gold, but everything was ruined. This is another sad time traveler who was abandoned by Golden Finger because of Fujian. Those who travel to the world of Naruto and pirates are really unlucky. The pirates are okay, and even if Naruto can survive, Tomie will die in the later period. Chapter 311 Uchiha's Pirate Journey 2. On the sea, the Uchiha trio were riding on a merchant ship. The three of them were very comfortable. After all, the three of them were here for vacation. Fortunately, after so many years, Sasuke's character has become a little calmer. If it were Sasuke's previous Sao Yin character, he would have to kill all the way to the new world. It's the year 1519 of the Hainan calendar, Luffy hasn't gone to sea yet, and Ace hasn't been captured yet. However, every change will bring about countless changes. In this world, Ace's fate changed because he had to avoid the powerful bounty hunter Phils, the time traveler. He did not eat the Sha Shao fruit, so he could only rely on physical skills and domineering when entering the new world. But Ace is by no means an ordinary person. In fact, he awakened the Overlord's haki when he was young, but he didn't know how to use it. He continued to fight and become stronger in the new world. The difference was that because he did not have the burning fruit, he was not so swollen and could not challenge Whitebeard so quickly, but he met Kaido in Wano country. Although Ace's power is good and his potential is good, he doesn't have the burning fruit and is ultimately not as good as the original. He has trouble dealing with the three major disasters, let alone Kaido. However, Kaido still gave Ace a stick to help him quit his addiction. In the end, he joined the Beast Pirates to save the country of Wano and save Yamato. Of course, Ace didn't admire Kaido that much. He joined the Beast Pirates because he wanted to defeat Kaido. But it has to be said that Ace grew up much faster in the Beast's Pirates than in the Whitebeard Pirates, because Whitebeard loved his sons too much, which made Ace less tempered. However, Ace was able to successfully go to sea, which was related to Phil's golden finger running away, otherwise Ace would have been caught long ago. Although Goldfinger ran away, after years of catching pirates in exchange for bounties, Phil's unknowingly fell in love with money. No reason, I just like to see my change increase. Everyone has different interests, and Phil, like Jade, likes to save money. However, Phil's is now ready to improve his strength. Since the golden finger is gone, he will find a way to improve his strength on his own, and there are devil fruits in this world. The slowness fruit and the thunder fruit are all part of his plan. Phil's golden finger was used to exchange for the power of characters in the Naruto world. He had exchanged Kakuzu's power for the ability to continuously exchange his heart for immortality. That is to say, the Golden Finger Dog game requires a certain amount of points to be unlocked and exchanged for powerful characters. Otherwise, Phil would have exchanged the power of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Even so, he had redeemed the power of the second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth generation Hokage, as well as the Tsuchikage and Raikage. Because of Goldfinger's departure, he has been cultivating his haki for more than a year. Now he can compete with the four emperors by relying on many means, and may even kill the four emperors. Phil's didn't know the specifics. He had never used all his strength to fight the Yonko. He felt that he was just an ordinary bounty hunter. He is only responsible for catching pirates in exchange for money, and other things have nothing to do with him. He is alone. This time traveler is relatively Buddhist. If Khan or Jiang Wu had the ability to fly the Thunder God, he would definitely cause trouble all over the world, especially Jiang Wu, a madman. He might even hunt down the celestial dragons. In this way, we spent some time peacefully. The Uchiha trio were still unknown people. The merchant ship they followed did not encounter any big pirates, and Xiao Xiaomi and the others were easily dispatched. In this way, they successfully arrived at the Shampoo Islands. I heard that this place is very prosperous, more prosperous than many places. I really look forward to the delicious food here. Uchiha Megumi was very excited. She seemed to have awakened her foodie nature after coming to the pirate world. However, the Chambord Islands are indeed prosperous. After all, they are in a special location and there are still celestial dragons. Although they are not as good as the Holy Land Marie Joa, they are still ranked among the best in this world. Shursui chuckled and said, "Be careful if you eat too much and get fat." Sasuke was a little speechless. He felt that Shursui sometimes doted on Megumi more than him. With Huey's digestive ability, no matter how much food she eats, she will digest it quickly. There is no such thing as getting fat. This is not pampering Hui and letting her eat whatever she wants. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 2,877 words. In fact, the Uchiha trio have long been able to survive by absorbing the free energy between heaven and earth. They don't need to eat at all. They eat to satisfy their appetites. Speaking of which, where did Shursui and the other three get their money? They could get money by killing some slightly more powerful pirates in exchange for money. It is too easy to make money in this world. As long as you are strong and keep killing pirates, it is not difficult to make billions or tens of billions. If nothing else, the bounty for the four emperors and their cadres is very high. It is not easy to make tens of billions by killing a senior cadre of the Yonko One Piece. This world is a paradise for some people. Shursui and the three of them don't specialize in catching pirates to make money, but catching any pirate with a bounty of tens of millions is enough for a while. Uchiha Megumi activated the superpowers that girls have on the Shampoo Islands. She will never be tired from shopping, and Shisui and Sasuke became bodyguards, although Megumi did not need their protection. Megumi Uchiha is bouncing around and looks like an ordinary little girl, but there are two characters beside her who don't look simple, especially Sasuke. Ordinary pirates stayed away. Shisui also looked at everything in the Shampoo Islands curiously. Even though the ninja world has been continuously transformed by Orochimaru's technological products, there are still some strange things in the pirate world that attract Shisui's eyes. Everyone is curious. Heart. Suddenly, everyone on the street knelt down, not just ordinary people, but also pirates. Hey! Kneel down quickly. The celestial dragons are coming, celestial dragons. Do you understand? Hurry up. If you want to die, don't involve us. The kneeling people who were closer to Shisui and the three people quickly urged them. Most people in this world are afraid of the celestial dragons. Even powerful people do not want to offend the celestial dragons unless they have to. Even the fishmen are afraid of the celestial dragons. You must know how arrogant the fishmen Hachi and Eren were when they bullied the people of Nami village. They felt that the fishmen were superior to others, but they did not kneel down when facing the celestial dragons. Kneel. The Uchiha trio sneered, asking them to kneel down. Is it worthy? These three people have never kneeled before their parents and elders. Oh, Jisue had knelt down on one knee before when the ANBU reported tasks, but he had never knelt down since then, let alone Jisue who has held power for so many years now. Except for Tomie, no one can make Shisui kneel down, not even his grandfather Kagami. The Uchiha trio all decided to try not to cause trouble. After all, they were mainly here to have fun, but just because they didn't cause trouble didn't mean that trouble wouldn't come to them. They will not take the initiative to attack the Tianlong people, but it is impossible for them to compromise with the Tianlong people. It can be said that those in the ninja world will definitely conflict with the celestial dragons when they go to various pirate worlds. Others will be humble to Tianlong people, but people from the ninja world will not. Chapter 312 Uchiha's Pirate Journey 3. Clatter. 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 The Tianlong man wearing a bubble mask on his head finally crossed the distance of tens of meters and walked over. When they saw the three Shisui people who did not kneel down, the expressions on the celestial dragons' faces were very ugly. Some people dared to offend the great celestial dragons. Untouchable, kneel down for me. The Tianlong people said arrogantly, even if the Tianlong people have little power, they are extremely arrogant, because if they move, they will attract the Navy Admiral. There are definitely not many people in this world who are not afraid of the Navy Admiral. Most of those who have the strength to compete with the generals will not provoke the generals because of the Tianlong people. They basically will not interact with the Tianlong people. This can be regarded as a tacit understanding between them and the Navy. Untouchable. Haha. Sasuke chuckled, his eyes becoming dangerous. Shisui also understood that this Tianlong man was dead. Unless Tomie spoke, no one could stop Sasuke from killing this man. Yes, except Tomie, it's useless for anyone to plead for mercy, even if Naruto opens his mouth, let alone Naruto, even if it's Fugaku and Mikoto, it's useless. Although they will not intercede for the hot chickens like the Tianlong people. The celestial dragon became even more annoyed when they saw Sasuke and the other two not kneeling down. The residents of the Shampoo Islands who were kneeling on the street started to tremble and cursed in their hearts, saying that they were going to be killed by these three people. Those pirates are fine, but at worst they will run away, but the residents are really miserable. In fact, whether it is pirates, Naruto, or even any world, ordinary people really have no human rights. The celestial dragon pulled out his gun, and he pointed it decisively at Uchiha Sasuke, who was whispering just now. For some reason, this person made him very unhappy. Boom. The Tianlong man decisively pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out instantly. This speed is too slow in the eyes of Sasuke and the others. It would be interesting to see it 1,000 times faster. To put it bluntly, if it were not for the fusion of the two multiverses that had strengthened the pirate world, this world would not have been able to withstand their efforts. Even so, they also sealed most of their power before coming to this world. You must know that when the 10,000 yuan of the Naruto world was unified, they directly had the power to surpass the Otsutsuki god style. Now it is even more terrifying. Without sealing some power, it will not be possible. Even so, Sasuke easily caught the bullet with only 2 fingers. Sasuke did not directly kill the Tianlong people. He had long understood that sometimes it would be too easy for a person to die too happily. There are many ways to torture people. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others agreed. At the same time, they were particularly envious of Danzo, who had no soul left. At least he would not experience so much pain. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen and others are still kneeling as stone statues in the Sound Ninja village. According to this situation, unless someone breaks the myth of Tomie's invincibility, they will still be kneeling for tens of thousands of years. This is a kind of terrible torture. You can obviously feel everything, but you can only worry about it for thousands of years, unable to communicate with others. Even if you are alone and want to die, you can only bear it. Whoosh whoosh. 3 CP agents appeared in front of the Tianlong people. They were not ordinary people and they had to protect the adults. Catching bullets with bare hands is nothing, but the strange thing is that the opponent didn't use his armed domineering force. The Tianlong failed to shoot, and now his expression was a little distorted. He roared, "Take them down." The CP agents listened to the Tianlong people very much. These people don't care about the appearance of Uchiha Megumi's children. CP agents are very cold-blooded. Although not all of them secretly kill hundreds of soldiers from a kingdom like Lu Chi, they will not feel burdened by attacking a little girl. The agents took action instantly, aiming at vital points. They sought to kill with one blow. Boom. 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 The 3 agents all fell down, which really shocked the people watching what was going on. This was not because the speed was too fast for others to see clearly, but because Shui and the other 3 mobilized invisible energy particles in the air to launch an attack, which directly shattered their hearts. This is a fighting method in Myobokusen Sage mode, and many people in the ninja world know it now. How dare you untouchables? The Tianlong people still talk nonsense. Even if his subordinates are killed, he still looks arrogant and domineering. It's a pity that Sasuke won't tolerate him anymore. Before he could finish his words, he was hit by Sasuke's Sharingan illusion. Run. They actually offended the Tianlong people. The general is coming soon, so hurry up and leave. Madman, really madman, that's a celestial dragon. The people kneeling on the ground panicked and ran away one after another. Some pirates who had been to the Shampoo Islands for less than a day decided to leave immediately by boat to avoid being affected. Uchiha Shursui said indifferently, "These people are destined not to become strong, even if they are given the magical devil fruit in this world. Don't look at the ninjas in the Naruto world who surrendered to the daimyo before, but look at the former Kingdom of Water. Which powerful ninja would not assassinate the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water when they defected? Although most of them failed, the courage is not what people in this world can do." Then Uchiha Megumi said, "It seems we don't have to rush to the second half of the Grand Line. If we offend the celestial dragons, the Admiral will come over." Uchiha Megumi and the others have known this method for a long time, which can quickly attract strong men to fight with them. However, they adhere to the principle of not causing trouble and do not want to cause trouble for no reason, so they gave up this idea. But the Tianlong people seek death, so we can't blame them. Of course, a mere admiral would definitely not be enough for them. Moreover, Shursui and the others knew that the 3 current Navy generals were all natural devil fruit users, and their domineering achievements were relatively weak. But they are not afraid. As long as the celestial dragons are in their hands, they are not afraid that the Navy or even the world government will not send strong men. There are ways to do things that are not shameless. Since you are shameless, you must be shameless to the end. In fact, in recent years, the ninja world has begun to pay attention to quality education. After all, although the talents of the people in the ninja world are good, their education level is not enough. At the request of the daimyo's assimilated body, everyone must take classes in this area, even Sasuke is no exception. Ha! Celestial Dragon! Uchiha Sasuke said disdainfully, and even took a few steps back, because the celestial dragon was tortured in the genjutsu, and he actually peed, and the smell was a bit unpleasant. This was something Sasuke and the other two people never expected, and at the same time they despised the celestial dragons even more. Sasuke didn't activate Tsukuyomi, it was just an ordinary illusion. He could sense that this celestial dragon was an ordinary person in every aspect. He was afraid that this guy wouldn't be able to withstand Tsukuyomi and would just burp. Sasuke and the other three were not worried that the admiral would not come, it was just a matter of time. Even if the three of them killed the three agents, some of the passers-by who had just escaped would definitely report the situation to other Tianlong people. This is also true. There are always people who like to be smart and think that they may be appreciated by the celestial dragons. Not to mention becoming the powerful helper of the celestial dragons, there is no problem in becoming rich and powerful. However, they seem to have forgotten that the virtues of the celestial dragons are often more retarded than the retards. Even if you try your best to please, the celestial dragons will not think well of you. Chapter 313 Uchiha's Pirate Journey 4. Untouchables, all you untouchables, go to hell. The Tianlong man came out of the illusion and found that he had peed. He screamed quickly, and his anger reached an extreme. The Tianlong people have no ability to break away from Sasuke's illusion. No one in this world can break away from Sasuke's illusion. Sasuke is the one who breaks the illusion. Because Sasuke understands that for such people who think highly of themselves, losing control and peeing is more uncomfortable than ordinary torture. The crazy Tianlong man had no idea what was going on. It might be that his knowledge over the years had been deeply ingrained into his mind. Even if he was now at an absolute disadvantage, he didn't think these people dared to kill him. Bang bang bang. He shot wildly, but Sasuke couldn't tolerate him. His right hand danced rapidly and caught all the bullets. Then he returned it in full. He avoided the critical point. A living celestial dragon is worth much more than a dead celestial dragon. All the bullets bounced back and hit the Tianlong people. How could the pampered Tianlong people hold back and rolled on the ground without caring about their image? Hundan. I'm just letting you go. I will never let you die easily. The celestial dragons are indeed as stupid as pigs, and they are still talking nonsense at this time. It is not just the celestial dragons in front of me, but most of the celestial dragons. This is what the world government wants to see. Sasuke's eyes widened as another genjutsu passed by. He felt that the genjutsu just now was not cruel enough and needed to be upgraded to make him understand that weak people should have a weak attitude. Jishue said, "It feels a lot cooler all of a sudden, Tianlong people, huh?" Shursui cannot understand the power possessed by the celestial dragons. One or two special cases can still explain this situation. The problem is that the celestial dragons are a group. Jishue and the other three waited boredly. No one dared to approach this place. They had no time to hide, so they dared not get close. Soon, Marine Fando Sengoku was notified, and his face turned livid. If anyone dared to attack the Tianlong people. You actually dare to attack the world's nobles. In this case, I have no choice but to take action. Don't worry, Mr. Sengoku. Kizaru in the marshal's office went out to ask for help. Firstly, he was the only general in Marina Fando. If he didn't take the initiative to ask for help, it would still be his turn. Secondly, he was curious about the existence of those who dared to offend the celestial dragons. Where did he come from? Akainu is always in the second half of the Grand Line, and Akiji is in the first half, except for occasional handovers, so most of the time the admiral at the naval headquarters is Kizaru. Warring States said solemnly, "I have asked the Navy of the Shampoo Islands to take action, but the identity of the group that attacked the Tianlong people is unknown. They should not be simple goods. To be on the safe side, it is best for you to go out, otherwise people will leave and you will not be able to do anything to the world. The government will explain." Kizaru said that he understood that if he could deal with the agents around the Tianlong people, his strength would be comparable to that of pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, and the Navy of the Shampoo Islands might not be able to catch them. The Chambord Islands do have a navy, and the navy there moves quickly. But the strongest one was a major general, that is, Sasuke, and the three of them entertained them to pass the time. Unlike being ruthless towards the CP agents, Sasuke and the other three were merciful towards the Navy and did not take their lives. The Shampoo Islands were completely boiling, and many people who were close to the Uchiha trio hurriedly ran away. They were running to tell each other, and the timid ones even fled the Shampoo Islands. The regional divisions of the Shampoo Islands are very clear, based on the numbers on the trees. Numbers 1 to 29 are illegal areas such as human trafficking shops. Numbers 30 to 39 are amusement parks. Numbers 40 to 49 are tourist areas with souvenirs for sale. Numbers 50 to 59 are shipyards with painters. And numbers 60 to 69 it is the access area for the Navy and the government, and no. 70 to 79 is the hotel street and other places. The three Sasukes are in the tourist area number 42. Because of them, not only the tourist area number 42 is empty, but also other tourist areas. Especially the pirates, they were afraid that because of the anger of the Tianlong people, their innocent people would be affected. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 3008 words. In fact, this is also true. In the original work, Kizaru did not capture Luffy and other supernovas, but he must have captured many pirates to eliminate the disaster. Although he is a general and the world government cannot blame him, superficial work still needs to be done. There are those who are afraid, and there are naturally those who are very confident in their own strength and hide in the dark to watch the show. A certain white-haired old man was peeping at everything. He muttered, "Is it some special race? The eyes are all red, and these three people actually give me a dangerous feeling. It's really weird." This was Pluto Rayleigh. Sasuke and the other three noticed it, but they didn't bother to pay attention. For about half an hour, countless light particles flew from a distance and condensed into a somewhat wretched person. It's really fast. It should take less than an hour. Jisue sneered and said, "The Navy Admiral arrived a little too fast. The Navy is really concerned about the Tianlong people. Wouldn't it be nice to catch more pirates during this time?" Kizaru looked at the celestial dragon who had been shot many times and couldn't help but twist his lips. How scary. He actually shot at the celestial dragon. Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. It would be fine if the Tianlong people were not dead. If they were, the matter would be serious. At this time, Tianlongren fainted due to excessive blood loss. If he remained untreated, he would still die even if the bullet missed his vital point. It's General Porcellino. The thief can't escape now. The navy that was being teased in the Shampoo Islands was excited to see Kizaru. In their understanding, the admiral was the highest combat power of the navy. This was a nearly invincible existence. Even the four emperors did not dare to ignore the admiral, and even some weak ones did not dare to ignore the admiral. Those who know the situation feel that the four emperors are no match for the general. "Who's coming?" Sasuke asked. He really didn't take Kizaru seriously. Although he had a lot of power sealed, he was sure to kill him with one move if he wanted to. Jisue said, "Let me do it. The power of devil fruit is still very rare and natural. I really want to see it." Shisui did not draw his sword immediately. You must know that Shisui's sword skills are also very good. It can be said that Uchiha even has specialized Uchiha-style swordsmanship. It used to be passed down from ancient Uchiha masters, but the current Uchiha-style swordsmanship was developed by Shisui, Sasuke, and Izuna, allowing other Uchiha to learn from it. How scary. Are you waiting for the admiral? So, have you ever been kicked by light? Kizaru joked leisurely. He had never encountered someone who thought he had the strength to challenge a general. He raised his right leg, accumulated light particles and kicked it out, and a powerful laser was fired out. Jisue was unafraid, watching the laser getting closer and still motionless. Laylee secretly couldn't help but wonder, maybe he sensed it wrong, why did it pull like this? But that's not it. With their ability to play tricks on the major general, no matter what, it would not be like this. As the laser got closer and closer, Shisui suddenly raised his leg and kicked, sending the laser flying into the sky. There was just a bang, and the laser exploded in the sky. Chapter 314 Uchiha's Pirate Journey 5. Kizaru became serious for a moment. Although it was just a casual blow, it stands to reason that a lieutenant general or below would definitely be killed. This person in front of him is not simple. However, Kizaru did not think that he would be defeated. This was due to his confidence in his own strength. The Navy's highest combat effectiveness was no joke. Use all your other tricks. Don't say I won't give you a chance. Shui said calmly. Shunshin Shui was extremely fast, not to mention that his current level of power could crush Kizaru. Kizaru felt that he had been underestimated, but he was not angry. This was his character. He even joked, "Are all young people today so scary?" As he spoke, Kizaru transformed into an element, and the light particles quickly moved in front of Sasuke. His hand stretched out fiercely, trying to snatch the celestial dragon. He did not forget his mission. Capturing the 3 people in front of them is just one of them. In comparison, ensuring the safety of the Tianlong people is more important. How could Shui let Kizaru get what he wanted? He grabbed Kizaru's shining hand and threw him away with all his strength. Secretly, Rayleigh became more and more interested. Young people today are not simple. Although Rayleigh has retired, he will pay attention to any newcomers in Dahai. However, the 3 of Shui came from the ninja world, so it would be strange if Rayleigh knew them, and Shui is not young. In terms of age, Shui is older than Kizaru, and is almost a few years older than Rayleigh. Even Megumi Uchiha, who looks like a Lolita, is actually very old, but now the Uchiha in the ninja world are all immortals. To put it bluntly, the power of Shui and the others has surpassed the power of the previous Hokage alone, the power of the universe. It seems that I can't do it if I don't take it seriously. Kizaru was not joking this time. He knew very well that if the other party used domineering force just now, he would definitely suffer some injuries. However, Kizaru felt that it was not impossible to fight, but the celestial dragons were in the opponent's hands, and it would be bad if the celestial dragons died. Kizaru is confident, his strength has improved in the past 2 days, and he feels that it is worthwhile for him and Whitebeard to beat him. In fact, not only Kizaru, but also the masters in the pirate world have improved in strength. After all, the 2 multiverses have merged, and everyone will improve under the baptism. This is true for all pirate worlds, but it is just an improvement. It is impossible to be like the ninja world. After all, it was Tomie and the others who were so ruthless that they sacrificed 10,000 yuan and sacrificed other Naruto universes so that people in the ninja world could increase their strength several times or dozens of times without practicing. At this time, the Tianlong people were held in Sasuke's hands to prevent them from being secretly rescued by other marines. After all, Kizaru did not come alone, and his troops also followed. Sasuke pinched Tianlong Ren's neck with one hand, raised it high, and said to Kizaru, "Are you worried about this guy?" Sasuke's smile was very cold, and Kizaru felt something was wrong. Sasuke decisively launched the Tsukuyomi, and continued to torture the celestial dragon in the Tsukuyomi until his soul was gone. Then flames emerged from his palms, and the flames that surpassed the magma directly burned the celestial dragon. In fact, even if most of Sasuke's power is sealed now, as long as he uses all his strength, not to mention burning down this pirate world, it is easy to evaporate the world sea. The celestial dragon died, his soul and body were completely destroyed, leaving only a little bit of ashes. This was the price he paid for calling Sasuke a pariah. Sasuke said indifferently, "Now you don't need to protect him, you can release your power to your heart's content." Kizaru's face turned green. "Yes. There is no need for protection anymore. You have been reduced to ashes. What else do you need to protect?" Kizaru said to the other marines, "You are not needed for the battle here. You go to other areas to catch pirates. Catch as many as you want. Leave it to me here." The Navy all saluted together, and then went to other areas to catch the pirates. This battle was indeed not something they could intervene in, and the lieutenant general was required to help anyway. Jisue said calmly, "Then the battle begins." In an instant, Shui disappeared from Kizaru's sight. When Kizaru reacted, Shui had appeared behind him, and his right hand penetrated directly into his body. Jisue said, "The natural system is really good. I can't do anything to you using only physical power." Shui didn't use his haki, nor any other power. He only used the power of his body. He was very confident that he couldn't withstand the Six Paths attack just now, but this wretched guy was completely unscathed by the characteristics of the natural system. Shui was very calm, but Kizaru was frightened. How could it be possible that such a speed made him, a flash man, unable to react at all? Don't talk about him, Rayleigh, who was hiding in the dark and watching clearly, was also startled. This speed was so terrifying. This was really achieved by physical movement. Is this possible? Could it be that he used some devil fruit ability? When Kizaru reacted, he instantly gathered a sword of light and slashed it out. He didn't hold anything back this time. Shirsue's sword was directly unsheathed, covered with armed haki, and he kept slashing with Kizaru. The powerful domineering energy collided with each other, and the energy that escaped shocked the entire Shampoo Islands. For example, Phils, who had just arrived at the Shampoo Islands and didn't know the situation, couldn't help complaining, "What's going on? The timing is wrong. Now that Luffy has not gone to sea, no one will provoke the celestial dragons, and the Admiral will not fight with Rayleigh." Bar. Having said that, Phil set off immediately. He didn't think there was any melon that he couldn't eat. He had the power of the flying thunder god. He could go anywhere as big as the sea, and there would be no one in this world who could kill him. Kizaru, who was fighting with Shui, said, "I thought it would be a simple task, but I didn't expect to encounter a monster like you. Even in the new world where there are so many strong men, only the Yonko can match you." Kizaru was not bragging, but he had gone all out, but the other party had left some room. Shui didn't say anything, and used his Sharingan to copy all of Kizaru's power-generating techniques, including his haki techniques. For a being at the level of Shui, the Sharingan has already possessed most of the characteristics of the Byakugan, so he can see the invisible and immaterial armed haki, and can perfectly copy Kizaru's haki skills. If he hadn't wanted to master more skills and take a look at the power of the devil fruit, he would have killed Kizaru with a single blow. Seeing that Shui was silent, Kizaru secretly cursed himself for being unlucky. The other two shouldn't be too weak, and he was alone, so he had to work hard. "If that's all you have, then this battle will be over." Shui cut off Kizaru's lightsaber as he spoke, but what really surprised Kizaru was that Shirsue's power-generating technique and the method of using armed haki were exactly the same as his own, and even stronger. Kizaru was speechless. Where did this monster come from? He had never heard of it at all. Sasuke and Megumi didn't just watch. Their Sharingan also copied Kizaru's skills. Although they were not as profound as Shirsue's personal battle, they still gained something. There is no way, their level is too high, and it is too easy to master these skills. Coming here to study is only the first step. After completion, Uchiha Tomie directly mobilizes the rules of the universe in this area for them to understand. The reason why we don't do this step directly is that everything must be done step by step, and the same goes for cultivation. Chapter 315 Uchiha's Pirate Journey 6. You underestimate the Admiral too. Kizaru opened the weapon directly and activated the 8-foot Magatama, scattering countless light bullets. He was not only targeting Shui, but also Sasuke and Megumi. He wanted to take the opportunity to test the strength of these two people. If they were not strong enough, they would die and barely be able to give an explanation to the world government. Of course, no matter what happened to this wave of attacks, Kizaru was already ready to run away. Speaking of which, I haven't used this trick for a long time. After Shui said that, he teleported, and the green Susanoo enveloped him, Sasuke, and Megumi. Although it was only the third form of Susanoo, the essence of his power could be used even with the first form of Susanoo. Block. You don't even need to resist, this attack can't hurt them, but it will be bad if your clothes are damaged. Uchiha cares about being strong. Fuck. Susanoo. Phils, who had just arrived, was shocked. How could this be possible? This was not from the Naruto world, how could it appear here? And this Susanoo is too strong. Susanoo knows it. He can do it too, but he has never used it in front of others. According to his speculation, even the fourth form of Eternal Sasuke, the Susanoo, could not stop Kizaru's 8-foot Magatama. Even if he added a curse seal, it would be useless. He had to have the full Susanoo to do it. Kizaru himself didn't expect this to happen. He was confused for a while, and just when he was about to run away, the phone rang. Shursui put away the Susanoo and said, "Take it." Kizaru could only answer the phone. After the call was connected, Sengoku's voice came over, "Has the person been caught?" Shursui ignored Kizaru, but looked in the direction where Rayleigh and Phil were hiding. "You two, come out on your own, or should I invite you to come out?" Rayleigh came out boldly and said with a smile, "A new generation has replaced the old ones. The sea now is really wonderful." Phil's also came out, but he didn't say a word. He recognized Shursui and Sasuke. Although he traveled through time for many years, he also used Goldfinger for many years, and even exchanged the power of Itachi Uchiha for many years. It's not that Phil doesn't want to redeem Shursui and Obito's power, but that his golden finger is restricting him. But it is true that Phil's golden finger does not restrict him. He has already exchanged the power of Eternal Madara and Hashirama. How can he exchange the power of so many shadows? If he exchanges Hashirama's power and pursues the power of the 6 levels in the future, how can he exchange it for the power of those shadows? The only variable is that Tomie is here. Otherwise, Phil's will eventually be able to redeem the power of Hashirama and even 6 Paths Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya if he continues to waste it. But Phil's is not bad now. Tobirama and Tsunade's dual Senju bloodlines are superimposed, and he has tapped into his physical potential in the pirate world. The side effects of the kaleidoscope are not that big for him. There are quite a lot of characters that Phil's redeemed. The most powerful characters in Konoha include the 2nd to 6th generation Hokage, White Fang, Uchiha Itachi, Yamato, Met Kai, and other 3rd generation Raikage, 2nd generation Mizukage, 5th generation Mizukage. He redeemed the powers of the 3rd Kazekage, 2nd Tsuchikage, and Kakuzu. Sasuke said coldly, "Don't get me wrong, we are not pirates." Shursui stared at Kizaru. Once Kizaru dared to run away, he would immediately capture him. As for his conversation with Sengoku, he didn't care at all. Riley asked curiously, "It's not pirates, is it the Revolutionary Army?" Sasuke was too lazy to pay attention to Rayleigh. In the eyes of people in this world, Rayleigh was very strong and an absolute big shot, but in Sasuke's eyes he was nothing more than that. If Phil's hadn't been there, he would have given Rayleigh a chance to perform and fight with him. Sasuke looked at Phil and said, "I didn't want to pay attention to you at first, but now I have changed my mind." Who let you have his eyes? Rayleigh didn't know why, but Phil knew that he had Itachi's Mangekyo, and Sasuke would not let him go. Phil thought that Sasuke was a brother controller, but in fact he was not. This Sasuke was different from what he knew. What is the situation now? Can Sasuke and Shursui travel through time? Could it be that the little girl is also a time traveler? Or is it that Naruto the pirate is actually a universe, and the pirate world is just one of the planets in the Naruto universe? But what's going on with these eyes? They don't look like the Sharingan. Are they mutated? Phil's mind was very confused. He didn't know Sasuke's strength, but the power Shursui showed was definitely not simple. He probably reached the 6 paths, otherwise he would not have the power to crush Kizaru. Sasuke looked at Phil, who was thinking, and said directly, "Let's do it. I also want to see what the so-called time traveler is capable of. It's best to please me, otherwise I can only ask you to die." Sasuke is not so cruel, he just wants to scare Phil, but it is certain that he will take away Phil's Sharingan. Even if the Mangekyo is not Itachi's, he will still take it away. No one else is worthy of using Uchiha's eyes. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 2,846 words. Phil was startled by the word time traveler, but judging by the tone, Sasuke was not a time traveler. He has also made up his mind, who is afraid of whom. He has left the mark of the flying thunder god on the east, west, north, south, and everywhere along the Grand Line. If he can't be defeated, why can't he escape? Thunder escape, Thunder Tiger kills. Phil's quickly formed a seal, and the Thunder Beast galloped out. Because of the amount of chakra, the Thunder Tiger killer he used was several times stronger than Kakashi in the plot. Phil's currently has a lot of chakra. The amount of chakra from so many strong men is superimposed on him. In addition, the pirate world has a strong body and can refine more chakra. His chakra amount exceeds that of many tailed beasts. If it wasn't for Phil's golden finger that didn't let him exchange for tailed beasts, he would definitely exchange for a few, so that he wouldn't be short of chakra. Do whatever you want. Sasuke was very disdainful that he actually needed to form a seal, and he didn't know that he, Uchiha Sasuke, was Kakashi's disciple. He actually used Kakashi's tricks against him. Sasuke didn't form any seals at all. He raised his hand, and a thunder behemoth that was as big as Phil's thunder behemoth rushed out. When they met, they immediately killed each other and quickly pounced on Phil's. Phil was shocked. It was too late to form the seal at this time. He clenched his fist and punched out. The powerful force of his punch shook the thunder beast away. This is the strange power of Thousand Hands, and combined with the pirate's physique and armament, it becomes even more terrifying. Of course, neither Phil's nor Sasuke used their full strength. Phil's just used this move to test Sasuke's strength, and Sasuke used less than 1/10,000th of his strength. You must know that most of his strength was sealed, but now that such a powerful thunder escape is less than 1/10,000th of the strength. On the other side, Kizaru finished talking to Sengoku on the phone. According to Sengoku's instructions, he retreated first and returned to Marineland first. Now Pluto Rayleigh has come out, and one of the 3 people who killed the celestial dragon has shown great strength, and there is also the bounty hunter Phil's. The situation is a bit chaotic. In this case, Sengoku decisively asked Kizaru to protect himself first. Chapter 316 Uchiha's Pirate Journey 7. Kizaru activated his fruit power to leave, but Shursui was faster. Rayleigh could see the movement of light particles, but he couldn't see Shursui's teleportation at all. Boom! Shursui appeared directly on Kizaru's path and pushed him to the ground, fully demonstrating what true power is, and the Admiral can easily solve it. Rayleigh's eyelids jumped at the sight. If he hadn't been reading newspapers and paying attention to the sea, he would have thought that he had been retired for a long time and could not keep up with the times. Mr. General, don't leave in a hurry. Shursui smiled, and Kizaru wanted to curse. Where did this monster come from? Shursui directly materialized the invisible haki and turned it into a rope to tie up Kizaru, pulling him to watch the battle between Sasuke and Phil. Kizaru gave up completely. He was afraid that if he tried to escape, he would be blown away. Moreover, his elemental transformation could not break free from the chain of domineering. Most people's domineering could not reach this level, but Shursui was the real one for this world. God. Kizaru didn't understand where this monster came from. The 4 emperors and generals acted like children in front of them. He was very sure that this man was just playing at the naval headquarters. Kizaru wondered if this was an old monster that had eaten some strange devil fruit and lived for hundreds of years. In fact, Rayleigh also had this guess, otherwise they wouldn't believe that the gap was so big. They had seen geniuses, and they themselves were geniuses, but they had never heard of something so terrifying. On the other side, Sasuke tortured Phil with various ninjutsus. He didn't need to form seals, and he could crush him perfectly with his last attack and first attack. Sasuke yawned and said, "It's really good to be able to master so many abilities, but if you can't innovate, it's completely worthless. If it only reaches this level, then the battle will be over." Phil's face was a little gloomy. This Sasuke was too strong, and when he used Sage Mode, he discovered that this guy used natural energy to release ninjutsu, not chakra. Then, try this trick, it's different from the power of the chakra system. After speaking, Phil made a special gesture, and a pink beam of light flew out. Sasuke didn't take it seriously and gathered his domineering energy to raise his hands to resist. Unexpectedly, the beam penetrated directly through his body. Amaterasu. Phil's decisively activated Amaterasu, and black flames began to burn on Sasuke. Phil said proudly, "This is a slow light. Once you are hit by this light, your movements will become very slow." Phil's was still cautious and did not mention the 30-second limit. Phil's used Kakuzu's ability to steal the heart of the devil fruit user, thus possessing the power of the user. He just started planning a few days ago. The first fruit power he got was the slowness fruit. It was the fruit power of Silver Fox Foxy. It was a very powerful fruit, but it was a pity that it was eaten by such a waste. If this fruit were in the hands of people like Garp, Zifa, and Shanks, it would be powerful. They would definitely surpass the level of the Yonko with the power of the fruit. As long as something is hit by the slow light, all actions will become very slow within 30 seconds. 30 seconds is enough time to do a lot of things. If Garp has the slowness fruit, there is no need to use it all the time. As long as Whitebeard and Kaido are hit by the slowness ray once during the battle will be over. 30 seconds is enough for Garp to launch hundreds of attacks. Don't say too much. Garp punches the enemy's head 10 times. Who can withstand it? Soon, Phil was no longer happy because he found that Shui and the other person were not nervous at all. This was Amaterasu. Naruto of the Six Paths cannot ignore it, unless he is a six-path level like the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki who is not afraid of the fire of Amaterasu. A very good ability, what a pity. Even if my speed is weakened 1,000 times, you are still no match for me. Sasuke said calmly, and after saying that, the Amaterasu fire on his body disappeared, and the Amaterasu fire was directly absorbed by him and converted into his own energy. After absorbing it, Sasuke suddenly appeared behind Phil and kicked him away. It wasn't that Sasuke wasn't affected by the slowness fruit, but that he increased his speaking speed in an instant, and his movement speed was only a normal burst. Yes, the gap between Sasuke and Phil is tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of times, so Phil is by no means Sasuke's opponent. Phil's was completely desperate now. This strength was too terrifying. He was still so awesome even after being hit by the slowness fruit. He felt that Sasuke could kill Kagaya Otsutsuki instantly with his own strength. So, these three guys couldn't have broken the dimensional wall and come to the pirate world by their own strength, right? Sasuke looked at Phil's desperate look and said, "You will only die if you do this. Show your power to please me. Only then can you survive if I am in a good mood." Phil took a deep breath. He knew that he was definitely no match for Sasuke. Since he couldn't beat him, he couldn't escape. Suddenly, Phil's face turned ugly again. Sasuke said calmly, "This space is blocked by me. Things like Flying Thunder God and Kamui will be completely ineffective in this space." Phil's understood now that he had only one way to go, and he felt that Sasuke was too strong, so he unknowingly set up a space barrier. He couldn't feel how big the barrier was now. Phil took a deep breath, and he understood that he had to use abilities that the original Hokage did not have, otherwise he would not care even if he used the Tatama Sasuke. Powerful chakra vibrated out, and the red Susanoo enveloped Phil. The height of Susanoo quickly surpassed the fourth form of Susanoo. Although it did not reach the complete form, it was still 100 meters high. Before reaching the complete body, the growth of Susanoo's size is not only a height improvement, but also the Susanoo giant's energy bones, meridians, and armor will be strengthened, which is an improvement in all aspects. When Phil's exchanged power, it was an improvement in all aspects. He now has 2 copies of the Senju bloodline and Yamato's Hashirama cells, so he is not relying on Uchiha Itachi's legacy. He has thought about and developed his own. Sanohu's development surpassed many Uchihas in the original Naruto. Playing Susanoo in front of Uchiha, haha. Sasuke was also enveloped in Susanoo. Susanoo quickly reached the full body state. There was no need to go too high. He felt that the full body was enough. Sasuke didn't take action either. He waited for Phil's attack. If he did, Phil's little strength wasn't enough. Phil suddenly said, "The duration of the slow light is 30 seconds. Phil was afraid that the time would suddenly pass during the next battle and Sasuke would not be able to control his strength enough to kill him. Phil's did not condense the Susanoo sword. He could summon the 10-fist sword, but he did not believe that this thing would be useful for such a powerful Sasuke. Boom. Powerful chakra escaped again, and Phil's became even more terrifying. Even Rayleigh did not dare to be inferior. Sasuke became slightly interested because Phil's opened the 8-gate Duinja. Interesting, can the 8-gate dungeon be used in combination with Susanoo? This was a train of thought that he had never thought of. Chapter 317 Uchiha's Pirate Journey 8. It stands to reason that after opening the 8-gate dungeon, the power on the body will be very violent. This is also the reason why Sasuke had a high chance of death after using the Chidori after opening the 8-gate dungeon. But Susanoo is different. It relies more on the power of the kaleidoscope and is not particularly dependent on its own chakra. In addition, Phils has gathered the power and skills of so many Hokage figures, and his control is several levels stronger than that of Metkai. Then let's try the morning peacock in Susanoo's state. Fears estimated that the side effects of slowing down the light for 30 seconds would have passed, and took action immediately. He opened the 7th door directly, not that he didn't want to open the 8th door. Even if his body was many times stronger than Metkai's, he would still die if he opened the 8th door. I saw the 100-meter-tall Susanoo quickly punching the peacock, using the 8-gate dungeon to open the 6th gate, and countless flames and shockwaves bombarded Sasuke. You must know that the power of the peacock in the original Lumen Kai is so powerful that it evaporates the lake-like water formed by Kisame using the explosive water wave. The current Phils crushes the Met Kai of that period in all aspects, and even uses this trick through Susanoo. The effect is many times stronger, which is almost the same as when Met Kai used the peacock in the 8th gate. This lethality is close to the 6 paths, and it is half more powerful than the Chidori that was enhanced by the kaleidoscope eye technique under Sasuke in the 7th gate. The flames were overwhelming, completely engulfing the complete Susanoo and attacking others. It can be said that the effect of using the Chao Peacock among the 10 6-men Kai is not as good as that of the Phils. The gap is a bit big. Kizaru didn't panic. Although he was restrained, he could still transform into elements, but he couldn't break free from the chains. The flames didn't contain domineering energy and couldn't hurt him at all. That's right, this kind of flame that doesn't contain natural energy and domineering power, even if it is twice as strong, can't do anything to Kizaru, and light is not afraid of high temperatures. Rayleigh was a little nervous. It seemed that everyone had underestimated this bounty hunter. They originally thought that he only had strong mobility and could appear anywhere in the sea. Now it seems that everyone has underestimated his power. Jisue and Hui were very indifferent. They raised their right hand slightly, and mysterious runes appeared between their palms. All the flames approaching them were absorbed. Because the absorption range is a little wider, Rayleigh doesn't need to draw his sword when he gets a little light. Sasuke didn't take any defensive measures, he just stood there with his complete Susanoo. No matter how the sea of fire surged, he remained motionless. Strong, too strong. Even this sea of fire is not enough to damage the entire Susanoo. Sasuke's attacks on people in this world are completely dimensionality-reducing attacks. Can his Susanoo compare to ordinary Susanoos? If it were an ordinary complete Susanoo, he would still have a few holes burned in front of this sea of fire. People in other areas of the Shampoo Islands were very shocked, and yes, the movement here was a little louder. On the other hand, the Navy still carried out Kizaru's orders and still tried their best to capture the pirates. They did not expect that the powerful general in their eyes had been defeated and captured. Yes, it's a bit interesting, but it's not enough. The next one should be Haruta. Use it and let me see it. After the firelight dissipated, Sasuke spoke arrogantly against his intact Susanoo body. Unexpectedly, Phils actually dispersed Susanoo. Just when Sasuke thought this guy was about to admit defeat, this guy punched fiercely. Armed and divinely armed. The white sustainable offensive air pressure bullets hit Sasuke quickly and fiercely. This move is very similar to the 8 Gates Shixiang, and it also incorporates armed domineering in it. To put it bluntly, the power of this move is very close to the 8 Gate Kai Shixiang. The moves that can only be used by the 8 Gate Kai can be used by Phil's 7th gate. The physique of the pirate world is better. Even if the strength of the physical body is compared, Phil's is not necessarily weaker than the 7-gate Kai. Sasuke is familiar with this trick. When he went to another ninja world, he fought against Kai-sensei from other worlds. I saw Sasuke dancing with his complete Susanoo fist, and with a bang, he directly exploded the air pressure bomb with great strength. Open the door to death. You can't die as long as I'm here. Sasuke said lightly, the power of the 7th gate is pretty good, what's next? He admitted he had some interest. This Sasuke's attainments in 8-gate dungeon are not low. In a sense, this Sasuke is more versatile and invincible than the original Sasuke. However, Phils did not do as he was told. He dispersed the 8-gate Duanjia, and instead activated the immortal mode, the kind that opens smoothly. Immortal Technique Chen Escape. Phils was about to activate the dust release, but he forgot that although the dust release was powerful, it moved forward too slowly. Otherwise, the original Inoki would have relied on this move to sweep through the ninja world without Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. There was a bang, and Phil's dust release was only half condensed before it was knocked away. It was Yasaka Magatama. Sasuke said coldly, "There's no need to use this kind of thing. I'm not even afraid of asking for a jade. It seems that's all you can do." Phils activated the Thunder Escape Chakra mode and rushed out again. It was impossible for him to open the 8th gate. "If you use it, you will die. If you say that I can't die with you, only a ghost will believe you. I don't want to pin my name on others." Facing the Thunder Release Chakra mode, Sasuke released Susanoo and stretched out only one finger, covered with armed haki. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 2,957 words. Phew. His fingers directly broke through Phil's thunder armor, and he penetrated Phil's shoulder with one finger and knocked him away. Sasuke shook the blood from his finger and said calmly, "Am I so untrustworthy? You must know that you can only survive if you do as I say." Phils didn't believe Sasuke at all. In his opinion, Sasuke was crazy and Uchiha was crazy. Although he didn't know the difference between this Sasuke and the original Sasuke, according to his speculation, the more powerful the Uchiha was, the more abnormal he was. Sasuke said, "It's boring for you to do this. In this case, let's end it." As Sasuke finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura enveloped the entire Shampoo Islands, and everyone felt depressed. Some weak people even felt chest tightness and fainted directly. Under this momentum, Phils, who was deliberately targeted, was like being suppressed by a mountain, unable to move even an inch. Is this the Overlord's domineering spirit? Rayleigh was stunned. He almost couldn't stand. He didn't understand why the Overlord's haki was so strong. Rayleigh felt that his Overlord's haki was nothing compared to this. Riley was not deliberately targeted, it was Phils who was deliberately targeted. He knelt down directly. He felt that it was difficult to move his fingers, let alone do anything else. "Then it's over," Sasuke said calmly. After speaking, he dodged and there seemed to be something more in his palms, more blood. And Phil screamed, his eyes were gouged out, they didn't belong to him. Chapter 318 Uchiha's Pirate Journey 9. Sasuke put away the eyes. He didn't like the power of the kaleidoscope, but he could take these eyes back to his tribe. Apart from anything else, the clansmen can use these eyes to accelerate the learning of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu Black Flame. It can be said that the fate of this pair of kaleidoscopes has been determined. It will become a tool eye, not an eye exclusive to any Uchiha, but an eye common to all Uchiha. However, if it were not for the kaleidoscope eye technique, the Uchiha in the ninja world would really look down on it. There were many parallel universes in the past. At that time, Uchiha didn't pay much attention to those eyes, but it was different after 10,000 yuan returned to 1. Although the eyes of Sasuke, Shisui, and others have the Mangekyo technique, how can they share their eyes with their identities? Although cloning technology is available, it is not possible to do this, which is offensive. It's better now. I got a pair of Weasel's kaleidoscopes and can take them back to the tribe for use. The key is that the two eye techniques of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu are just right. If it were the kaleidoscope eye technique of Baitenjin, Sasuke would destroy the eyes instead of taking them back to the ninja world. Is it just taking away the eyes? It doesn't matter, it's just an ordinary kaleidoscope, as long as it survives. Phils breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that with his ability, even without the kaleidoscope, it would not affect his combat effectiveness. Even when he collects the hearts of powerful devil fruit users through Kakuzu's ability, he will become even more powerful. However, it can only be said that Phils thought too much. Sasuke put away the kaleidoscope and violently read his memory. At this time, Sasuke understood the concept of time traveler better. In fact, people in the ninja world have already guessed about Tomie's identity, but no one asked because Tomie led them in a good direction. Amaterasu. After reading the memory, Sasuke directly activated Amaterasu. This Amaterasu is much stronger than Phil's. Phil's is just an ordinary Amaterasu, but Sasuke's can even burn the Tao Jade, and even the soul. Ah! Phil screamed as he was burned by Amaterasu, and he cursed, "You said you would let me go, but you Uchiha really don't keep your word, you're a bunch of lunatics." Rayleigh and Kizaru actually wrote down the 3 words Uchiha, which might be a clue. Sasuke sneered, "Who had the murderous intention first? I would have died if I wanted to kill you, but you are still alive and well. And what did you do? After hitting me with your Chi Devil Fruit ability, you immediately activated Amaterasu and wanted to kill me. So, who deserves to die?" Sasuke didn't want to kill Phil at first, but Phil planned to let him activate Amaterasu directly after being hit by the slow ray. From then on, the nature of the matter was different. You must know that the Tianlong people just insulted Sasuke and were crushed to death. Phil's directly planned to kill Sasuke. How could Sasuke let go of the person who wanted to kill him? Sasuke's name was Ruthless. It stands to reason that the fire of Amaterasu would burn out Phil's very quickly, but he controlled the burning speed of the flames. It burned slowly, and this burning burned together with the soul. It can be said that this was more terrifying than Ling Chi's execution, but because of the strong pain in the soul, Phil's could not faint from the pain. Ah! Ah! The heartrending voice made even people like Kizaru and Rayleigh who had seen big scenes become frightened. Amaterasu's black flames burned for 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, Phil's wanted to commit suicide every moment, but he couldn't do it, but it was good that he could lose his soul like this. If Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu, and others were given the choice, they would be willing to die like this. It is not that they have never been tortured by the pain of their souls, and now they have to experience eternal loneliness. The real despair is that this is endless and has no time limit. If they have a choice, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others would rather suffer for a while and then die. They say it is better to die than to live, but sometimes, living is more painful than death. Phil's is dead, then Kizaru and Rayleigh are left to deal with it. The 3 Shursui people are too lazy to care whether Rayleigh is a pirate or not. As long as they don't offend them, pirates have nothing to do with them. You, fight me, and we will let you go after the fight. At this time, Megumi Uchiha pointed at Rayleigh. She could sense that Rayleigh's power was considered the top powerhouse in this world, and he was not a devil fruit user, so his domineering power should be good. Yes, by sensing the situation of Kizaru and Phil, the Uchiha trio can sense who is a devil fruit user, because devil fruit users have a strange energy that is easy to distinguish. Rayleigh smiled bitterly. He could only hope that the little girl kept her word. After all, he saw how Phil's died. For the first time, Rayleigh didn't trust his own power. There was nothing he could do. The power Shursui and Sasuke showed was too terrifying, and this was just the tip of the iceberg. If it were in the past, Rayleigh felt that he wouldn't be afraid even if Sengoku and Garp came together. If he couldn't defeat him, he would definitely not be able to defeat him, but that didn't mean he couldn't run away. That is to say, the Golden Lion ran directly to the Navy headquarters, and was suppressed by Sengoku and Garp together, otherwise the Golden Lion, who could fly and had extremely strong fighting power, would not have been captured. Sasuke comforted him, "Don't worry, as long as you don't intend to kill us, we will naturally not kill you. To us, you are just an insignificant little character." Good guy, Kizaru is a good guy, this is the deputy of the Pirate King. It is no less terrifying than the Yonko of the New World. But Kizaru thought about it again, the 4 emperors are nothing, right? Even if the Pirate King Roger comes back from the dead, he will still have to be pinned to the ground and rubbed by these people. Understood. Rayleigh could only answer this. After spending so many years in the sea, he had long understood that weak people have no right to choose. However, he did not expect that he, who had long since grown into a peak powerhouse, would become a weakling in the eyes of others again. Rayleigh slowly pulled out the knife. The moment the knife came out of its sheath, his whole demeanor changed. He was no longer a kind old man, but a sharp-edged knife. Rayleigh really didn't believe it. He couldn't beat those 2 young men, and he couldn't beat this little girl. However, Rayleigh didn't know that Uchiha Megumi's power was not as terrifying as Shursui and Sasuke, but it was roughly on the same level. Even if he is not on the same level as Sasuke, fighting a Rayleigh is not the same as playing. Rayleigh slashed lightly, and a sword energy that was constantly getting stronger and not too weak shot out. He felt that he had to test it first. There was no need to use all his strength as soon as he came up. After all, he was just a little girl. Even at this age, she was extremely talented. How strong can it be? Megumi Uchiha directly uses armed color haki. Although it is more convenient to use natural energy, he came to this world to learn haki. Just listen to a click. Uchiha Megumi's fist wrapped in armed haki directly shattered Rayleigh's sword energy. Chapter 319 Uchiha's Pirate Journey 10. Kizaru and Rayleigh felt that they had spent all the times they had been surprised in their lives today. This was something a teenage girl could do. Rayleigh's sword just now didn't use much power, but an ordinary lieutenant general would have to fight hard to block it. How can it be broken so easily by others? It was still broken with bare hands. Do you think your iron fist Garp is still a black-armed Zifa? Before Rayleigh could swing his sword again, Uchiha Megumi flashed in front of Rayleigh, raised his small fist and punched it lightly. Don't dare to be harsh, otherwise Rayleigh will burp in the face with one punch. Rayleigh's expression changed, and his weapon color was activated to the extreme, completely covering the sword in his hand. Clang! 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 The small fist and the long black sword kept colliding. Rayleigh was in unspeakable pain. The force shook his hand so much that it almost split. However, this also inspired Rayleigh's passion, and he had the passion for fighting that he had not seen for a long time. After so many years since Roger's death, he had almost forgotten what it felt like to fight. Between the constant confrontations, Rayleigh's momentum is increasing. Not only is he regaining his former peak combat power, but he is also becoming more powerful. It's not that Rayleigh is cheating, but because of the fusion of two multiverses, the upper limit of the single pirate world has been increased. Rayleigh's body has aged, but the nature of his domineering energy is now different from before, possessing some of the characteristics of natural energy. After all, the fusion of the universe will definitely produce changes. Ever since, Rayleigh's physical functions have also improved due to the increase in domineering. Now Rayleigh has surpassed himself at his peak. Not only Rayleigh, the Yonko, the three generals and even others are getting stronger. Uchiha Megumi was also copying Rayleigh's techniques, and compared Rayleigh's techniques with Kizaru's, and then modified them to suit him. Uchiha Megumi didn't know how many people's taijutsu skills he had copied and how many taijutsu secrets he had read. These could come in handy now. She quickly raised her weapon-colored haki skills to an extremely advanced level, and in the parlance of Wano country, she was called Ryusakura. Luying can form a transparent armor outside the body, and can also wrap around the weapon, causing damage to the enemy without contact, instead of simply covering the surface of the body or weapon like before. Rayleigh, who was fighting Megumi Uchiha, also discovered Megumi's progress. The speed of progress was incredible. However, Rayleigh did not give up. He could feel his strength increasing, and he did not want to lose to a little girl. After fighting hundreds of moves, Uchiha Megumi's armed color haki attainment directly reached the same level as Rayleigh, which is also the strongest level in the world at this stage. She punched out, and Rayleigh's sword turned into countless fragments and scattered on the ground. The victory has been decided, you can leave. Uchiha Megumi said calmly that she had no intention of killing Rayleigh. Rayleigh was different from Phil, that guy brought it upon himself. In fact, when the slow light hit Sasuke, Phil was very excited. As long as Amaterasu could burn Sasuke to death, he could use the Flying Thunder God to leave. This also shows that the three of Sasuke are not so invincible. Even if he failed, he would have thought of an excuse, but unfortunately Sasuke was not a very reasonable person. Rayleigh took a deep look at the Uchiha trio, and then left. Although he wanted to know how they would deal with the Admiral, he had better leave first. At the same time, he was surprised. He watched helplessly as the little girl Megumi Uchiha's domineering level quickly increased from a medium level to a level on par with his own. In that last blow, Megumi Uchiha did not forcefully break Rayleigh's sword with great force. She used a deeper level of haki to bypass Rayleigh's haki coverage and attack the inside of the sword. The strength and domineering skills she used were comparable to Rayleigh's, but the purity of her armament and domineering energy was not comparable to Rayleigh's, so Rayleigh's sword was broken. Because of this, Laylee completely realized that this little girl actually had the power to crush him, and he just wanted to learn domineering from here. Rayleigh left, and Kizaru panicked. Now he was the only one left, and he didn't want to die. At this moment, Kizaru cursed the Tianlong people in his heart. If it weren't for these troublemakers, he would never have encountered such a powerful enemy. Uchiha Shursui said, "We have learned armed hockey. It seems that there is no need for the Navy to come over. How to deal with this guy?" Regardless of the fact that Shursui and Sasuke's armed hockey is not at Rayleigh's level, that is because of the problem of their opponents. If they compete with Megumi Uchiha, they will definitely improve quickly. Before Sasuke and Megumi could speak, Kizaru quickly spoke up, "Actually, there are also hockey of sight and hearing and hockey of overlord. The cultivation of hockey of sight and hearing to the extreme varies from person to person. Some can predict the future for a short time, and some can listen to the meaning of all things. Sound, some have super perceptive abilities." Kizaru finally figured out that these guys were ridiculously strong, but their attainments in hockey were not very high. However, they quickly improved through the battle with him and Rayleigh. He even suspected that these guys had just learned this armed hockey. And it doesn't take long to learn. Sasuke said, "Brother Shursui, just let him live. The Navy will definitely come to save him. After all, it is the Navy's highest combat power." In addition to hockey masters, there are also quite a few devil fruit ability users in the Navy headquarters. Shursui had no objection. In his eyes, Kizaru was just an unlucky guy and he wouldn't let them target him specifically. The next thing was much simpler. Shursui directly used Kizaru's phone bug to contact the Navy headquarters and directly told him that if no one came to rescue him for too long, then they would kill Kizaru, the naval admiral. Before that, they killed one celestial dragon a day. When there were no celestial dragons in the Shampoo Islands, they would kill Kizaru. During this period, Kizaru was very cooperative. After all, if he didn't say a word, Sengoku would just think that someone had gotten Kizaru's phone bug, and Kizaru might not have been captured. Shursui didn't hesitate, and hung up the phone after saying that, not talking nonsense to Sengoku. Although it would be faster for Shursui to fly directly to the Navy headquarters, they were not here to perform a mission. Even learning hockey was just incidental and not particularly difficult in their opinion. Shursui used to be an ANBU, and he was an action sect member who directly arrested the celestial dragons in the Chambord Islands. Otherwise, how could the Navy take it seriously? After doing this, Shursui and the three of them started touring the Chambord Islands carelessly. Kizaru was not in such a good mood. Not only Kizaru, but most people in the Shampoo Islands were frightened. Some people were even shocked and speechless when they saw Shursui holding the Admiral and the Celestial Dragon. For a moment, all the pirates knew that something was serious. 99% of the pirates on the Shampoo Islands fled with their lives, not wanting to stay here for a second. While the Navy was frightened, they did not forget to contact Marine Fando, which also convinced Sengoku that Kizaru had really lost. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 3,222 words. Although Kizaru likes to fish, he is a naval admiral, and he has to be shameless no matter what, so it is impossible for him to cooperate with others in such a scene. Chapter 320 Uchiha's Pirate Journey 11. Marine Fando was in a very bad mood during the Warring States period. He originally thought that if Kizaru took action, the Tianlong people's matter would be easily solved. After all, the power of the general is too powerful. In the first half of the Grand Line, he is absolutely invincible. Let alone the general, even the lieutenant general is enough to crush those pirates. What a super newcomer, the potential is okay, but it is not enough to face the lieutenant general. Look. Warring States immediately held a meeting and called all general-level officers from the Navy headquarters. The situation was urgent. After everyone gathered, Sengoku got straight to the point. More than an hour ago, I received a notice from the world government that someone was attacking and arresting the celestial dragons. I sent Porcellino, but he was defeated and is now being captured. Living. These words shocked everyone present. Even Zifa looked down on Kizaru's power of relying on the fruit. He felt that he had no chance of winning against Kizaru. At most, he could remain undefeated. He had already passed his peak, while Kizaru was still at his peak. Even Garp, who is very confident in his own power, is not 100% sure that he can catch Kizaru. You must know that Kizaru is a user with the ability of the Shining Fruit. It can be said that it is easy to defeat him, but difficult to catch him. Unless you have calculated well in advance and mobilized the combat power of 2 generals, you can succeed. Warring States said helplessly, I don't know the specific situation. The information provided by Kizaru before he was defeated was that there were 3 people in the group that captured the Tianlong people, 2 men and 1 woman. The man looked very young, and the woman looked only 10 years old. 3 or 4 years old. In addition, Hades Rayleigh and pirate hunter Phils were also present. Sengoku talked about the little information he had. He didn't know the specific combat power of the opponent or the specific situation. He only knew that Kizaru was defeated and one of the Tianlong people died. Now they are the threatened party, and the world government asked them to solve it quickly. This issue. Kizaru didn't dare to tell too much information, not even about Shirsui's strength, for fear that he would die if he disturbed Shirsui's plan. Moreover, no one believed him. He said in surprise, this can be said to be the biggest incident in more than 10 years. If it is not handled well, the reaction will be even more serious than Roger's words. Because of Phil's constant hunting of pirates and the flying thunder gods hunting in various places, although the great pirate era has begun, it is not as good as the original work and has not yet reached its peak. Although the 4 emperors exist, their power is far less than in the original work, and their high-end combat power is not that high. However, this does not mean that the civilians living in this world are happy. They are still oppressed by the world government. It can only be said that some people are relatively happy. Roger opened the Great Pirate Age, which caused more pirates to appear. Although they were not specifically against the world government, they also restrained many of its forces. Now, the actions of the 3 Shui are even more wanton and reckless, directly provoking the celestial dragons and the navy headquarters. If they are not handled well, the world government will be disgraced, and people's respect for the celestial dragons and the world government will be greatly reduced. Ahem. In fact, Jisue and the others really didn't provoke the Tianlong people. They can only say that the Tianlong people bumped into them. However, in the eyes of Sengoku and others, they took the initiative to provoke the Tianlong people. The meeting did not last long because Sengoku did not have time to ink. In the end, the 3 old guys, Warring States, Garp, and Zifa went out together. It's not that Sengoku didn't want to be on the safe side and wait for Aoki and Akaino to come back, but it was because he couldn't afford it. If it takes 1 more day to kill 1 more celestial dragon, it will be a serious matter if it takes a few more days. Although Sengoku does not value the lives of celestial dragons, and he also hates celestial dragons, it is difficult to explain to the world government. Moreover, both the first half and the second half of the Grand Line require strong combat forces. There is no need to call back all the top combat forces because of this matter. The 3 of them are enough. Crane is sitting in charge of Malinfando. She is not as good as the general, but she is not weak either, and except for the Golden Lion, no one attacks Malinfando so ungratefully. The 3 of them were sitting on the warship, and the navy on the warship felt particularly at ease. Many navies in this camp felt that they were stronger than the combination of the 3 generals, and this was also true. Normally, the Yonko is stronger than a general, but the Yonko cannot defeat 2 generals, so the Yonko is about 1.5 generals. While Warring States and Garp both have Yonko-level combat power, which is approximately equal to the combat power of 3 generals, Gazefa has 4. Garp ate the sunbae calmly. He had the best attitude among these people. Zifa said, Garp, you'd better be careful. Zifa in this world did not have his arm cut off, because the guy who cut off his arm was killed by Phils. Phils didn't do many things deliberately, but because of his appearance, many things changed. For example, Zifa did not break his arm, the king's Shichibukai was not established, and Ace's fate became different. Warring States said, those 3 guys who attacked the Tianlong people are definitely not our opponents. The problem is that we don't know what role the bounty hunter Phils played in this. It would be bad if they are a group. Garp's face became serious after hearing this. He had fought against Phil's a few years ago. Although Phil's was powerful, he did not reach the level of a general, he did not explode at full strength, but his spatial ability was indeed tricky. If he could not kill him with one hit, then no one can kill him. Seeing this, Warring States continued, and Rayleigh, what role does he play? I really don't know how these people got together. You must know that the era of great pirates started by Roger was suppressed in large part because of Phil, scholar. Smart people sometimes think too much, but Garp is different. He said, maybe it was a chance encounter. After all, that guy Rayleigh has been living in seclusion in the Chambord Islands. How could he not go if something like this happened? Take a look. The top brass of the Navy knew that Rayleigh was living in seclusion in the Chambord Islands, but Rayleigh did not cause trouble and the Navy ignored him. The naval headquarters is not far from the Chambord Islands, and the warships arrived soon. You must know that Kizaru is also on a warship, and only uses his fruit ability after arriving. Users with the power of the shining fruit cannot fly long distances because light scatters, and Kizaru cannot suppress this, otherwise he would be so awesome that punching the Yonko and kicking the general would no longer be a joke. Sengoku did not let other Navy follow, they just stayed on the warship. Sengoku quickly contacted the Navy of the Shampoo Islands and set off immediately after learning the locations of Sasuke and the others. The Navy of the Shampoo Islands did stupidly obey Kizaru's order to catch the pirates at first, but how could they do so after seeing Kizaru being captured? These Marines have their own division of labor, and among them there are people who secretly follow Sasuke and the others. Sasuke and the others do not try to expose this clumsy tracking. They need the Navy's top brass to find them as quickly as possible, so they let them follow. In order to figure out what was going on, the three Warring States people directly used the moon step. There were no obstacles in the air, and they could move forward in a straight line. The straight line between 2 points was the shortest, so they could go faster. Are they these three old guys? What a pity. Even if the other two generals come with them, it will be useless. Rayleigh, who was about to go out to sea to avoid the limelight, happened to see the three Garps using moon steps. He didn't say much as he was too busy taking care of himself now. Rayleigh didn't dare to stay in the Chambord Islands. So what if the Navy lost? The world government couldn't deal with those three guys, and it couldn't deal with him either, so he had to run. Rayleigh seriously doubted that the world government would not be able to deal with those three guys by then and would definitely find someone to vent their anger on. It would be dangerous if he didn't run now. Chapter 321 Uchiha's Pirate Journey 12. The Uchiha trio were shopping in the Shampoo Islands. Although 99% of the shops were closed, it did not affect the three of them shopping. Apart from anything else, the scenery of the Chambord Islands has a unique flavor to them. After all, it is a scenery from another world. Uchiha Megumi even took out his camera and took pictures. As for where the camera came from, this kind of thing must have been invented by Orochimaru. 100 Orochimaru is still very powerful. In fact, Orochimaru invented many things, but those inventions couldn't help Sasuke, to be precise, they couldn't help much in combat. Recently, Orochimaru has done new research, because Beck-Ponga, a scientist from the demon Tomie world, was teleported to the ninja world. Vegapunk's scientific research ability is very strong. He is called a scientist in the pirate world who is 500 years beyond human wisdom. He unlocked the conditions for transmitting devil fruit abilities and was able to imbue objects with devil fruit abilities. He also invented a method to use sea tower stones to allow Navy warships to cross the windless zone, allowing the Navy to freely travel to other seas. Developed the pacifist. There is no doubt about Vegapunk's ability. He went to the ninja world to work with Orochimaru's scientific research team to create stronger human weapons. Just relying on people from the ninja world to manage other planets is still too reluctant. If it weren't for Shirsue's other gods, this would have been unsustainable. It is a good choice to make stronger and smarter pacifists to help manage. Orochimaru and Vegapunk will surely come up with more interesting things if they join forces. Apart from anything else, Orochimaru's abilities are indeed strong. He invented the spaceship that allows ordinary people to leave the ninja world, the universal capsule in Dragon Ball, and the bamboo dragonfly in Doraemon. However, many things in Doraemon cannot be developed by Orochimaru. Even if Vegapunk is added, it is too buggy. 3 people are extremely powerful to this world. Should I say they are valued or underestimated? Shursui suddenly stopped, and Kizaru, who was bound by the domineering chain, followed him obediently. Sasuke was followed by several celestial dragons. They didn't have any chains on them. Sasuke directly used his Sharingan to hypnotize and control them and let them follow. Boom. 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 Soon enough, the 3 Garps arrived on Moon Steps and surrounded them with the force of a triangle. These 3 people are all top masters and domineering strong men. When they saw the chains on Kizaru's body, they were shocked. How could this be possible? It's incredible that the armed domineering energy has become entangled in other people's bodies, and it has lasted for so long without dissipating. Warring States glanced at it and said, "Where are Phil and Rayleigh?" If possible, Warring States would not want to have 2 more powerful enemies. Kizaru didn't dare to say anything at all, he was a coward. Jisue said, "Phil's is dead." As for Rayleigh, he ran away and has now left the Shampoo Islands. The 3 people from the Warring States period were in such a hurry that they didn't even notice Rayleigh. However, one was bright and the other was dark, and the difference in strength was not big. It was normal for the 3 people from the Warring States period not to discover Rayleigh without deliberately exploring. The 3 people in the Warring States period couldn't help but shrink their eyes. How could this be possible? They all knew how difficult Phil was. It can be said that the pirates hate this guy to death. Except for the red-haired Shanks, he has offended the other 3 Yonko of the New World. This guy can survive because of his space ability. Warring States looked at the dull-eyed Tianlong people and instantly knew their condition. It would be better if they were not dead. So Warring States said, "Let the Tianlong people go, what conditions can you offer?" Before the meeting, Zhang Guo was very confident, but after meeting, his confidence suddenly disappeared. Sengoku really wanted not to believe Shursue's words, but Kizaru's attitude, the disappearance of Phil's and Rayleigh, and the chains on Kizaru's body that were condensed with armed domineering all showed that the other party was extraordinary. Jisue said, "Conditions, haha. What can you give us?" Jisue was a little disdainful. Money was like a cloud to them. As for their status, they could easily subvert everything in this world. Even if they wanted to destroy this world, it would not be difficult. As long as they wanted to, they would be the masters of the world. I don't think the Uchiha have ruled many planets. They are all people who have seen the big world. They don't care about this low-level world at all. The worst thing to say is, you can give them whatever they want, they can just take it. Warring States looked gloomy and said, "So we can't reach an agreement." Sasuke became a little impatient and said directly, "The negotiation is based on the equal position of both parties. With all due respect, your navy is not qualified to negotiate with us. If we can't reach an agreement, we have no choice but to take action." Warring States directly transformed into a giant Buddha, and the Buddha's shockwave was aimed at Shursui and others. Zifa's face changed drastically. "Zhangguo, are you crazy? The Tianlong people are also within your attack range." Garp shook off his navy coat and said, "We don't have time to think so much now. It's us who are being restrained." Shursui retreated violently and appeared hundreds of meters away in an instant, as did Sasuke and Megumi, leaving only the Tianlong people facing the shockwave of Sengoku. This is a shockwave. There is no such thing as smooth transmission and reception in the pirate world. Let alone retracting the shockwave, even reversing the direction cannot be done. Garp and Zifa had no time to stop them. They didn't expect this. These people just let the Tianlong people die? You must know that they are Tianlong people. But it's a good bargaining chip. In fact, Shursui and the others had no intention of letting these celestial dragons live. These days, before the celestial dragons were hypnotized by Sasuke, they began to insult Shursui and the other 3, and they were even more serious than the one who was destroyed in body and spirit before. At this moment, only Kizaru has the ability to save the Tianlong people. It is true that he is tied up, but this is not Hailu stone, and his power is still there. Sengoku looked at Kizaru with hope. He could save one by one. It would be best to use armed hockey to resist my shockwave and reduce the damage. Kizaru didn't think too much and simply ran away with his shave. Just kidding, he had been injured before. If he resisted this move, he would die, although the possibility was relatively low. But the three big guys are watching. Destroying their interest, even if they can withstand the shockwave and survive, they will not be able to escape the murderous hands of these three people in the end. When he was easily pressed and rubbed by Shursui, Kizaru understood that times have changed, so in the current view of Kizaru, any world government is bullshit and his life is at stake. Kizaru has justice in his heart, but not much. Not to mention the appearance of Uchiha Shursui and the other three. Even if there were no Shursui and the other three, it would be impossible for Kizaru to fight for the celestial dragons at the expense of his own life. Not to mention the Tianlong people, even if the 5 old stars come, it will be the same. Chapter 322 Uchiha's Pirate Journey 13. Boom. In the end, a powerful shock wave hit the Tianlong people fiercely. As you can imagine, the result was that the celestial dragon, who was just an ordinary person, suddenly farted and his body fell apart. This was still relatively good. A celestial dragon who was in the center of the shock wave and was facing the Buddha's shock wave had his whole body turned into countless pieces. He was miserable. In fact, this is not bad. What is really tragic is the Tianlong man killed by Sasuke. No one except Sasuke knows how much torture he suffered in the Tsukuyomi world. You can have nothing to worry about now, Sasuke said lightly, which reminded Kizaru to think that this guy had said the same thing before. The difference was that before, he directly killed the celestial dragon. Warring States snorted coldly, just as I wished. Warring States had already prepared for the worst. He had also spoken to Wuloxing before. If it didn't work, he could give up the Tianlong people in Shampoo Islands, but those 3 guys must die. This was Wuloxing's bottom line. However, Warring States would not do this unless it was absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, everything was out of his control. Now, Sengoku no longer had any scruples. He used the 6 styles of razor to move quickly and struck out viciously with his huge golden palm. Garp and Zifa followed closely behind. It is definitely not easy for a guy who can defeat Kizaru and kill Fills. Konoha, start Fusion Tomie template. 3,134 words. At this time, Kizaru wanted to run away. Even if he was restrained by the domineering rope, it would not affect his ability to use Moonstep and Shave. Kizaru can't break free and can't move with photons, but he has not completely lost his combat effectiveness. He can still beat ordinary major generals and lieutenant generals. He is fully capable of running away. But he knew that once these 3 guys got serious, they could defeat the 3 Warring States marshals in seconds, so being honest was the only way out. Shursui rushed out quickly and punched out. The powerful force directly dispersed the shockwave, and the poor Shampoo Islands shook directly under this force. That is to say, Jisue and the other 3 have crushing power and can quickly resolve the battle. Otherwise, if they really fight, the island will definitely sink. With so many generals and above fighting, the noise produced is terrible. Warring States was a little horrified. This power was a bit terrifying. It was even higher than Whitebeard. Fortunately, his strength has improved in the past 2 days. Garp, who was behind Sengoku, was not idle either and rushed directly in front of Sasuke. The corner of Zifa's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at his opponent, a little girl. He thought that Zifa was also a former Navy admiral. It would be too embarrassing to beat a little girl and spread the word. Before Zifa could take action, Sasuke and Shursui were fighting fiercely with Sengoku and Garp. Garp and Sengoku had a hard time fighting, and so did Sasuke and Shursui. It was inevitable that Garp would have a hard time, and Sasuke would have a hard time because they had to control themselves well so as not to accidentally kill each other. In fact, with the strength of Sasuke and the 2 of them, they would not suffer any damage if they stood still and allowed Garp and the 2 to attack. Things are different now. They are not squishy. The current Uchiha have strengthened their bodies and souls simultaneously, and their spirit, energy and spirit have been comprehensively improved. Not to mention them, even if all the powerful men in the pirate world attack together, they will not be able to break their defense. Sasuke and the two used the copied armored hockey skills of Rayleigh and Kizaru to fight carefully with Garp and copied their skills at the same time. The domineering achievements of Garp and Kizaru are not comparable to that of Kizaru, and Sasuke have made very rapid progress. In contrast, Garp and Sengoku were under strong pressure and the upper limit of the world was raised. They quickly tapped into their potential like Rayleigh before. It seems I can only be shameless for once. Zifa took a deep breath. He had to deal with this little girl quickly and help Garp and the others, otherwise Garp and Warring States would be in danger. Zifa didn't intend to kill Uchiha Megumi. This general was famous for not killing. He would not kill pirates unless necessary, let alone Uchiha Megumi who looked like a Lolita. Facing Zifa's attack, Uchiha Megumi closed her eyes, gave up the Sharingan that Uchiha had always relied on, and even closed her soul perception ability because she wanted to hone her own haki. The power of strongly feeling the surrounding atmosphere can sense enemies out of sight or further predict the opponent's movements. It is called the Heart Network on Sky Island. It is a mind-reading skill, which can also be said to be the power of listening. This is the power of seeing and hearing color haki. The domineering training method created by Tomie mainly focuses on the armed color and overlord color. The training method for seeing and hearing color is very common. Tomie did not even optimize it, but wrote down the collected training methods for seeing and hearing color. In fact, there is no unique method, the method of One Piece world is just one word. Practice, keep practicing, practice and practice. If you can understand it, you will understand it. If you can't understand it, you won't understand it. It all depends on your talent. To be honest, the growth rate of people like Luffy and Law is abnormal. Garp and Kaido are not geniuses, so their growth rate is completely incomparable to them. Uchiha Megumi, who closed his eyes and even sealed most of his soul power to himself, dodged Zifa's attacks with great difficulty. That is to say, her movement speed is much faster than Zifa's, 10,000 times better than his, so she can escape at the critical moment. Next, Uchiha Megumi went from being uncomfortable at the beginning to becoming more comfortable later on. The same was true for Sasuke and Shisui. After the two quickly mastered the most profound armament color haki, they began to learn the knowledge color haki with their eyes closed. Despair enveloped the three Sengoku people, to the point where it was impossible for them not to understand the gap between them. However, they cannot stop. These are all powerful people, and they can clearly feel that their strength is improving. This improvement is obvious. Based on this alone, they are unwilling to stop. 10 minutes later, Shisui and the other three used their strengths together, and Garp and the other three were kicked away. At this point, the purpose of learning domineering is completed. They have all practiced the haki of wisdom and knowledge to an extremely advanced level. As for predicting the future with haki of wisdom and knowledge, it is impossible. It was possible before, but not now. After the two multiverses merged, this point was cut off by Tomie. Except for Tomie, no one can predict the future now, and no one can travel through time and space to return to the past or future. As for Overlord color domineering, Fu Jiang has a special training method that allows people without qualifications to practice Overlord color domineering, but it is definitely not as good as those who are born with Overlord color domineering at the same level. As for the use, it is actually similar to armed color haki. It can be seen that armed color haki focuses more on using the power of the physical body, while Overlord color haki focuses more on using the power of the soul. Having mastered the luck and skill of armed color haki, no one else knows, but Shisui and the other three are so good at using Overlord color haki. However, they will not use it easily, because their Overlord color is too powerful and can affect the entire world. Chapter 323 Uchiha's Pirate Journey 14. The three Sengoku people were kicked away, but the three Sasuke showed mercy, so they didn't die. Sasuke and the other three are not unreasonable people who have no grievances or grudges. On the contrary, they can quickly master haki because of their help. Warring States stood up and did not continue to attack. He smiled bitterly and said, "No wonder Porcelino dare not say anything. With your strength and his kind of character, it is normal for him to be like this." At this time, Garp also understood why Phils died. This kind of power could definitely kill Phils with one move. He didn't know how this guy provoked these three monsters. Forget the other two, this little girl is so scary. Is it because the world they knew in the past is false? Jishui said calmly, let's go. At this time, Shui also untied the chain of domineering on Kizaru's body, and Shui didn't want to kill them. It can be said that as long as no one comes to cause trouble, they will not deliberately kill people. The four people in the Warring States period were very surprised that they could survive. Warring States did not leave immediately, but asked, what is your purpose, why are you so strong, and why is there such a big gap? Warring States was still very brave and left without feeling cowardly. This is also understandable. Warring States is dedicated to maintaining the peace of the sea, but these three people are too powerful and completely affect the world's structure. He must figure it out. Jisue said, we don't belong to this world. You can treat us as gods playing games on earth. Shui is indeed qualified to say this. With the power to destroy the world, it is not an exaggeration for them to call themselves gods. Jisue and the other three left in a hurry, and Sengoku didn't dare to stop them. Although he was bypassed, Warring States only felt a headache. How to recover the 5 old stars was also a troublesome matter. It can't be said that all the Tianlong people are dead and no one is caught. This will be criticized miserably. As for the strength of the 3 people of Shui, it is terrible, enough to kill the 4 emperors in an instant. This is a fact, but people who have never seen it will never believe it, and how can you leave safely if the other party has this kind of power? From the perspective of Wuloxing, this is simply full of loopholes, and they will only think that Warring States intends to let them go. Jisue and the other 3 don't care about this. It doesn't matter whether the floods are raging or not, it has nothing to do with them. The 3 of them didn't want to take anyone's boat next. With their abilities, they easily learned how to sail the boat. They grabbed a celestial dragon boat from the Shampoo Islands and sailed in the sea. During the voyage, they met various people and learned the power of various devil fruits. Even if they are as powerful as Shui and the others, they have to admit that devil fruit is indeed unique. Some fruits are not weak in ability, but the user is weak. But the ones that surprised them were all superhuman devil fruits. They thought Phil's slowness fruit was very good, and others like the retrograde fruit, the childlike fruit, and the flower fruit were all very good. They felt that those natural and animal phantom beasts were not so good. It might be a problem of vision. After having fun in this world, Shui and the others returned to the ninja world, and the world was indeed in chaos because of the Shui and the others. They don't cause trouble on purpose, but things always come to them. It can be said that Wu Laoxing sent many agents to cause trouble for Shui and the others. In the end, the entire Holy Land was sunk by Sasuke's Chidori move, and Wu Laoxing and Imu died directly. All the senior officers of the Big Mom pirates died, including the captain of the pirates, Aunt Yonku. In fact, as long as people from the ninja world go to the pirate world, the pirates and the world government of that world will suffer. The navy may or may not, depending on the people they meet. Speaking of which, Sasuke and the 3 of them were the fastest to return to the ninja world. The others were still having a great time, so they probably won't come back so soon. For example, the 4th Raikage directly unified the world, suppressed everything with overwhelming power, and satisfied the addiction of the Lord of the World. It's not just the 4th Raikage AI who does this, Raza does the same, Anoki does the same, and even Nagato does the same. However, Nagato is not as superficial as others. He is trying to make the pirate world embark on a peaceful path. Maybe he will be the person who stays in the pirate world the longest. Compared to people in other pirate worlds, people in the Devil Tomie world are lucky because they are connected to the ninja world and have the possibility of chasing people from the ninja world. In this way, time passed day by day, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 10 years, the Naruto Pirates multiverse has grown a lot, until this day it completely stopped growing. Those gray gases are no longer converted into energy to strengthen this multiverse. It seems that the fusion of the laws of the 2 multiverses has reached its limit. Unless a new multiverse merges in, there will be no growth, or Tomie can be used unique means. To the regret of Fujian people, no time traveler has arrived in the past 10 years, not one. Tomie and the others don't understand why this is, but the time travelers are still very helpful to them. It can be said that without some things provided by the time travelers, the Naruto Pirates multiverse would not have grown to this extent. Not to mention anything else, the low-end ancient things carried by the pirate world traveler are very useful to this world, and some of the Taoist charms contained in those spiritual treasures are very helpful to this world. Fujiang and the others did not immediately start the Wandering Heavens evolution, but were still waiting to continue to improve their strength. You must know that wandering around the world sounds good, and encountering a low-level world is not bad. Send Tomie to infiltrate and then assimilate, and integrate perfectly. The reason why it is not swallowed directly is that the gain is too little. After being assimilated into Fujiang and perfectly integrated, the improvement will be huge. Look at the current multiverse, it is nearly 10 times stronger than before the Hokage multiverse merged. This is a good side, but there is also a bad side. If you encounter a world that is far stronger than your own, your perception ability will definitely be far inferior to that of the other party, and you will be defeated by the other party's heaven in an instant, so it is better to be patient. At this moment, nearly half of Fujiang poured his own blood into the zombie Fujiang, making the zombie Fujiang stronger. You must know that every Tomie almost has the same power as the Naruto Pirates multiverse. With their blood transfusions, the zombie Tomie's power is constantly increasing. There are still some Fujiang who have not fed blood to the zombie Fujiang. They have built a barrier to prevent the zombie Fujiang from being unable to control his corpse energy after becoming stronger and polluting the entire multiverse. Although zombie Fujiang has understood that the Yin pole generates yang, it will definitely be difficult to control when he first breaks through. In just an hour, zombie Tomie stopped sucking blood and left the multiverse to reach the gray space outside. Zombie Tomie's strength increased several times within an hour, and he could no longer stay in this universe. At this time, it is time for zombie Tomie to feed back his strength to Tiandao Tomie. After that, Tiandao Tomie strengthens other Tomie, and the other Tomie is feeding blood to demon Tomie, and finally starts to get stuck. Chapter 324 New World. Zombie Tomie's corpse energy is also a kind of energy for the multiverse, but the creatures in the universe cannot bear it. This is easy to solve. Zombie Fujiang directly gives out the original corpse energy. This concentrated essence energy is directly absorbed by Tiandao Fujiang, so the impact is not that big. In this way, zombie Tomie gave out half of his original corpse energy in 1 minute, slowly strengthening the Naruto Pirates multiverse. Just like that, the stuck bug completely started. Time flies, 100 years have passed like this, and there are constant bugs. Today's Naruto multiverse is already very strong, and Tomie and the others are tired of the mechanized repetition. As a result, Fujiang took a 3-month vacation, and the wandering plan was officially launched. All Fujiang are very serious. They have taken various measures and even specially built a pirate world in the original pirate multiverse. This is a backup plan. Once they encounter a powerful world, they will not be wiped out. Call. 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 The 10,000 Immortals formation was activated, and the powerful formation enveloped the entire Tomie universe, the multiverse where Naruto, One Piece, and God merged. After the formation reached its peak, powerful airflow burst out through the formation, pushing the entire world to walk in the gray airflow. The Fujiangs chose a direction at random and kept moving. Not all Fujiangs are running the 10,000 Immortals formation. Some Fujiangs are fully aware of it, and if anything goes wrong, they will take corresponding measures. Uchiha Tomie himself is even more prepared. Once an accident occurs, he will give up this body and seize Tomie's body in the pirate world. In the endless gray space, Fujiang's universe moved like this. A year passed quickly, and nothing was gained. However, Fujiang and the others could only continue. In fact, this is related to the fact that Fujiang and the others are moving in the wrong direction. You must know the Sea of Death fire. Everyone has discovered the world of pirates, and the world of death is definitely not too far away. It can only be said that Tomie is unlucky this time. In this way, Fujiang universe wandered in the heavens for another 2 years. Because of the protection of the 10,000 Immortals formation, people in the Tomie universe are not affected. For example, Sasuke can practice as usual, and Orochimaru and Vegapunk can develop things as usual. Pay attention, there is a new world ahead. The strength of its world's heavenly law is far beyond that of the original Naruto multiverse. It is more powerful than the Tomie universe that was upgraded several times and then merged with the pirate multiverse, but it is not as strong as what we have now. Tomie Kawakami's splinter body spoke out. Upon hearing her words, the 10,000 Immortals formation immediately stopped operating. Tomie and the others have sensed the new world, but the heavenly law of the new world is weaker than theirs, so they have not sensed them. If you stop first and continue moving forward, the huge noise caused by the 10,000 Immortals formation will definitely attract the opponent's attention. The next step is much simpler, a Fujiang flies directly to the new world. After leaving the Fujiang multiverse and without the protection of the 10,000 Immortals formation, the gray aura began to wear away this Fujiang. Konoha, start Fusion Tomie template. 3,306 words. The explorer Tomie's expression changed, and he quickly sent a message to other Tomie. The power of this gray airflow is countless times stronger than the gray airflow outside the Naruto multiverse. Yes, the more powerful the world is, the stronger the gray airflow surrounding it will be. Uchiha Tomie has already guessed this, because they are wandering in the Tomie multiverse and encounter different resistances in different places. The resistance they have received this year is getting bigger and bigger, which shows that they are approaching a multiverse that is more powerful than Naruto. Many times the world. The power of the gray air current is very powerful. Even if Fujiang, the explorer, has the ability to regenerate rapidly, his own strength is also declining rapidly. You must know that today is different from the past. With his current power, he can destroy the previous Naruto multiverse at his fingertips. However, facing the gray airflow, he still has no power to resist. When the explorer Fujiang was about to arrive in that world, his strength was only 1/10,000th. Even if he had the power to crush the heavens in this world before, if only 1/10,000th is left, he will definitely be crushed back. Sacrifice yourself and explode to the limit. Tonlu Fujiang drank deeply, and his strength suddenly increased 100 times. Although it was still far from his peak, it was enough. Tonlu Fujiang quickly flew into this new world, and instantly encountered a head-on blow from heaven. Tomie, who had sacrificed himself and was on the verge of death, was even more in danger now, but enough was enough. At this moment, he intercepted a tiny bit of the world's origin, which was estimated to be 1/10,000,000th of the total. Pathfinder Fujiang exploded with his final power, and a huge magic circle appeared. The same magic circle also appeared in Fujiang's multiverse. This insignificant origin of heaven was instantly transferred to that magic circle. The Pathfinder Fujiang was completely wiped out, but he has completed his mission and contributed to the growth of Fujiang's team. In the Fujiang multiverse, many Fujiang souls scan the origin of heaven, hoping to get useful information. After a while, Zombie Fujiang took the lead and said, "This origin has the smell of zombies, although it is very weak." Tiandao Fujiang said, "In addition, there is also the aura of Taoism. It seems that this is a world where zombies and practitioners exist." In fact, it wasn't that Fujiang, the explorer, didn't want to break through forcefully, and Yuanshan glanced at it to get the information, but that his strength was too severely weakened by the gray airflow, and he had to take advantage of his unpreparedness to get this little bit of the origin of the way of heaven. If you break in directly, you will be strangled in an instant, and there will be no time to detect the information. The origin of the way of heaven is equivalent to the origin of the world. The origin of the world is related to the rules of the world, the cultivation system and living creatures in it. Therefore, after getting the origin of the way of heaven, Fujiang and others can deduce it in reverse. Just like before, they deduced that the new world was the pirate world through the devil fruit aura, and it turned out that their inference was correct. Uchiha Tomie said, "Then make a new Tomie and try to get involved." When I spoke, other Fujiang naturally followed suit. Zombie Fujiang divided his original power, constantly washed it, and created a new Zombie Fujiang. He needed Fujiang with the purest corpse energy. The current Zombie Fujiang's yin pole generates yang, constantly absorbing all kinds of blood, and cultivating the power of various systems to combine yin and yang. He is no longer the purest zombie. Other Fujiangs are also making new Fujiangs. They must ensure purity and not be contaminated by the atmosphere of Fujiang universe, so they open the 10,000 Immortals formation to isolate everything. Chirp. Chirp. After a while, the new Fujiangs were launched. Tomie and the others are very nervous. After all, this time is different from the pirate world, with devil fruit as a guide. Devil fruit is the great secret treasure of the pirate world and contains insignificant fragments of rules. Hurrah! A powerful storm appeared, and the newly born Fujiang was all strangled. Tiandao on the opposite side took action ruthlessly, and Fujiang failed. Although the Fujiangs can devour them violently, they don't want to do so unless they have to. Chapter 325 Successful Infiltration. After the failure, Fujiang did not act rashly because the Tiandao of the New World had become vigilant. Fujiang and the others are not in a hurry, they have plenty of time. Tomie and the others simply called together the smart people from the ninja world and the devil Tomie's pirate world and asked them what they could do. Although there are many Fujiang people, and they can even be divided into millions or tens of millions, their thinking is largely the same. There are smart people in the ninja world and the One Piece world. Many people think that these anime characters are nothing more than this from a god's perspective. Is this really the case? With Tomie's intervention, these people have a broader perspective, and now it's time to tell them something, although many people have already guessed. Moreover, once the Wandering Heavens plan is launched, if it encounters an existence that is too powerful, it is possible that the entire army will be annihilated. Except for Uchiha Tomie who has a backup to survive, everyone else will die, so they are qualified to know. Of course, not everyone is qualified. Only those with a certain level of strength and status are qualified to know. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Tomie and the others were ready to take action again. Facts have proved that there are smart people in the world of Naruto and pirates, and there are quite a few. Apart from anything else, the IQ of the Nara clan is much higher than the standard, not to mention the Senju Tobirama. In comparison, the people in the pirate world seem to be weak, and they are inferior to the Hokage in terms of strength and IQ. One Piece. Whoosh. 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 Tens of thousands of Fujiangs were dispatched, surrounding the new world from all sides, and they seemed to be preparing to force their way in. With so many Fujiangs, one of them would succeed. However, the results were somewhat unsatisfactory. The way of heaven is the way of heaven, a powerful energy storm that directly eliminates all cancers outside the world. However, the Fujiangs are almost endless and are constantly charging. The Fujiangs are the most lacking in manpower. How could the heaven of that world tolerate such a blatant invasion? You must know that those time travelers have golden fingers and special interference methods. If they are like Fujiang, they will be wiped out immediately when they come in. However, the number of invasions is somewhat intensive, and Tiandao cannot release energy storms all the time. You must know that it is not Fujiang, and it has the ability to rapidly regenerate without obeying the law of energy conservation. As a result, Zombie Fujiang once again created a new Zombie Fujiang. This new Zombie Fujiang was injected with part of the origin of Tiandao captured 3 days ago to cover up his own aura. Taking advantage of Tiandao's attention, he sneaked in quietly. This is a strategy to attack the east and attack the west. The trick is not old, as long as it works. However, the zombie Fujiang was discovered soon after infiltrating. Although Tiandao only has the instinct to operate, he is not mentally retarded. 3 days ago, my origin was stolen, and now my origin suddenly appears. I can't even think about concealing it. However, Tiandao did not expect that Fujiang had successfully infiltrated. Not only other Fujiang was a target for attacking in the east, but also the new zombie Fujiang. As soon as the new zombie Tomie entered the world, he released the ordinary person Tomie hidden in him. This Fujiang is the purest Fujiang, without any power in his body, a completely ordinary person, but the new zombie Fujiang gave him a breath of relief. This is not corpse gas, but a gas diluted 1,000,000 times by the original gas of this world. Taking this breath is equivalent to giving ordinary people the symbol of a new world for Fujiang, and it will not be as breathy as the new zombie Fujiang. Too rich is suspected, and the aura of ordinary people today is exactly the same as that of locals in this world. Now ordinary man Tomie appears on Earth in a single universe in this new multiverse. He didn't turn into Uchiha Tomie's appearance. Just kidding, there were so many Tomies outside invading, and he was just looking for death in Tomie's appearance. This Tomie didn't use the appearance of other split bodies or assimilated bodies. He used the appearance of a Taoist priest from a certain zombie movie. After all, this is a world with zombies and Taoism. Not that Lin Jiao, nor that Four Eyes, but that Taoist priest Jianhe who only played in the peak competition. At this point, Jianhe's split body was born. In fact, it is not that Jianhe's split body specifically changed into this, but a kind of induction from somewhere. Just like the Hawkeye split body and the Aizen split body, their changing appearance will adapt to the talents they possess. Except for Kawakami Tomie's split body, this guy was specially made to look like this, and she was used to it, but this guy's talent was a bit scary. Now, Tomie and the others are still invading the world. The split body of Chizuru just came in and then stopped, which makes it seem suspicious. Moreover, such an invasion by the Fujiangs would definitely waste the energy of this multiverse, making it easier to assimilate in the future. Even if the foundation of this multiverse is lost, it doesn't matter. Once the assimilation is completed, Tomie's characteristics can quickly reach the peak state. Chizuru's split body walked leisurely. Although he was an ordinary person now, his tone still strengthened his physique. In addition, he inherited the knowledge of Tomie and the others, and it was easy to beat dozens of ordinary people. I really miss it. Chizuru's split body looked at these buildings, which reminded him of the world before time travel. After so many years of development, the pirate world and the ninja world are very different from before. Especially the ninja world is very similar to the world before he traveled, and it is more developed, but the difference is different. Earth, zombies, Taoism? What kind of world will it be? The Chizuru split body was guessing. Not only the Chizuru split body, but the Tomie people in the Tomie multiverse were also guessing. Unfortunately, there was too little information. Uchiha Tomie and others are constantly making new Tomie. Since the split body of Chizuru can go in, other Tomies also have a chance. You must know that there are still some Tiandao origins left, and the new zombie Tomie has only used 1/5. Chizuru's split body did not mess around, but chose to improve its own strength first. He found a place and started practicing. He didn't need to eat. Even though he hadn't reached the state of Bigu now, he had the characteristics of Fujiang. Chizuru's split body was not trained immediately, and none of the techniques in Tomie's mind could be used. The techniques from another world were incompatible with this world. It is entirely possible to practice these techniques at this critical point to attract the attention of the heavens in this world. He sensed the aura of heaven and earth, and used the most basic breath in and breath out method to arouse the energy in his body that had been weakened countless times by the origin of heaven. Through this, he understood the rules of this world and created a cultivation method that conforms to the rules of this world. With Fujiang's characteristics, he can practice 1,000 miles a day, and one day can be as good as others' hundreds of days. After only 7 days of practice, he has already achieved considerable strength. Although it can't be said to be very powerful, it's still okay to understand the situation in this world first. Suddenly, a black shadow quickly attacked Jianhe's split body. This is the so-called ghost in the deep mountains and old forests. After practicing for 7 days, he finally had to deal with the evil things in this world. Chapter 326 Deadline. Chizuru's split body smiled. In his perception, this ghost was weak enough. Yes, it's too weak. Chizuru's split body feels that this world is more powerful than the world of Naruto and pirates, so why are there such weak ghosts? Chizuru's split body estimates that any chunin can severely damage it with a thunder escape. In the pirate world, any school-level officer standing there can force this ghost away with his own masculinity. Qianzhi's split body has a restrained aura and walks leisurely. I won't offend others unless they offend me, and the same goes for ghosts. However, this ghost floated straight towards Qianzuru's split body and reached behind him in the blink of an eye. This ghost was not polite, lying straight behind him, ready to suck the yang qi. Alas! You have no choice but to look for me. You are not the unlucky one. Qianzha's split body sighed lightly, grabbed the ghost's illusory body, condensed the not much mana, and punched out. The powerful power penetrated directly into the ghost body, and a punch directly knocked him 10 meters away. The whole ghost fell to the ground, and the ghost body almost dissipated. Even though Tomie and the others have never been to the ghost world, it doesn't mean that they don't understand the knowledge of these ghosts. Chizuru's split body can tell at a glance that this ghost is stained with a lot of karma. How can it be? The ghost said weakly that he did not believe that there was such a terrifying existence in this world. He could kill him with just his fists. If he used Taoism, he believed that many people could do it. Seeing the dying ghost who couldn't even escape, Chizuru's split body showed no sympathy and violently read his memory. This guy didn't hesitate to attack him just now. If he didn't kill him, I don't know how many people would be indirectly killed by him in the future. This kind of ghost that has contaminated many lives does not deserve sympathy. After more than 10 seconds, the ghost immediately disappeared and was not even qualified for reincarnation. Chizuru's split body digests the memories of ghosts and extracts useful information. He is too weak now. Unlike other Tomie, thousands of years of memory can be read in an instant. A few minutes later, Chizuru's split body smiled. Nanmabima, it's actually this world. No wonder there are so many strong Hokages in the world. Through the information about ghosts, Tomie and the others know which world this is. This is the world of stalemate. He didn't know much about this ghost, but he had heard of Nanmabima. Anyone who had survived in the supernatural world for a long time knew that Nanmabima was not to be messed with. This was an exorcism force that had been passed down for many years. And Fujiang and others knew that this was a world of stalemate only through Nanmao and Beima. If they only knew about Mao Xiaofeng and did not know about the Ma family of the Exorcist Dragon Clan, then Fujiang and others could not confirm it yet. Because there is also Mao Xiaofeng in Zombie Taoist world, and there is Mao Xiaofeng in the Zombie Taoist 1 and Zombie Taoist 2 TV series, and there are immortals in the settings of these two shows, but they don't appear directly. It is now 1999, almost 2000, which means that Kuang Tianyu and Ma Xiaoling succeeded in saving the world for the first time. Although they no longer have this memory, will the second world annihilation in 2001 soon be over? Chizuru's split body quickly determined the timeline, and it took more than a year to almost assimilate to this world, if not completely. Chizuru's split body feels that people living in this world are too miserable, and there are many big guys who want to destroy the world. Although both Kuang Tianyu and Ma Xiaoling successfully saved the world in the plot, there is another timeline in the stalemate. In that timeline, Ma Xiaoling died, Kuang Tianyu was still alive, and the battle between the human king and Our Lady was almost extinct. Moreover, now that we are in the multiverse, there are many different possibilities. Maybe Ma Xiaoling and the two failed during the first rescue in some time and space. Maybe the generals in some time and space did not give Ma Xiaoling and Kuang Tianyu time to grow up. Kill them quickly, there are countless possibilities in countless time and space. However, the Chizuru split body decided to stay for a while. Although most of Tiandao's attention in the multiverse was attracted by Tomie outside the multiverse, there is still a destiny on the Earth, and this guy will not allow anyone to escape its control. In this way, half a year has passed. Qianha's split body is practicing while catching ghosts and subduing demons in this world. Of course, this is for a fee. As the strength of Qianha's split body became stronger and stronger, he also began to obtain Taoism in this world because of his powerful power, and the name Qianzha Taoist Master began to become famous in the spiritual world, whether it was for exorcism or evil objects. Everyone knows him. As for the identity issue, this is easy to solve. Others only think that he is a gangster. His power is very valued, and the people above will help him solve it. As for the fate of the Book of Heaven, he noticed something unusual, but when he noticed it, Chizuru had already grown up. If nothing else, he was already a second-generation zombie, and now he was a zombie king. And at this point in time, fate will not take action on its own, but will only guide others or ghosts to target Qianzuru. Chizuru's split body doesn't care about fate at all, and is not on the same level at all. In the final analysis, even if fate controls the three books of heaven, earth and man, it only controls part of the power of a single body's rigid world. It does not even have 1% of the power of a single body of heaven, which is not something to be afraid of. The split body of Chizuru has split into many Fujiang, allowing them to modify their appearance and even their souls to leave the earth and begin to assimilate into this single-body rigid world. Not only Chizuru's split body, but other Tomie who entered the rigid covenant multiverse also did this. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 3,183 words. In addition to Kianzuru's split body, 4 Fujiang also came in, because the original source of that day's path was not enough. But 4 is enough, and Tian Dao, who has made an appointment with the universe now, is a little tired. The Tomie people are different. They only need to take turns to make new Tomie, constantly invest in invasions, and cooperate with the Chizuru split body and others to infiltrate the Tomie. They can even touch fish and sleep for a while. Jiue Tiandao counterattacks all the time, which consumes a lot of energy. It no longer has the energy to pay attention to the situation in the universe, not to mention there are so many universes in a multiverse. Where can it pay attention? When it reacts, it is Kianzuru when the assimilation of the split body and others is completed. On this day, Qianhe's split body was calmly drinking coffee in the house he bought. Anyway, he started working if he had work, and lived an ordinary life if he didn't have work. He didn't care how the rigid world developed. Suddenly, Qianzhe's split body sensed something, and he smiled. Interesting, is this your backup plan? Are you so eager to get rid of me? Even though the split body of Chizuru is drinking tea in China, he can sense the situation of the protagonist group far away overseas. In the UK, Ma Xiaoling and Zombie Riley are fighting. Different from the plot, Kwang Guohua and Jiang Chen did not appear here. On the contrary, the second-generation zombie Quirrell, who would not have appeared originally, appeared here. Needless to say, this was a handiwork of fate. The fate hidden in the Book of Heaven is a bit unbearable. It must deal with Qianzhe. This guy saved many people who shouldn't have been saved and killed many ghosts who shouldn't have died. He changed his destiny. This kind of person cannot keep. Chapter 327. At this time, Ma Xiaoling was not very strong. Riley was a third-generation zombie, and it even degraded to the fourth generation because it had not sucked blood for too long. It was difficult for her to win. The Ma family's exorcism dragon is indeed powerful, but zombies don't just stand around and beat you. The zombie bloodline in this world is very suppressed. Red-eyed zombies like Zombie King General Chen are zombie kings, which is a generation of zombies. The one bitten by the general is the second-generation zombie after the zombie, and the second-generation zombie bites the third-generation zombie, and so on. The bloodlines of zombies in this world are strictly limited, unlike Jiang Wu who can become infinitely stronger by sucking a lot of blood. Throughout the Dragon Date trilogy, only the male protagonist Kwang Tianyu understood the power of love and the blood of the suction star, and was able to break the shackles of blood and transform from the shackles of the second-generation zombie into the red-eyed zombie king. Other zombies, even Jean Mirai, who also burst out with the power of love, did not break the shackles. You must know that Jean Mirai killed the second-generation zombies with the power of the fourth-generation zombies. Under normal circumstances, zombies are immortal, and second-generation zombies cannot kill second-generation zombies. There is something magical about this world. In this world, love and hate can produce powerful power. This is obviously a world where Taoism exists, but it is also very idealistic. Back to the subject, Ma Xiaoling waved the magic wand, and she beat Riley very hard. Love and hate are the source of zombie power. Because of the death of his lover, Zombie Riley's extreme hatred burst out with very powerful power, even allowing this malnourished zombie to have power beyond its peak, approaching the second-generation zombie. At this time, Kwang Tianyu was already dead, not the grandfather Kwang Guohua, but the ordinary grandson Kwang Tianyu who only existed because of the change of destiny due to a deadlock. In Deadline 1, Kwang Guohua and Kwang Tianyu were the same person. Later, the Tathagata changed their fate, making Kwang Guohua and Kwang Tianyu not the same person, but their grandfathers and grandsons. Now that Kwang Tianyu is dead, he died in front of Ma Xiaoling and Wang Xinjin. This stimulated Ma Xiaoling. Her potential was rapidly being stimulated, not just because she was a descendant of the Ma family. The real reason is that she is the reincarnation of Ma Linger, the ancestor of the Ma family. Ma Linger has profound Taoism and she was the one who captured the Ma family's dragon. In addition to this reason, it is also because the Ma family is the pawn of fate, and the Ma family was created by fate, so now Ma Xiaoling has the secret help of fate. In addition, Ma Xiaoling is the absolute heroine in the dating world and has great luck. Under the three factors, the mana in Ma Xiaoling's body, which was originally at a disadvantage, increased rapidly. To be precise, the power that belonged to Ma Linger hidden deep in her soul was being digested by her. The dragon god gave the order, and the fire god Zhu Rong borrowed his method to punish the evil. Ma Xiaoling shouted softly, and then played a yellow talisman, and the exorcism divine fire quickly swept towards Riley. Although Ma Xiaoling is young, she has been doing exorcisms on her own for some years. Although she has not dealt with zombies much, she has rich experience and is not stupid enough to go head-to-head with zombies. This is the real world. Ma Xiaoling does not follow the physical training route, so how can she go head-to-head with zombies? This exorcism divine fire is extremely powerful. The 5th generation zombies will die if they touch it, and the immortal among the 4th generation zombies will have to shed a layer of skin. But Riley is a 3rd generation zombie, and the original corpse energy is very powerful. Although it is embarrassing to be burned by the fire, it is absolutely impossible to kill him. He charged towards Ma Xiaoling directly under the flames, forcing Ma Xiaoling to retreat repeatedly. This person was always using his strengths to avoid weaknesses. Except for Chilo who was watching the battle, there was no one around the castle. Kuang Tianyu was dead, and Riley's sweetheart, Xia, the 5th generation zombie, was also dead. Peacock and Jin Jingzhong left with the bodies of Wang Jinjin and Kuang Tianyu first. Otherwise, Wang Jinjin would be in danger. Peacock would come to help Ma Xiaoling after they were placed. Coral twisted his neck secretly. This face and this aura are so annoying. It looks so much like that woman. Coral didn't know that Ma Xiaoling was the reincarnation of Ma Linger, but for a moment just now, Ma Xiaoling overlapped with Ma Linger in his eyes, and he hated Ma Linger, and he wanted to solve this possible threat to his existence. Coral doesn't care about one-on-one, nor does he care about fairness. He originally thought that after living for so many years, he was tired of living, and he was no longer afraid of death. Now Coral couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that he was not as strong as he thought. As soon as Coral took action, he instantly demonstrated what a 2nd generation zombie is and what a general is. The zombie's speed exceeded the speed of sound. Ma Xiaoling has been exorcising demons for many years. She has experienced hundreds of battles, and her keen combat intuition allows her to pour all her magic power into the magic wand and quickly slash in the direction where she senses danger. Click. The magic wand was directly interrupted by Coral's punch. At this time, Ma Xiaoling also saw the appearance of Coral's zombie, and even saw his green eyes. She exclaimed, "Green eyes, 2nd generation zombie." Riley recognized Coral. Riley and Coral knew each other. Coral had a name a long time ago, which was Su Fu, and Riley also had a name, Ying Zhang. To be honest, Riley is not worthy of the name Ying Zhang or the great talent and strategy of this name. He has simply brought shame to the first emperor. Among the first emperors of the universe, this guy's performance is either the last one or the second last. Although Riley was surprised by Coral's appearance, Xia's death almost destroyed his sanity. He didn't think much about it, and even thought it was a good thing, because it was difficult for him to defeat Ma Xiaoling. 2 against 1, Ma Xiaoling is no match now. More importantly, fate does not want Ma Xiaoling to win. It helps activate the power hidden in Ma Xiaoling that belongs to Ma Linger. However, it has other plans. After a while, Ma Xiaoling received a solid punch from Coral, and she fell to the ground seriously injured. The Ma family's exorcism dragon is very powerful. Qi Luo knows this. He also knows that Ma Linger conquered the dragon just to deal with the generals. Coral didn't know how strong the general was, but he knew that he would die if he faced the dragon, so he didn't give Ma Xiaoling a chance to summon the dragon. Ma Xiaoling, you brought this all on yourself, you will die. Riley roared. He would not let go of such a good opportunity. For Riley, he has decided to retire, so why can't he let him and Xia go? However, for Ma Xiaoling, Xia killed too many innocent people. If she changed her mind and retired, what would happen to the dead people? Moreover, there is a lifelong struggle between good and evil, and she cannot let go of Riley and Shia. No one is wrong, just different positions. Etc. Coral blocked Riley's angry punch, which made Riley confused. Aren't you here to help me? Coral chuckled, actually, you have lived for so many years. You should understand that sometimes life is more painful than death. Riley was puzzled, what do you mean? Chilo sneered, if a member of the Ma family of the Exorcist Dragon clan turns into a zombie and needs to feed on blood, what do you think the people in the spiritual world will think of her? Moreover, if a member of the Exorcist family becomes a zombie, do you think it's funny? This is the biggest torture for her. Chapter 328 Purple-Eyed Ma Xiaoling. Riley's mentality is that life is worse than death. He was once an emperor. Although he is somewhat unworthy of the title of first emperor, he has never seen any intrigues and has lived for 1,000 years. Thinking that Ma Xiaoling would face it, Riley laughed wildly, that's really something I'm looking forward to. At this time, Master Peacock was on his way back. Ma Xiaoling snorted, wishful thinking. After Ma Xiaoling finished speaking, she raised the half-broken magic wand and committed suicide. She was from the Ma family, a family of exorcists that had been passed down for many years, and had been responsible for exorcism and killing evil for generations. She would rather die than become a zombie. Ma Xiaoling still doesn't know what it means for her to become a zombie. In fact, even her destiny is not clear. She only knows that the bloodline she created becomes a zombie, which will definitely have earth-shattering power. It failed many times to plot against Qianhe, a person who transcended fate, causing the trajectory of fate to change. It had to take action to change Ma Xiaoling's fate. As long as it could kill Qianhe, everything would be worth it. The Pengu tribe is not controlled by fate, but there are more or less records in the Book of Heaven. The Pengu tribe has transcended fate, but it is not completely transcendent. Qianhe was different. In terms of fate, the Book of Heaven had no records at all and had changed the fate of others many times. He didn't like this feeling of losing control. Because of the emergence of Qianzuru's split body, too many things have changed, which caused the Book of Heaven to begin to be reorganized, which also made fate choose to break the jar and break the wall. Otherwise, if fate hadn't secretly guided him, Coral would never have thought of turning Ma Xiaoling into a zombie. This is a conspiracy of fate. Once Ma Xiaoling turns into a zombie and goes on a killing spree, people in the fantasy world will definitely stop her. Even if Qianhe doesn't want to take action, many people will ask him to take action. And if Qianhe takes action, can he beat Ma Xiaoling? Destiny doesn't know yet how strong Ma Xiaoling is after becoming a zombie, but he knows that she is definitely stronger than those useless second-generation zombies like Crow. The moment Ma Xiaoling turns into a zombie, it will completely activate Ma Linger's power in her body. By then, her power will definitely reach a very terrifying level. Destiny is very clear about the powerful forces in this world. Under its calculations, all the gods and goddesses in the sky, except Nuwa, died and were reincarnated. Now the pinnacle of power in the world is the Pengu clan and their own chess pieces, the Ma family. How can other powers compare with them? Closer to home, the second-generation zombies are so fast that they took away the demon-subduing stick from Ma Xiaoling's hand with just one teleportation. Riley followed closely behind, roaring and showing his zombie teeth, about to bite Ma Xiaoling. The dragon god ordered, the water god Inji used the method to freeze it. Ma Xiaoling reacted quickly, using her little power to activate the spell, which instantly froze Riley. Coral ignored Riley, it was just frozen. At this level, it wouldn't take long for Riley to break the seal by himself. Kororo decisively launched an attack. Although Ma Xiaoling was severely injured, her power should not be underestimated. If the opponent summoned the evil dragon, she might actually be able to turn defeat into victory. Click. Click. Boom. After a while, Riley broke through the ice. That is to say, there is still Coral. If there is only Riley, Ma Xiaoling can summon the exorcism dragon to kill Riley at this time. The current Ma Xiaoling has just been strengthened by fate, and may not be able to kill the second-generation zombies, but if she summons the dragon, she can still kill the third-generation zombies. especially since this third-generation zombie has not sucked blood for a long time, and now it relies entirely on the power of hatred to explode. With the addition of Riley, Ma Xiaoling, who was already in danger, could no longer resist, and eventually lost and was bitten by the second-generation zombie Coral. Riley was frozen just now, which made Coral cautious. It would be bad if Ma Xiaoling used her body as a bait to deliberately let him bite her, and then used some forbidden technique to kill her at the critical moment. Anyway, he just turned Ma Xiaoling into a zombie. He didn't have to bite her neck. It could be done elsewhere. Riley couldn't help but sneer when he saw Ma Xiaoling was finally bitten. Ma Xiaoling, today is the beginning of your nightmare. Coral took a bite of Ma Xiaoling and felt that his body had changed. His strength, which had not been improved for many years, actually increased. Is the Ma family's blood so magical? Coral only sucked a little bit of blood. If he sucked more blood, he could at least kill Crow, who was also a second-generation zombie, not to mention reaching the level of the Zombie King. However, it was too late for Coral to suck it now. At this moment, Ma Xiaoling's potential was fully stimulated. In the original work, Ma Xiaoling can suppress the blood of zombies and not turn into zombies so quickly. That's because at that time, she completely inherited Ma Linger's power, and successfully saved the world with Kuang Tianyu for several years. She practiced life for several more years. Now Ma Xiaoling does not have this ability, and fate secretly adds fuel to the flames, causing her to quickly become a zombie. Change. At this moment, the aura on Ma Xiaoling's body was extremely strange, but the aura exuding from her body was extremely powerful. Ma Linger's mana has been completely transformed into Ma Xiaoling's power. Now her mana alone surpasses ordinary second-generation zombies. As for what will happen to Ma Linger, fate doesn't care at all. In its eyes, both Ma Linger and Ma Xiaoling are chess pieces, and everyone in the Ma family is chess pieces in its eyes. The blood of fate is also intertwined with the blood of zombies. The power of fate makes the power of zombies more terrifying and more violent. The source of the zombie bloodline is the Zombie King General, and the general is actually a member of the Pengu tribe. The power of fate is intertwined with the weakened power of Pengu. Ma Linger's powerful magic power is indispensable to promote the fusion of the two, but this fusion is imperfect and conflicts will arise during the fusion. Roar. At this moment, Ma Xiaoling couldn't hold it back anymore. She roared, showing her zombie teeth and purple eyes. Shouldn't it be yellow eyes? What the hell is going on? Coral was a little incoherent. He knew the levels of zombies. This was the first time he saw purple eyes. What frightened him even more was the powerful aura on Ma Xiaoling. It was so terrifying. Even if it was not as good as the true ancestor, it was far better than himself. How could it be so terrifying for the Ma family to turn into zombies? If they were bitten by me, they would turn into third-generation zombies. How could they have such terrifying power and be able to beat themselves up? Coral was still fine, but Riley fell to his knees and shivered under the power that was so close to the Zombie King. This was due to the suppression of blood. At this moment, Ma Xiaoling turned into a mutated zombie. She gained great power, but because the zombie bloodline and the power of destiny are mutually exclusive, she would lose her mind or awaken another personality, a very crazy personality. But now Ma Xiaoling's power is still not as good as that of Zombie Ling in the original work. In the original work, she was bitten by her own daughter. Her daughter was a demon star, born to the red-eyed Kuang Tianyu and Ma Xiaoling. The power of her bloodline is not comparable to that of Quillo, which also resulted in Ma Xiaoling's power being much worse than in the original work. Chapter 329, Purple-Eyed Ma Xiaoling. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 3,166 words. Purple-Eyed Ma Xiaoling is very violent now. In addition to the influence of zombie blood and the power of fate, she also remembers that it was Riley who killed Kuang Tianyu. I do not believe. Coral roared angrily. He wanted to see Ma Xiaoling turn into a zombie, but he didn't want to see Ma Xiaoling have power over him. Zombies are all based on blood. Even if Ma Xiaoling mutates, she can still beat herself who has been a second-generation zombie for many years. Coral punched Ma Xiaoling in the face at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. The power of the second-generation zombies was terrifying. Although their damage range was not large, their power was more concentrated. With this punch, all the 4 emperors and 6 paths among pirates and Hokages will die. They are not existences of the same dimension at all. Even Jiang Wu, who had absorbed countless blood, could only be comparable to 4 generations of zombies when he came to this world. Ma Xiaoling was not afraid, and struck out with a palm, which blocked all directions tyrannically and directly sent Quirrell flying 100 meters away. The power of the purple-eyed zombie is so terrifying. Even the fate that brought about all this is secretly frightening. This power is too strong, even more powerful than it predicted. Even the Pengu people can raise their power to this level. Not much. The Pengu people are all red-eyed, but not all of them can compare with the general and the human King Fushi. The 2 generals in the stalemate easily inflicted heavy damage on the Pengu people tomorrow. You must know that if she comes to meet the general on behalf of the Pengu clan tomorrow, then her strength is at least above average among the clan. It can only be said that the Pengu clan is powerful, but not in terms of top combat power. Riley, who was shivering due to bloodline suppression, also stood up at this time. He knew that he was no match for Ma Xiaoling. But he would not compromise, and Riley roared, "Ma Xiaoling, the more powerful you are now, the more others will fear you, and more people will kill you, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Ma Xiaoling's personality has changed drastically now, and she doesn't care about this. "You go and be buried with Tian Yu." Ma Xiaoling struck out with a palm, and the unrivaled power hit Riley directly. It was fast, accurate, and strong, absolutely unstoppable and impossible to dodge. Powerful energy passed through his chest, and this palm directly destroyed the zombie blood in Riley's body, erasing the source of his immortality. It is difficult for zombies to kill zombies under the correct circumstances. It is difficult for 2nd-generation zombies to kill 3rd-generation zombies in the original book. Jean Marai's kind is a special case. The power of maternal love made her explode, but the price was very high. Even if the general did not take action, she would not be able to escape death. The general only accelerated her death. As a zombie's zombie, Riley is very aware of his current situation. He knows that he has no chance of survival. Is this retribution? He killed Ma Linger back then, but today he and Su Fu turned Ma Linger's descendant Ma Xiaoling into a zombie, and she was going to die in Ma Xiaoling's hands instead. "Xia, I'm here to accompany you," Riley whispered, and then fell to the ground, completely dead. Nothing is immortal. Zombies claim to be immortal and will not enter the 6 realms of reincarnation, but they will die as well. The world of zombies is really strange. Even people like Quirrell and Crow who want to become zombies will become disgusted after being zombies for a long time. Huang Tianyu and Yamamoto Kazuo traveled through time and space and went back to the past, trying to prevent themselves from being bitten by generals and turning into zombies. Many powerful zombies in this world hate the identity of zombies, while some people pursue the power of zombies. As expected, what is not available is the best. For example, Yamamoto Kazuo never thought that if he really changed the past, given his age, he would probably die of old age if he didn't turn into a zombie. No, he might even be seriously injured and die because he was not bitten by the general. Riley is dead, and the next person Ma Xiaoling is looking for is Quirrell. Although it was Quirrell who turned himself into a zombie and gave him his current strength, she will not let him go. However, Quirrell had already run away at this time. He was defeated by one blow, and when he got up, he knew that he was no match for Ma Xiaoling, and even Ma Xiaoling only needed a few more moves to kill him, so he ran away decisively. Only by finding Levi's and Mr. Lon, and contacting the true ancestor through Mr. Lon, can he survive. Quirrell has been a zombie for so many years. He occasionally thinks that it would be good to die, but he cannot commit suicide. Now that he has the chance to die, he does not want to die. All intelligent creatures are so contradictory. Ma Xiaoling couldn't find Quirrell and snorted coldly, "Did you run away? Good luck to you." At this time, Peacock arrived after the battle was over, but there was nothing that could be done. If Wang Xinjin and Jin Zhengzhong were not sent away, Riley would definitely kill them due to his madness at the time. When Peacock saw Riley's body, he couldn't help boasting, as expected of a member of the Ma family, Nan Mao Bei Ma is well deserved. Peacock understands that it is difficult for him to make a big improvement without great opportunities after he has practiced to this point. But Ma Xiaoling is different. She is still young. No wonder the Ma family can keep chasing the generals. Maybe she has fully grown up to kill the generals. Ma Xiaoling heard Peacock's voice and looked back at him to ask about Jinjin. At this time, Peacock also saw Ma Xiaoling's purple eyes. Ma Xiaoling, were you bitten? Peacock said in horror. He couldn't help but retreat, not because he was frightened, but because he couldn't believe that a member of the Ma family of the Exorcist Dragon clan was actually bitten by a zombie. Also, why are they purple eyes? I've never heard of them. Aren't zombies graded in red, blue, yellow, green, white, and black? Is this a mutation? Ma Xiaoling was now a little violent. She said coldly, so what if the zombies, I didn't harm anyone, and I'm stronger than ever before. I'll get rid of demons more smoothly in the future. Peacock's strength is not weak. At the level of a third-generation zombie, he can fight with a second-generation zombie for a while, so he can sense how strong Ma Xiaoling is now. Even leaving aside Ma Xiaoling's strength, he didn't know how to deal with this situation. Suddenly, Peacock thought of something and suddenly said, by the way, can't the Ma family's dragon help you suppress the power of zombies? Ma Xiaoling said loudly, why suppress him? I am in good condition now. Maybe even the general is no match for me. When I find the general, I can eliminate him and complete the Ma family's mission for many years. After saying this, Ma Xiaoling thought that the zombie with green eyes just now was a second-generation zombie. If she found him, she might be able to find the general. But if you become a zombie, you have to feed on blood. Should you restrain yourself? Peacock seemed to see that Ma Xiaoling's personality had changed because she had become a zombie. He also thought that Ma Xiaoling could kill Riley, so he could only lower his tone. Ma Xiaoling's expression changed. She didn't want to suck blood. Although her personality has changed, Ma Xiaoling is still the same Ma Xiaoling, who takes it as her mission to exorcise demons. Ever since, Ma Xiaoling discussed with Peacock how to suppress the power of zombies. However, how can things be solved so easily? What fate wants now is a crazy Ma Xiaoling, and a Ma Xiaoling who is an enemy of the spiritual world. Chapter 330. Zombies in Zombie are different from zombies in other worlds. First of all, regardless of whether they have red eyes, blue eyes, or white eyes, they do not take the initiative to expose themselves, just like ordinary people. Unlike zombies in other worlds who have to practice to an extremely advanced level to look the same as ordinary people. Of course, that's just the appearance. Even if the body's corpse energy is so rich that it can be hidden, it can deceive ordinary people, but it can't deceive powerful practitioners. The deadlock is different. In the original work, Huang Tianyu and Ma Xiaoling live in the same building, and Ma Xiaoling doesn't notice at all. Ever since, Ma Xiaoling used the dragon's energy to suppress the power of the zombies and return to normal. She and Wang Jinjin returned to Hong Kong Island and arranged for Huang Tianyu's funeral. Destiny sneered, suppress it. The more you suppress it now, the more powerful the rebound will be later. Destiny was intentional. It allowed Ma Xiaoling to be stable for a few days, and at the same time it also consumed the dragon energy. When the time comes, it makes Ma Xiaoling's destiny bloodline riot, and Ma Xiaoling will definitely turn into a zombie, and she will become even crazier by then. In this way, Ma Xiaoling spent half a month smoothly, and Peacock also followed him to Hong Kong Island and stayed in the Jejia building where Ma Xiaoling lived. He was really worried. Roar! On this day, Ma Xiaoling's destiny bloodline rioted, and in a chain reaction, the zombie bloodline also rioted. The power of Ma Linger inherited from Ma Xiaoling is very powerful and can be regarded as the best in the world, but compared with the power of the zombie, Pengu, and the blood of fate, it is not as good as the investigation. Ma Xiaoling suddenly transformed into a purple-eyed zombie, which really scared others. Peacock, who also lived in Jejia building, quickly noticed the abnormality. Only Ma Xiaoling had this amazing power. Master. What are you doing? Ma Xiaoling's apprentice Jin Jingzhong was so shocked that he stuttered. In his heart, his master had many shortcomings, but he was absolutely first class in conquering demons and demons. Many seniors were not as good as his master. Ma Xiaoling was feeling dizzy. She suppressed her discomfort and said, "Let's go. Let's go quickly." Ma Xiaoling has not drunk blood since she became a zombie. She had no need at first, but then she quickly suppressed it with Shenlong's dragon energy. Now it burst out all of a sudden, and her bloodthirsty impulse was very strong. Jin Jingzhong was a little at a loss, and at this time, Ma Xiaoling's aunt Ma Dana appeared. Ma Danua's strength is still good. At the same age, her performance is worse than Ma Xiaoling. If Ma Xiaoling was not the heroine, her final achievements would not be as good as Ma Danua. Purple eyes? It seems that Xiaoling's trip to the UK did not go well. Madonna was a little confused. She had never heard of zombies with purple eyes. Is this a mutation? Ma Dana thinks that Xiaoling was defeated by Riley in the UK, was bitten, mutated after turning into a zombie, and then killed Riley. Then she concealed everything and returned to China. Ma Xiaoling was not in the mood to pay attention to this. Her bloodthirsty impulse became stronger and stronger, and she quickly teleported away. Ma Dana's expression changed. No, Xiaoling can't control herself anymore. There was no time for Ma Dana to think too much now, so she hurriedly chased him out. Peacock happened to encounter Ma Xiaoling, who was rushing out of the door, but Ma Xiaoling was too fast and knocked her away. Ma Xiaoling ran quickly and left Jia building quickly. Her last rational thought told her that she could not suck blood here. At this time, Chilo finally met the general through Lan Dali. Before Nuwa returned, the general was too lazy to care about the second-generation zombies and the 5-color messengers that he had bitten. Therefore, it was not easy for Lan Dali to meet the general. In fact, if fate hadn't secretly guided him, Coral would never have seen how Riley was doing. Looking back now, Coral himself felt baffled. The general listened to Coral's words while drinking. This zombie king liked drinking a little. Ma's family? Purple eyes? Mutated zombies? It's interesting to defeat you easily. When the general becomes interested, he will become bored after a long time, so he always looks for some fun to pass the time. The general has lived for so many years, and the Ma family has left a deep impression on him, and he is also interested in zombies with purple eyes. The most important thing is the power to crush Su Fu, Chilua. Since he was bitten by him, Su Fu has lived for so many years, which means that no practitioner can kill him. Now someone can crush Su Fu, and now he interested. In fact, Lan Dali was also surprised. Their 5-color messengers were stronger than Su Fu, but they were limited. They couldn't kill the second-generation zombies. Where is Ma Xiaoling now? The general asked. At this time, the general was not paying attention to Ma Xiaoling and Quang Guohua. It's funny to say that the general is the ancestor of zombies, but he doesn't know much about zombies, such as the classification of red, green, yellow, blue, white, and black. He also heard what the world said, and through the world's understanding of zombies, that is, his descendants, only then did he realize the difference between himself and other zombies. After all, the general only bit a few people and spent most of his time sleeping. He only decided to enter the world and experience the world of mortals decades ago. It is precisely because of this that he fully understood his feelings for Nuwa and realized the power of love. Otherwise, although the generals who did not understand the power of love crushed the second-generation zombies, they would never be the invincible zombie king. They would not even be called the strongest Pangu tribesmen by people in another world, surpassing the human King Fushi. Su Fu quickly said, Ma Xiaoling is on Hong Kong Island. She has settled there in the past few years. As long as no one asks her to go out to exorcise demons, she will be there most of the time. At this time, the general was in the mainland, and he said, let's book a flight. It's not in a hurry anyway. Although the general is a zombie king, he is very graceful. It can be said that Jiang Wu is not even 1% as graceful as the general, and his strength is even worse than the general. On the other side, Ma Xiaoling ran to a remote and uninhabited place. She screamed to the sky and vented her anger. She kept telling herself that she could not suck blood. Once she sucked blood, there would be no way back. Hey! Drink this. It will make you feel better. Quang Guohua appeared at this time, and he threw the blood bag. He appeared in time, but this was not an arrangement of fate, and fate did not expect this situation. It can only be said that it was really a coincidence. Kwang Guohua and Kwang Fuxing drank the blood of dead people during the war these years. After the war, they endured it. If they couldn't do it, they drank the blood packs from the hospital. They didn't steal them, but traded them privately with others. Due to the interference of fate, Kwang Guohua did not go to the UK and did not replace the identity of his grandson Kwang Tianyu. However, he still found out that his grandson was dead and investigated secretly to find out some things. He also knew that this person was from the Ma family. Ma Xiaoling took the blood bag and saw Kwang Guohua's face, which made her surprised and happy. God bless, aren't you dead? Soon, the bloodthirsty instinct affected her again. She couldn't suppress it anymore and drank the blood directly. Even though the original trajectory of fate was destroyed, these two guys still met together, and this also broke the plan of fate. He was worthy of being the person who broke fate many times in the original trajectory of fate. Chapter 331 The Backhand of Fate. The fate in the dark gritted its teeth bitterly, because too many changes had occurred, and he had taken over Hyochio's body in advance. However, even if destiny is strengthened by the power of the Book of Heaven, the power he exerts with the help of Hyochio's body is still not strong enough to compete with a strong man of the general level. At most, he can only deal with it. Ma Xiaoling feels much better after taking the blood. Although this is not fresh human blood, she has dragon energy to help suppress the zombie bloodline, and her need for blood is much smaller than other zombies. Just as Ma Xiaoling was about to speak, she suddenly felt that her need for blood had increased. This is fate's last resort. Although it created the Ma family's bloodline, Ma Xiaoling's current power is too powerful and cannot be controlled by it. The bloodline that controlled fate just now forcibly affected Ma Xiaoling, accelerating the digestion of blood by the zombie bloodline, making Ma Xiaoling hungry again. The price is that it will not be able to use the destiny bloodline to influence Ma Xiaoling in the future, but it feels it is worth it. The unknown is the scariest thing. To fate, the Panga clan and the Ma family are all known, and it has endless time to spend with them. But Qianjia is different. He seems to exist outside the world. There is no record in the heavenly book. What is even more terrifying is this guy's powerful strength. Even it cannot detect the bottom line. It is definitely more than the second-generation zombies and can even be compared with Fushi. Destiny has overestimated the Chizuru split body as much as possible, but its overestimation is actually an underestimation. Roar! Ma Xiaoling roared again, and the zombie teeth were exposed. Konoha, start fusion Tomie template. 3,280 words. She had never drank blood before and was able to suppress it. Now that she had drank blood and opened her eyes, even if it was not blood, it made it even more difficult for Ma Xiaoling to suppress her desire to suck blood. Kwang Guohua was confused. What was going on? The Ma family's demand for blood must be too great. At this time, Peacock, Ma Dana, and Heinchio all came. When they saw Kwang Guohua, their expressions changed drastically. Heinchio was called over by Ma Dana, and he was Ma Dana's loyal licker. Xiaoling, you have to control yourself. You are a woman of the Ma family and cannot be defeated so easily. Ma Dana said to Ma Xiaoling that she had no time to take care of Kwang Guohua at this time. He was the only descendant of the Ma family. Yes. Ma Dana had no choice. She could not let Ma Dingdang return to the Ma family. Even if she was willing, Ma Dingdang was not willing. Otherwise, should she ask her brother Ma Dalong or his brother's son to find a baby quickly? Even if it is possible, who knows if the first child will be a girl? Even if it is a girl, it will take time to cultivate. And she can't stay in the Yang world. She can't stay for a few more years. In a few years, she will have to go to the underworld to report. This is because she is from the Ma family. Otherwise, how could she stay in the human world for so many years after death? Closer to home, the final outburst of fate was terrifying, pushing Ma Xiaoling's desire for blood to an extreme. She could no longer listen to Ma Dana's words, and went straight towards the peacocks and Hyochio, wanting to suck their blood. Ma Dana, Heinchio, and Peacock all took action, but none of them held back. They had exchanges on the road. Ma Dana and Heinchio already knew that Ma Xiaoling had the power to kill 3 generations of zombies. They dare not underestimate Ma Xiaoling. She combines Ma family Taoism and zombie power. Ma Xiaoling is absolutely powerful. Not to mention anything else, her shortcomings of physical weakness have been overcome. Ma Xiaoling struck out with a palm, and the energy turned into a torrent and directly broke through the three people's Taoism. Even the strongest Ma Dana was still far behind Ma Xiaoling in zombie form. With one palm strike, he defeated three people. This power was unstoppable. Wake up, once you suck the blood of a living person, you can't come back. Kwang Guohua immediately jumped out and stopped Ma Xiaoling from sucking the blood of Yingqiu and Peacock. Kwang Guohua is such a principled good man, otherwise he would not have helped Ma Dana deal with the generals 60 years ago. Just kidding, that's the Zombie King General. At that time, Kwang Guohua was just a completely ordinary person, and he didn't know what Ma Dana was thinking. Not to mention joining forces with other seniors from the spiritual fantasy world, Ma Dana could just ask for help. To find Kwang Guohua, a powerful ordinary person, would be impossible without destiny. Kwang Guohua is not strong now. Although he will achieve great success in the future, defeating generals and warrior kings, now he is just a malnourished zombie. Even Su Fu cannot beat him, let alone Ma Xiaoling's opponent. With just one palm, Kwang Guohua was blown away. This also bought Ma Dana time. Although she didn't want to do it, it had to be this way. Xiao Ling, don't blame my aunt, all those who are facing the battle are arrayed in front Zhu Xie. Ma Dana finally became cruel. If she didn't take action, Yingqiu and the monk would be bitten, and the number of zombies in the world would increase again. The exorcism dragon roared out. The moment the dragon appeared, Kwang Guohua felt that death was coming. At this moment, Kwang Guohua was sure that there was the power to kill the second-generation zombies in this world. Kwang Guohua was not afraid of death, and he even thought it would be good to die like this. However, Shenlong ignored him and Shenlong rushed towards Ma Xiaoling according to Ma Dana's wishes. Facing the evil-killing dragon, Ma Xiaoling punched out, and the powerful force sent the dragon flying backwards 100 meters away. The Shenlong roared and disappeared. The Ma family's Shenlong, which had been invincible for so many years, was deflated. The power of Shenlong is indeed powerful, but many people overestimate the power of Shenlong. Shenlong was surrendered by Ma Linger at the beginning, which means that Ma Linger's power is still higher than that of Shenlong, but after so many years, maybe Shenlong no weaker than Ma Linger. Although Ma Xiaoling has obtained all of Ma Linger's mana due to the arrangement of fate, without the zombie blood to mutate her, she is now no match for Ma Dana and others. After all, Ma Xiaoling only inherited Ma Linger's magic power, not Taoism. That does not count as a zombie state. The gap between Ma Xiaoling and Ma Linger can be seen as the gap between Zhang Wuji before learning the Great Shift and after learning the Great Shift. Roar! Ma Xiaoling roared, and the dragon was severely injured. This meant that the dragon energy that helped her suppress the zombie bloodline was reduced, which made her even more crazy. The others were in despair, and Yingqiu even said, "Nana, leave quickly, you are dead now and your soul is gone." The peacock sighed and said, "Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? I hope she can regain her sense after sucking my blood." After saying this, the peacock walked forward, ready to sacrifice himself. He deserved the name of an eminent monk. Ma Xiaoling didn't care so much and jumped directly towards the peacock. Kwang Guohua directly turned into a zombie state, and his strength was greatly improved. He was worthy of being the protagonist, better than Su Funei. Kwang Guohua has no blood packs on him. This thing is not easy to get, and it is not cheap. Otherwise, the problem can be solved by throwing two more problems. At this time, Ma Xiaoling doesn't care whether you look like Kwang Tianyu or not. You must know that in the original work, Ma Xiaoling also attacked Yingqiu after becoming a zombie. At that time, Ma Xiaoling was violent and had some sense, but now she only has bloodthirsty instincts. With one punch, just one punch, Kwang Guohua was knocked out of zombie form. If he were a third-generation zombie, this punch could kill him. Chapter 332 Body Fixation Technique. Well. Chizuru split body sides softly and decided not to watch the show. Yes, he knows all this. After all, he has already begun to assimilate into this world, and his control over the destiny of all beings in this world is no worse than the destiny in the Book of Heaven. Huang Tianyu was killed and Ma Xiaoling was bitten. He didn't pay attention to it because there were too many life and death situations in this world. The key is that he is not familiar with them and will not take special care of them because they are the protagonists. Moreover, he intervenes to make everything return to the original plot, which is equivalent to watching a live-action version of The Deadlock. It is interesting to have variables. Moreover, is the original plot necessarily the best development? Not necessarily. In fact, even if Huang Tianyu, an ordinary person, survives this time in England, he will die sooner or later, because he intervenes in these monsters as an ordinary person. It would be strange if he does not die. No one can protect him all the time. Speaking of which, Qianhe's split body has been in this world for some time. He has indeed made a famous name in the spiritual fantasy world, but he is really unfamiliar with Ma Xiaoling. Unlike other time travelers, he doesn't deliberately make friends with the protagonist. Everything is as it happens. But he had dealt with Yingqiu several times. Seeing only a space shift, Chizuru's split body crossed multiple dimensions and landed on Hong Kong Island. His strength is very strong, much stronger than fate estimated. As soon as Qianhe's split body appeared, he stopped in front of Ma Xiaoling. No one noticed how he appeared, and even Destiny, who was secretly watching everything, was horrified. Ma Xiaoling didn't care so much. The zombie's instinct told her that the person in front of her was a human and her blood could be sucked. Zombies in a deadlock have advantages, but they also have disadvantages. If Jiang Wu were here, he would turn around and leave without saying a word. Just kidding, this guy is as bloody as a dragon, and sucking it will help a lot, but the greater possibility is that he will be killed. Punch explosion. Poor guy. Chizuru's split body shot out a stream of magic power with a random finger, and the powerful magic power directly knocked away this powerful purple-eyed zombie. Even this purple-eyed zombie who could easily defeat Yingqiu, Maidana, and Peacock, the three major practitioners in the world, was defeated by Qianhe's split body in a snap. Destiny just ran away. He was afraid that he would be discovered if he continued to spy. This power has surpassed the Pengu clan. Even if I grab the Earth book or the Human book, having two of the three books is not necessarily stronger than Qianhe. I am afraid that only the three books combined into one can defeat him. Destiny has a headache. It knows that the Earth book is in the hands of Our Lady of Yaoqi, but he doesn't know where the Human book is. It's no use just grabbing the ground book. Even if it possesses the power of the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth, it cannot defeat the entire Pengu clan, otherwise it would have long ago found a way to steal the Book of Earth from the hands of Our Lady of Yaoqi. The Book of Heaven plus the Book of Earth is at most 1 + 1 = 3, but the combined power of the three books of Heaven, Earth, and Man is 1 + 1 + 1, which is greater than 10. There is also the body of the body, and Destiny also requires a perfect body. Chizuru's split body noticed the departure of fate. He didn't care, and would solve fate after solving this matter. In fact, if fate had not come to provoke Qianzhe's split body, he would have been happy to watch the show, but it wanted to plot against him, so let it know how terrible it was. Qianzuru is actually so strong? Yingqiu and Peacock couldn't believe it. They thought they had seen it wrong. These two people knew about the split body of Qianhe. The split body of Qianhe once convened a gathering of the older generation of cultivators in the world through Yingqiu and obtained all their skills. Maidana said anxiously, "You know him, then let him be merciful." Ma Xiaoling was knocked away time and time again, but her bloodthirsty nature made her stand up and fight again and again. Humans will eat anything when they are very hungry, and zombies are even more terrifying when they are very hungry. Certainly. Qianhe's split body pointed, and golden light enveloped Ma Xiaoling, directly immobilizing her. This was a body-fixing technique. This is a spell in this world. Even Yingqiu is very complicated to cast it. It is not suitable for actual combat. It is just one thing for Qianhe's split body. That is to say, Qianhe's split body is very powerful, otherwise she would not be able to stop Ma Xiaoling, who turned into a zombie. The Taoism of this world is still useful to the Fujiangs, and they can confirm each other with the immortality of the prehistoric times. The other Fujiangs are not idle. The world is full of immortals and gods disappearing. However, there are other Fujiangs who have reached the time and space of Zhangyue Episode 1, or even an earlier time and space, and have already collected the cultivation methods of the immortals and gods. There are still good things in the world of deadlock. People are very curious about the forbidden curse of returning the young and the purifying curse of the great sun Tathagata. In addition, Fujiang and the Pangu tribe are also interested in some things, but don't worry, before long, everything in this world will belong to Fujiang. Seeing that Ma Xiaoling was frozen, Ma Dana breathed a sigh of relief, and then sighed again. How should she deal with it? She can't stay frozen forever. Zombies are immortal and have endless time to wait. Even if this Taoist can always immobilize Xiaoling, what will happen after the Taoist dies? Thank you, Brother Dao. He Yingqiu thanked him and said, although he looked older than the split body of Qianhe, the split body of Qianhe was too strong to bear the title of Taoist brother, and it would be disrespectful to call him a fellow Taoist. Peacock and Ma Dana quickly followed suit and thanked them. They knew that if Qianhe hadn't appeared, one of them would have been driven out of his mind and the other would have turned into a zombie. Kuang Guohua was a little at a loss. Compared with others, he was an outsider, and they were all practitioners, but he was a zombie. Thank you, Taoist Master. Long time no see, Miss Ma. Kuang Guohua finally had to bite the bullet and first thanked Qianhe's split body for saving his life. Although he was not specifically concerned about himself, and at the same time he was uneasy, but the Taoist priest really wanted to kill him and there was no way he could avoid it. Kuang Guohua is not afraid of death, but if he dies, he will be left as a helpless zombie. If he is resurrected, he will either go crazy or become depraved. Kuang Guohua understood this feeling. If Fuxing hadn't always been with him, he would have gone crazy. But when he saw Ma Dana, Kuang Guohua had to lament that time is like a butcher's knife. He thought that Ma Dana was a beautiful woman with long legs like Ma Xiaoling. 60 years later, she has now become a fat woman. Qianhe's split body said, this spell can only be fixed for 1 hour. You decide what to do. The simplest way is to drain the blood of the zombies. This can only be done by the Chizuru split body and the Pangu clan. It is because of the power of the Pangu clan that Zombie Yu was resurrected from the second-generation zombies into ordinary people. He Yingqiu sighed and said, since ancient times, there are no cultivators who have been bitten by zombies, but Xiaoling's situation has never happened. Ma Xiaoling's situation is indeed special. There are only 2 purple-eyed zombies in the entire zombie series, one is Ma Xiaoling and the other is her daughter. There is nothing Peacock can do. In terms of strength, he is not as good as Nan Mao Baima, and in terms of inheritance, he is not as good as Nan Mao Baima. In other words, his magic power is acceptable and he can help. Chapter 333 Solution. Suddenly, He Yingqiu looked at Kuang Guohua and said, can't zombies suck blood? If you suck the zombie blood from Xiaoling, will she become normal? Boy, the idea of zombies sucking their blood is so futuristic. But He Yingqiu is not a normal person. This guy specializes in opening a clinic to treat ghosts, and his brain circuit is not ordinary. Ma Dana said speechlessly, you don't have to think about it to know that this won't work. Use your brain. Since Xiaoling has become a zombie, it means that her bloodline has changed. Even if you suck all her blood away, it will be the same. Peacock didn't know Kuang Guohua, so he said to Kuang Guohua, can I take the liberty to ask? How did you get over after being a zombie for so many years? Ma Dana and He Yingqiu also looked at Kuang Guohua. This was a ready-made zombie, a zombie that had lived for 60 years. It's not easy to fight between the south and the north. They can see that Kuang Guohua doesn't drink much blood, so does he have a way to overcome it? Kuang Guohua has nothing bad to say. He simply talks about his experiences over the years and expresses his grievances at the same time. To be honest, it is impossible for Kuang Guohua not to hate Ma Dana at all. Ma Dana felt a little guilty. It was indeed her fault, but it was a pity that she still couldn't solve Xiaoling's problem. Ma Dana can join forces with He Yingqiu and Peacock to cooperate with Shenlong's dragon energy to temporarily suppress the zombie bloodline, but the more powerful the suppression is now, the more powerful the backlash will be in the future. He Yingqiu looked at the split body of Qianhe who was watching the show and asked, Brother Qianhe has a profound Taoist method. I don't know if there is a way. He Inchio and Qianhe's splintered body had exterminated demons on the mainland together a few months ago. They knew that this Taoist brother had great magic power, but he liked to watch plays, or rather have fun. Even though He Inchio didn't appear much in the deadlock plot, he has also been exorcising demons and protecting the common people for many years. Chizuru's split body does have a way. Others can't get rid of the zombie bloodline, but he can. There are other methods. One is to completely merge the Fate bloodline and the zombie bloodline so that there will be no conflict. In the original work, the degree of fusion between Kuang Tianya's two bloodlines is higher than that of Ma Shaoling, but it is not a perfect fusion. The current Chizuru split body does not have a perfect way to fuse the two bloodlines. If Ma Shaoling is assimilated into Fu Jiang's characteristics can make the fusion perfect. So, there is only one last way left. I saw Qianhe's split body saying, the reason why Ma Shaoling can't control her reason is ultimately due to the influence of the zombie bloodline. The evil spirit affects her soul. As long as her soul is strengthened, she will be able to control the zombie bloodline. It's enough to increase your resistance to the evil spirit. This is also true. The conflict between the two bloodlines of Fate and zombies affects Ma Xiaoling's soul. This problem can be solved as long as her soul is strengthened and the power of her soul is equal to that of her physical body. Actually, there is another method, but Qianzuru's split body thinks there are some problems with this method, so he doesn't talk about it. Zombies suck blood to supplement nutrients, just like people eating. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 3,156 words. In fact, zombies can absorb the evil energy between heaven and earth, but when the evil energy enters the body, it can easily affect the soul. Combined with the zombie's bloodline, it is more prone to irritability, but it is not completely uncontrollable. Jiang Wu's violence in the pirate world is partly due to himself, and partly due to the influence of the zombie bloodline. This method can let Kuang Guohua come and he can overcome it slowly, but it is not suitable for Ma Shaoling now. The three of them can be said to be the strongest practitioners in mankind today. They know how difficult it is to improve the power of the soul. The three of them couldn't help but smile bitterly. The method worked, but it was not achieved overnight. Now that Qianzuru's split body has been proposed, there is naturally a way. After all, he used the skills of Nan Mao Baima and other practitioners for nothing, so this is equivalent to repaying him. Although those people had their memories erased by him and didn't know about it. So Qianhe split his body and said, I have a secret technique that may be able to help Ma Shaoling. Ma Dana was overjoyed after hearing this, but then her face turned ugly. She knew that if there really was such a secret skill, it would definitely be a secret that was not passed down to others. For cultivators, the Yuanshan is very important. When the Yuanshan becomes stronger, there will be many wonderful things. Among other things, the longevity will be longer, and it will be easier to comprehend various Taoisms. He Inchio was indeed Ma Dana's loyal licker. He quickly said, Thank you Taoist brother Qianhe, we won't ask for this secret technique in vain. Nana can't give it to you, but I will use the secret technique I created myself. Give it to Brother Dao, and at the same time, if Brother Dao needs any magical tools or materials in the future, I will do my best to help you. Ma Dana looked at He Inchio gratefully. The Ma family's secret skills could not be traded, and the other party would definitely look down on the basic cultivation techniques. Chizuru's split body said calmly, in fact, they had already mastered their skills, and now they were just showing off. Uchiha Tomie, who is far away in the Tomie multiverse, watches the progress of the 5 Chizuru splintered Tomie who invaded the rigid multiverse. Seeing this scene, my determination to become stronger became even stronger. With Tomie's characteristics, even if he fails, Tomie's multiverse will slowly become stronger. But Fu Zhang's experiences in various worlds all tell him that he cannot stop moving forward, otherwise his destiny will not be under his control, and he can only become a plaything at the mercy of others. But Shaoling has lost her mind now and cannot learn the secret technique. After Ma Dana finished speaking, she looked at He Inchio. Her intention was obvious, to draw some blood. He Inchio quickly looked at Kuang Guohua, as if to say, you are more professional in this, so you have to do it. Kuang Guohua is a zombie, but he is a zombie with humanity. If he had been selfish, he would have found a place to hide in the original work, and Nuwa's annihilation would not have affected him. Kwang Guohua activated his super speed and quickly went to the hospital to get a blood pack. This time he had to steal it, and the transaction was not that fast. The second-generation zombies were very fast. Kwang Tianyu took less than 10 minutes to do it. This was because he wasted some time pretending. In fact, the second-generation zombies are already very powerful, almost indelible. In this world, nuclear weapons cannot kill second-generation zombies, and Fahai cannot kill second-generation zombies. However, the Ma family has some bugs, which were specially created by fate for the Pangu tribe, and they have great restraint on zombies with red eyes. To be safe, Kwang Guohua stole 5 blood bags, and they were not from the same hospital. Not all of them were given to Ma Xiaoling. He also kept them for himself and one for Fuxing. Thank you, Brother Kwang. Xiaoling is immobilized now, so leave it to me. Ma Dana accepted the blood bag sheepishly. She felt a little ashamed in her heart because she told Kwang Guohua back then that if he turned into a zombie, the Ma family would hunt him down until he died. Now Xiaoling has become a zombie, but she didn't do that. Ma Dana herself feels ashamed of this double-standard behavior. She is not the kind of person who is particularly thick-skinned. Chapter 334. Ma Xiaoling was immobilized. Ma Dana wanted to feed her blood, so she just laid her flat on the ground and poured the blood from the blood bag into her body through Ma Xiaoling's mouth. Gulu. 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 Soon, all the blood in the blood bag was swallowed up. Ma Xiaoling was no longer so restless, and her sanity began to recover a little, but not completely. She was under forced restraint, and this state was not suitable for practice. Ma Dana could only give her a blood bag. After drinking this, Ma Xiaoling finally recovered. So Qianhe's split body unlocked the body-fixing technique and began to teach her the soul-fixing technique. That's right, it's the soul-fixing technique. The soul-fixing technique that shined brilliantly in the hands of Otsutsuki Kamishi in the past even cracked Tomie's Tsukuyami space. Now the soul-stabilizing technique combines the mysteries of many techniques, which is very powerful in improving the soul and resisting attacks. For example, if Xidagarba cultivates this technique to a certain level, his combat effectiveness will not increase much, but his defense will be greatly improved. The human king, the Holy Mother, the generals and the pinnacle Nuwa may not be able to kill him, and they may even be killed in reverse. You must know that even if the original Xidagarba has the Book of the Earth, he will lose in 1 against 2 for a long time. Auntie, please uncle, I have embarrassed the Ma family. After regaining her sanity, Ma Xiaoling felt ashamed that as a descendant of the Ma family, she could be so easily affected by zombie blood. This is not to blame Ma Xiaoling. In fact, it is precisely because she is of Ma family blood that it is more difficult to control. Ma Dana and He Inkchio had complicated expressions. After all, they had watched Ma Xiaoling grow up. In the end, they could only let out a long sigh, practice the secret skills of Taoist Qianhe well. Chizuru's split body did not teach the most powerful version, not because he had selfish motives, but because the more powerful the technique was, the more mysterious it was, which meant it was more difficult to understand. Qianhe's split body estimated that Ma Xiaoling's talent would not be possible to master the strongest version of the soul-fixing technique within a year or 2. It's not that Ma Xiaoling has poor talent, but that if you practice this technique to the final level, you can transcend the rigid multiverse. It's very difficult to get started. Therefore, Qianhe's split body just used his own deduction power to quickly deduce a soul-fixing technique that can be compared to the power of the 3 books of heaven, earth, and man in this world when he has been cultivated to the state of great success. The most important thing is that this is more in line with the rules and laws of the rigid contract world. Ma Xiaoling and He Inkchio sat cross-legged and practiced, while Ma Dana was responsible for protecting the law. Peacock was wise enough to avoid suspicion. After all, this was what He Inkchio had exchanged for all his secret skills, and it was not something he could listen to. Peacock knew that, let alone He Inkchio's secret skills, all the secret skills of the Mao family combined were not as good as Qianhe's secret skills. However, He Inkchio had a friendship with Qianhe, which he could not compare with. Kwang Guohua also avoided listening, but it was useless for him to listen. Kwang Guohua had never been exposed to cultivation. Even if his learning ability was greatly enhanced after becoming a zombie, it would be too difficult for him to learn the soul-fixing technique. He Yingqiu and Ma Xiaoling's talents are quite good in the deadlock. You must know that in the third deadlock, He Yingqiu also served as Xidagarba's agent. If he hadn't been soft-hearted, he could have subdued the fate that possessed He Youhyo. The two fell into trance quickly, and the mystery of the soul-fixing technique seemed to open another door to practice for them. Qianjia decided to leave after teaching the split body. Based on the situation of these two people, they would not quit the cultivation state within an hour or two. Qianjia's split body suddenly turned to look at Quang Guohua and said, "Don't be afraid of the power you have. This is what many people want. Instead of thinking about something that you don't have all day long, it's better to live every day in a down-to-earth manner and do what you can. Do what you should do." Qianjia's split body disappeared after saying this. Ma Dana and Peacock couldn't see through this method at all, and sighed in their hearts that even the ancient immortal Buddha was nothing more than this. Quang Guohua was thoughtful, but his decadent state had lasted for a long time and could not be solved in one or two sentences. Ma Xiaoling and He Yingqiu's Taoist cultivation is first class, if not top-notch, among practitioners who have been practicing for thousands of years in the world. Therefore, they practiced the soul-fixing technique that complied with the rules of the rigid contract world and quickly got started. Even if viewed according to the world of the zombie trilogy, the current Taoist cultivation of these two people can be regarded as the second echelon of strong men, although they are at the bottom. He Yingqiu's improvement was not obvious yet, but Ma Xiaoling was different. The magic power belonging to Ma Linger was quickly mobilized by her, and nearly half of it became the nourishment for her soul. It was at this time that she absorbed Ma Linger's memory, and now she inherited everything about Ma Linger. If Ma Xiaoling had not practiced this soul-solidifying technique and digested the last fragment of Ma Linger's soul, the fragments would have dissipated automatically after some time. This was fate's calculation, and fate was also afraid of Ma Linger, an amazing Taoist genius. Although the Ma family was created by fate, this does not mean that fate is not afraid of the Ma family. Apart from anything else, powerful cultivators all live long lives, but no one in the Ma family lives long. This is the calculation of fate. People in the Ma family are all born to be geniuses in Taoism. Even if Ma Xiaoling's talent is not very good in the Ma family, she is still a genius compared to other cultivators. However, even if the people of the Ma family become great masters of Taoism, their lifespan will not increase. For thousands of years, everyone feels that this is the price of the Ma family's continuous birth of geniuses, but in fact it is a curse imposed by fate. Closer to home, it only took an hour for He Yingqiu to exit the cultivation state. He felt that his strength had increased by 30 to 40%. This is very good, but it's just because it's my first time practicing. He Yingqiu saw Ma Xiaoling who was still practicing and sensed the fluctuation of her magic power. He was surprised and said, "How is this possible? This magic power is stronger than our combined strength." Because of the zombie state, He Yingqiu and the other two people had ignored Ma Xiaoling's powerful magic power before, but now they realized how terrifying Ma Xiaoling was. Ma Xiaoling not only practiced the soul-solidifying technique, but also digested Ma Linger's secret technique. Ma Linger's sudden death meant that some of the powerful secret techniques were not passed down. This is not only training, but also undoing Ma Linger's curse, so that the Ma family can shed tears in the future. Ma Xiaoling felt that Ma Linger was most likely her previous life, and even if not, she was still her ancestor. Of course, she has little respect for Ma Linger. Although she sympathizes with Ma Linger's misfortune, why should the descendants of the Ma family take the blame for her generation after generation for Ma Linger's misfortune? Once she sheds tears, she will lose her magic power. She knows how uncomfortable it was when Tianyu died, but she cannot shed tears. If she sheds tears, she will lose her magic power. Not only can she not be able to bear the responsibility of chasing down the generals, she can't even subdue demons. If she loses her magic power and cannot kill the general, the curse will always exist, and she will never be able to fall in love, get married, and have children. In the past, Ma Xiaoling would not complain too much even if she knew about it, but now she is a purple-eyed zombie. Even though she has suppressed her bloodthirsty, her character has finally changed. Chapter 335. Ma Xiaoling is still practicing. It can be said that when she completes her practice, she will have the power to kill ordinary second-generation zombies even if she does not use the power of zombies. Inchio had finished cultivating, and he was responsible for protecting the law. Only then did Madana have time to apologize to Kwang Guohua seriously. To be honest, Kwang Guohua's tragedy is half due to himself and half to fate. At the end of the show, he made a wish to Tathagata Buddha, hoping that he and Kazuo Yamamoto would not be bitten by a general 60 years ago. Tathagata Buddha and Guanyin joined forces to reverse time and space at a great cost and changed everything. Kwang Guohua was not bitten at that time, but a year later Madana asked him to deal with the generals, and he was bitten again. Being bitten a year too late gave Kwang Guohua a son, and his son gave birth to Kwang Tianyu who looked exactly like him. The trajectory of fate seems to have changed, but it has not, because in the original work, he replaced Kwang Tianyu and survived as him. The destiny of this world is powerful, and even the gods cannot do anything to him. But now, Qianhe's split body has arrived in front of Destiny, and he said, "Mr. Qianhe, this is not the first time we have met, but Destiny, it is the first time we have met." Destiny thought to himself, he was indeed noticed, and yes, if he hadn't been noticed, how could this guy appear so coincidentally and save Inchio and others? Destiny was extremely panicked, but still had a confident smile on his face. Although you are beyond destiny, when your human power will eventually be exhausted, as long as you become one with me, you will definitely become the greatest existence among all living beings in the 3 realms and 6 realms. Destiny bewitches Qianhe's split body. In its view, although Qianhe is powerful, it may not be more perfect than the Pangu people, but it is this imperfection that has flaws and makes it easier for him to control. Chizuru's split body also smiled, knowing exactly what fate was thinking. Destiny just wants to merge with him and take over his body. Destiny is still very confident. In the original work, it knows that Our Lady of Yaoqi is a cage specially made by the Pangu tribe to imprison it, and it is not afraid at all. The result also proved that Our Lady of Yaoqi could not suppress fate at all. Qianhe's split body said, "I'm very curious about the power of fate. Come on. Let me see the power of fate." The fate possessing Hiyokyo was so happy after hearing this that he couldn't even control the joy on his face. Destiny knows that Qianzuru is using his body as bait, thinking that he can control Destiny, otherwise he wants to destroy Destiny. "You idiot, you don't know the power of Destiny." I saw an extremely mysterious energy ball flying out of Hiyokyo's body with an air of indifference to the common people. At this time, Hiyokyo said quickly, "Be careful, fate is very powerful." Hiyokyo is possessed by fate, but he knows everything that happens in the outside world, and at the same time, he deeply understands the horror of fate. The more he can calculate the fate of others in detail, the more powerless he is about fate, because knowing everything but being unable to change is really despairing. Chizuru's split body didn't care at all if he asked for anything, and even took the initiative to greet him. Destiny burrowed into the body of Chizuru's split body. After entering, it immediately fought for control of the body. It was very experienced in this matter. For countless years, Hiyokyo was not the first person whose body he possessed. This is impossible, absolutely impossible? Not long after Destiny was proud, it was dumbfounded because it noticed the unfathomable abyss-like power in Qianhe's split body, which completely surpassed the Pangu clan. Destiny feels that the power of the 3 books in one is no more than this. It is possible that the 3 books in one are not as powerful as this. Chizuru's split body mobilized the magic power in her body to compress her Destiny into a corner and imprison her. Whoosh! At this time, the most magical book between heaven and earth appeared across the infinite distance. The Book of Heaven is the essence of Destiny. Destiny is born out of the Book of Heaven and is born powerful, but it also has flaws, that is, the upper limit is stuck. The power of the heavenly book is indeed powerful. It responds to the name of Destiny and explodes all the stored power of Destiny. This force was so powerful that the surrounding space began to distort. The genius who created the sun-returning forbidden curse was directly overwhelmed by this force and fell to the ground, unable to move. Qianhe's split body waved his hand and fired a burst of magic power, and Tianshu was instantly suppressed. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 3,190 words. Destiny was shocked. This was impossible. All the immortals and Buddhas in the sky were buried under fate. How could such a terrifying existence exist? Qianhe's split body didn't say much. He activated the ability of assimilation to assimilate fate, and then fired it into the heavenly book, allowing it to merge with the heavenly book. At this moment, the heavenly book was truly complete, and the complete heavenly book was assimilated into Fujiang. Oh. The Book of Heaven actually has this ability. Qianhe's split body was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after Tianshu was assimilated into Fujiang, he could actually assist other Fujiang to speed up the assimilation into this world. In other words, if the book from the land and the book from the people are obtained, the assimilation speed will be very fast. The Book of the Earth is in the hands of Our Lady of Yaoqi, and Our Lady of Yaoqi is still imprisoned in Pangu Holy Land. The human book is in the hands of Xitigarbha, and Xitigarbha reincarnated as Ma Xiaohu. In other words, the human book is now hidden in Ma Xiaohu's soul. When ordinary people know this news, they will definitely take away the Book of Heaven from Ma Xiaohu's soul, and they will definitely awaken Xitigarbha's sleeping soul and return Xitigarbha to his throne. Xitigarbha's powerful methods are not that simple. Unfortunately, after encountering Fujiang, Qianhe's split body can take away the human book from Ma Xiaohu's body without triggering Xitigarbha's backhand. The split body of Qianhe quickly took away the human book and assimilated it. Unfortunately, it was found that the human book could not help speed up the assimilation of this world. Only the heavenly book could. It seems that only the heavenly book is special. However, under the characteristics of Fujiang, the Book of Heaven and the Book of Man are perfectly integrated into the new Fujiang. According to this situation, it is probably Fujiang who will eventually become the heavenly way of this stalemate multiverse, but in the end it will have to compete with the heavenly way of the Fujiang multiverse. Fujiang merges into one. Because the human book was not very helpful in assimilating the world, and the earth book was probably the same, Fujiang did not go to seize the earth book. Others coveted the power of the three books in one, but he did not need it. However, after assimilating to fate, Chizuru's split body did know some secrets. For example, the human king Fushi could shoot down the 9 suns, but why he couldn't destroy the earth after 2 battles with the Holy Mother of Yaoqi. This is because the earth is special, just like the earth in Saint Seiya is blessed by the gods. Even if the Saint Seiya has the power of exploding stars, the damage it can inflict on the earth is not very strong. The dead earth is blessed by the 3 books of heaven, earth and man. This blessing cannot be reversed by fate unless it masters the 3 books. This blessing is reasonable, otherwise, the universe is so vast, why would the 3 books appear together on the earth? There is also the mystery of the disappearance of Tathagata and other immortal gods. The split body of Qianhe now knows what is going on. Chapter 336. Qianhe's splinter body did not interfere too much with Ma Xiaoling and others' affairs and returned directly to the mainland. Yingxia was stunned, as if his fate had been taken away. Soon, Hyo burst into laughter. If his fate was gone, then he could resurrect June. However, it can only be said that there is no need to think too much. There are rules for the operation of heaven, and destiny only has part of the power of heaven. What's more, destiny is just assimilated into the split body of Qianzuru and returned to the Book of Heaven, not really dead. Of course, there is still hope for Hyuchio. He couldn't resurrect June before, partly because his ability was not enough, and partly because of the intervention of fate. Destiny doesn't like people modifying the established trajectory. Hyuchio only wants to return the sun in June. It would be strange if he is not targeted by fate. Now, there is nothing to ask for. As long as you improve the young returning forbidden curse, June will be resurrected. However, this is not the world of Naruto after all. Reincarnation and reincarnation can be used casually. There is a god of death in the underworld of this world, and it won't be long before a god of death comes to hold you responsible. Hyochio quickly went to find June. Ma Xiaoling was still practicing, and she didn't wake up until dawn. By this time, Peacock and Kwang Guohua had already left, and they left in advance. Peacock is not a fool, and he did not forcefully kill the demon. He just heard what happened to this zombie, and neither the south nor the north are targeting the zombie Kwang Guohua. Why should he stand out? Moreover, it is a second-generation zombie. He is 100% no match. Is everyone else gone? After Ma Xiaoling finished practicing, she realized that everyone else had left, leaving only her aunt and Uncle Chiu. Ma Dana said, "They are all gone. Xiaoling, what are your plans in the future?" Ma Xiaoling said, "Kill the general to complete the mission of our Ma family. Moreover, once the general dies, maybe the zombie bloodline in my body will disappear." Yes, Ma Xiaoling swelled up. She felt that her strength was enough to kill the generals. Even if she did not turn into a zombie, she was nearly 10 times stronger than her previous self and was more than enough to deal with the generals. Ma Xiaoling's support was not the divine dragon. The divine dragon was at most an auxiliary. Ma Linger's Taoism was the real terror. It was the Taoism to subdue the divine dragon. Back then, even if Ma Linger didn't die, she couldn't kill the generals either, but with her qualifications, she could definitely become an immortal or a Buddha. Speaking of immortals and Buddhas, we have to talk about the great son Tathagata. In the original history, on July 1, 1999, Kuang Tianyu and Ma Xiaoling successfully saved the world. The great son Tathagata decided to give Kuang Tianyu a wish, and Kuang Tianyu hoped that he would not be bitten by a general and turn into a zombie 60 years ago. The great son Tathagata and Avalokitesvara used their great magical powers to reverse time. However, it was at this time that fate took action. The method used by Tathagata and Guanyin to reverse time and restart all things is so powerful that even the Penga clan cannot do it. In Deadline 3, Ma Xiaoling's time travel to the Song dynasty changed history, but it is not actually a change. Ma Xiaoling's time travel is a part of history. Only the great son Tathagata can truly change history. The great son Tathagata and Avalokitesvara paid a huge price for doing so, but it was at this time that fate activated the power of destiny that had been accumulated for many years in the heavenly book. Destiny consumed most of the power of destiny in the heavenly book, stole the power of Tathagata and Guanyin, killed them, and killed the immortals and Buddhas all over the sky. Only the underworld is left open by fate, because the underworld needs the god of death to function. Even so, many powerful gods of death also died. Ksitigarbha was very powerful and only escaped with the help of human beings. Later, he also arranged for his own reincarnation. This is also the reason why the performance of the fate of Zongyue No. 3 Middle School is not up to the standard of Tianshu. Getting back to the topic, Ma Dana persuaded, "Xiaoling, you'd better be careful. You are so powerful just because you have mutated. As a zombie king, even if the general is not stronger than you in the zombie state, he will not be weaker than you." He Ingxiu followed, "Yes, Xiaoling, you are currently practicing Qianhe Taoist brothers' soul-fixing technique, and it is actually still improving. There is no need to be so anxious. You should wait a little longer. After so many years of waiting, don't be anxious for a while, and it's hard to find generals. Young people are supposed to respect older people because they have experience that young people don't have. But young people are chaoyang and rebellious, especially purple-eyed Ma Xiaoling. She will not listen to Yingqiu and the two. However, the hidden dangers in her body must be eliminated. It would be bad if she loses control in the middle of the fight. There are also some things she needs to know about Kuang Guohua, a person similar to Tian Yu, and the mysterious Qianhe. By the way, Kuang Guohua is a second-generation zombie, maybe he can help him find his generals. I have to tell my great-aunt about my ancestor Ma Linger. She is also from the Ma family and there are some things she needs to know. However, it was definitely not in this desolate place. He Ingxiu, the worst of the three, was also a man of profound Taoism. It would be a shame to return to Jejia building. Of course, He Ingqiu was always on the sidelines. These were Ma family matters, but he was from Nanmao. However, everything should be said to others, and He Ingqiu had helped the Ma family a lot, and they were close to each other, so Ma Xiaoling did not go behind his back. Just say that after Ma Dana died, Ma Xiaoling went abroad to slay demons for the first time, and He Ingqiu followed her to protect her. After listening to Ma Xiaoling's story, He Ingqiu and Ma Danhua couldn't help but sigh. They didn't expect Ma Linger to have such an experience. After hearing this, Ma Dana was also dissatisfied with Ma Linger. If you arrest the generals, you will arrest the generals. Why should you issue such a vicious curse? Just because of your misfortune, the descendants of the Ma family will suffer. Xiaoling still has hope, but she has been delayed her whole life by the Ma family's ancestral teachings. However, Ma Dana can't resent Ma Linger too much, because the dragon they like to use to exorcise evil was caught by Ma Linger, and half of the Ma family's powerful Taoist techniques were developed by Ma Linger. Now Ma Dana is also excited. She has obtained the soul-fixing technique and the Ma family's lost forbidden technique. She doesn't even have to catch up on her beauty sleep and starts practicing. After all, Ma Dana is not an ordinary person. Even if she cannot stay in the human world for a long time, she does not have to be reincarnated. She can also hold important positions in the underworld. You must know that her high-end combat power is still in great demand in the underworld. Yingqiu left. After returning home, he wrote down his secret technique and prepared to send it to Qianhe's split body. Yingqiu felt that Qianhe might not like it, but a deal was a deal. He still valued the promise and was stubborn at the same time. Otherwise, in the original work, he clearly knew what he wanted when he went to see the one possessed by fate, and it would probably be a disaster, but he still went, and he eventually died in the hands of fate. However, in this time and space, he will not die in the hands of fate, everything has changed. At this time, the generals came to Hong Kong Island with the five-color messengers Hong Chao and Lon Dolly and the second-generation zombies Su Fu and Crow. It's not fate that's playing tricks now. Fate has been assimilated. Tomie and the others will just let everything take its course without interfering too much. Compared with the excessive interference in the worlds of pirates in Naruto, the world of stalemate is different. This is a world controlled by fate, so Tomie is very interested in how the world will develop without fate. Chapter 337. True Ancestor, let's go see Ma Xiaoling now and take a short rest. Su Fu asked respectfully, but his tone was a little urgent. The general was very indifferent. Shu. After all, you have lived for 1,000 years, please relax. The general has a different kind of charm, and it is very comfortable to be friends with him. In the original work, even if Quang Guohua is his enemy, he can't find any fault with the general. Su Fu didn't dare to say anything, he just waited a little longer. In the past, Lon Dolly would have sneaked away to find Ma Xiaoling and others. Now that he knew that Su Fu was seriously injured with one move, Lon Dolly would not dare to go. The five-color messengers are born powerful and have surpassed most practitioners since their birth. However, their power is stuck there and difficult to improve. Zombies are not bad and can rely on love and hate to explode. As long as the five-color messenger can increase his power, these five guys will definitely increase their power at all costs and then kill Nuwa. It can be said that the five-color messengers are the people who hate Nuwa the most in the world. Although Nuwa created them, they themselves symbolize the five bad qualities of human beings. But Nuwa didn't care about them long after she created them. It's strange that they can obey Nuwa. Even according to human terms, the kindness of nurturing is greater than nurturing, so among the five-color messengers, Hong Chao respects the generals more than Nuwa. At night, the general found a random place in the wilderness. He showed his fangs, his eyes turned red, and wings sprouted from his back. Roar! The general roared, and the two nearest second-generation zombies knelt on the ground in disobedience. This was the suppression of the bloodline. There is no doubt that the general is very strong, otherwise he would not have been sent by the elders of the Pangu tribe to monitor Nuwa. After understanding the power of love, the general's power has been improved again, and at the same time, his suppression of zombies with his bloodline has also become bigger. How is this kind of power possible? The general's power is no less than the master, and may even be stronger than the master. Lon Dolly was frightened and unwilling at the same time, because he represents power, he likes to play with everything, he doesn't like others to be above him, and he is also the fastest among the five-color messengers to rebel. Originally, Lon Dolly only thought that the general was stronger than them, because the general had never made a move in front of them, and the five-color envoys did not know the general's true power. At this time, all the zombies on Hong Kong Island could not control themselves. They transformed into zombies uncontrollably and knelt on the ground as if worshipping the great king. Quang Guohua and Quang Fusheng couldn't control it, but they were far away, so the impact was slightly less, and they were second-generation zombies, so they didn't kneel down. But at this moment, Kwang Guohua recalled his fear of the generals. The zombies are affected, but ordinary people are not. Even Taoist masters like Ma Dana and He Yingqiu don't know that generals have arrived on Hong Kong Island. Unbeknownst to these two people, Ma Xiaoling sensed that she was also a zombie now. However, Ma Xiaoling is a mutated zombie, and she is not suppressed by the blood of the generals. The pregnant gene future in the original work is not affected by the generals, because she is pregnant with Mo Xing. Mo Xing has strong potential and even has the opportunity to grow into a real Panga tribe member. Ma Xiaoling's bloodline is more advanced than Mo Xing. Ma Xiaoling was not affected, but she was a zombie and could sense the general direction of the generals, so she took the guy and set off. This was also intentional by the general. The general knew that the Ma family wanted to kill him, and that Ma Xiaoling had turned into a zombie, so he directly released his momentum and asked her to come to him. Xiaoling, where are you going so late? Ma Danhua came out quickly. She didn't know what was going on, but she was not stupid. She had to bring so many guys with her so late at night, so something must have happened. Ma Xiaoling really wanted to go alone, because if her aunt died, her soul would be scattered, but her aunt was a woman from the Ma family. And she hunted down the generals earlier than she did. Ma Xiaoling said helplessly, the general has appeared. Ma Dana's eyes lit up. She had hunted down the generals several times. She felt that she and Xiaoling were now strong enough to kill the generals she had met before. The premise was that the generals' power had not improved much over the years and they did not hide their strength back then. In fact, the more Ma Dana thought about it today, the more something was wrong. Xiaoling was so strong as a mutant zombie, and there was no reason why Jiang Chun was so weak as a zombie king. In this case, were the generals teasing Ma's family before? All this will be revealed tonight. Ma Xiaoling and Ma Dana set off quickly, with a tacit understanding not to call He Yingqiu. He Yingqiu helped the Ma family too much. This matter was very dangerous. Even if Ma Xiaoling's strength improved greatly, she was not 100% sure. There was no need to let He Yingqiu accompany them to take risks. One was a ghost and the other was a zombie. They were extremely fast. In less than 5 minutes, Ma Xiaoling found the general by following his bloodline. Are you a general? Ma Dana was surprised. She didn't have the sense between zombies, but she could tell which one was the general by looking at their positions. Macna had hunted down generals before, more than once, but the generals at that time were so slovenly that some fans who watched the show called the generals at that time beggars. The general chuckled and said, long time no see, things are really different. The general was also filled with emotion. He remembered that when Madonna first chased him, she was just like the one next to her. Later, she slowly aged and became fatter, until now she was completely obese. Konoha, start Fusion Tomie template. 2,884 words. Ma Dana used to have a bad temper. Although she is better now, she was unhappy when she saw Jiang Chun, the zombie king, laughing. She said, General, if you want to laugh, do it now. You won't have the chance to do evil in the future, nor will you. Got a chance to laugh. Su Fu and Lan Dali wanted to laugh when they said this. They both knew that the general did not bite many people, and he did not bite more than 10 people. Over the past 1,000 years, most of the zombies killed by the Ma family were the 3rd-generation zombies of Su Fu Yao and the even more rubbish 4th and 5th-generation zombies. The general ignored Ma Dana and looked at Ma Xiaoling. He said, I can sense that there is a powerful force in your body. It seems that you cannot control this force very well. Generals are powerful, and Kwang Guohua is the opponent he trained in the original work. There are 3 factors that make Kwang Guohua become a red-eyed zombie: the blood of the Devil Star, his love for Ma Xiaoling and the training of generals. All 3 are indispensable. It is not the power of love that can break the shackles of blood, otherwise Riley, Jean Weiwei, and Situ Funrin in the original work can also break the shackles. Ma Xiaoling ignored the general and looked at Su Fu instead. At this time, she recognized Su Fu. Su Fu's appearance was different from that of 1,000 years ago. She could not recognize him when she accepted Ma Linger's memory before, but now she recognizes him. Maybe Su Fu knows something? Ma Xiaoling still cares about the truth from thousands of years ago. After all, this is the factor that indirectly caused Ma Linger to curse the Ma family. Chapter 338 Confident Ma Xiaoling. Su Fu was a little panicked when Ma Xiaoling saw him. Half a month had passed since he was hit hard by Ma Xiaoling's punch. Zombie's memory was so good that half a month was like yesterday to him. By the way, you guys are quite calm this time. If it were the people from the Ma family before, huh? This general is somewhat talkative. Even if Ma Xiaoling and the two of them don't reply, he still has something to talk about. Ma Xiaoling then looked at the general. To be honest, if they met in another place, she would never think that the person in front of her was the general. Ma Xiaoling said coldly, "Are these the people you bitten? Do you want to bully the few?" The general chuckled and said, "It seems that you, the Ma family, have been bullying the few with their many." These words reminded Ma Dana of the time when she asked Kwang Guohua to deal with the generals together. It wasn't just Ma Dana who was like this. At first, the Ma family couldn't defeat the generals, so they also asked their comrades for help, but the generals just played with them. If they were serious, the Ma family would have been gone long ago. Ma Xiaoling directly took out the remade magic wand. "No matter what, let me eradicate you, the zombie king, for all sentient beings today, so that the world no longer needs to be threatened by zombies. If a general dies, the zombies with his bloodline will lose their zombie bloodline unless they break their shackles or mutate. Therefore, as long as the generals are killed, there will be no zombies in the world." Ma Xiaoling waved the magic wand and slashed out powerful blasts of magic power. One of Lan Dali and Hong Chao came to watch the show, and the other followed the general because of confusion and Nua's instructions. Neither of them moved. Su Fu and Crow moved, and Su Fu directly entered the zombie state. In comparison, Crow didn't believe Su Fu's words. Where could there be such terrifying zombies? Boom. Boom. Ma Xiaoling's exorcism power was so powerful that she injured the crow with one blow and forced Su Fu to retreat. At this time, Ma Xiaoling has completely inherited Ma Linger's power. Because of the purple-eyed zombie bloodline and soul-fixing skills, even if she only uses Taoism, she is still better than Ma Linger in the past. Su Fu was stunned. He seemed to be less powerful than half a month ago. Roar. The crow roared, its eyes quickly turned green, and it roared, "I would like to see if the Ma family of the Exorcist Dragon Clan is really that powerful." The general watched with interest. He could see that in terms of magic power, Ma Xiaoling surpassed the Ma family members who had been chasing him for generations. The general has been in the world for many years and has learned a lot. He now has extremely terrifying Taoist cultivation, but it is nothing compared to his zombie abilities. According to Ma Dingdang, the general has a terrible learning ability, and his strength is getting stronger day by day. Yes, in the original work, Demon Star has super learning ability. As a true Panga tribesman, the general's ability will only be stronger than Demon Star Nino. De. In a few breaths, one person and two zombies fought for more than 10 rounds. Now Ma Xiaoling is not a pure practitioner. Even if she does not turn into a zombie, her body still has strong power. Ha! Ma Xiaoling exploded violently, and her magic power surged out along the magic fuming rod. The powerful magic fuming power hit the 2 second-generation zombies, quickly injuring them severely. Just hearing 2 dong-dong sounds, Su Fu and Crow flew upside down and fell to the general's side. Ma Dana was very excited when she saw it. This kind of power was too strong, and it might be possible to kill the generals. Ma Xiaoling said, "Aren't you going to take action? If you don't take action, your men will die." At this moment, Ma Xiaoling was unprecedentedly confident. Seeing that the Ma family's long-term mission was about to be completed, she started to show off, as if the general was someone she could defeat at will. The original Ma Xiaoling would not be like this, but the Ma Xiaoling who became a zombie is different and her personality has changed. The general looked at Lan Dali and asked, "Showing your hands?" The general can kill the 5 color messengers instantly, even if 5 of them are at once, but he doesn't know how strong the 5 color messengers are. The generals have never seen anyone stronger than him. Basically, if he is serious, he can kill them all in an instant, except Nua. The general is too strong. In the original work, he only controls Situ Finran and strengthens Situ Finran's power. As a result, Situ Finran can crush the five-color messenger. Lon Dolly sneered and said, "The true ancestor is joking, I am no match for her. Ma Xiaoling will not listen to these people's nonsense. Today is the day when the general will die. The dragon god orders, the thunder god comes, all evil spirits." Ma Xiaoling cast the spell directly, and instantly thunder clouds rolled in. All 5 generals were within the attack range. Ma Dana was in charge the whole time, and she felt that there was no need for her to take action. Compared with the previous Vulcan borrowing techniques and Snow God borrowing techniques, this one is an absolute forbidden spell, so powerful that even Ma Linger would not dare to use it casually, but now Ma Xiaoling is stronger than Ma Linger. The dragon god of the Ma family ordered the fire god, snow god, and earth god to borrow magic. These gods did not refer to the immortal gods in the sky. This god is a natural god between heaven and earth, a force of nature, and the purest energy under the rules of heaven and earth. Just like the ninja seals in Naruto are to better mobilize their own energy, the Ma family's spells are to better mobilize the energy of heaven and earth. These mantras are not recited casually. In the beginning, a Taoist master created this mantra and engraved it in the heaven and earth. As long as future generations chant the spell and match the corresponding runes or magic formulas, they can exert power far beyond their own. True ancestor. Su Fu shouted nervously. The thunderbolts gathered more and more. He had no doubt that the power of the thunderbolts could definitely kill him. Lon Dolly is also nervous. This method of cultivation is too strong. No different from ancient Buddhas and ancient gods. Sorry, I can't let you kill them. The general said softly that he actually didn't care about Su Fu's life, but the five-color messenger could not die. Nuwa entrusted the five-color messenger to him before she fell asleep. Nuwa will wake up soon. When Nuwa sketches, the five-color messenger must be present, otherwise he will not be able to do his job well. Facing the thunder in front of him, which was enough to kill ordinary second-generation zombies and severely damage the five-color messenger, the general's expression remained unchanged. The general walked in front of Wu Wu and others, and just made an ordinary straight punch, just like an ordinary person. Bang! Suddenly a powerful force exploded. The golden energy was enough to break mountains and seas, and the powerful force shattered the thunder in the sky. The thunder shattered, but the golden energy surged toward Ma Xiaoling and the two with overwhelming force. Ma Dana began to doubt life. Is this a general? How could I be so virtuous that I actually chased him so many times? If the generals had been more serious, I would have died long ago. Ma Dana was helpless against the attacks of the generals, and as a descendant of the Ma family, she knew how big the difference was between the normal state of a zombie and its zombie state. Yes, the generals are too strong, not to mention Ma Dana. Now Ma Xiaoling can't do anything just relying on Taoism. No, her eyes have turned purple. The Ma family divine dragon is very powerful, but the current divine dragon is not complete. There is only half of the pure world Dragon Ball, and the other half is with the two cat demons. If the Dragon Balls were intact, Ma Xiaoling would still be able to deal with non-zombie generals. Chapter 339 Ma Xiaoling vs. General. Purple-eyed Ma Xiaoling was powerful. She didn't use much force, she just waved the magic wand, and the power inspired defeated the golden strength. Seeing Ma Xiaoling turned into a zombie, Su Fu couldn't help but take a step back. Even if the general was beside him, he was still panicking. Lon Dolly's eyes flashed with curiosity. The power of zombies was so powerful. If it weren't for the fact that the five-color messenger couldn't turn into a zombie, he would have wanted to experience the power of zombies. For Lon Dolly, if there is any power that can allow him to surpass Nuwa and Jiangchen, he is absolutely willing to try. Hong Chao's dark face still had a look of confusion. She was born confused because she was created by Nuwa by extracting the confusion from human bad nature. Even this earth-shattering battle could not change her look of confusion. The general looked into Ma Xiaoling's purple eyes, and with a thought, he tried to recover the zombie blood in Ma Xiaoling's body. Yes, zombies can recover the zombie blood of zombies bitten by them, and the Zombie King General is more powerful. As long as it is a zombie with his bloodline, he can recover the zombie blood. Yamamoto Kazuo told Demoto Shingo in the first episode of The Friendship, "I can take back the zombie blood that belongs to me in your body at any time, so what are you going to do with me?" It can be seen from this that the second lieutenant general of Zhang Yue did let go. Otherwise, if he had withdrawn the zombie blood in Quan Guowa's body early, what would Quan Guowa have to do with him? However, even if the generals win in the original work, Nuwa will not be able to successfully destroy the world. The Panga tribe will not let Nuwa successfully destroy the world. It failed. It's a mutant zombie. It's interesting. The general failed to recover the zombie blood, but he was not disappointed, which is interesting. In fact, being invincible is also a kind of loneliness. Jiangchen has never encountered an opponent since his birth. Although Nuwa is powerful, he cannot be his enemy. Ma Xiaoling didn't know what Jiangchen was doing. The zombie bloodline and destiny bloodline in her body were completely mixed together. It would not be easy for the entire Panga clan to separate them, let alone Jiangchen coming alone. "Auntie, please leave first." Ma Xiaoling gathered her strength on the magic stick and swung it out. Purple light and shadow enveloped everyone on the general's side. Ma Xiaoling knew that her aunt was very strong and could compete with the second-generation zombies. If Shenlong hadn't been injured, her aunt's current strength could even kill the second-generation zombies, but there were 4 second-generation zombies on the opposite side. Ma Xiaoling didn't know Lan Dali and Hong Chao, so she directly classified them as second-generation zombies. Those who followed the generals were not zombies. Ma Dana was a little helpless. A new generation replaced the old one. She had to admit that she was just holding back. Xiaoling could run away if she couldn't fight, but her presence would hinder Xiaoling's escape. So she said, "Xiaoling, don't hold on." After talking about how fast Ma Dangna ran, it was not that she was afraid of death, but that she had a clear understanding of the current situation. Ma Dana did not return to Jiajia building, but ran to find He Yingqiu, planning to ask He Yingqiu to contact Qianhe's split body and ask him for help. "You guys should leave too." The general punched through the purple light and said to Lan Dali and others. He could sense how strong the current Ma Xiaoling was, and Lan Dali and others just had to stick to a few more moves in front of the current Ma Xiaoling. The general even felt that even if Nuwa wakes up, she may not be able to defeat the current Ma Xiaoling. Unless her physical body returns, the soul and body can be united to defeat Ma Xiaoling. True ancestor, take care. After Su Fu finished speaking, he quickly escaped from here, and the other 3 did the same, even the confused Hong Chao. Just because she was confused didn't mean she wanted to die casually. General and Ma Xiaoling faced each other. Ma Xiaoling unleashed her momentum with all her strength, and purple light and shadow instantly filled the sky. The general chuckled, and the powerful golden light spread quickly and collided with the purple light and shadow. He did not transform into a zombie with eyes, he still had the pupils of an ordinary person. The 2 powerful rays of light kept colliding, and everything around them was destroyed. Chizuru's split body is also watching this battle, purple-eyed Xiaoling versus Zombie King General, what a beautiful scene. At the same time, the split body of Qianhe understood that even though these 2 people were fighting without much movement, it was because the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humans took out a lot of power to protect the earth. This is true no matter who the owner of the 3 books is, even when there is no owner. Same thing. Otherwise, with just such a collision, Hong Kong Island would be gone, and it would quickly spread to other places. Ma Xiaoling looked very serious and must fight quickly. The general said, "This is not a place for fighting." After the general said this, the golden light dissipated, and he quickly flew away from Hong Kong Island. Ma Xiaoling quickly caught up. She didn't think she would lose. Indeed, in the confrontation just now, Ma Xiaoling had a slight advantage, but the general had not turned into a zombie yet, so Ma Xiaoling took it for granted. The general quickly flew to the sea. He did not stop, but flew high into the sky. Just kidding, their battle could easily cause a tsunami. These top combat powers don't show much in the deadlock, and that's because of the special effects. You must know that the human King Fushi can shoot down 9 suns. From this, you can see how terrifying the top combat power is. You must know that the earth is blessed by the 3 books of heaven, earth and man. In this case, it can also explode stars. Fushi is really powerful. Reality is not a TV show. Once Ma Xiaoling and the generals fight, Hong Kong Island will be destroyed soon. Konoha, start Fusion Tomie template. 2,994 words. Ma Xiaoling was definitely chasing after him. Even if she couldn't beat him, she still wanted to find out the general's details. She had a hunch that the gap between her and the general wouldn't be too big. High in the sky, purple light and golden light collided together again. This time there was a real explosion of light, and many people discovered the abnormality in the sky. Most people just think this is a vision, and many practitioners also think so. They are not capable enough to detect anything. This vision did not last long, as two streams of light, one purple and one gold, continued to collide in the sky. After dozens of rounds, Liu Guang transformed into two figures. Ma Xiaoling was seen waving her fists rapidly, and all the fist shadows in the sky fell on the general, knocking him directly into the 1,000-meter deep sea. Ma Xiaoling was breathing heavily, feeling something was wrong. In fact, Ma Xiaoling is a mutated purple-eyed zombie. She does not need to feed on blood and can eat normally. Ma Xiaoling does not need to live on blood, but it does not mean that she will not be addicted to blood. In the original work, Kuang Tianya was addicted to blood, and due to the calculation of fate, he bit Ma Xiaoling. Now that Ma Xiaoling was fighting with the generals, she had consumed a lot, so she was a little hungry, and her blood addiction came up, and she became a little violent. She could only quickly use the soul-stabilizing technique to stabilize her soul and prevent herself from being disturbed by these negative forces. Boom! The red beam of light shot up into the sky with a huge amount of seawater, and the general followed. He had wings on his back, his eyes became red, and his zombie teeth were exposed. The general became a little more serious. The real battle began now. Chapter 340. Tragic, Ma Xiaoling was so miserable. Facing the general who turned on the zombie state, she was suppressed in all aspects. She could only parry, but had no power to fight back. The battle between zombies is a fist-to-flesh battle. There is no magical way. What the zombies rely on is their powerful body. The purple-eyed horse Xiaoling is very fast, but the general is faster than her. The purple-eyed horse Xiaoling is very powerful, but the general is stronger than her. It stands to reason that zombies of the general lineage will all awaken superpowers, such as Kuang Guoguo's super speed and Kuang Fuxing's hypnotic ability. This is even called innate supernatural power, but Ma Xiaoling is an exception. The power given to her by the mutated bloodline was too powerful, and it also killed her superpowers. This was not only a gain or loss in the dark, but also an arrangement of fate. Even so, the speed far exceeds that of the second-generation zombies, the power to crush the second-generation zombies, and the indestructible body of the adamantine, which can completely defeat all methods. No matter what methods the second-generation zombies have, they are absolutely invincible. This is a victory. Having surpassed thousands of magical powers, one's own strength is the foundation. Bang! The general knocked Ma Xiaoling away again, and he showed no mercy during the battle. The general said calmly, "Is this a mutant zombie?" But even so, I didn't even take it seriously. Purple-eyed Ma Xiaoling almost lost control after hearing this. At the same time, she fell into deep suspicion. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "You are so strong, why can our ancestors of the Ma family hunt you down? It is so easy for you to deal with them." Bar. Indeed, the general simply avoided the Ma family's pursuit. He did not kill his pursuers, nor did he deliberately seek trouble for the Ma family's people. Many times, people from the Ma family would come looking for them as soon as the generals woke up. Needless to say, this was a fate, otherwise how could the Ma family find the general so easily? The general chuckled and said, "How can adults and children care about each other?" Yes. The general's seniority is so high that he existed before human beings were born. He witnessed Nuwa creating human beings, and following Nuwa, he witnessed the growth of human beings. After Nuwa fell asleep, he also slept most of the time, but he would still get up occasionally to see humans. 60 years ago, it was because of Kuang Guoguo that he decided to enter the world and fully understand humans. Ma Xiaoling didn't know this. She only knew that the general had been around for a long time and that he was qualified to say this based on his age. However, she is righteous and the general is evil. How can she bear this tone? All those who are facing the battle are arrayed in front to slay evil spirits. Ma Xiaoling directly turned on the power. She did not summon the evil killing dragon that Ma Linger surrendered, but used the power of zombies to gather the evil energy. She was using evil to fight against evil. No, as soon as the black dragon appeared, the creatures in the sea near Ma Xiaoling fled quickly. This is the instinct of creatures to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. The general shook his head and said, "You are going the wrong way." The general opened his mouth and swallowed, and the black dragon directly turned into pure energy and was absorbed by him. Then a flash appeared in front of Ma Xiaoling, and he punched directly in the lower abdomen, which directly shook away the corpse energy in Ma Xiaoling's body, and even the original corpse energy shook. Ma Xiaoling, who was blasted away mercilessly, finally sobered up a little. She was just getting started with the soul-fixing technique now, and she would lose control if she used the power of zombies too much. This was Fate's original plan, to have Ma Xiaoling turn into a zombie and kill Qianhe. As time goes by, Ma Xiaoling will go crazy and completely lose her mind. After a while, Nuwa will return and deal with Ma Xiaoling. If Nuwa can't deal with it, it doesn't matter if she dies. No matter what, it will be a profit. As Ma Xiaoling makes things bigger and bigger, the Pangu clan will definitely deal with Ma Xiaoling. The calculation of fate was very good, but it was a pity that he underestimated the power of Chizuru's split body. After regaining some sense, Ma Xiaoling ran away decisively. She felt that she still had a chance. Although the generals were powerful, everyone was immortal. It would not be easy for the generals to kill her. The general did not pursue him, and absorbed all the corpse energy in the sea with a wave of his hand. Hurry up and become stronger. There is not much time left for you. The general sighed, and Nuwa was about to return. The general entered the world 60 years ago and wandered in the world of mortals. He no longer watched from a high position like before. He understood human beings better. Because of this, the generals didn't know what Nuwa would choose this time. Because Nuwa had been disappointed with human beings many times and viewed everything with a bad impression, the conclusions she drew would naturally not be good. However, the general will not stop Nuwa, he will persuade her, but if Nuwa makes up her mind, he will only stand on her side. Even if Nuwa is wrong, this is love and preference. No matter which world you are in, extreme love and hate are very terrifying forces. Because of his love for Noera Rin, Uchiha Obito's power surged after Noera Rin was killed by Kakashi, and his eyes evolved from two Magatama to kaleidoscope. Yang Jian, who had practiced for 3 years in a certain world, gained unrivaled power because of his extreme hatred and killed 9 golden crows. The general left, leaving humanity with a glimmer of hope. Ma Xiaoling, this mutant zombie, has more power than her normal self. In a few minutes, Ma Xiaoling returned to Jejia building, which was quite fast. She quickly fell into trance, running the soul-fixing technique to stabilize her soul, and the battle with the general almost caused her to completely go berserk. Ma Dana quickly came out to protect the law. She went to find Yingqiu, but unfortunately she couldn't contact Qianhe's split body. That's right, these things are trivial to Chizuru's split body, and he knows the battle situation better than Ma Dana. The soul-fixing technique is extremely mysterious, but Ma Xiaoling has just started to learn it now. The aura on her body is constantly changing, and Taoist mana and corpse energy are also competing. The Panga Corpse clan is indeed a unique race. It seems that red-eyed zombies are the upper limit, but this is not the case. The potential has not yet been fully developed. Even Fuxi and Jiangchen cannot be said to have fully tapped their potential. In the final analysis, the Pangu people were the perfect human beings from the previous calamity, so perfect that their fate scared them. The existence of Xitigarbha is even longer. In the original Xitigarbha, Xitigarbha himself admitted that he had seen destiny constantly creating and destroying the world. Even if he is as powerful as Xitigarbha and has experienced so many tribulations, he is still on par with or even slightly inferior to the top figures of the Pangu clan. If fate does not destroy the world and the Pangu tribe continues to develop, then after countless catastrophes, the power of the Pangu tribe will be truly powerful. Now the Pangu clan has just passed the initial stage, and the upper limit of the stalemate world is still very high. Hang on, Xiaoling. Closer to home, Ma Dana saw that Ma Xiaoling's aura was getting worse and worse, so she immediately used her power to help her. The two of them were also descendants of the Ma family, had highly similar magical powers, and also practiced the soul-stabilizing technique. They immediately stopped Ma Xiaoling's condition from deteriorating, and gradually improved. The soul-stabilizing technique is a technique that specializes in souls. In addition to strengthening one's soul, the soul is as stable as a mountain when the technique is used, and the defense is greatly improved. It blocks the intrusion of all forces and only relies on the purest soul power. Only this magical technique, which blocks all external factors, can help Ma Xiaoling block the influence of the two bloodlines and maintain her sanity. Other techniques to strengthen the soul are useless. In about 2 hours, Ma Xiaoling completely adjusted her condition with the help of Ma Dana. Chapter 341 Nuwa wakes up. After Ma Xiaoling adjusted her condition, Ma Dana quickly asked about the battle situation, and Ma Xiaoling told her everything. After hearing this, Ma Dana was horrified and said, "The general is so terrifying." Ma Dana originally thought that no matter how powerful the general was, he would not be much stronger than Xiaoling in her zombie state, but now it seems that he is much stronger. After all, it was Su Fu's zombie blood that held him back, unable to compare with Kuang Tianya's demon star blood, otherwise Ma Xiaoling wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. As a result, the two Ma family women began to cultivate in secret, and Ma Xiaoling even stopped taking business. Ma Xiaoling doesn't know about the destruction of the world now, but the threat of the generals is too great. To Ma Xiaoling, the generals are time bombs. Yes, fate has long instilled in the Ma family the concept that generals are the source of all evil. This cannot be reversed in a short time. The next plot of the dead date changed drastically. Demoto Jing did not have Lan Dali and others to save him this time, and no one turned him into a zombie, so he was still caught. Even though Demoto Shizu had amazing financial resources, he had too many lives on his hands and was sentenced to death. Demoto Jing died and did not become a zombie, so Jean Mirai did not become a zombie, and there would be no magic star. But at this time, it doesn't matter whether there is a magic star or not. Even if there is no magic star, the purple-eyed Ma Xiaoling is much more powerful than the magic star. Situ Funran was also bitten by the general, but the general wanted to save others. According to what the general said, Situ Funran was a clone accidentally born because of him. This was Lan Dali's trick. Originally, the general wanted to copy the savior, but Lan Dali made him become Yamamoto Kazuo. Situ Funran is a clone of Kazuo Yamamoto. To a certain extent, he is Kazuo Yamamoto. Situ Funran is pursuing Wang Jinjin, but Wang Jinjin has not accepted it yet. He is considered more than a friend but not a lover. Without Kuang Guohua replacing Kuang Tianyu, Situ Funran's progress is actually very good. After all, these two people have been in love for eternity. Unfortunately, they are destined to be separated in almost every life. The intervention of fate is indispensable. During this period, Sadako's plot still happened, but for Ma Xiaoling now, ghosts like Sadako can be easily solved without using the power of zombies. Time passed quickly, and no one knew that the crisis of annihilation was coming, because Nuwa, the mother of the earth, woke up. In Tongtian Pavilion, as soon as Nuwa woke up, the first thing she did was to ask the 5-color envoys how the humans were doing. Except for the generals, the only 5-color envoys present are Lan Dali, Hong Chao, and Huang Zi. Huang Zi is not in the original work. In the original work, Huang Zi even pursues Ma Xiaoling. Although he just kills time and has fun, there is no such thing in this world because Ma Xiaoling is too fierce in this world. Lan Dali hurriedly reported the situation. He didn't need to add fuel to the fire. He just pointed out the bad things that humans have done for thousands of years. It was enough. By the way, Master, the Bible code predicts that Ma Xiaoling and Situ Fenren will prevent you from destroying the world and being reborn. Lan Dali said loudly that he had not forgotten his ultimate goal, to let Ma Xiaoling fight Nuwa and the generals to the death. Of course, he also had to introduce Nuwa to what the Bible code was. The prophecies of the Bible code have also changed. It seems that the Bible code has nothing to do with fate, but may be related to the way of heaven. Now Nuwa's determination to destroy the world is not so strong. Part of her reasons are related to fate and are influenced by fate. For fate and the Panga clan, everything in this world is a pawn in their game. Now that the Book of Heaven has been assimilated by Fujiang, no one can influence Nuwa's judgment. She did not make a decision immediately, but began to think about it. The general is naturally happy, he does not want the end to come. Lon Dolly was a little worried. If the world was really destroyed and human beings were extinct, then their future life would definitely be boring to death. But if the world is immortal, he will not be able to plot against Nuwa and Ma Xiaoling to start a fight, so he can only succumb to the generals and Nuwa forever. Some people can never beat the odds. This is Lon Dolly. After witnessing the terrifying power of his generals, he is still so confident that he can calculate everything. As everyone knows, absolute strength can destroy all calculations. In the original work, Lon Dolly had so many schemes, and all the 5-color envoys betrayed him. The result was of no use. All the 5-color envoys died. In the end, the main ones were Ma Xiaoling and Quang Guohua. It is even said that the main force is Quang Guohua, who alone contributed 90% of the effort. After a long time, Nuwa spoke, "I will go to inspect human beings. This is my last chance to give them. If they do not perform well, then I will end the human race. They were created by me, so I should end them." Lon Dolly quickly flattered him, "Master is kind." Now Lon Dolly is still working under Nuwa, so it is very important to have a good relationship. More importantly, Lon Dolly felt that Nuwa's overwhelming momentum was not something he could match. Lon Dolly felt that even if the 5-color messengers came together, there was no chance of winning. Even if Nuwa only had her soul, she would still be so powerful. Yes, Nuwa is very strong. If nothing else, she can extract the 5 evil qualities of human beings. Even in the past, when the gods and goddesses still existed, few could do it. The combat performance of Nuwa in the TV series is completely nonsense. If you have to force an explanation, it can only be said that it is fate's calculation, so Nuwa behaves like that. At the very least, according to the perception of Qianhe's split body, once Nuwa, who has only her soul left, becomes serious, the power she unleashes will not be weaker than that of purple-eyed Ma Xiaoling. The next day, the general drove Nuwa around Hong Kong Island in his car. The two watched many things secretly, but Nuwa was very disappointed. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 3,128 words. The first thing Nuwa saw was the 5-color messenger White Fox. This existence she created, this existence that should make men fall in love with other people, ended up being, haha. The second person I looked at was Situ Fenrin, the person in the prophecy, who was quite decent. The general did not dare to take Nuwa to see Ma Xiaoling. Ma Xiaoling knew his identity and there would definitely be a fight at this meeting. After that, Nuwa wandered around casually without any purpose, but what she saw and heard really made her very, very disappointed. Even so, Nuwa still did not completely make up her mind to destroy the world. Accompanied by the generals, Nuwa went to the mainland, and later to other countries. This was not a suggestion from the generals, but a request from Nuwa herself. Nuwa felt that we should not generalize. There were so many countries now, and it was time to look at each country. However, the result made the generals panic, because Nuwa shed tears, and they were tears of blood. This situation was even more serious than what happened when Nuwa saw Ma Linger and Quang Zhongtong thousands of years ago. Nuwa woke up for a month. Not only did she complete her world trip, but she also visited 6 or 7 countries. She was completely disappointed and decided that she wanted to destroy the world. After the destruction of the world, she will create a new human race, and this time she will not repeat the same mistakes. Chapter 342. Nuwa is about to destroy the world, and what's even more frightening is that this Nuwa is not as slow as in the original work. The original work says that Nuwa is going to destroy the world, but in fact it is the generals who are fighting with the protagonist, and Nuwa is almost always fishing. Generals and Nuwa still have a sense of ritual. If they want to destroy mankind, they should at least let mankind know how they died, so as not to die in confusion and become fools. Lon Dali led Su Fu and Wu Wu to occupy the Hong Kong Island TV station and began to promote it. People were panicked for a while, because people already knew through technological means that there would be meteorites hitting the Earth, but they didn't expect that it would carry the body of Nuwa. People were frightened, but they also didn't understand and were angry as to why Nuwa, the legendary creator of mankind, looked like this. The Pengu clan paid attention to everything, but did not take action because the purple-eyed Ma Xiaoling and Qianha's split body were two big variables. Of course, the Pengu tribe will not let Nuwa be destroyed. If everyone is defeated, the Pengu tribe will take action. On the other side, Ma Xiaoling, Kuang Guohua, Situ Fenrin, He Yingqiu, and others gathered together. Ma Xiaoling's strength has improved slightly these days, but she is not sure of defeating the general, and there is a Nuwa beside the general. In addition, there are 5 color messengers and second-generation zombies. Ma Xiaoling alone is not enough. Peacock was the first to speak out. Can you contact Taoist priest Qianha? Taoist priest Qianha is very powerful. He is not inferior to the generals or Nuwa. With his help, the chance of winning will be much greater. Indeed, Qianzhe subdued the purple-eyed Ma Xiaoling as soon as he took action. Even though Ma Xiaoling was easily defeated by Jiang Chen, in Ma Xiaoling's view, Qianha was definitely stronger than Jiang Chen. He Yingqiu sighed and said, Brother Qianha disappeared. After that day, I contacted him many times, but I couldn't contact him. Even when I went to his residence, I couldn't find him. Peacock's face changed slightly and he said, Is it possible that the general has already united with others to kill Taoist Qianha first? People like Kuang Guohua, Ma Xiaoling, and Ma Dana who knew Qianha's terrifying strength believed that this was very possible. Otherwise, how could Taoist Master Qianha have disappeared? It's impossible for him to avoid seeing her on purpose. This is a Taoist model who charges very little to slay demons, and even free for some people who are in difficulty. His moral character is very noble. Situ Funrin and Kuang Fuxing didn't know who Qianha was, so everyone could only explain to them. Then, there are only 2 ways before us, either to persuade Nuwa to give up, or to kill Nuwa and kill the generals. Situ Fenrin said coldly, Wang Zhenjin just had a crush on him and finally had hope, but you did this to me. In fact, Situ Fenrin is the one who should take the template of the protagonist. He is the clone of Yamamoto Kazuo. Speaking of which, he is the reincarnation of the celestial hero. It can be said that many years ago, he prevented Rahu from destroying the world and saved the world once. This is a man who was born with great luck. Unfortunately, fate slightly changed some of this guy's fate, causing him to harm his own luck. Otherwise, how could the heavenly hero be reincarnated into a small life? In a deadlock, Kuang Tianyu was able to save the world. Not only was he a zombie, but he also gained the power of 5 brave men in the end. He Yingqiu sighed and said, if we were given more time, the generals would have nothing to fear. Damn it, it's just this time. Yes. After practicing the soul-securing technique, He Yingqiu's Taoist cultivation has been improving at a speed visible to the naked eye in the past few months. He Yingqiu even felt that even if his master Mao Xiaofeng was alive, his Taoist cultivation would not be better than what he is now. As long as they are given a few more years, they can definitely deal with the generals and Nuwa. Ma Xiaoling asked, is there any master like Taoist Master Qianha in the world? If not, I can be as good as Uncle Chiu. One more person will bring more strength. Ma Dana said, also, the lost Dragon Ball must be found. The current Dragon Ball is incomplete. Once the Dragon Ball is complete, the odds of winning will definitely increase. Ma Dana has full confidence in the power of the dragon. The Ma family's dragon is now much stronger than when Ma Linger first conquered it 1,000 years ago. The Xinlong fulfilled the Ma family, which earned the Ma family the title of Exorcism Dragon. However, the Ma family also fulfilled the Xinlong. For thousands of years, the people of the Ma family have continued to use their own power to communicate with the Xinlong and strengthen the Xinlong. Kuang Guohua, Situ Fenrin, and others look at others with big eyes and small eyes. How can they know who the master is? He Yingqiu opened his mouth twice and wanted to say something, but felt it was inappropriate. He thought of his younger brother, a genius-like figure who created the Yang returning curse in one of the taboos of southern Mao and northern Ma. He Yingqiu believed that his talents were not even half of those of his younger brother. Ma Xiaoling didn't have so many scruples and said directly, "Uncle, tell me if you have any candidates." He Yingqiu sighed and told what was so great about He Youqiu, and even more so, He Youqiu's situation. He had been expelled from the Mao family. Ma Xiaoling's eyes widened. The young returning curse was actually created by Uncle Qiu's younger brother. It was because of the young returning curse that she broke up with her good friend Mao Yu. Thinking of Mao Yu, Ma Xiaoling felt that this was a help. At that time, Mao Yu's talent was still better than hers. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. There was no time for Mao Yu to slowly recover his skills. Moreover, in the huge crowd, it was not always easy to find Mao Yu. A simple thing. Ma Dana thought of Ma Dingdang, a descendant of the Ma family who was even more talented than herself. This is the help that Ma Xiaoling and others can think of now, and others have not thought of any candidates. In fact, there is no need to look for He Yingqiu. He Youqiu is already on his way. In the original work, He Youqiu did nothing at this point in time. That was because he had the Book of Heaven and had settled everything long ago. He honestly found a place to hide and was safe. It's no longer possible now. He has lost the Emperor Jingshi book. Although his deduction ability is still there is no pressure to predict the future of ordinary people. It is impossible to predict the future of these big shots. Therefore, He Youqiu doesn't know the future direction now. He must be prepared for this crisis of world destruction. In particular, he has improved the young returning forbidden curse again. He is confident that if he is given some time, at most a year, he can return June to the Yang. He Youqiu was happy to join He Yingqiu, and He Yingqiu even taught He Youqiu the soul-stabilizing technique. Although I don't know if this younger brother has continued to study the forbidden technique of resurrecting people in private, but now it is a catastrophe of annihilation, and he can't care about so much. He must improve his high-level combat effectiveness and worry about other things to survive this catastrophe. Ma Xiaoling also quickly took back the Dragon Ball. It was just 2 cat demons, and besides, the thing didn't belong to them in the first place. After losing the Dragon Ball, the cat demon's vitality was severely damaged, but his life was not in danger. Ma Dana also quickly found Ma Dingdang, but unfortunately, Ma Dingdang did not join. She lacked the experience of the original work and did not have such deep feelings. For Ma Dingdang, even if she has to deal with generals, she will deal with them herself. Ma Dana didn't say anything. She thought Ma Dingdang had lost her magic power. As for Mao Yu, I couldn't find it. Chapter 343 Argument. There is a high-level combatant around, but Ma Xiaoling and others are still not too sure, so they do not go to Nuwa so quickly. Once the negotiation breaks down, they may start a fight directly. Just like that, a month passed. This month, there is chaos all over the world, as crime rates rise sharply because we know the end of the world is coming. Hong Kong TV station was occupied by Lon Dolly. Officials tried to find someone to conquer the demons, but it was useless. How could ordinary practitioners be the opponents of the five-color messenger? On this day, Ma Dingdang died, not in the hands of the generals, but in the hands of Nuwa. She went to Tongtian Pavilion to find the generals, but she met Nuwa first, had a conflict, and was finally suppressed and killed by Nuwa. Just kidding, even if Nuwa only has her soul, she can instantly kill the five-color messenger. Dealing with a Ma Dingdang is easy. The generals were at Tongtian Pavilion at that time, but he did not stop it and could not stop it. Because it was Ma Dingdang who made the move first, it can be said that if Nuwa was not stronger than Ma Dingdang, it would be Nuwa who died. If we look at its essence, it is that the generals love Nuwa more than Dingdang Ma. The general threw Ma Dingdang's body outside Jiajia building, left a message saying that you don't have much time, and left. In this way, a powerful combat force was lost. In fact, except for Ma Dana and He Yingqiu, no one else felt that much about Ma Dingdang's death. Qianhe's split body was paying attention to the whole process. He did not show up on purpose. He would not take sides. Giving the soul-fixing technique would be the greatest help to Ma Xiaoling. Seeing that Ma Dingdang was dead, Qianhe's split body said helplessly, "How could such a good situation be turned into this by you guys?" From the perspective of the Qianhe split body, As long as Ma Dingdang turns into a zombie, Ma Xiaoling's chances of winning will increase a lot. If the purple-eyed zombie Ma Xiaoling is allowed to bite Ma Dingdang, Ma Dingdang's power after turning into a zombie may be stronger than Ma Xiaoling. In this case, adding other people, there is still a chance of winning. After Ma Dangna and her party buried Ma Dingdang, they went to Tongtian Pavilion, not only to ask about the cause of Ma Dingdang's death, but also to persuade Nuwa to give up the idea of destroying the world. This month, their strength has improved, even Kuang Guowa's. Kuang Guowa is the type who grows up in battle. He has grown up as a result of sparring with so many strong men. However, zombies also have their limits, and they lack a lot of training. Compared with the original work, he is far behind. The group of people are either zombies or have profound Taoism. It only takes a short time to reach Tongten Pavilion. Nuwa did not deliberately deal with Ma Xiaoling and others. This was her last act of kindness, allowing everyone to enjoy their last years. If anyone observes carefully, they will find that the crime rate continues to increase these days, but the natural disasters have completely disappeared. This is the power of Mother Earth and her last kindness to mankind. However, Nuwa was even more disappointed with human beings. No matter how much the generals persuaded her, she could not change her determination to destroy the world. In Tongtian Pavilion, Nuwa met with Ma Xiaoling and others. She knew what these people were thinking. They wanted to save themselves. This was not wrong, but she was not wrong either. In fact, Nuwa still hoped that someone could convince her, but it was a pity that the general could not do it. Except for the White Fox, all the 5-color envoys are here, and the generals are also there. The generals can't worry about Nuwa meeting Ma Xiaoling and others alone. The general is a very contradictory person. He spared Ma Xiaoling's life before. He is willing to give Ma Xiaoling a chance, but he will not let Ma Xiaoling kill Nuwa. For generals, he will definitely stand by Nuwa if Nuwa wants to destroy the world. He will also support mankind if it wants to save itself, and will even secretly give mankind time to develop. However, if you want to kill Nuwa, you must kill me first. If you kill me, you can do whatever you want. It's very contradictory. However, this is general, his love for Nuwa is real, and his concern for human beings is also real. After Ma Xiaoling and others arrived, they looked at Nuwa curiously and looked at the Mother of the Earth. Nuwa was sitting in the main seat, and her movements shocked everyone. Except for the purple-eyed zombie Ma Xiaoling and Hiyoyo, everyone else felt a great sense of oppression. Speaking of it, Hiyoshio was really good. It had only been a month since he acquired the soul consolidating technique, and he had already crossed the threshold and reached proficiency. He was almost a master of it. For such a talented player, the progress in practicing the soul stabilizing technique is too fast. Regardless of Hiyoshio, Hiyoshio is not considered to be the top combat force in the world of Deadlock, it can only be said to be top-notch. However, his talents are terrifying, not to mention the young returning forbidden curse. What is even more terrifying is that he can make spiritual weapons at the age of 10. If Inkchio hadn't focused on resurrecting June and concentrated on training, his strength would have been even more terrifying. In the world of Deadlock, many stunning people are stuck at the level of second-generation zombies, unable to compete with generals and Fushi. However, the emergence of the soul-solidifying technique has given the practitioners of this world the opportunity to rival or even surpass them. Hiyokyo has increased his strength several times because of the soul-solidifying technique. Why do you want to kill my Aunt Dingdang? Since you have decided to destroy the world, why bother killing her first? Ma Xiaoling asked. Ma Xiaoling now doesn't know about the general and Ma Dingdang. Nuwa said calmly, she wants to kill me, won't I resist? Ma Xiaoling choked, no way. No way. Aunt Dingdang actually came to kill Nuwa alone. Isn't this looking for death? Kuang Guowa had no friendship with Ma Dingdang and they were not related by blood. He asked directly, you are the Mother of the Earth, why do you want to destroy the world? You must know that humans are your children. Ma Xiaoling followed, yes. How can a mother be so cruel? You are not worthy to be the Mother of the Earth. The general's expression changed slightly, but Nuwa remained calm. Without the intervention of fate, this Nuwa was not like the TV series where she had no divine demeanor. Nuwa said with compassion, I am not worthy of being a mother, am I? But at least I gave you a chance to be born. This time I woke up and walked around the world, and I saw with my own eyes many mothers giving birth to their children before they were born. He chokes. Ma Xiaoling's expression changed. Although she was a young girl, it didn't mean that she couldn't understand Nuwa's words. He Yingqiu said, human beings have bad sides, but they also have good sides. As the mother of the earth, you should not generalize. Situ Fenrin said, yes, humans are your children. You can't just kill the child just because he makes a mistake without giving him a chance to correct his mistake. Nuwa said lightly, how do you know that I didn't give human beings a chance? In these long years, I have witnessed too many things. Even if I extract the 5 bad qualities of human beings and turn them into 5 color messengers, hundreds of years later, humanity is still the same, as if it has never changed. According to He Yingqiu and others, in Nuwa's eyes, human beings are just children who refuse to change despite repeated education. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 3072 words. Chapter 344. For the future of mankind, Madana, Kwang Guohua and others took turns to persuade, even He Yoshio, but it was useless, Nuwa's will was too firm. In fact, with the capabilities of He Yingqiu, Ma Xiaoling and others, even if a meteorite hits the earth, they will not die as long as they are not hit head-on. Especially zombies like Ma Xiaoling and Kwang Guohua. Others will die, but they will not. If they didn't provoke Nuwa and the generals, they could have survived with their abilities, but they stepped forward. This kind of practice cannot be learned by the Chizuru split body, but it does not affect the Qianzuru split body's appreciation of them. You are the mother of the earth and the mother of mankind. Why can't you be more tolerant? Since you have given so many opportunities, why are you unwilling to give them again? Although there are many people who are evil, there are also many who are innocent. He Yingqiu spoke up again. This was the last struggle. He had more life experience, so he was the one replying to Nuwa most of the time. He did not give up even when others gave up. Nuwa said loudly, you all know that I am the mother of the earth. Then you should know that not only the mother of mankind, but all living beings on the earth are my children. As she spoke, Nuwa stood up. Ma Xiaoling and others immediately became on guard. The enemy was strong and we were weak. Now if they fight to the death, the most they can do is kill the 5-color messenger and 2 second-generation zombies. It is difficult to kill Nuwa who is protected by the generals. Ma Xiaoling was very aware of the general's strength. After meeting Nuwa, she knew even more clearly that her side had almost no chance of winning. Nuwa's strength was only slightly worse than hers, but the gap was not big. Jiang Chen, Lan Dali and others were also very nervous. The difference was that Lan Dali was not only nervous but also a little excited. Nuwa did not make a move. She opened her arms and closed her eyes and said, listen carefully. Do you hear anything? Nuwa is not worried about being attacked by a sneak attack. At her level, her use of various spells has reached a state of perfection. How can she be easily attacked by a sneak attack? In the original work, in order to protect the generals, she blocked the attack of Ma Jingdang and was seriously injured. This is simply outrageous, not to mention that the general's zombie body is immortal, and he will be fine if he is hit by the Ma family dragon in the front, let alone just an attack from Ma Dingdang. Just say that Nuwa, who has the power to surpass most gods and goddesses, did not choose to hit the flying horse Ding Dong, but used her body as a shield, which is outrageous. Listen to what? Everyone was confused, both the generals and Ma Xiaoling were confused. Nuwa still closed her eyes and said, listen. Listen to the mournful sound, don't you hear it? The sea is crying, the mountains, rivers and trees are wailing, and the earth is roaring. At this moment, Nuwa was full of divinity, and it was impossible to tell that she was a person who was ready to destroy the world. After Ma Xiaoling and others looked at each other, they were still confused. Even if they were asking for something, Ma Xiaoling still didn't understand it after closing her eyes. Nuwa opened her eyes, and at this moment, her eyes became sharp. Nuwa said, humanity was created by me. I am the mother of mankind, but I am not only the mother of mankind. I am the mother of the earth and the mother of all living things on the earth. I will destroy the world not only because of the bad nature of human beings, and even more so because of other children. As the mother of the earth, Nuwa can hear many voices. She can hear the accusations of other creatures against humans, as well as various selfish and evil desires of humans. As the god among gods, she can even see the fluctuations in human luck over the past millennium, and can see how much evil has been produced in human luck over the years. Destiny was solved by the split body of Kianzuru. Now the development of this stalemate world is completely composed of everyone's self-choice. There is no so-called destiny. Now Nuwa's determination to destroy the world is very firm, not as inexplicable as in the original work. Ma Dana said, "No matter what, we have to stop you, because this is not a matter of 10 or 100 human beings dying, but all human beings will perish. Even if the worst is calculated, only 1 of 10 people will be good. There are hundreds of millions of people who are innocent. Real people with great supernatural powers are very determined, and so is Nuwa, and so are Ma Xiaoling and others." Nuwa nodded and said, "It's your business to save yourself. From your standpoint, you are not wrong, but I also have my own standpoint. There is no difference in saying more. If you want to take action, I will accompany you." Kuang Guohua and others looked at Ma Xiaoling and asked, "These are the 2 most powerful people among them. They have the final say whether to take action or not. Next time we meet, either you die or we die, and we leave." Ma Xiaoling said domineeringly, "She didn't say anything stupid that you were actually willing to let us go." Ma Xiaoling and others left, and Nuwa didn't stop them. Not to mention Lan Dali, even the generals were a little strange about this. Yes. Perhaps Nuwa, just like the generals, hoped that someone could prevent her from destroying the world. After Ma Xiaoling and others left, Lan Dali jumped out immediately and said, "Master, Ma Xiaoling and others are not weak. And they all have great talents. The Bible code even said that Ma Xiaoling and Situ Fenren will prevent the master from destroying them. The world's compassionate and meritorious deeds, letting them go is a recipe for disaster." The 5-color messenger Heiyu sneered in her heart. She knew best what Lan Dali was thinking. Hong Chao was still confused. She had already gone to see Kuang Guohua to help convey a Xiu's words, but she was Hong Chao, not a Xiu. Unable to empathize, she soon entered a confused state again. Nuwa looked at Lan Dali and said coldly, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The endless divine power oppressed Lan Dali, causing him to break out in cold sweat. He quickly said, "I don't dare. I am just reminding my master. I am just afraid that my master will get hurt." Nuwa sneered, "I know, all 5 of you are very dissatisfied with me." After Nuwa finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the white fox located at the other end of Hong Kong Island was brought over with her great power. This is Nuwa's true power, the power to crush the 5-color messenger. The white fox was suddenly brought over. He didn't know what was going on and was very panicked. Lan Dali and Huang Zi were also panicked, but Heiyu didn't care. They even thought that dying would be good and that they would finally be free. Nuwa looked at the 5-color messenger and said, "I know that you have been tortured since I created you. Now I give you 2 choices. One is that I will create a new body for you. You will no longer be eroded by human evil thoughts, but you will lose your current powerful strength and long life and become an ordinary person. However, I will protect you through this period of annihilation. Tribulation, until you die of old age. The other thing is that I will let you go free. You can go. It's up to you to do whatever you want in the future. It doesn't matter even if you and Ma Xiaoling deal with me, I won't be merciful at that time." Who was Nuwa? She was an ancient god who had lived for who knows how many years. She knew the thoughts of the 5-color messengers not long after she woke up. Chapter 345. Master, if I choose to become an ordinary person, can you promise me to protect one more person through this catastrophe of world destruction? Among the 5-color messengers, White Fox was the first to speak out, and she was the quickest to make a decision. To be honest, these people are really unwilling to let the 5-color messengers who have extraordinary second-generation zombies become ordinary people. Except for the Red Tide, everyone else is used to being superior. Nuwa said indifferently, "No." How could Nuwa not understand human nature? If she helps one, there will be a second, and then there will be a third and fourth. Human nepotism is very high. The white fox knelt down and said, "Then I choose the second option." "I'm sorry, master. This is the last time I call you master." After Bai Shinmei, the white fox, left Tongtian Pavilion, Nuwa did not stop her. "Master, I choose to leave." ×2. Heiyu and Huangzi both spoke out. Heiyu hated Nuwa deeply, and she still had the strength to take revenge. Lan Dali didn't expect that things would turn out like this. He secretly cursed Nuwa for being stupid. If he were Nuwa, he would never let him and others leave. Thinking so, Lan Dali didn't dare to be too arrogant before he completely broke his skin, and said indifferently that he wanted to leave. 4 of the 5 color messengers left in an instant, leaving only Hong Chao, who was still confused. The 5 color messengers were created by Nuwa. Nuwa knew all their virtues, so she did not rush the red tide. After a long time, Hong Chao spoke, "Master, I choose the first option. I want to live a life without confusion, even if I lose my strength and become an ordinary person." Hong Chao's choice of Nuwa is a bit surprising, because the more powerful the being, the less willing he is to give up his power. Ha! It seems that I don't know that much about the existence I created. Nuwa laughed at herself in her heart, and then used her supreme power to remove the negative human emotions from the red tide. This was also the source of the red tide's power. After the power was taken away, Hong Chao was very weak, but Nuwa was a great god who existed since the beginning of the world. While she was taking away the power, she mobilized the life force between heaven and earth to maintain Hong Chao's life, and finally condensed the essence of the earth to create a new body for Hong Chao. Nuwa did not let Hong Chao become an ordinary person. In fact, she understood that ordinary people could not survive in this world and might die from various man-made disasters. That is to say, Hong Chao was the only 5-colored messenger who chose to give up his power, which made Nuwa treat him differently. Otherwise, it would not be like this. At most, the 2 descendants of the generals would be allowed to protect Hong Chao. "Thank you, master." Hong Chao said respectfully. She felt better than ever at this moment. The red tide has left, and countless confused emotions have been drained away. Now she wants to get to know the world again. The 5-color messenger left, leaving only 2 second-generation zombies. These are not Nuwa's people, they are the descendants of the generals, so Nuwa will not care about them, and their affairs will be resolved by the generals. The general said, "I will give you 2 choices. One is to stay and I will increase your strength. The second is to leave. I don't care about you. But if you follow Ma Xiaoling to fight against us, what will be the result? You know it without me telling you." Crow and Su Fu quickly said, "We are willing to follow the true ancestor, Mother Earth." Unlike the 5-color messengers, Su Fu and Wu Wu went to find the generals by themselves, crying and begging the generals to bite them. In other words, these 2 people are greedy for life and afraid of death. The general has a good chance of winning. How could they betray the general? Although Su Fu and Wu Wu were always following Lan Dali in the original work, if they hadn't died in the original work, they would have definitely sided with the generals in the end. Just kidding, as long as the general takes back the zombie blood, they will die. What can they do to resist the general? The same is true now. Su Fu and Wu Wu chose to follow the generals. In the original work, they didn't know how terrible the general was, but now they know. In this case, they will definitely hug the general's thigh tightly. Moreover, they have been following the generals these days, and they also know Nuwa's plan. After Nuwa destroys the world, she will create a new human race. They only need to endure it for a while, and they will not be bored forever. Very good. Remember your choice. The general chuckled, and a blood ball appeared in his hand. With a bang, the blood ball exploded into 2 balls and flew into the bodies of Su Fu and Crow. The 2 second-generation zombies couldn't react at all. Blood instantly entered their bodies, and a blood mark appeared on their foreheads. This power is so strong. Su Fu and Wu Wu can sense how strong they are now, and they can beat their former selves. This is normal. You must know that the Holy Mother of Yao Qi can create fake red-eyed zombies that are far superior to second-generation zombies, and generals can also do it. The general said, "From now on, you don't have to feed on blood, you can eat like normal people, and you won't have diarrhea. However, now your lives are under my control. Even if you are thousands of miles apart, I can control you in just one thought. I can erase you all." Su Fu and Wu Wu hurriedly knelt down. "We will swear allegiance to our true ancestor to the death." The general waved his hand, signaling for them to retreat. Su and Fu quickly retreated, and at the same time quickly went to test whether what the general said was true and whether they could really eat. It would be a lot more fun for them if they could eat. Especially Su Fu. Over the past 1,000 years, he has seen the birth of countless delicacies and witnessed some delicacies disappearing into history, but the feeling of not being able to taste them is too uncomfortable. For zombies, they eat as much food as possible except blood, except for the mutated zombie Ma Xiaoling. This is why Ma Dana did not quickly discover that Ma Xiaoling had become a zombie. The general didn't care about Su Fu and Su Fu in the past, but it's different now. He regained his memory 2 days ago. That's right, the original destiny has died. Now the heavenly book and the human book have been assimilated into Fujiang. The original destiny's backup force is also failing, so the general has restored his memory. The general who recovered his memory is still loyal to Nuwa. The feelings accumulated over countless years are not fake. Because of this, knowing the power of the Pangu clan, the general has to make a plan. The general knew many things, and he even knew the plan to seize destiny. In the original work, he rescued Kwang Guohua in the Pangu Holy Land and gave him the Yuguang disc. Facing the powerful Pangu clan, the generals must be treated seriously, and the rest does not matter. For example, when Nuwa let go of the five-color messenger, the general didn't care. Not only did he not want to interfere with Nuwa's affairs, but also because the five-color messenger was too weak, so weak that he didn't need to care. For example, Su Fu and Wu Wu can defeat 5 five-color envoys alone. If they fight alone, they will be crushed. Everyone else had left, and now the general decided to tell Nuwa about the Pangu clan. Of course, after talking, he would support whatever decision Nuwa made. He is a general, he is Nuwa's general and Nuwa's minister, he exists for Nuwa. Chapter 346 Battle. Although Ma Xiaoling and others were able to leave safely, they did not have much time. The meteorite carried Nuwa's body towards the earth. If they continued to practice hard, even if they had the strength to destroy Nuwa, the meteorite would also arrive near the earth. Even without Nuwa's magic power, gravity plus inertia would still fly to the earth, and by then it would be too late. January 2001 is the end of the world, because Nuwa's body will return with the meteorite. It can be said that time is running out, not even half a year. The 4 five-color messengers Lan Dali, Bai Xinmei, Wang Zi, and He you have all come to find Ma Xiaoling. Now they can only join the team here. Lan Dali and others will not think that once Nuwa succeeds in destroying the world, there will be a place for them in the new era, unless they are like the Red Tide, but they don't want to. The Red Tide now has power, but it is not strong. It can only deal with ordinary people and ordinary ghosts. It has the power to protect itself, and it is strong enough to deal with 4 generations of zombies. But Hong Chao is very happy. She doesn't care whether the world is destroyed or not. As long as she can live happily through these sober years, she thinks it's worth it. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 2,865 words. Although the 5-color messengers all represent people's bad nature, they each have different pursuits. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed, and Ma Xiaoling and others decided to go to Nuwa for a decisive battle. Because this is the most suitable time, it will be bad if it is delayed. In 3 months, Ma Xiaoling's strength has improved. The more she practices, the more she understands the horror of the soul-fixing technique. Ma Xiaoling's strength is much stronger now than when she first turned into a zombie. A few days ago, Ma Dana even imparted 99% of her power to Ma Xiaoling, leaving a little strength to protect her soul to the underworld. It's not that Ma Dana is afraid of death, but she understands that this battle is not about the number of people, but the top combat power. Not only Ma Dana, but also Hiyingqiu. He gave most of his skills to Hiyouqiu to enhance his chances of winning. Hiyingqiu saw very clearly that if he could survive this calamity and rebuild his cultivation, everything would be fake if he could not. Ma Xiaoling and He Yo-Yo are the key to this battle. Kwang Guohua is too weak now. Even if Situ Fenren is the reincarnation of the heavenly warrior, he has only relied on his love for Wang Xinjin to raise his power to an extremely high level among second-generation zombies. Love is a powerful force, but the power of love alone is not enough to break the shackles of zombies and advance to the red-eyed zombie. If all the power of the 5-star warriors converges on Situ Fenren, then there is still hope for him. However, when destiny wiped out the gods and Buddhas all over the sky, it also wiped out the power of other brave men. That is to say, the reincarnation of the heavenly brave men was useful to it, and Situ Fenren was born. Ma Xiaoling and her party quickly arrived at Tongtian Pavilion. As soon as they arrived, Nuwa and the generals sensed it. This is not a suitable place for a battlefield. Nuwa and the two came out immediately. After saying this, they flew away from Hong Kong Island with their generals, followed closely by Su Fu and Wu Wu. Ma Xiaoling and others became increasingly confused about Nuwa, saying that she was merciful and merciful. If she fought here, everyone on Hong Kong Island would die. But to say that she is ruthless and actually wants to destroy all human beings, it is difficult to guess the thoughts of these gods. Nuwa and Jiangchen can fly, but not everyone on Ma Xiaoling's side can fly. Fortunately, Ma Xiaoling and He Yo-Chio are powerful and can directly use their magic power to take everyone flying. Kwang Fuxing didn't go. Although he was a second-generation zombie, he couldn't help much. If Ma Xiaoling and others couldn't defeat him, he wouldn't be much. Instead of going, it is better to stay in Jiajia building to protect Wang Xinjin and He Yingxiu, who is in a weak state. As for Jin Jingzhong, he also stayed in Jiajia building, and his little strength could not help at all. In the desolate desert, Nuwa and the generals stood there without any dust or sand flying, and they were all shocked by their aura. Ma Xiaoling and her group arrived quickly, but Lan Dali was speechless. Have you chosen a cemetery for yourself? It's pretty good that Mother Earth was buried in the desert. Ma Xiaoling looked down on people like Lan Dali. Among the 5-color messengers, she only had a slight affection for Heiyu because she could sense how deep Heiyu's hatred for Nuwa was. Ma Xiaoling did not doubt Heiyu's determination to die together with Nuwa. The other 3 were all opportunists and came to her for cooperation out of necessity. Ma Xiaoling said calmly, "The king will give the king, the general will, and the general and Nuwa will be handed over to me and Taoist Master Yo-Chio." According to her seniority, Ma Xiaoling had to call He Yo-Yo her uncle, but He Yo-Yo had already been expelled from the Mao family, so Ma Xiaoling always called him Taoist Master Yo-Chio. Kwang Guohua said, "Just delay and stay. We will come to help you after we finish dealing with Su Fu and Wu Wu." Ma Xiaoling said, "Crow does whatever you want, but Su Fu's life must be preserved and left to me." From the beginning to the end, no one took Su Fu seriously, not Lan Dali, nor Kwang Guohua, nor Situ Fenren. It's not like Kwang Guohua and Situ Fenren's strength hasn't improved these days. Lan Dali gave them a lot of blood. Lan Dali was very decisive, and he robbed some of the blood stores in hospitals across the country. Kwang Guohua and Situ Fenren were ashamed of this kind of behavior, but in order to cope with the crisis of annihilation, the two of them absorbed a large amount of blood and were no longer malnourished. Coupled with constant battle training, the strength of both of them increased to far higher levels. The level of extraordinary second-generation zombies. Speaking of which, the 5-color messenger's power is actually the weakest among this group of people. The king faced the king, the generals, Nuwa, the generals, Ma Xiaoling, and He Yo-Chio faced each other, while everyone else stayed away from the battlefield. Fortunately for Ma Xiaoling, He Yo-Chio was a little nervous after having fought with the general once before. Even though his strength had greatly improved and he could defeat his former self, the other party was too famous, Nuwa, the mother of the earth. Roar! Roar! Ma Xiaoling and Jiang Chen roared and entered the zombie state. One purple eye and one red eye, and they quickly started fighting. This is to prepare zombies against zombies, spells against spells, not men against men, women against women. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. The two zombies were constantly fighting each other. It was a battle of fists and punches, strength and strength. There was no skill, it was a completely head-on confrontation. Hitting from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky back to the ground, the two zombies' high-speed moving figures filled the entire desert, and the sonic boom produced by their movement never stopped. Ma Xiaoling has become more powerful. Although she is at a disadvantage, it is much better than being completely crushed by the zombie generals before. I saw you right. It seems I have to be serious. I can't lose. The general said excitedly, for many years, I haven't experienced this kind of sweaty battle since I left Pengu Holy Land. Ma Xiaoling's face looked a little ugly. In her opinion, the general defeated her, but he had no means to kill her. However, even if she had the upper hand, she could not kill the general. No, the key is not the general, but Nuwa. I just need to hold the general back. Ma Xiaoling calmed down quickly, but in such a loss of concentration, the general found an opportunity and punched the pretty face. Chapter 347. Nuwa and Hyochio didn't talk too much. Compared to Jiang Chen and Ma Xiaoling's fist-to-flesh fight, the fight between these two was much more spectacular. Nuwa waved her hand, and the yellow sand turned into a giant dragon and pounced on Hyochio. This was a very simple trick, and it was not a particularly powerful technique even in the world of Naruto. Hyochio, the only one who faced this move head-on, felt a lot of pressure. Hyochio used his own Taoist methods to resist Nuwa's attack, and secretly complained in his heart. Is this the power of Mother Earth? Every move is blessed by the power of the earth. It's terrible. This is not the power of the earth with a radius of several kilometers. Hyochio feels that it is the power of the earth with hundreds or thousands of kilometers, or even the entire planet, calling for Nuwa's response. This is the scary thing about Nuwa, and now Nuwa only has a soul, and the body has not returned yet. But Hyochio is also terrible. After obtaining the soul-fixing technique, his potential has been fully unleashed. He combined the advanced spells from the Southern Mao and Northern Horses as well as the current cultivation world to create his own unique spells. There is no way, those spells can no longer keep up with the progress. How can mortal-level spells compete with Mother Earth? The only way is to take their essence and create divine spells that can compete with gods. This is a confrontation between man and God, and it is also a battle for survival. Although the disembodied Nuwa had the upper hand, she could not kill Hyochio quickly. What was even more terrifying was that Hyochio continued to grow in the battle. He learned Nuwa's magical skills and modified them into his own Taoist skills. The soul-fixing technique plus Hyochio's initiation allowed Hyochio to break through his shackles and be able to compete with the red-eyed Pengu tribesmen. Although he was a weak being, he would not be killed instantly. The battles between Jiangchen, Ma Xiaoling, Nuwa, and Hyochio cannot be resolved quickly, so the final result will depend on the other side. If Su Fu and Wu Wu win, Hyochio and Ma Xiaoling will be defeated and die sooner or later without Su Fu and the others' help. If Quang Guohua and others win, they join in the siege and kill Nuwa, and then gather their strength to kill the generals, everything will be over. You have no idea how terrifying the true ancestor is, Mr. Lon, you made the wrong choice this time. After Su Fu finished speaking, his eyes turned blood red, and so did the crow, which shocked Quang Guohua and others. Su Fu said proudly, this is a reward from the true ancestor. From now on, we don't need to feed on blood, we can also eat any food. The most important thing is the improvement of our strength. As he spoke, Su Fu's figure was like a ghost, appearing behind Lon Dolly, and slapped the bald head, knocking Lon Dolly away. Crow also sneered, I'm just going to play with you. Situ Fenrin said, we don't have time to think so much. Either they die or we die. After Situ Fenrin said this, his eyes turned green, his hair grew rapidly and turned white, and war lines appeared on his face, as did Quang Guohua. The strength of these two people is very close to the level of the dueling generals in the original work. To be honest, if Wang Xinjin hadn't died in the original work, Situ Fenrin could have drank the blood of the demon star and exploded with the power of love. There was a high chance that he would break through and become a red-eyed zombie like Quang Guohua. Situ Fenrin's love for Wang Xinjin is unquestionable, and this love is stronger than anyone else. This is a destined love for eternity. Now, Situ Fenrin is extremely brave, even more powerful than Quang Guohua, and can fight as well as a crow by himself. You must know that the generals spent a lot of effort to strengthen Crow and Su Fu this time, turning these two zombies into pseudo-red eyes, which are much stronger than Situ Fenrin, who was controlled by the blood seal in the original work. When Crow was still one-on-one, Su Fu was miserable. He was beaten by 4 5-color messengers plus Kwang Guo and Peacock. Peacock was only taught part of the soul-fixing technique, but even so, it also greatly improved his strength. Compared to the Crow, Su Fu had to fight 1 against 6, which was miserable. Peacock, in particular, did not engage in head-to-head confrontation at all. He knew his weaknesses, so he would hide and gather strength to plot against Su Fu every now and then. "Levis, Crow, stop playing and come help me." Su Fu yelled that Kwang Guo was no match for him, but he could hold him back. A single 5-color messenger is no match for him, but 4 of them can hold him back. Now with a Peacock in addition, Su Fu is in trouble. If it weren't for Ma Dana, Yingqiu, and Yo-Yo who gave Ma Shaoling and Yo-Yo the power to initiate, I'm afraid Su Fu wouldn't have been able to last 20 rounds. Despite this, Su Fu's injuries gradually worsened. "You want me to die, and I won't make it easy for you," Su Fu said with a ferocious face, and he began to trade his life for his life. Even if Su Fu has become a fake red-eyed zombie, it does not mean that he will not die. Even a real red-eyed zombie may be killed, let alone a fake red-eyed zombie. "Mr. Lon, let's start with you." After Su Fu finished speaking, he attacked Lon Dolly crazily. He used to be Lon Dolly's younger brother, but now he wants Lon Dolly to die. People's hearts are twisted, let alone a zombie like Su Fu who has lived for thousands of years and still cannot rule the roost. Soon, 5 minutes passed. Su Fu died, and Kwang Guo and others could not show mercy. The price was that the 2 5-color messengers Lon Dolly and Huang Zi died. Bai Xinmei and Peacock were seriously injured and could not exert much power. But enough, Kwang Guo is the most powerful fighting force among these people. Kwang Guo immediately besieged the Crow with Situ Fenrin. The gap between the 3 zombies was not very big. Although the Crows are stronger, Kwang Guo and Situ Fenrin have both reached the peak of green-eyed zombies, and they have the upper hand in 2 versus 1. Bai Xinmei looked at Heiyu who was protecting her in front of her, and said, "Leave me alone, go help quickly. If you can't win, you will just linger on for a while." Heiyu did not do as she was told. She closed her eyes and made a strange gesture with her fingers. 10 seconds later, 2 huge streams of black energy quickly collided with black rain. Black rain absorbed the 2 forces, and its power continued to rise. Bai Xinmei's face was full of horror, and she took a few steps back unconsciously. Black rain is absorbing the power of Lon Dolly and Huang Zi. These 2 5-color messengers are dead, but the huge negative energy does not dissipate so quickly. But this is not going very smoothly. After all, the essence of the 5-color messenger is different. If Heiyu is given some time to slowly absorb these 2 energies, she can still digest them. Now she has forcibly absorbed it and her strength has been strengthened, but she has been injured and doesn't have much time to live. In fact, if one of the 5-color messengers can devour the other 4 and break his own shackles, then he may not be able to imitate the evil sword immortal who continuously absorbs evil thoughts and becomes stronger. That way he can completely rival Nuwa and the generals, or even surpass them. After a few minutes, Black Rain finally forcibly accommodated these 2 forces. She glanced at Bai Xinmei and finally made no move. Not to mention that Bai Xinmei is not dead, even if she is dead, she can't absorb that power. If she continues to absorb it forcefully, she will explode and die. In this way, Heiyu immediately joined the siege. He must kill the Crow quickly and then kill Nuwa. As long as he can kill Nuwa, it doesn't matter if he dies. Chapter 348. Black Rain's strength, which has skyrocketed, is still not as strong as Crow, but it is comparable to Situ Fenrin and Kwang Guo. This is equivalent to the combat power of 3 peak green-eyed zombies beating 1 fake red-eyed zombie. In this way, the Crow can only parry but has no power to fight back. 3 minutes later, the Crow was dead. Once the gap in this kind of fist-to-flesh combat is widened, it is easy to distinguish between life and death. Speaking of which, Ma Shaoling specializes in recycling Dragon Balls to make the Ma family's dragons more powerful, but now they are of no use. If Ma Dingdang didn't die, even if she didn't turn into a zombie, it would be easier to deal with Crow and Su Fu. After killing the crow, Kwang Guohua was very tired, but Situ Fenrin still retained a lot of fighting power. Just because the greatest power of zombies is love, Situ Fenrin loves Wang Jinjin deeply, but Kwang Guohua and Ma Xiaoling are almost strangers now and have no feelings. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 2,706 words. Kwang Guohua is fighting more for resurrection, and now he is not as powerful as Situ Fenrin. No, Situ Fenrin and Heyu rushed towards Nuwa. The two of them flashed 1,000 meters away in an instant, and crossed tens of thousands of meters in a short while Kwang Guohua was still breathing and resting. At this time, He was beaten badly, with many scars on his body, and his right arm was cut off by Nuwa's magic. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have died. First deal with Crow and Su Fu, then deal with Nuwa, and finally deal with the generals. This is the strategy formulated by Ma Xiaoling. Ma Xiaoling has met Nuwa before, and she can sense that the general is stronger than Nuwa, and much stronger, but considering that Nuwa has no physical body now, this is reasonable. Therefore, it is important to deal with the weak ones first and gather strength step by step, but everyone underestimates the methods of the generals. Originally, they thought that Su Fu and Wu Wu would kill them instantly, which is what Lan Dali and He Yu said. As a result, both Lan Dali and Huang Zi were killed. If the black rain had not burst out forcefully, the battle would have lasted for dozens of minutes, and this time was enough for Nuwa to kill Hiyoshio. Fortunately, Crow and Su Fu have been dealt with, and Heyu and Situ Fenrin can go to help. Peak Green Eyes is definitely not as good as Nuwa, but Peak Green Eyes can deal with the reckless generals. Originally, they thought it would be enough for the three of them to defeat Nuwa, who was not at her peak. In the end, they only ended up with a tie. Nuwa said coldly, "Innocent fellow, I will let you know now what it means to be invincible with divine power." After Nuwa finished speaking, her momentum suddenly increased, and a powerful shockwave spread out with her as the center. This power carries endless power of the earth. Hiyochio and the three of them used their strongest methods, but they were completely unable to stop it. In the blink of an eye, Heyu and Situ Fenrin were severely injured. It was uncomfortable to have more injuries added to them. However, Nuwa's aura has also dropped a bit. It seems that this trick cannot be used casually. Yes, just now Nuwa forcibly exploded with her peak power, and she severely damaged Hiyochio and the others with one blow. On the other side, Peacock endured the pain and walked up to Kwang Guohua and said, "Donor Kwang, suck my blood. You can recover after sucking it, and I can recover even if I become a zombie, so that we can help." The peacock couldn't hold on any longer. If one or two U-boss came, he would die. The peacock is not afraid of death, but his life now is not only his own life, but also related to the whole world. He thought silently in his heart, "My Buddha will forgive me." Kwang Guohua agreed, not only because he couldn't bear Yubo a few times, but also because he knew that the current situation was special. In the original work, he also sucked blood when fighting the generals, and sucked the blood of the demon star. Bai Xinmei also felt that what she should do was not to wait for death like this. Even if she died, she would not make Nuwa feel better. Bai Xinmei quickly flew to Heyu. From a distance, she saw that the situation was not good. Hiyochio and the three of them were being beaten. The battle between the general and Ma Xiaoling is still going on. The general's injuries are not many, but Ma Xiaoling's injuries are increasing from time to time. If this happens slowly, Ma Xiaoling will die unless Ma Xiaoling escapes. Bai Xinmei quickly flew to Heyu and said, "Absorb my power. As much as you can absorb." Bai Xinmei knew that the current Heyu could not absorb all her power, but it was still possible to absorb more. Heyu said, "Even if I can completely absorb your power, even absorbing the power of the red tide is useless. Are you afraid of death? If you are not afraid of death, fight with me." Bai Xinmei didn't ask Heyu what he had planned. She knew that Hai had been thinking about killing Nuwa all these years, so she must have some means. If Nuwa doesn't die, Mary will definitely die. Let's fight. Bai Xinmei understood, so she let Heyu do it. Black rain began to guide Bai Xinmei, letting her transform into the purest human bad nature, the spirit of infatuation, and Bai Xinmei did so. Heyu held the nameless secret in her hand, and in the end, her whole body turned into a black mist, and then combined with by Shinmei's infatuated aura. The black mist turned into a vortex, and the sky suddenly exploded, sucking in an endless stream of black gas. At this time Nuwa felt something was wrong, but it was too late. Yu's resentful voice came out from the whirlpool. Nuwa, try the 5-color messenger's final killing move. Try the human counterattack. As soon as the words fell, the black gas in the vortex turned into a huge storm and swept towards Nuwa. This was an indiscriminate attack. Situ Funrin and Hyochio quickly dodged, but Nuwa couldn't because it was coming towards her. She quickly mobilized the power of the earth to protect herself, but she was too small to handle the storm. This was Black Rain's last counterattack. She sacrificed herself, the White Fox, and the power of the other 2 5-color messengers in her body. Using their power as a guide, they can summon the power of 4 negative human emotions and the evil power of heaven and earth in one breath. This black storm corroded the defense that Nuwa had built with her magic power. Finally, this power fiercely bombarded Nuwa's soul, causing her soul to become somewhat weakened for a moment. That is to say, the power of the earth wiped out half of the power, otherwise this power would be enough to end Nuwa. If Nuwa had a physical body, this would not be the case, but now that she has no physical body, her soul has completely withstood these injuries. Ah! Nuwa screamed in pain. This was a trauma to her soul, and it was a sustainable trauma that even an ancient god like her could not endure. The general who was fighting Ma Xiaoling looked stern. Even though he was hundreds of thousands of meters away, he still heard Nuwa's screams. Ma Xiaoling deliberately lured the general away from Nuwa, just to prevent the general from having time to rescue her. At this moment, the general burst out at a speed that frightened Ma Xiaoling. The power of love is so terrifying. No, they are in danger. Ma Xiaoling immediately gave chase, but she was not as fast as the general. Now that we have finally accumulated an advantage, we must hold on to it. As long as Nuwa is killed and the generals are killed together, everything will be over. Chapter 349 The General's Pangu Bao. The storm dissipated, and Heiyu and Bai Shimei died. But Heiyu was happy before she died. She tried her best to attack Nuwa, and that was enough. As for whether humans could win, Heiyu didn't care at all. Good chance. Situ Fenrin and Hyochio looked at each other and launched an attack on Nuwa. Nuwa was now seriously injured. The two of them were getting closer and closer to Nuwa, and the excitement on their faces couldn't be stopped. Nuwa was now in the spirit state and was seriously injured. She would die if she withstood their blow. Soon, the expressions of the two became horrified because they could not move. The body-holding technique. Hyochio's face was ugly. He didn't expect that someone could have such a not-so-smart technique to stabilize him. Boom. Dark clouds shrouded this desert, and the general arrived, and the dark clouds announced that he was in a bad mood. The generals are powerful, so Hyochio used the method of keeping the two of them in a deadlock. This is not a time ability, but an evolution of his own magical power combined with Taoism. He could not do it before. Later, he continued to learn in the human world and his ability was further developed. After recovering his memory a few days ago, he once again improved his strength through his super learning ability. When the generals saw the weak Nuwa, they quickly took a breath of pure vitality and passed over. A pure Pangu tribe like Jiangshan cannot actually be called a zombie. At this time, Ma Xiaoling arrived late. If the general's attention was not on Nuwa, such a short time would be enough to kill Situ Fenrin. What would be needed? Quang Guohua and Peacock are also here, especially Peacock. Originally, he could only compete with ordinary second-generation zombies after his great strength. Now he has become a third-generation zombie, but his strength has greatly improved, and he is much stronger than ordinary second-generation zombies. The soul-fixing technique is a technique for cultivating the soul. If it is a physical technique, Quang Guohua and Peacock can completely break the shackles and advance their bloodline by relying on the soul-fixing technique. To be honest, the Uchiha training method, which condenses one's own blood, is suitable for the zombies of this world. You must know that Uchiha in the ninja world relied on this great technique to break the shackles of blood, surpassing the ancestor Indra, even surpassing the Sage of Six Paths, and surpassing the Otsutsuki divine style. Now that Nuwa was injured and her strength was greatly reduced, she was no longer a worthy opponent when fighting alone. The real obstacle now was the generals. Ma Xiaoling, Situ Fenrin, Quang Guohua, Hiochio, and Peacock surrounded Nuwa and the generals, and the real decisive battle came. It's really sad. Don't look at the 5 people on Ma Xiaoling's side. 4 of these 5 people are zombies, and only Hiochio is human. The world of zombie, like the world of Naruto, attaches great importance to the power of blood. The 4th Ninja War in Naruto, the battle that ultimately determined the pattern of the ninja world, was all about people related to Otsutsuki. Even Naruto and Sasuke had to rely on the power of Yang and Yin given by the Sage of 6 Paths. The same is true for the 2nd and 3rd chapters of Zhenghui. Pangu's bloodline and Fate's bloodline have the final say, with Xidagarba being the exception. However, Xidagarba is an exception because he has mastered the Book of Human Beings. Otherwise, Xidagarba would not be taken seriously by Pangu or Fate. If you don't see Tathagata, Guanyin and even all the gods and Buddhas in the sky, they will be dead. I won't let you hurt Nuwa. The general glanced at everyone, and the only people he really paid attention to were Ma Xiaoling and Hiochio. At some point, a bow appeared in the general's hand. Even Ma Xiaoling and Hiochio didn't notice how the bow appeared. But this bow exudes a mysterious, noble, and domineering atmosphere that makes any weapon pale in comparison. Ma Xiaoling, Situ Fenrin, and other zombies only thought that this weapon was very powerful, but Hiochio was different. Hiochio said seriously, "That is Pangu Bao, everyone must be careful." Hiochio once possessed a heavenly book, although he didn't know it was a heavenly book. Even so, he also knew many things that ordinary people didn't know. The general's hand is indeed Pangu's Bao, and there is not only one Pangu Bao. There is one in the ancient tomb of Zongyue Erpan, and Fushi, the king of Zongyue III, has one. Moreover, there are not only Pangu bows but also Pangu arrows in Pangu's tomb. This was originally given to the general by the Pangu clan, and it was for the general to kill Nuwa, but the general lost his memory when he arrived on Earth. In the 2nd episode of Zhang Yue, Moxing and others opened Pangu's tomb, but it's different now. The general recovered his memory and went to Pangu's tomb to take out the Pangu bow and Pangu arrow, but there was only one Pangu arrow. In prehistoric terms, the Pangu bow is not an innate spiritual treasure, but an acquired spiritual treasure, and was forged by the Pangu clan. However, the Pangu clan tried their best to build too many of these things. Looking at it now, there may be one for generals, one for Fushi, and one for Pangu Holy Land. After all, even if there is technology, materials are still a problem. Materials that can be used to make Pangu Bao must be rare. I have given you a chance, but I will not give you a chance now, and I will not let you hurt Nuwa. The general said to himself, his eyes became determined, Ding Dang is dead, he will never let anything happen to Nuwa again. Whoosh whoosh. The general drew his bow to full capacity and fired arrows one by one. He did not use Pangu arrows. It would be a waste to use them like this. The human king Fushi is Pangu's bow and Fushi's arrows, so the arrows of the generals and ministers are Pangu's bows and generals' arrows. This arrow was made from the strength of the generals, and it was more powerful than the human king Fushi's. The generals in the Pangu Holy Land were far less powerful than they are now, and he was not as powerful as Fushi at that time. That's why the Pangu clan elders built the Pangu tomb and put Pangu bows and arrows inside to prevent Nuwa from ruining the plan to capture Destiny. When necessary, the generals would use the power of bows and arrows to kill Nuwa. Now that the general has understood the power of love, his strength has skyrocketed. Even without the Pangu Bao, he can compete with Fushi who uses the Pangu Bao. After using the Pangu Bao, he is naturally stronger than Fushi. Bang! 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 3 explosions sounded, and Quang Guohua, Peacock, and Situ Fenrin were all pierced through the chests by arrows, and their whole bodies were shot. Wang Fushi, the 4-eyed pickup man in Zongyue III, could barely catch an arrow from his mind. Now General Chen's arrow with 70% power is enough to instantly kill all existences that have not reached the level of red-eyed zombies. Nuwa, who was protected by her generals, was secretly shocked. Is this the power of Pangu Bao? Nuwa has seen the Pangu Bao of the human king Fushi. She once fought against the human King Fushi and the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, but she has never experienced it up close, so she cannot truly feel the power of the Pangu Bao. Beings that could compete with him were all instantly killed when faced with the general's Pangu Bao. Such an artifact could indeed kill him at his peak. Nuwa, please step back and leave this place to me. The general said seriously that even if he summoned the Pangu Bao, he could not quickly deal with the remaining two people. It would be bad if they found an opportunity to harm Nuwa. Unless the Pangu arrow is used, the Pangu arrow general is going to keep him and prepare to deal with the Pangu clan. He doesn't know the Pangu clan's current attitude, so he's better to be cautious. Chapter 350. Nuwa did not stay here as a burden, she knew her situation very well. The Pangu tribe was also watching this battle. The Pangu tribe didn't understand why fate had to make such a big move. Konoha, start fusion Tomie template. 3,207 words. If Ma Xiaoling is controlled by fate, the Pangu tribe can still understand. This shows that fate can mass-produce purple-eyed zombies that can compete with the elite warriors of the Pangu tribe. But the elders of the Pangu tribe knew very well that Ma Xiaoling was not controlled by fate at all, even if Ma Xiaoling had the blood of fate. Now the Pangu tribe can only cope with the ever-changing situation by remaining unchanged, and it would be bad to disturb their fate. Don't even think about leaving. Ma Xiaoling shot out violently and could never let Nuwa go. Ma Xiaoling knew very well that unless Nuwa died, there would be no hope for humanity. As long as Nuwa was killed, even if she and Hiyochio died in the hands of the generals, there would still be hope for humanity. Let's just say that the general has such terrifying strength. If he wanted to destroy the world over the years, he would have done it long ago. Therefore, although the generals are more powerful than Nuwa, in terms of harm, Nuwa is more harmful. The general quickly pulled the Pangu Bao. He did not use all his strength, not because he did not want to, but because he needed to accumulate power for a while. Although it was only for a while, it was enough time for Ma Xiaoling to catch up with Nuwa, so he could only use 70% to 80% of his strength to condense the arrow. The arrows shot quickly were not very powerful, so the general fired them continuously. He completely ignored Hiyochio. Although Hiyochio could deal with Nuwa and even injure her, the general did not take him seriously at all. As the mother of the earth, Nuwa is not best at fighting. Creation and defense are her strengths. While Ma Xiaoling was dealing with the arrows, Nuwa escaped into the ground and her whole body was integrated with the earth. No one could sense where her soul was hiding, not even the generals. It's not that Nuwa is cowardly, but that she doesn't want the general to be defeated or even die because of her mistakes. This battle was so dark that the entire desert was wiped out. If the generals had not deliberately controlled the destructive power, and the three books of heaven, earth and man were blessing the planet, not to mention the desert, the entire Asia would have been wiped out. Although this is not as good as the battle between Tomie and Kamishi in the Naruto multiverse, a single big move can affect the entire planet. That is because the intensity of space is different, which is equivalent to the difference between a high-dimensional world and a low-dimensional world. It can be said that the original Naruto multiverse, with so many universes combined, is not as good as a single rigid world. Not to mention anything else, just the size of the universe of the single-body rigid contract world is tens of thousands of times larger than the universe of the single-body Naruto world. You lost. The general looked at Ma Xiaoling condescendingly, saying that Hiyochio was already dead. At this time, Ma Xiaoling was extremely weak. She was hit by 3 arrows, one of which was shot by the general with all his strength. She was now completely supported by her breath. When the breath dissipated, she died. Chizuru's split body did not stop it, it was just that the protagonist died. Back then, his original form and other Tomie personally promoted the unification of all sources in the Naruto universe, killing countless living beings. The creature in the ninja world who absorbed the power of other Naruto universes will praise Tomie, but if the other dead people knew the truth, they would probably want to kill Uchiha Tomie 1,000 times or 10,000 times. Ma Xiaoling said weakly, "General, don't make the same mistake again and again." After Ma Xiaoling said this, her body dissipated in the wind. At this point, the male and female protagonists of the Dauntless trilogy were all dead. The general's face was very complicated. He knew that what he did was wrong, but he could not let Nuwa die. At this time Nuwa came out. Her figure was a little unreal, which showed that she was seriously injured. Nuwa knew the general's psychology, and she also knew that the general did not want to destroy the world. He was just doing it for himself. How could Nuwa not be moved? I saw Nuwa comforting her. There is no need for this. After this time, I will create new and more perfect human beings. The general smiled reluctantly after hearing this, but for the safety of Nuwa, he still said, the more critical the moment, the more careful you must be. Not to mention the Panga clan, there is still the human King Fushi in the world. Yes. There is also Wang Fushi. At this point in time, human King Fushi has sealed his own power, but this does not mean that he has truly become an ordinary person. The human King Fushi is very weak now, maybe a special soldier can defeat him in combat. But once he is on the verge of death, it is hard to say whether the human King Fushi will unlock his power. This is also the reason why Destiny did not take the opportunity to kill the human king in the original work. In addition to Destiny's big plans, he also felt that the human king would not be that stupid. When she heard about the human King Fushi, Nuwa's face became serious. She wouldn't be afraid if she was at her peak. Although she is no match for Fushi, she is the mother of the earth. She can be blessed by the earth, and at least she can remain undefeated. The general and Nuwa have returned to Tongtian Pavilion. Even if they want to worry about this, they have to heal their wounds first. The split body of Chizuru withdrew his gaze. The assimilation has reached the most critical moment. Tomie and the others will be able to completely assimilate into this world in the next few days. The same is true for Tomie, who is in other deadlocked worlds, and has reached the last step. As long as the assimilation is successful, with Tomie's speed, the entire rigid multiverse can be assimilated in just a few months. When it comes to assimilating the multiverse, Tomie already has experience. Another point is that the attention of the Tiandao in this world is completely attracted by Fujiang outside the world, and there is no time to pay attention to the changes in the world. This allows Fujiang to act unscrupulously. And the most important point is that once a single rigid universe is assimilated, the rigid universe will no longer be able to prevent Fujiang from taking over the world. Time passed day by day, and the Panga clan couldn't stand it any longer. They could not allow mankind to be exterminated by Nuwa. In this case, fate would completely shrink, and the plan to seize fate would be shattered. At this moment, the Panga clan couldn't help but sigh. There should have been a few powerful immortals left at the beginning, but one or two would be troublesome at most, so as not to ruin their plan. Yes, when the great Sun Tathagata and Guanyin teamed up to reverse time, Destiny took the opportunity to steal this power and use the true power of the Book of Heaven to exterminate the gods in the heavens. The Panga tribe also contributed. Otherwise, relying solely on the power of Maharashtra, Guanyin and the power of fate will not be enough to destroy so many immortals. The elders of the Panga tribe secretly watched the battle between the general and Ma Shaoling. Even if they took action to capture the general, it would not be easy. The elders could see that the general used at most 9 points of his strength during the battle, or even less. He was beware of them. We cannot send people to persuade the generals to rebel now, because the generals will not listen, otherwise the generals should kill Nuwa now. Even Fushi can't be awakened now. The time has not come yet. In this case, the only choice is to awaken Xidagarba. The Panga tribe didn't know that the human book was in the hands of Xidagarba, but even if they knew it, it would be useless. Now the heavenly book and the human book have been merged under Fujiang's power, and they have become Fujiang. In the future, it will be the Tiandao Tomie of the rigid contract world, and eventually it will be integrated with the Tomie multiverse. Chapter 351. The Pangu tribe sent envoys to the earth, but Yingqiu and Kuang Fuxing were heartbroken, but they had to find a way to save the world. Yingqiu was Yingqiu's younger brother, and Ma Shaoling was raised by Yingqiu. The death of these two people was a great blow to Yingqiu, making the old man grow old overnight. Needless to say, Kuang Fuxing, he and Kuang Guohua depended on each other. It can be said that the relationship between the two was that of brothers, father and son, even closer than brothers or father and son. In Jiajia building, Yingqiu and Kuang Fuxing were sitting across from each other. Yingqiu was a little crazy now, which made Kwang Fusheng, a second-generation zombie, a little scared. He said coldly, "Resurrection, if you are allowed to absorb a lot of blood, more blood than Kwang Guohua and Situ Fenren, will you be able to grow and even surpass them?" Fusheng said weakly, "Uncle Chiu, I don't know. Also, what do you want to do?" He said, "Emergency times require extraordinary measures. Now I can only rely on you." He now only has a little bit of skill left and can only deal with ordinary brats. In a real fight, he can't even defeat fifth-generation zombies. Kwang Fusheng shook his head and said, "I can't do it." He said coldly, "Now I can only rely on you, otherwise do you want to count on being right?" That's right, Jin Jingzhong was directly passed by He. Jin Jingzhong was too weak, not only because of his talent, but also his character. Kwang Fusheng said weakly, "I really can't do it. I can't even defeat 3 generations of zombies. Why don't I bite you? If you become a zombie, you may be able to restore your skills or even improve to a higher level." That is to say, the split body of Qianjia did not see this scene, otherwise, he would definitely say that he had known this. Why did he do it in the first place? This is the disease of the protagonist group, they are not ruthless enough. Originally, they had a chance to win. As long as they transformed Ma Dingdang into a purple-eyed zombie, they would not say they won, but at least they could kill Nuwa, and the crisis of annihilation would be temporarily lifted. As long as the generals were eliminated later, the crisis of annihilation would be completely resolved. Ma Dingdang died, but Ma Xiaoling and others were still not decisive enough. If He Yingqiu and Jin Jingzhong were also turned into zombies, and if they were bitten by Ma Xiaoling, a purple-eyed zombie, they would definitely not be weaker than ordinary second-generation zombies. At the same time, make Kwang Fusheng stronger and let him join the battle, so that there will be 3 more combat powers. In this case, they can speed up the killing of Su Fu and Wu Wu, which will greatly increase the fighting power of Nu Hua. They may not be able to kill the generals, but there is a high chance of killing Nu Hua. In this way, no matter how angry the general is, he can at most destroy some areas or 2 countries, but when his anger subsides, he will not destroy all mankind. That's okay, but you also have to become stronger. He Yingqiu said that he alone was no match for Jiang Chen. Xiaoling and his brother were so powerful that together they were no match for Jiang Chen. He alone was not enough. Kwang Fusheng quickly bit He Yingqiu, and now He Yingqiu turned into a 3rd-generation zombie. The starting point was a bit low. You should know that even the 2nd-generation zombie generals at the peak of their abilities would be killed in seconds if they were serious. The power of the 3rd-generation zombie is not comparable to the power of the peak period, but with this foundation and the soul-fixing technique, it only took 1 day for him to regain the power of the peak period. He Yingqiu acted quickly, and no one knew his plan. He went to find those officials, and He Yingqiu was ready to show his cards to them. In fact, many people know it but don't know why. Even if Lon Dolly spread it through the TV station before, people only knew that Nuwa was going to destroy the world and that the meteorite was related to Nuwa. They didn't know anything more specific. He Yingqiu wants to tell the truth to the top management and then get their support. He Yingqiu doesn't do what Lon Dolly does. How much blood can the hospital have? He Yingqiu wanted to reach cooperation with those high-level officials and let them organize people to donate blood. He Yingqiu planned to rely on quantitative changes to cause qualitative changes and break the shackles of blood. There are more than 1 billion people in China. Not to mention all of them donate blood, but 1/10 of them donates blood. If they donate a little, they will absorb it all. The blood energy is absolutely huge. He Yingqiu had no choice but to do this in order to save the world and avenge his brother. He Yingqiu worked hard, and so did the generals, but Nuwa's injuries were serious. You must know that the 5 color messengers themselves are transformed from the 5 bad qualities. They are a majestic force, but they cannot exert their true power. Under Heiyu's self-sacrifice, this power completely exploded. What's even more amazing is that it was specifically aimed at the soul. If Nuwa had a physical body, it would never be like this. Now Nuwa has set up a formation in Tongtian Pavilion, absorbing the essence of the earth to recover from her injuries. The generals collected human essence and used it to heal Nuwa. Human beings were created by Nuwa, and they contain a tiny bit of essence, which can speed up Nuwa's treatment. For the generals, the Pangu tribe is the biggest enemy. Ma Xiaoling and the others only have Ma Xiaoling, a mutant zombie, who can make them take it seriously. On the other side, Ma Xiaohu, who lives in a rental house, is surrounded by endless Buddhist truth. Even though he has no mana fluctuations on his body, ordinary second-generation zombies cannot hurt him at all. Xidigarba's defensive power is stronger than his combat power. The Pangu tribe's envoy used a secret method to make Xidigarba return early. After doing this, the envoy went directly back to the Holy Land. His mission was completed. At this moment, the memories of his past life and this life are intertwined. He is both Xidigarba and Ma Xiaohu. It's only the year 2000. Everything is different from what I deduced. Is there an accident? Ma Xiaohu or Xidigarba murmured to himself. During the deadlock, Xidigarba showed his strong deduction ability. Before he was reincarnated, he calculated that Ma Xiaoling would turn into a purple-eyed zombie and had arranged everything long ago. Unfortunately, he calculated that Ma Xiaoling would turn into a zombie in 2004. Everything is different. Now we can no longer use cosmic discs to travel through time and space in Yokuang Tianya. No one in this world can travel through time and space except Fujiang and others. Everything is blocked by him. Ma Xiaohu didn't have much time to care about the wrong deduction, because there was a more serious matter at the moment, which was the death of Nuwa. In the original deduction, Nuwa would die at the hands of his sister Ma Xiaoling and brother-in-law Kuang Guohua. Jiang Chen could not figure it out, he only knew that she was not dead. Ma Xiaohu knew something must have happened, and he could use special means to wake him up in advance. Only the Panga clan and Destiny could do this. Seek Xidigarba. Mao Xiaofeng came with the god of death from the underworld, which was fast enough. In the original work, Xidigarba's agent was Yingqiu. Now Yingqiu is not dead, so Xidigarba's agent is Mao Xiaofeng. It is estimated that Yingqiu's position as Xidigarba's agent was given to him by Mao Xiaofeng. Ma Xiaohu was not surprised at all that Mao Xiaofeng would come, but it would be strange that Mao Xiaofeng didn't come. Ma Xiaohu said, "First tell me what happened in the world." Originally, the power of Xidigarba's soul should be in Mao Xiaofeng's hands. The Panga tribe used special means to force him to return to his position, so Mao Xiaofeng pursued him. Chapter 352. Mao Xiaofeng respectfully reported everything to Ma Xiaohu. In addition to following the power of Xidigarba's soul to this place, he also followed Xidigarba for a period of time and knew Xidigarba very well. His compassion, generosity, and vast magical power cannot be faked. Mao Xiaofeng is in the underworld. This does not mean that he does not know the affairs of the human world. You must know that the destination of the dead in the world is the underworld. When Ma Dana arrived at the underworld, she asked to see the senior officials of the underworld, and the person she met was Mao Xiaofeng. Ma Dana told Mao Xiaofeng the situation. The same is true for Hiyokyo. He died in a battle with a general and was hit by an arrow from Pangu's bow. Fortunately, he was prepared and a trace of his remaining soul opened the yin and yang passage and escaped into the underworld, otherwise he would have really died. Hiyokyo had long been prepared to fail and flee. Although he fought for humanity, he was not the kind of person who would fight to the death. If Hiyokyo had such a high bottom line, he would not go against the ancestral precepts of the Mao family and create a forbidden technique like the Yang returning forbidden curse. This forbidden technique is powerful, and at the same time it is not allowed by the laws of nature. Later, Mao Yu was expelled from the Mao family because of practicing this forbidden technique. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 3012 words. There would be no need to escape. Otherwise, Xidigarba would not know the specific fighting situation at that time. Chizuru. Ma Xiaohu frowned after hearing this. Compared to Nuwa in general, he cared more about the name Qianhe. The deduction ability of the human book is not as good as that of the heavenly book, but Xidigarba has worked hard step by step to reach his current state. He is powerful and proficient in many spells. His own deduction ability is matched with the human book, and in some aspects it is stronger than the heavenly book. Xidigarba is powerful. In the original work, Our Lady of Yaoqi obtained the 3 books of Heaven, Earth and Man, intending to give everyone a perfect ending, trapping Ma Xiaoling and others in an illusion. It was the injured Xidigarba who used his great supernatural powers to awaken Ma Xiaoling and others, which shows how powerful he is. Mao Xiaofeng saw Ma Xiaohu thinking and did not dare to disturb him. In fact, Mao Xiaofeng really wanted to help the world get through this disaster, but Mao Xiaofeng was very disciplined and the underworld could not interfere with the affairs of the human world, so he never took action. Is Chizuru the destiny? If he is the body or clone of the destiny, why would he do that? It is completely unhelpful to him. Ma Xiaohu really couldn't understand. Even if the fate's calculation could kill the generals in Nuwa, it would be nothing to the Penga clan. Not to mention the serious damage, even the injuries to the muscles and bones were not counted. Alas! No matter what the hell is going on, we can't just sit idly by and ignore it. Ma Xiaohu sighed, and Mao Xiaofeng and the other gods of death cheered up, wanting to see how Ma Xiaohu would handle this matter. If everyone in the world died, their workload would be huge. Ma Xiaohu closed his eyes to connect with something. Soon, his face turned ugly. The immortals and Buddhas in the sky really disappeared. Even in the underworld, except for himself, those powerful immortals and gods disappeared. The power of fate was too terrifying. Ma Xiaohu couldn't find reinforcements, and he couldn't sense the human message. As of now, that's all it can do. Ma Xiaohu's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. Although he was compassionate, as a person who had lived for many tribulations, he still had the decisiveness he should have. If humans in this calamity come to an end on their own, Ma Xiaohu will not care about them, but if external forces intervene, he will have no choice but to intervene. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 3 days was not enough, and Nuwa's injuries were not healed yet. Hiyokyo had sucked a lot of blood here. He and Kwang Fuxing had reached the limits of second-generation zombies and third-generation zombies respectively, but it was not enough. They needed more blood. Xidigarba has just made preparations and has not officially started yet. Xidigarba has a big plan. None of these people are ready, but Fujiang is, and the assimilation of this world has entered the final step. Not only this deadlock world, but also several other deadlock worlds. Compared with the tragic death of the protagonist here, the deadlock world and other worlds is relatively better. For example, there is a world where Fujiang went to a dead date. Near the end of the dead date, Kwang Tianyu bit Ma Xiaoling. As a result, the purple-eyed Ma Xiaoling went online and destroyed the big boss Luo Hu. The two zombies were together, so the great Sun Tathagata and Guanyin did not do anything to give Kwang Tianyu his wish and reversed the situation. There are also worlds where Xidigarba is not a good person. He planned it, first snatched the book from the earth, and then ambushed Destiny to seize the book from the sky. The 3 books combined into one achieved the highest level. It's a pity that he was too arrogant and was besieged to death by the Pangu clan elders, Nuwa, generals, purple-eyed Ma Xiaoling and others. Closer to home, the complete assimilation of the 5 worlds has begun, and all Fujiang have become serious. Because the assimilation is completed, these 5 worlds are completely out of the control of the heavenly Tao of the rigid multiverse, and it is impossible for it not to discover them. Compared with the heavenly way of the Naruto multiverse and the One Piece multiverse, the heavenly way of this multiverse is more difficult to deal with. The assimilation was silent, and it was successfully completed in the calmness of the sea. It was at this time that Tian Dao, who had been dealing with Tomie outside the world, finally noticed something was wrong. The body-holding technique. The Fujiangs outside the multiverse acted together. When a single Fujiang passed through the gray aura and arrived outside the rigid multiverse, his power was weakened too much. However, millions of Fujiang used the body-holding technique together. Even if the power was greatly weakened when penetrating the gray air flow, it was still enough to immobilize the heaven for a period of time. The heavenly law that fixes the rigid covenant multiverse will not affect the operation of the entire world. Even if it does, 5 rigid covenant single worlds have been assimilated, and it is completely possible to forcibly steal part of the power to maintain the operation of the world. Now that the law of heaven in the stalemate multiverse has been fixed, the Fujiangs have begun to act unscrupulously. In the same way, if you control a single world of stalemate, the Tiandao Fujiang have the characteristics of Fujiang. and the power they erupt is several times that of the Tiandao in the single world. This assimilation speed is very fast. In just one day, other Fujiangs such as Tiandao Tomie and Qianhe split body have assimilated dozens of worlds. Don't think that dozens of worlds a day are nothing, but you can easily assimilate hundreds or tens of thousands of worlds later. The body-holding technique. The Fujiangs outside the zombie multiverse once again used this Taoist technique together. This time there were more Fujiangs, nearly 10 million of them, and they could immobilize the way of heaven for several days. I originally thought it would take several months, but now it seems that half a month is enough. This is all thanks to Kawakami Tomie's split body. She combined and strengthened the Taoist methods of the frozen world with the body-holding methods of other cultivation systems to create a more powerful body-holding technique. Speaking of which, this is the strength of Kawakami Tomie's split body. She is not good at creating from scratch, but she is better at optimizing. In the past, she thought she had absolute control through the kaleidoscope's pupil technique. As more and more split bodies and assimilated bodies appeared, she discovered that this was not the case. In short, it's awesome. Chapter 353 Finale. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and Tomie and the others had assimilated into tens of thousands of deadlocks around the world. From time to time outside the zombie multiverse, Tomie would come to cast a body-holding spell on Tiandao. Tomie and the others were very meticulous, and they would not wait until the body-holding spell was about to expire before sending him to release the body-holding spell. If Tiandao, who has made a stalemate with the multiverse, will die together, use some special means to speed up the escape, and finally self-destruct, leaving Fujiang with nothing, then Fujiang will be ready to cry without tears. Even though it is just a simple body-fixing technique, there are many ways to it. According to Tomie Kawakami's idea of splitting the body-holding technique can be used to fix space, time, and everything. It has not reached that point yet, but it should not be underestimated. Tomie and the others are still assimilating, and in the stalemate world where Chizuru's split body is located, a war is about to break out. With people from a large country donating blood, Hiyingqiu and Kwang Fusheng are not short of blood at all. The endless supply of blood directly allows Hiyingqiu to break the shackles and transform from a third-generation zombie to a second-generation zombie. Kwang Fusheng could not break the shackles, but he grew up and no longer looked like an ordinary person, and his strength reached the peak of green eyes. Of course, Kwang Fusheng's biggest problem is his lack of combat experience. If he really fights, he will be defeated by the generals one-on-one. These two people have tried their best. You can't blame them. They are not the main force this time. In the Jiajia building, the dead Ma Dingdang and Hiyouhyo appeared here. Not only that, Ma Dana, who was originally preparing to be reincarnated, was also here. They are not dead, they are alive. Xidagarba and Hiyouhyo teamed up to modify the sun-returning forbidden curse, which can resurrect the dead. There is a price to pay, but Xidagarba was not injured. To put it in a slightly more mysterious way, Xidagarba went against his Taoist conscience and would find it difficult to make progress in the future. Compared to Ma Xiaoling and others, Xidagarba is much more cautious and creates his own without external aid. In this way, the resurrected Ma Dana and Ma Dingdang were bitten by Kwang Fusheng and turned into purple-eyed zombies. The reason why it was Kwang Fusheng and not Hiyingqiu was because in terms of blood power, Kwang Fusheng was slightly stronger. He bit Ma Dana and the two of them, and they would be stronger when they turned into zombies. And Kwang Fusheng also relied on the blood of Ma Dingdang and the two people plus the amount of blood he had absorbed before, to break through from the peak of green eyes to red eyes in one fell swoop. However, his red-eyed zombie is a bit weak, much weaker than the red-eyed Kwang Guohua in the original work, and even not as good as when Ma Xiaoling first turned into a purple-eyed zombie, which is comparable to Hiyouhyo. If Kwang Guohua and Situ Fenren had sucked Ma Xiaoling's blood before, everything would be different. Ma Xiaoling and the others cannot be resurrected. When a zombie dies, it is completely dead. There is no such thing as reincarnation. Don't talk about them, just say what you want. If it weren't for running fast, he wouldn't even have a chance to be reincarnated. This time, Ma Xiaohu, the reincarnation of Xidagarba, plus Kwang Fusheng, the red-eyed zombie, 3 purple-eyed zombies, Ma Dingdang, Ma Dana, Ma Dalong, and brothers Hiyingqiu and Hiyouhyo came to Tongtian Pavilion together. That's right, Jin Jingzhong still can't participate in the battle, he is very weak. Speaking of which, Xidigarba was ruthless enough. In order to achieve absolute victory, it was not enough to have so many top-notch combat powers. He even turned Ma Dalong into a purple-eyed zombie. Ma Dalong is just an ordinary person, but he has incredible faith. He is an ordinary person, but he can rely on his own will to stay awake for 20 years. He is an ordinary person, but he can transmit the sound of the guitar into the underworld by relying on his own beliefs. Therefore, he does not need the soul-fixing technique to maintain his soul. Reason. This is the most buggy character in the deadlock. Tomie even suspects that if this kind of person went to the more idealistic Ultraman world and became Ultraman, how bright would the light be? I am afraid he would be the strongest among the mysterious four. Ultraman. Outside Tongtian Pavilion, Ma Xiaohu was very serious. Even after gathering so much fighting power, he did not dare to relax, just because the general had the Pangu Bao in his hand. The general did not keep them waiting for long. After coming out, he said directly, "Kill me and you can kill Nuwa. Otherwise, you will die." Ma Xiaohu's expression changed. He couldn't sense Nuwa at all. It was obvious that Nuwa was hiding. Ma Dingdang looked at the general with a complicated expression. She was willful once and died once. Now she is reborn and she will not be merciful now. War. Without too much nonsense, the two sides started fighting. At this time, there were only a few people on Hong Kong Island. Ma Xiaohu and others knew that this place would become a battlefield, so they had already asked officials to organize people to retreat. Those who refused to retreat were seeking their own death and had no one to blame. In this 7-on-1 battle, even the weakest He Ingxiu's combat effectiveness has reached the level of a fake red-eyed person. Kuang Fuxing and Ma Dalong have little combat experience, but their powerful bodies are no joke, and even a general cannot be completely unscathed even if he takes a blow. What's more, they are not allowed to fight one-on-one with generals, but to find opportunities in a melee. Bang! 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 Explosions and roars continued. The 8 people were hit from one end of Hong Kong Island to the other, and from the ground to the sky. The Hong Kong Island was completely sunk. The general is really powerful, and his immortality has reached its extreme, completely surpassing other Pangu clan members, and even Elder Pangu cannot compare with him. The embarrassing thing now is that the general is indeed suppressed, but one-on-one they are all one or half better than the general. They cannot destroy the general's immortality and can only grind it down slowly. Time passed little by little, and the general's injuries continued to increase. Even this general, who was regarded by some zombie fans as the most powerful fighter in the zombie trilogy, was in danger when facing so many strong men. Boom! Suddenly, a simple and heavy breath came. Nuwa appeared, and she was in peak condition. At this time, Nuwa's spirit and body had become one. Nuwa didn't do anything these days. In addition to healing her wounds, she also used secret techniques to quickly return her physical body. Her body returned, but the meteorite was still on its way. The peak Nuwa has arrived, but nothing can be changed. Just the purple-eyed horse Dana and the purple-eyed horse Ding Dong are enough to tie her, or even have a slight advantage. Even though there were 2 men missing, it was still 5 against 1. In addition to the serious injuries he had received earlier, the general was still suppressed. The elders of the Pangu clan were secretly frightened by Xidigarba's methods, and after thinking about it, they decided to abandon the general. That's right, for the Pangu tribe, in order to seize their destiny, even the Holy Mother of Yao Qi can be sacrificed, let alone the generals. This war lasted for a long time, and even left Hong Kong Island. Some small countries were affected and suffered heavy casualties. This is still good. If the split body of Qianhe hadn't secretly contributed to help protect this planet, then this planet would have been destroyed by these people even if it was protected by the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humanity. This battle was even worse than the previous battles between the human king and the Holy Mother. It's several times more intense. In the end, Nuwa and the generals all died. Of course, after Nuwa died, the generals were completely exploded and killed Ma Dalong with Pangu Bao and Pangu arrows. After that, he killed Kwang Fusheng, a guy with no combat experience, and Yingqiu, who was weaker. This was already the limit of the general. Nuo was killed, which meant that Ma Dana and Ma Dingdang would come back to surround and kill the generals together. A pair of 7 can kill 3, which is really powerful. Even if there is Pangu's bow and Pangu's arrow, it is still remarkable. The replacement Wang Fushi may not be able to kill any of them. The living people were not feeling well, Hiyochio was seriously injured, Ma Dana was also dying, Ma Xiaohu was not seriously injured, and Ma Dingdang was the least injured. The general and Nuwa died, and the crisis of world destruction was temporarily lifted. Although the meteorites are still flying, the Pangu Bao is still there after the general dies, and can be used to defeat the meteorites. The general and Nuwa died, and the few who successfully saved the world were not very happy because the price was too heavy. Especially the Ma family, it can be said that they have no heirs. Ma Xiaohu is the reincarnation of Ksitigarbha. He is destined to return to the underworld and devote himself to practicing Buddhism. He will not leave any descendants for the Ma family. For Wang Zhenjin, it was also quite tragic. Her boyfriend died at the beginning of the year. Now her best friend has died. She finally had a good relationship with her. Situ Finran, who she had been in love with forever, also died. Time passed little by little, and Tomie and the others quickly completed their assimilation. At this point, another multiverse was controlled by Tomie. Uchiha acted quickly, activated the 10,000 Immortals formation, and drove the Tomie multiverse closer to the Jiue multiverse. In less than a stick of incense, the two worlds collided together. With the previous experience of merging the Naruto multiverse and the Pirates multiverse, this fusion was not difficult. Hurrah! Hurrah! The moment the complete fusion was completed, countless gray air currents turned into pure energy again to nourish the completed multiverse. Konoha, Start Fusion Tomie Template. 631 words. The fusion was successful. Tomie Uchiha estimated that after all the energy is naturally digested, Tomie Tendo's power should be enough to increase 7 or 8 times. Although it is much less than the improvement of the previous fusion of the two multiverses, it is still rare. After all, it is further behind. The harder it is to improve. In this way, the Tomie people began to open up the Taoist system to the ninja world and the demon Tomie pirate world. Anyone can learn it, but it is best to think about it yourself. Orochimaru and Vegapunk are also busy, and the books on Earth in the Deadline world will definitely be helpful to them. It's not about how high the technological level of that Earth is, but that there is a complete scientific research system there. Although Orochimaru and Vegapunk are great, these two are talented players who rely entirely on talent. With these basic knowledge to supplement their foundation, the upper limit will be higher in the future. Moreover, the world of Deadlock has gone through many tribulations, and there must have been a lot of good things in previous eras. In the world of Stalemate, there is only one catastrophe from the creation to the end of the world. No one knows how many catastrophes the world of Stalemate has gone through, and neither does fate. Destiny is the spirit of the heavenly book, and it does not exist as soon as the world of Stalemate is born. However, Tomie can easily reverse time and space, and he can easily obtain everything from the past glorious era. Speaking of which, there is a cosmic disk in the frozen world that can travel through time and space, and the Tathagata and Guanyin can also reverse the past together. There are strange devil fruits in the world of pirates that involve time, and there are more than one. In some parts of the Naruto multiverse, there are magical dragon veins that can travel through time and go back to the past, as well as space ninjutsu. There are laws of time and space in these 3 multiverses. After the 3 multiverses merge, they are strengthened by the gray airflow, and the laws of time and space are also strengthened. It's not that the stronger the world is, the more powerful the laws of space will be. The improvement of bug clearing like Tomie's will help the basic laws, but it won't help much with the high-level laws. This is also the reason why Fujian did not endlessly grind bugs, but chose to start the Wandering Heavens plan. Tomie and the others are now developing steadily and have reopened the teleportation array, allowing people from the ninja world and the devil Tomie pirate world to go to different Deadlock worlds to practice. The power of the Tomie multiverse crushes the zombie multiverse. This does not mean that people in the ninja world and the pirate world are stronger than the zombie world. It's easy to say that the peak combat power of the ninja world is definitely stronger than Nuwa and generals, but this is not necessarily the case in the pirate world, and in addition to experience, you can also play. In this way, the new Fujiang multiverse developed for 300 years, and then activated the 10,000 Immortals formation again and began to wander the heavens again. Before leaving, Tomie and the others carved out a rigid world in the place of the original multiverse. This is called being prepared, although there is a pirate world elsewhere as a backup. But the more backup, the better. The Fujiang multiverse keeps moving forward in the endless gray airflow. What will the next world it encounters be? Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.